On January 1st, 2050, the Earth, Jupiter, and Mercury will suddenly merge to form a new planet. Spiritual energy revived, and human wisdom grew rapidly. But what followed was a global zombie wave sweeping in, and the doomsday came unexpectedly. My name is Xue Feng, and I was a senior fighting coach in a parallel world. That day, I was on my way to the academy to teach kickboxing when lightning suddenly struck me. When I opened my eyes again, I was already in a ruined world a few days after the end of the world. Before my eyes, two zombies, chopped into pieces, fell to the ground, and the memory in my mind told me that this was the result of the original host's desperate fight with a bone-chopping knife. But he did not escape bad luck. He accidentally hit the back of his head during the fight with the zombies and fell to the ground in a faint. The cause of this brutal battle was simply hunger. He ventured out to find food, but was besieged by zombies and nearly died. Fortunately, although the original host was in a miserable state, he was not caught or bitten by the zombies and saved his life. But at this moment, I was facing a more fatal problem: extreme hunger. In this dilapidated room, I held the boning knife tightly and searched around, hoping to find even a little food to fill my stomach. However, I found nothing. If I couldn't find any more food, I was afraid my body would collapse within 2 hours. At this moment, a crisp sound suddenly rang in my mind. Ding intelligence system activated. As long as you verify the accuracy of the intelligence, you can get rewards. Today's intelligence has been updated. 1. At 9:23 a.m., the resident of room 502, building 3, Jiaoming community, died on his first outing after the apocalypse. By opening his door, you can obtain a large amount of food supplies. 2. There is a female survivor in room 509 of Building 3 who is so hungry that her eyes are dizzy. If you give her some food, she may satisfy all your requests. Inside the room, the system interface in front of me was flickering. I took a deep breath and made up my mind. I must verify the information and prove that my intuition was correct. The target was room 502, Building 3, 2 floors down. I held the bone-chopping knife tightly, put on my backpack full of equipment, and wrapped myself tightly with books and towels to protect myself as much as possible. Before leaving, I took a deep breath, adjusted my mood, then kicked open the door and walked into the dim corridor. The corridor was quieter than expected, with only 2 or 3 zombies staggering around, and the air was filled with a foul smell. I breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thankful that at least the residents here had their doors and windows tightly closed, unlike the streets which had become a paradise for zombies. But the silence was only temporary, as the zombies soon spotted me and rushed towards me, growling. My palms were slightly sweaty, but fear was meaningless at this moment. The first zombie approached, and I swung my knife to chop off half of its head, splattering the floor with smelly blood. The second zombie pounced on me, and I kicked it down, stabbing the blade into its head without hesitation, killing it cleanly and neatly. Without stopping any longer, I hurried to the stairs, following the route I remembered. Several zombies in the stairwell blocked their way, but the uneven terrain was extremely unfavorable to them. I raised the knife and chopped, and my body seemed to have some kind of instinctive reaction, and each swing of the knife was precise and swift. Just as I was about to move forward, I heard a crisp sound of metal colliding. I looked closely and saw that one of the zombies had a bunch of keys hanging around its waist, with a label that clearly read 502. It seemed that this was exactly what I was aiming for. Without hesitation, I swung the knife again and took the key, with a hint of anticipation rising in my heart. The road ahead was not smooth, but the zombies blocking my way fell one after another until I stood at the door of room 502. My palms trembled slightly when I inserted the key into the lock, but I twisted it hard. With a slight click, the door opened. The scene inside the room stunned me. There were mountains of food on the floor, rice bags, and piles of flour. The balcony was full of dried meat slices, like a small granary. At this time, a prompt sounded in my mind. Verification of intelligence successful. Reward storage space, 10M times 10M times 10M. This operation is amazing. I couldn't help laughing out loud and couldn't wait to try it. As I moved my mind, a virtual space emerged in my mind, like a medium-sized warehouse. I could store food and supplies in it with just a thought. Without wasting any time, I cleared out all the food in the room. There was a pile of canned meat in the cupboard, and I opened 3 cans and devoured them. I was only 70% full, just right. I knew that overeating would only cause trouble for myself. As I continued searching, I found a medium-long handle broadsword and an 80-pound compound bow in the study. This weapon is perfect. I put them all in storage. As I was about to leave, a diary on the desk caught my attention. After flipping through a few pages, I discovered that the owner of the house seemed to have a premonition of the end of the world. He spent all his savings to stockpile a large amount of food and weapons, but committed suicide in despair due to lack of water. Having foresight, but losing in the details. With mixed feelings in my heart, I closed the diary and left it where it was. As I reached the door, I stopped. The number of zombies in the corridor actually increased. 8 or 9 of them were approaching me, growling, obviously attracted by my movements. Without hesitation, I grasped my machete and rushed forward. The narrow corridor became the best battlefield. The limited directions allowed me to focus on attacking from front and back without worrying about anything else. The swords flew, and the zombies fell one after another. After the battle, I leaned against the wall to catch my breath and felt some strange changes in my body. Every time I kill a zombie, my body seems to be different. What is this? Before I could think about it, I caught a glimpse of a door in the distance, shaking slightly. There seemed to be someone behind the door. I slowly approached and realized that the person behind the door was secretly observing me. Through the peephole, I saw a girl. She looked nervous, but she stared at the can of meat in my hand. Knock, knock, knock. I knocked on the door. The faint noise coming from the door had already betrayed that there was someone in the room, and I knew that the other party heard it. After a moment, a weak and nervous voice sounded. Who is outside? The door slowly opened, and a thin girl stood timidly at the door. Her frail figure was so thin that it made people feel distressed, but her bright eyes revealed a hint of stubbornness and a hint of expectation. Brother, is there anything I could do for you? Her voice trembled slightly, and she looked at me cautiously, as if testing my attitude. I stared at her, looking at her haggard but beautiful face, and couldn't help but frown. You look weak. Are you okay? She lowered her head and bit her lips. After a moment, she raised her head, her face full of desire. Brother, can you lend me some food? I haven't eaten for a long time. I smiled, with a hint of teasing in my tone. Food in the apocalypse is not so easy to borrow. You want to take it away with just one word. Is that appropriate? To be honest, it's not that I don't want to help her. It's just that the world has taught me one thing. Kindness may not be rewarded with gratitude, but more often it will only lead to greed and calculation. If she can appreciate it, then we can talk about it. Otherwise, give up the idea as soon as possible. The girl suddenly knelt down, her eyes flashing with determination. Brother, I don't want your things for nothing. I can help you cook, wash clothes, and even everything I have can belong to you. Her tone was not humble, but instead carried a clear self-awareness and courage. I looked at her quietly for a few seconds, finally nodded, and handed her the can in my hand. She took the can and opened it hungrily, scraping the remaining sauce with her fingers and swallowing it in big gulps as if someone would snatch it away from her any second. As she devoured the food, a clear reminder sound suddenly rang in my mind. Intelligence verification successful. Reward: a doomsday cruise armored vehicle. I closed my eyes, and a holographic image of the armored vehicle appeared in my mind. The body was made of solid military materials, and the cockpit was even equipped with folding berths and weapon storage space. Most importantly, it could easily carry 10 tons of supplies. This is definitely the best tool for survival in the apocalypse. My thoughts returned, and I looked at the girl in front of me. She licked her lips, her eyes still showing unsatisfied desire. Brother, is there any more food? Eat slowly, I said in a deep voice. You have been hungry for too long. Overeating will cause problems for your body. Wait for some time for digestion. She nodded, with a hint of shyness on her face. Brother, how about you take a rest at my house first? There was a hint of tentativeness and expectation in her tone. I looked around. Although the room was lacking in supplies, it was clean and tidy. It was obvious that she was a person who paid attention to the quality of life. Okay, from now on, I'll stay here temporarily. I nodded and decided. When she heard what I said, she was obviously relieved and even a little excited. Okay, brother. Obviously, she has realized that in this doomsday, relying on me is her best choice to survive. Unfortunately, comfort does not belong to this world. The water problem is imminent. After the doomsday, the bloody rains polluted the surface water sources. Either find a water purification device or take the risk to find bottled water. Otherwise, you will just have to wait for death. When I told her my plan, her expression changed instantly. But it's too dangerous outside. We still have some food, so we can survive for a few days. She hugged my arms with a hint of pleading in her tone. Brother, can't we just close the door and stay at home? I glanced at her and couldn't help laughing. I think you are quite smart. Why do you suddenly want to be lazy? She was slightly startled, and then a trace of embarrassment appeared on her face. I spoke calmly, but with a hint of severity. In the apocalypse, resources are limited. If you sit back and do nothing, you will die faster. If you want to survive, you must take action and pay the price. She was silent for a moment and finally nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll do whatever you ask me to do. 5 minutes later, we walked out of the apartment building. I held a machete, while she held a wooden stick made from a mop handle. I didn't expect her to be able to fight the zombies, but at least she wasn't completely helpless. The sun shines on the dilapidated streets. Zombies are not afraid of light, but prefer to hide in dark places. The empty courtyard of the community is shrouded in sunlight, and everything looks unsettlingly quiet. And Xiawei and I successfully reached the gate of the community. But before we could even breathe a sigh of relief, trouble arose. Several burly men rushed out of the guardroom and blocked our way. They were dressed in rags and exuded dangerous hostility. One of them had a scar on his face, which was particularly eye-catching. Hey, brother, you're so lucky. Scarface grinned, his eyes wandering around in Xiawei with ill intent. He approached her step by step and even reached out to touch her chin. And Xiawei screamed in fear and quickly hid behind me, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Her fear made me frown, and her tone was as cold as ice. Get out of here. She's my woman. Scarface's smile froze in an instant, and he turned into a ferocious face. He pulled out a rusty dagger and stared at me fiercely. What about your woman? No one can snatch her away from me. I drew my machete calmly, the blade flashing in front of him, and said in a cold tone, Give it a try. The air became deadly silent, ready to explode. Scarface gritted his teeth and was about to pounce, but the bald man and another muscular man behind him quickly stopped him. Brother Scar, don't be impulsive. The bald man came up with an apologetic smile, looked me over, and said tentatively, Brother, it's very dangerous out here. You brought a woman out here. Are you looking for supplies? I didn't say much and replied coldly, yes. The bald man nodded and smiled meaningfully. It's just a misunderstanding, brother. Don't take it to heart. Just go on with your work. I was too lazy to talk nonsense with them, so I pulled in Xiawei away. But after taking a few steps, I vaguely heard Scarface complaining behind me. Brother, why did you let them go? That girl is so hot. It would be great to bring her back. What's the hurry? The bald man sneered. He's out looking for supplies. When he comes back, we'll take him and the goods together. Do you understand? I couldn't hear the rest of the conversation, but I didn't bother to pay attention. It was still unclear whether these people could survive the night. As I was thinking about the next step, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Successful verification of intelligence. Reward. A Browning 1935 pistol and 500 rounds of bullets. The system's reward came just in time. I took out my pistol, checked the loading status, and felt relieved. And Xiawei was still following me nervously, so I took her to an abandoned safe house and asked her to wait for me there. Wait here, I'll go get a car, I said casually. In fact, the armored vehicle rewarded by the system had already been placed in my storage space, but I didn't want her to know. After finding a working private car to pick her up, we headed straight to a nearby supermarket. The supermarket looked run down and dark inside, exuding an indescribable sense of danger. Brother Feng, will there be a lot of zombies in here? And Xiawei stood beside the car, her voice trembling. I leaned close to her ear and whispered, Either you drive the car to lure the zombies away, or you go in and move the supplies. It's your choice. She gritted her teeth and finally chose the former. I briefly told her the plan and asked her to drive to the supermarket entrance and honk the horn to attract the zombies. Unexpectedly, she was too nervous and stepped on the accelerator, directly smashing the supermarket door. The sound of breaking glass was particularly harsh on the quiet street, and she did not forget to honk the horn frantically. The roar of zombies was suddenly heard in the supermarket, and dozens of zombies moved towards her upon hearing the sound. And Xiawei's face turned pale, and she knocked down the guardrail in panic and barely escaped. I stood in the dark, secretly admiring her courage. While the zombies were being led away, I quietly sneaked into the supermarket with a machete in hand and quickly eliminated the remaining zombies. Although a lot of supplies had been taken away, there was still plenty left, and I easily filled up the storage space. 10 minutes later, I walked out of the supermarket with 2 bulging backpacks on my back, and Xiawei drove back. As soon as the door opened, she shouted breathlessly, "Get in the car! The zombies are chasing us!" I smiled slightly, feeling that this woman was quite courageous, but her actions were too rash. But the mission was accomplished. When we returned to the community, those scavengers blocked our way at the door again. "What do you want to do?" I looked at them coldly. The tattooed man in the lead smiled meaningfully. "Don't be nervous, brother. We are risking our lives to protect this community. You just went out and gained a lot. Give us half. It's reasonable, right? Also, your wife is very pretty. How about letting her accompany me for one night?" Scarface's words made me stop in my tracks, and my eyes instantly turned cold. "Say it again?" I spoke calmly, but the murderous intent emanating from me permeated the air like frost. Scarface didn't sense the danger and continued to laugh disgustingly. "Ha, just let your wife play with us, guys." Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots interrupted his arrogance. Before he could react, his head was torn apart by bullets, and he fell in a pool of blood. I put away the pistol. Smoke rose from the muzzle, and my eyes were cold, as if nothing had happened. "He has a gun! Run!" The remaining 2 scavengers suddenly panicked, dropped their backpacks, turned around, and ran away. Bah! Another shot. I hit the tattooed man's leg, and he fell down screaming. The bald man took advantage of the chaos and rushed to the guardroom. Bah! Bah! 2 bullets pierced the air and hit the bald man before he closed the door. His body fell heavily to the ground, and the iron door creaked half open. I pulled in Xiawei and quickly entered the guardroom, kicked the body out, and locked the iron door. "Brother Feng, what are you doing?" she asked with a confused look on her face and a frown. "Shuh." I made a hushed gesture, signaling her to be quiet. I glanced outside through the window and soon saw a surging black tide, zombies, gathering densely from all directions, obviously attracted by the gunshots. "What's going on?" And Xiawei also looked over, her face instantly pale. She saw the zombies pounce on the tattooed man who fell to the ground, tearing him apart and devouring him. Screams echoed in the air, accompanied by blood flowing freely on the ground. She covered her mouth, her eyes full of fear, and then, as if she had figured something out, she turned to look at me with a complicated look. "Did you keep him here on purpose?" Her voice trembled, but with a hint of admiration. I nodded, my eyes calm. "A living bait is more useful than a dead one. Now that they're all over there, we are safe." She took a deep breath, her expression softened a little, and she looked at me with a little more admiration in her eyes. "Brother Feng, it's really reassuring to follow you. The guardhouse has a terrible environment with a pungent smell of decay, tattered furniture, and greasy floors. But the security here is impeccable. Heavy iron doors, solid structure, and windows are tightly closed, so zombies can't get in at all. Brother Feng, are you really planning to live here?" She looked around with disgust. "Be smart and make do with it for now. When it's safe outside, we'll move our things and clean up." I smiled and comforted him. "This place has good ventilation and a wide view. It's much safer than your little room." She pouted, looking reluctant but still gave in. "Okay, you have the final say." At dusk, the zombies gradually dispersed. She and I ventured back to the apartment building to move some important items over, and Xiawei carefully selected them and even brought a few sets of clothes and clean sheets. Back in the guardroom, she took out a hip-hugging cheongsam from her bag, put it on, and then took out 2 pairs of stockings, one black and one white, and held them in front of me with a smile. "Brother Feng, which one do you like?" I looked at her curvy figure and couldn't help laughing. Only children make choices. Dark today, white tomorrow. Changing up every day, isn't that nice? Her face instantly turned red, and she stamped her feet coquettishly. "Brother Feng, you are so mean." I laughed and pulled her onto the made bed. The brief tranquility in the end times seemed so precious. In the morning, I was awakened by the familiar system prompt sound. Ding, today's intelligence has been updated. The first one is that 5,309 meters northwest, a zombie mutant was born in the Yuelong building. Kill it, and you may get extremely precious mutant crystals. Another piece of information caught my attention. A new generation of Goddess of Luck has been refreshed in the north. Friendly reminder, Goddess of Luck likes golden color and has an arrogant personality. A stick education may work. This text uses colorful fonts, which is in sharp contrast to the usual serious style of the system. It seems that this goddess of luck means a lot to me, I whispered to myself. But the hint was too vague. Golden color? Stick education? In the end times, it's hard to find people. So how can I find a mysterious goddess and study her preferences? Shaking off these unrealistic thoughts, I turned around and decided, let's go to Yuelong building first. The zombie mutants, they're more worth exploring. At breakfast time, and Xiawei simply cooked some porridge and pancakes. Although the ingredients were limited, the taste was surprisingly good. She grumbled as she ate. Brother Feng, I really thought the previous room was pretty good. This security room is so shabby and small. Don't worry, this is only temporary. I smiled faintly. After eating, pack your luggage and find a villa with a private entrance and yard to live in today. Villa. She widened her eyes and instantly became excited. Great! This shabby place should have been moved a long time ago. A villa is so grand. Her expectant look made me smile. There are so many houses in the apocalypse, it's not hard to find an empty villa. She packed her luggage with great enthusiasm, and I went out to get my equipment. In less than half an hour, I returned in the military armored vehicle that the system rewarded. This vehicle was heavily armored, like a steel beast. Oh my god, Brother Feng, this car is so cool. And Xiawei circled around the car, her eyes full of admiration. I feel so safe. You're becoming more and more sweet. I shook my head and smiled, but my eyes softened unconsciously. We packed our luggage and drove to the Xinjiang city landmark, Yuelong building. This 68-story building was a busy office space before the disaster, but now it has become a dead ruin. After parking the car, and Xiawei asked cautiously, Brother Feng, can you give me a gun? No. I shook my head. The recoil of the gun is too strong. You can't control it. Learn to use a knife first. Zombies are the best targets for training. She nodded and muttered, I understand. The building was dark, and the air was filled with the smell of decay. After walking a few steps, a zombie suddenly jumped out of the darkness and rushed towards me with a roar. I raised my hand and chopped its skull cleanly, and Xiawei turned pale with fear and covered her mouth desperately to prevent herself from vomiting. Another zombie pounced on me, and I quickly dodged and cut off its legs with my backhand. It fell to the ground, let out a low roar, and struggled desperately to crawl towards us. You come here. I handed her the knife, my tone calm. Me? She froze, shook her head desperately, her face full of fear. I can't. You don't even dare to kill a zombie, and you still want a gun? I said coldly. She gritted her teeth, her eyes full of struggle, and finally took the knife and walked towards the fallen zombie. However, she was unable to start with the knife handle. The zombie's roars made her body tremble even more. I really can't do it. She was about to cry. I walked over, gently held her hand, and whispered, Close your eyes and relax. She bit her lower lip, her face full of struggle and helplessness. Brother Feng, I really can't do it. Bang! The blade fell, and I used my strength to move her hand, and the zombie's head was smashed. She was stunned for 2 seconds, and suddenly threw herself into my arms, suppressing her sobs. Well, don't be afraid. This is just the first step. You'll get used to it. I patted her shoulder gently, my voice gentle, but with a firmness that could not be refused. She nodded vigorously. Although her face was covered with tears, there was a hint of determination in her eyes. In the dark corner of the lobby on the first floor, 7 or 8 zombies were gathered together and frantically devouring a woman's body. Their movements were mechanical, and their appearance was ordinary. They looked like ordinary zombies. Obviously not the mutants I was looking for. Not here. I made a quick judgment in my mind. There was no point in getting entangled with these ordinary zombies. I pulled in Xiawei and walked quietly to the second floor. The layout of the second floor is completely different from that of the first floor. The originally wide hall is divided into many small offices, and the narrow corridors are like a maze. For me, this environment is extremely unfavorable. Every corner may hide a deadly threat. Xiawei, are you familiar with this place? I asked her in a low voice. She shook her head, her tone tinged with uneasiness. I've only been here once, and I took the elevator directly to the 26th floor. I haven't been to other places much. Then don't look around and follow me closely, I said softly. She suddenly whispered, Brother Feng, thank you. Thank me? I was stunned. I didn't expect her to suddenly say such words at this time. She lowered her head, her voice filled with seriousness and gratitude. Thank you for letting me get over that hurdle. I know that you've forced me to kill zombies so that I can live more safely in the future. Next time, if I encounter them again, I will do it myself." Hearing her words, I couldn't help but smile. That's more like it. Xiawei is really capable. I like you more and more. Her face instantly turned red, and her voice was quieter than a mosquito. "What kind of capable are you talking about, Brother Feng?" I was too lazy to talk to her anymore, so I motioned for her to be quiet and focus on dealing with the danger ahead. I stopped abruptly as I turned a corner. In the office ahead, a huge figure came into view. A behemoth over 2 meters tall, its bloated body like a rotting meat mountain, emitting a foul odor. Its face was covered in rotten flesh, and its features were almost unrecognizable. Mutant. My heart tightened instantly. The monster growled and rushed towards me. I quickly raised my gun and fired continuously. Bang! 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 The first shot hit its skull accurately, but the subsequent bullets were blocked by its sturdy arms. Its defense was far superior to that of ordinary zombies, and the power of the pistol seemed insignificant. "Hurry up!" I grabbed Xiawei and turned to rush to the stairs. She instinctively ran downstairs, but I pulled her upstairs. "Why don't you come downstairs?" she asked, panting. "The first floor is too spacious, and we have no advantage at all. The stairs can limit its movement speed, so we have a chance to escape," I explained while running. Sure enough, the mutant moved clumsily on the stairs, and its speed was greatly reduced. I took the opportunity to turn around and shoot at close range, but the bullet hit its bloated body, splashing a piece of rotten flesh, and did not slow down its pace at all. "Brother Feng, how about we find a way to kill it by throwing it to the ground?" And Xiawei suggested. "Good idea." I quickly handed her an empty magazine and a few bullets. "Help me load. I'll clear the way with a knife." Pulling out my machete, I stared at the mutant climbing the stairs. Its slow movements bought us some time. I led Xiawei up the stairs until we reached the 11th floor, and the mutant was still chasing us. Standing at the stairs on the 11th floor, I was out of ammunition and food. The mutant remained tenacious and showed no signs of falling. In desperation, I noticed that the door to the elevator shaft was ajar. After prying it open with force, I leaned over and looked down. The dark elevator shaft was bottomless, like a huge mouth waiting for its prey to fall. If I could lead it to the elevator shaft and make it fall down, a thought flashed through my mind, and Xiaowei's eyes lit up, but then she showed a hesitant look. "But this guy seems to have some IQ. He won't jump down obediently, right?" "Buy bait." I looked at her meaningfully. She was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. "The bait is me? Xiawei, I need your help." I stared at Xiawei. My tone was particularly serious. This mutant zombie must be hiding a huge secret. We must find a way to kill it and solve the mystery. And Xiawei hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and nodded. "Brother Feng, I believe you, but you have to keep an eye on me." "Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you." I comforted her with a smile and began to prepare for action. I took off my coat, tore it into strips, and tied them into a 4-meter-long, strong rope. Then I took Xiawei and spent more than an hour to lead the bulky guy all the way to the 61st floor of the building. Standing in front of the elevator shaft on the 62nd floor, I tied one end of the rope to my arm and let the other end hang down the shaft. I looked back at Xiawei and said, "Are you ready? Remember the plan and move quickly." She took a deep breath. A hint of nervousness flashed across her face, but she nodded firmly. "Ready. Come and chase me, idiot." And Xiawei made a face at the mutant zombie downstairs, then quickly ran towards the elevator shaft. Ouch! The zombie roared and chased up the building, its heavy footsteps shaking the floor. It had been hit by dozens of bullets along the way, and had long lost its mind, with only prey in its eyes. Xiawei ran to the elevator shaft, grabbed the rope skillfully, wrapped it around her arm flexibly, and then jumped down. "Awa!" The mutant zombie rushed to the wellhead and stretched out its sharp claws, trying to grab her calf. Seeing the critical situation, I held the rope tightly with both hands and shouted at the top of my lungs, "Kick it, Xiawei!" She struggled desperately and kicked the claw hard. The claw loosened, but her shoes were torn into pieces and swallowed by the monster in an instant. "Xiawei, hold on tight," I yelled, and pulled her up with all my strength. She barely climbed up to the wellhead, holding onto my arms with both hands, her whole body trembling with fear. The mutant zombie watched its prey escape and roared angrily. The next moment, despite its huge size, it squeezed into the elevator shaft and tried to chase it. Boom! With a loud bang, it lost its support and fell straight down from the 61st floor. Bang! The 300-pound body hit the ground hard, turning into a pool of pulpy flesh and blood. The air was filled with a foul smell. Whoa! Xiawei collapsed on the ground, curled up in my arms, trembling. Brother Feng, I was really scared to death just now. I patted her on the back and whispered, "Well done, Xiawei. You were great today." She wiped the tears from her eyes and forced a smile after hearing what I said. I helped her stand up and took her back to the first floor. The hall was in a mess. I squatted down and searched for a while, and found a faintly glowing crystal about the size of a quail egg among the flesh and blood. Is this the mutant crystal? I stared at the crystal in my hand, feeling vaguely that this thing was definitely not ordinary. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Mission accomplished. Storage space increased by 1,000 cubic meters, and the host's attributes were raised to the human limit. I couldn't wait to open the attribute panel and saw that all the values were full. Strength, agility, spirit, endurance, luck all reached the peak state of human beings. It was simply a dream. After a short rest, I drove the armored vehicle to the Riverside Villa area. This was once the prime location of Xinjiang City, but now it is dead and most of the villas are abandoned and dilapidated. After some selection, I chose Villa number 105. Although there was a fat man's body in the yard, the structure was intact, and it would be an ideal shelter after a little cleaning. "Xiawei, how is it here?" I asked. She looked around, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, "Brother Feng, this isn't it a haunted house?" I couldn't help but laugh. "It's already this late. Why are you still thinking about this? Why don't you go back to the security room?" "No, that's not necessary." She immediately changed her tone. "As long as I'm with Brother Feng, anywhere is fine. We got to work right away." We quickly cleaned up the bodies, tidied up the filth in the house, and soon restored a bit of its former luxury to the villa. And Xiawei was busy in the kitchen, while I opened the armored vehicle given by the system, took out the solar charging panels, and laid them in the yard to charge the vehicle. The charging speed was surprisingly fast. I could even use the car's power supply to power the villa tonight. The dinner was simple, but the combination of meat and vegetables was perfect, and I was very satisfied. The long-lost feeling of home came back to me. After dinner, I took out the crystal and carefully observed its shape and texture. What secrets this crystal hides still needs further study. "Brother Feng, what is this?" "Let me see." And Xiawei stared at the mutant crystal, her eyes full of curiosity. "Take it. I don't understand it anyway." I handed it to her, not bothering to explain further. She took the crystal and looked at it over and over for a long time, her brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Apart from looking bright, there's nothing special about this thing. I took the crystal she handed back and looked at it carefully. I felt as if it was calling me, but how should I use it? Could it be that I had to fuse it directly into my body like a mutant zombie? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but shudder. This thing was dug out from a zombie's body. Who knows how many viruses it carries? Even if I were brave enough, I wouldn't dare take such a risk. To be on the safe side, I decided to clean it thoroughly. In the kitchen, I used detergent and disinfectant and finally threw it into boiling water for a full 15 minutes. After cleaning up, I returned to my room, thinking about the blood test plot in the novel, and decided to try my luck. However, just as I was staring at the crystal intently, it suddenly glowed bright red, and strong energy suddenly surged into my body. Shit! A surge of heat surged through my body, as if some dormant power had been awakened. I could clearly feel the thunder-like energy surging in my body. In just a few minutes, my body has undergone significant changes. This mutant crystal is so powerful. Although I don't know how to control it, the sense of power has made me so excited that I can't control it. At 2 p.m., and Xiawei and I were ready to go out for a wild game. Not far away, we saw two panic figures running towards us, a middle-aged man and a young girl, with 7 or 8 zombies chasing them viciously. "Help! Help us!" The middle-aged man shouted at the top of his lungs while pulling the girl. Seeing this, and Xiawei immediately reached out to open the car door. I quickly locked the car door. "Don't worry, he was scratched by a zombie and is likely infected." "What about that girl? We can't just stand by and watch her die." She glared at me anxiously. I took a deep breath, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed straight towards the group of zombies. Bang! The front of the car knocked 3 zombies flying, blood and flesh all over the windshield. The remaining ones rushed towards the car window like crazy. I reversed decisively, crushed 2, and killed the rest with a gun. After a few minutes, the street returned to calm. The middle-aged man collapsed to the ground, and the girl knelt in front of me, begging with tears in her eyes. Please save my father. You could do anything you want. What color do you like? I suddenly asked. The girl was stunned. Not only her, but also in Xiawei, and the middle-aged man looked surprised. You're asking about color when I need help? The girl stamped her feet anxiously. Are you going to save me or not? I spread my hands calmly. Don't worry, this is just to ask if we are destined to be together. If your favorite color happens to be the same as mine, then I'll be more motivated to save you. Do you have any humanity at all? The girl was so angry that she was shaking all over, obviously thinking that I was playing a trick on her. Seeing this, I pretended to drive away. Golden yellow. Seeing that I was about to leave, she finally shouted out the answer anxiously. I couldn't help but laugh when I heard this, and I immediately got out of the car and took action. He was scratched by a zombie, and he must be tied up just in case. This is so inhumane. He hasn't turned into a zombie yet, she protested dissatisfiedly. And Xiawei couldn't stand it and directly retorted. Are you crazy? If you don't tie him up, when he really changes, can you control him? The middle-aged man raised his hand weakly and said, Jiao, listen to them. I'm really not in a stable condition. Little brother, please do it. Jiao. I raised my eyebrows. Her nickname is Jiao, and her full name is Yu Haoyun. The man explained with a wry smile. What an auspicious name, I thought. Then I tied him up tightly with ropes and stuffed a towel in his mouth to prevent any accidents. His fate was probably doomed, but in order to appease Yu Haoyun, I still took him in the car. After making sure the surroundings were safe, we worked together to lift the person into the trunk of the car and drove away from the chaotic neighborhood. Yu Haoyun watched her father being stuffed into the trunk of the car. She curled up on the ground, crying, but she was powerless to stop me. She knew in her heart that being scratched by a zombie meant infection, and the outcome was already determined. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded in my mind. Intelligence verification successful. Rewards issued. The host's various attributes increased by 2 points. The panel appears in front of you. Strength, 12 agility, 12 spirit, 12 durability, 12 luck, 12 plus 100, asterisk. I clenched my fists and felt the power surge in my body, as if I could punch through a wall. But what the hell is that luck plus 100? It seems that the lucky goddess recognized by the system must be Yu Haoyun. Just as I was thinking about it, there was a loud bang in the trunk. Brother Feng. Oh no, he's starting to mutate. And Xiawei's face suddenly changed. I nodded, having made up my mind. Yu Jun's infection was irreversible, and no matter how important Yu Haoyun was, I couldn't bring a zombie home that could go berserk at any time. The car stopped in a safe, open space. I opened the trunk, and sure enough, Yu Jun's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulged all over his body, and he was struggling in the small space. Dad! Yu Haoyun fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Brother Feng, please save him. He's in so much pain. I sighed, looked at Yu Jun's ferocious face, and shook my head. He is beyond saving. I untied the towel from his mouth, and he screamed in a hoarse voice, Go away! Leave me alone! But the next second, he suddenly let out a beast-like roar, and his power exploded even more terrifyingly. Brother Feng, we have to go! And Xiawei grabbed my arm and urged me anxiously. In the end, Yu Haoyun got on the car in tears, looked back at her father, who was getting farther and farther away in despair, and cried all the way. After settling the 2 girls, I finally had time to study the system rewards. After concentrating his attention, a faint ball of lightning appeared in the palm of his hand, flashing with faint electric light. Thunder ability? I felt ecstatic, but after trying a few times, I found that my mental strength was limited and I could only release it 3 times at most. It seems that I must improve my spiritual attributes. I muttered to myself. In the end times, the fastest way to improve is to verify system intelligence. By the way, Xiawei, do you know Wangshan Pet Shop? I suddenly asked. Yes, it's one of the most famous pet shops in the city. And Xiawei answered quickly, I can lead the way. Before leaving, I asked Xiawei to take Yu Haoyun into the car. On the way, Yu Haoyun whispered about her experience. There were originally 4 people in our family, my father, mother, brother, and me. After the disaster, our supplies were exhausted, and we encountered zombies when we went out to look for them. My mother and brother didn't come back. Her voice was choked with sobs, and she could hardly continue. I listened with mixed feelings. This girl, who was identified as a lucky goddess by the system, had such a tragic fate. At this moment, and Xiawei suddenly screamed, "Brother Feng, no! There is a mutant ahead, and it's bigger than the one yesterday." I slammed on the brakes and looked up. 70 meters away, a giant zombie was running towards me. It was bloated, but its pace was extremely fast, giving me a sense of oppression. "Xiawei, how you and hold on tight," I yelled, suddenly shifted the armored vehicle to the highest gear, and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. "You're crazy," Yu Haoyan screamed, her face pale. "Use a car to hit it?" "Shut up," I shouted coldly, too lazy to say more. The front of the car hit the giant zombie hard, and with a loud bang, it was knocked flying for more than 10 meters. But the huge monster actually stood up shakily, unharmed. This guy's defense is too strong. I gritted my teeth, turned the car head, and rushed up again. This time, I scraped its body with the side of the armored vehicle, and the huge impact made it fall to the ground again. But the giant zombie's vitality seemed endless, and it stood up again. Then, its huge fist smashed into the roof of the car, making a loud bang. The car shook violently, and then Xiawei screamed, "Run! Don't let it destroy the car! Go to hell, you ugly guy!" I roared, switched the armored vehicle to four-wheel drive mode, stepped on the accelerator again, and the car rushed forward like a bulldozer. The crash was earth-shattering, and the front of the car hit the mutant's bloated body hard and crashed into a solid wall. The mutant's body was twisted and deformed, and the wounds were hideous, but the monster's vitality was simply abnormal, and even so, it still fought back desperately. Bang! Bang! Its huge palms slapped the car body frantically, making the inside of the car creak. Even though the armored vehicle was extremely sturdy, it was also hit and pitted. Seeing how it was determined to keep going, I gritted my teeth, swerved the steering wheel, reversed to create some distance, and stepped on the accelerator again. Bah! The front of the car hit the mutant with a loud bang. I hit it 7 or 8 times in a row until it was crushed into a pool of minced meat. After confirming that it was completely silent, I breathed a sigh of relief and stopped the car. Just as I was about to get off the car to check the situation, Yu Haoyan shouted angrily, "Xue Feng, you lunatic, pervert, bloodthirsty maniac! What did you do just now?" He glanced at her coldly. Before I could say anything, and Xiawei couldn't hold back any longer. "Yu Haoyan, stop standing here and talking nonsense. We spent the whole morning killing a mutant yesterday. You know shit." Yu Haoyan showed no weakness and sneered. "Even if that's the case, there's no need to make it so bloody, right? Can't you just kill it with a knife? Killing is just a nod. Can't you just give it a quick death?" Listening to her constant Maria theory, I was so annoyed that I had a headache. I ordered in a cold voice, "Xiawei, get her out of the car." And Xiawei had been waiting for this moment for a long time. She unlocked the car door quickly and kicked Yu Haoyan out. She fell to the ground and tried to get up. I threw a kitchen knife at her through the car window, with disdain in my tone. "Don't you think we're too bloody? There are a few zombies over there. Go and kill them humanely. Remember to be gentle. Don't learn from me, a cold-blooded butcher." Yu Haoyun's eyes widened, and she hurriedly took a few steps back. "Are you crazy? I'm a girl. How can I kill zombies? Let me get in the car." I smiled faintly and locked the car door directly. "No hurry, just practice." Her scream attracted a zombie, and screams instantly echoed around. Seeing the zombies rushing towards her, she rolled and crawled around the car. After a few laps, she probably thought of a clever idea and climbed onto the hood of the car, then climbed onto the roof by pushing off the front of the car, looking extremely embarrassed. Tisk tisk. I leaned back in my seat and sneered leisurely. "You can't even handle a zombie. Why should I waste food to save you?" Yu Haoyan knelt on the roof of the car, shaking with anger, but she could do nothing but curse. "Xue Feng, are you still a man? Protecting a woman is a man's responsibility." Hearing this, I laughed out loud. Responsibility? In the end times, you still expect others to protect you? Wake up. Everyone wants to eat Tang Seng's flesh. Don't use the same excuses as before. Before he finished speaking, 2 more zombies were attracted over. They were showing their fangs and claws under the car, while Yu Haoyan on the roof was dodging here and there and almost fell off several times. "Brother Feng, please." Yu Haoyan finally gave in and began to beg humbly. "I was wrong. I will never talk back at you again. Please let me get in the car." I sneered. "Hey, don't you think I'm a butcher? Don't let me defile your holiness." She was so anxious that she almost cried and turned to Xiawei for help. "Sister Xiawei, you're the kindest, please help me. I will listen to you in everything from now on. And Xiawei lazily leaned back in her chair and smiled meaningfully. You're being humane, right? Go down and make out with zombie brother. We butchers can't help you. You guys are going too far. Yu Haoyan stamped her feet in anger, but the threat from the zombies forced her to continue begging. Brother Feng, I was really wrong. As long as you let me get in the car, I will serve you comfortably tonight. Hearing this, I was delighted. I leaned back in my seat, patted the steering wheel, and said with a smile, Oh, not bad. I finally got it. 011, don't keep trash around me. Yes, Brother Feng, I will repay your kindness and will never let you down. In the face of life and death crisis, Yu Haoyan could no longer care about so much and said with a thick-skinned smile, Let me in the car quickly. I can serve you now, okay? Xue Feng ignored Yu Haoyan and slowly opened the car window. Bang, bang, bang. Then, Xue Feng fired through the car window, knocking down the two zombies circling around the car. The sharp sound of gunfire attracted several active zombies not far away. Bang, bang. Xue Feng hid in the car and continued shooting, and soon knocked all the zombies to the ground. Since Xue Feng was shooting from inside the car, he could not control the shooting angle. 5 zombies were knocked to the ground, and only 2 were killed by headshots. The other 3 basically had one leg broken, and they collapsed to the ground, struggling wildly with their teeth and claws bared. This scene made Yu Haoyan tremble with fear. But Xue Feng said coldly, Yu Haoyan, I'll give you a chance. The zombies lying on the ground have lost their ability to move. If you kill them, I will open the door and let you get in the car. Yu Haoyan was about to go crazy. Xue Feng, can you stop joking with me? I'm just a weak girl. I really can't do things like killing zombies. You can let me sleep with you and serve you in any way you want, but don't let me kill zombies. I'll only give you 3 minutes to think about it. If you're still indifferent after 3 minutes, I'll just leave you to fend for yourself. When Yu Haoyan wanted to say something else, Xue Feng simply closed the car window and stopped listening to her nagging. Time passed by every second. Yu Haoyan begged outside for a long time, but Xue Feng ignored her. In the end, Yu Haoyan had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk towards the zombie lying on the ground with a kitchen knife in hand. Although the zombie had one leg broken, it was still extremely ferocious. Yu Haoyan swung the knife and chopped several times, but failed to hit the zombie. The attack range of the kitchen knife was too short, and the zombies counterattacked fiercely with their fangs and claws bared, so Yu Haoyan didn't dare to get too close. With no other options, Yu Haoyan could only run back to the car door and shouted through it. Feng, Brother Feng, can you give me a long weapon? The kitchen knife is too short. Xue Feng glanced at Xiawei and said, Xiawei, give her the stick you are using. And in Xiawei's hand, there was a 1.2-meter long steel pipe that weighed about 10 kilograms. Use this stick to attack zombies from a completely safe distance. After Xue Feng spoke, and Xiawei threw the steel pipe out through the car window and then quickly closed the window. Yu Haoyan picked up the steel pipe that had fallen to the ground, strode to the zombie, swung the stick, and started hitting it violently. Bang, bang, bang. After more than a dozen heavy blows, the zombie's skull was completely blown apart. The scarlet blood splattered all over her body, scaring Yu Haoyan so much that her face turned pale and tears flowed down her face like a fountain. But she still had to endure it, not daring to cry or shout loudly. Because there are other zombies around, if she makes too much noise, it may attract siege from other zombies. He tried hard to suppress the nausea in his heart and the restless fear. Yu Haoyan finally overcame her fear and killed the 2 injured zombies. After she finished, Xue Feng finally opened the car door and got out, etc. Yu Haoyan wanted to get in the car, but Xue Feng stopped her again. Go split open the mutant's head and see if there are any mutant crystals inside. Before, Yu Haoyan would have definitely criticized Xue Feng fiercely and refused to cooperate. But now Yu Haoyan finally came to her senses. She didn't dare to say any more nonsense and went to chop open the mutant zombie's big head. There is indeed a mutation crystal inside the mutant zombie's head. Moreover, this mutant crystal is 3 times larger than the one Xue Feng harvested yesterday. After getting the mutant crystal, Xue Feng let Yu Haoyan get in the car to rest. The door of Wangshan Pet Shop is closed, but there were still people moving around in the pet shop lobby. The 2 young people who stayed inside the pet shop were a brother and sister. My elder brother, Li Wanglu, is probably in his early 30s, a little fat, about 1.8 meters tall, and looks very strong. The younger sister, Li Wangniao, looks only about 18 or 19 years old. She has a petite figure and looks cute. After Xue Feng and the two women cleaned up the zombies nearby, and Xiawei ran to the door and called out, Li Wang Miao, we are here to buy a pet. Please open the door. The girl called out through the door. It's such a mess outside. Why are you still buying pets? Go away. We won't open the door. Li Wang Miao refused to open the door, but Xue Feng was not in a hurry at all. Xue Feng ignored Li Wang Miao and said directly to Li Wanglu, Boss, can we use our supplies to exchange for a few pets from you? There are zombies everywhere outside now, and money has long become useless waste paper, but shut up, we won't sell the pet to you. Before Xue Feng could finish his words, he was interrupted by Li Wang Miao. You big bad guy, don't think I don't know your intentions. Pet dogs are good friends of humans. If you want to eat dog meat, go somewhere else. We won't sell our dogs to you. Well, this girl thought Xue Feng was a dog meat hot pot lover. Ha ha, Xue Feng said loudly. Mr. Li Wanglu, I can exchange a box of instant noodles with you for a pet dog. Please leave quickly. We won't sell the dogs in our store. Li Wang Miao was anxious. Xue Feng ignored Li Wang Miao and just looked at Li Wanglu with regret before getting up to leave. At this time, Li Wanglu finally couldn't hold back and spoke. Brother, please wait. Do you really have instant noodles? Xue Feng didn't waste any time and immediately returned to the car, took out a few boxes of instant noodles from the trunk, and brought them over. Seeing these boxes of instant noodles, Li Wanglu was finally tempted. What kind of dog do you want? Let's trade through the iron fence, Li Wanglu said in a serious tone. This is an extraordinary period. I cannot let you in. Please forgive me. Can? Xue Feng replied calmly. We don't want small pet dogs. We only want those large, fierce dogs. Large, fierce dog? Li Wanglu frowned and replied, What we sell here are puppies. We don't have any live adult dogs in the store. That's okay. Xue Feng responded readily. As long as it is a large and fierce dog breed, a puppy is fine too. Okay, I'll go pick out a few large dog breeds right now and give you a choice. 1 puppy and 1 box of instant noodles. And we need bottled water, don't we? Of course, Xue Feng replied with a smile. But even if I have a bucket of water, I will still trade it for a puppy. That's no problem. I'll go get the dog for you right now. Li Wanglu was about to go back and get the dog out when Li Wang Miao got anxious and said, Brother, why are you like this? These people are not serious dog breeders at all. They want to eat dog meat. If you sell puppies to them, they will ruin them. Just shut up. Li Wanglu glared at Li Wang Miao and scolded him. You are almost dying, and you are still thinking about the dog? We've run out of dog food at home. Even if you're reluctant to sell them, they'll just starve to death. I will. Li Bang Miao kun persuada Li Bang Blo. She watched Li Wanglu take out all the puppies she had carefully cared for, and she burst into tears in panic. But Li Wanglu didn't care about that and brought out more than 20 puppies from the store at once. Xue Feng exchanged 10 boxes of instant noodles and 8 buckets of water for 18 puppies. After the transaction was completed, Xue Feng asked Xiawei to drive, while he stayed in the car and did a simple statistical analysis of the 18 puppies. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again in Xue Feng's mind. Successfully verify the accuracy of intelligence and receive the following rewards. Host Durability Attribute plus 5. The host's ability is increased by 1 level. Current host properties panel. Strength, 12. Agility, 12. Spirit, 12. Durability, 17. Luck, 12 plus 100. Ability, Divine Sky, level 2. 012 Late Night Show. After receiving the reward, Xue Feng felt his body filled with strength. Xue Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Shen Xiao? That's the name of the lightning ability, right? Durability plus 5? I don't know if my current physical defense can withstand the zombie's claw attacks. On the way back, Xue Feng met another mutant, and Xiawei was traumatized by the beating from this big guy. When she saw the mutants chasing her, the first thing she did was to speed up and escape. Xue Feng warned, Xiawei, don't rush to speed up, slow down a bit and let me practice. Okay, Brother Feng. Although Xiawei was scared, but he always obeyed Xue Feng's orders unconditionally. In order to test the power of his enhanced supernatural powers, Xue Feng simply opened the door and got out of the car. Bah! Xue Feng fired a ball of lightning, accurately hitting the mutant's sturdy body. As a result, the mutant's huge body only stiffened slightly for a moment, and then began to twist again. Bang! Bang! In this way, Xue Feng threw out 17 lightning balls in succession, and felt that he was almost exhausted before he completely ignited the huge monster. The huge mutant zombie was set into a fireball and burned to ashes. Although Xue Feng himself was not satisfied. But in Xiawei, who was standing next to them, was stunned. "Brother Feng, how did you do that? This is amazing, isn't it?" As she spoke, she was also preparing to help Xue Feng open the treasure chest, dig for mutant crystals. She has always been the one rushing to do this kind of dirty and tiring work. However, Xue Feng stopped her, pointed at Yu Haoyun, and said, "Just let her go." On the one hand, this allows in Xiawei to learn how to use people. After all, she was the first confidant he accepted. He is extremely loyal and capable. He certainly couldn't do everything by himself in the future. On the other hand, Xue Feng wanted to verify whether Xiao Haoyun was lucky enough. As expected, soon, just like before, Yu Haoyun lived up to expectations and brought back a mutant crystal, which she handed to Xiawei. It seems that this luck value is related to the quality of the loot obtained after the kill, and Xiawei has long been craving for mutant powers. But after taking the crystal, I fiddled with it left and right, but there was no effect. In her hands, the crystal is no different from a diamond. Apart from looking good, there is nothing good about it. And Xiawei had high expectations for herself, but the results made her feel extremely disappointed. "Okay, Xiawei, stop worrying about gains and losses here." Xue Feng smiled calmly and said, "The mutant crystals we collected yesterday are different from the ones we collected today. Maybe I can find other types of crystals in the future. There will always be one that suits you." "All right," although that's what I said. But Xue Feng already had a vague guess. On the way back, Xue Feng let in Xiawei use a gun, and Yu Haoyun could choose any cold weapon. Occasionally discharge yourself. Another batch of zombies were killed. As a result, Xue Feng and Yu Haoyun both gained something, but as long as Xiawei collected the spoils, she got nothing. Just as Xue Feng guessed. And Xiawei's luck value could never exceed the human limit of 10 points. I won't say much about the fact that Xue Feng was blessed with 100 points of luck. Yu Haoyun is the goddess of luck. However, they were both very lucky. Not only is the delivery rate high, but most of the loot obtained is also suitable for you. It's impossible to give it to others. If Xiawei wants to awaken, she has to rely on herself in the end. "Okay, cheer up." Xue Feng stretched out his big hand and patted Xiawei's slender back. As his subordinate, although she couldn't help sometimes, she still tried her best. If there is a chance, it is not impossible to help her improve her strength. After all, Xue Feng saw the girl's loyalty. Smart, capable, and self-centered. And it's beautiful and informative. Of course, Xue Feng would love such a subordinate well. On the armored vehicle, and Xiawei, who failed to awaken her superpowers, kept her finger firmly on the trigger. He pointed the gun at the zombies rushing towards him and continued to vent his emotions. Soon, a large number of zombies fell under her gun. Xue Feng on the side did not use firearms, but continued to use Xinxiao. The lightning ability, at level 2, only does very low damage. Large mutants usually require more than a dozen lightning strikes to defeat. Ordinary zombies also need 3 to 5 shots. So judging from the battle record alone, Xue Feng is not even as good as in Xiawei. But this is only for dealing with brainless creatures like zombies. If the opponent is human, Xinxiao not only releases concealed and quick attacks, but can also paralyze the opponent's body with one shot. It can be said to be Xue Feng's trump card at this stage. Compared with the other two, Yu Haoyun looked a little embarrassed. She was only equipped with cold weapons and was now hiding around the armored vehicle. Only when Xue Feng gave the order. Only then would she hold the axe and walk tremblingly to the fallen zombie. He chopped the zombies apart with his axe and took out the mutant crystals from inside. In this way, Xue Feng and Xiawei killed monsters, and Yu Haoyun collected the spoils. It lasted until the evening. Okay, let's stop here for today's action. Looking at the setting sun, Xue Feng spoke. At night, the zombies' mobility will be greatly enhanced. Although there are armored vehicles for protection, it is still better to be careful. Who knows if something difficult to deal with will pop up in the night. Good. Hearing Xue Feng's order, and Xiawei quickly put away her weapon. Yu Haoyun also felt relieved and quickly climbed onto the car. Turn the key. Xue Feng stepped on the accelerator and quickly rushed towards the Riverside Villa area. Come to Villa number 105. Yu Haoyun was immediately shocked by this gorgeous shelter. Who would have thought? In this end times where everyone is in danger, there is actually such a good place? This is our sanctuary, Xue Feng said calmly. Let's go release those dogs first. Ah, oh. Yu Haoyun was stunned for a moment before she realized that Xue Feng was giving her an order. He immediately ran quickly to the back of the armored vehicle and opened the trunk. The 18 puppies exchanged at Wangshan Pet Shop instantly poured out of the trunk. Xue Feng brought out some food from the villa and fed them one by one. These dogs have obviously been hungry for a long time. As soon as he gave the order to eat, the dogs couldn't wait to gobble up the food. After eating, the dogs were obviously very grateful to Xue Feng. They circled around him and rubbed his trouser legs frantically. Looking at their reactions, Xue Feng was still very happy. After all, dogs are humans' most loyal companions, and the dogs he exchanged for are all large dogs. The fighting power of an adult large dog is no less than that of 2 or 3 adults. And in the system prompts, some of these dogs have the potential to mutate. By then, our strength will definitely be stronger. When you grow up, the task of guarding the house will be handed over to you. Night. After a brief rest, the 3 people, tired after a day of work, went straight into the bedroom. At first, Yu Haoyun refused, but Xue Feng lied and said that the other rooms were not cleaned and there were still corpses. The woman insisted on sleeping with them. She just made a bed for herself on the floor next to the bed. Xue Feng was too lazy to care about her. After all, the focus today is in Xiawei. At the end of the day, he has confirmed in Xiawei's loyalty to him. And this woman is not confused. She is very capable. So Xue Feng planned to reward her well tonight. Click. There was a slight knock from the door. Immediately afterwards, and Xiawei, who had just finished washing up and was wrapped in a bathrobe, walked in. Brother, get ready, Xiawei is coming. As she spoke, she slightly tugged at her right hand, which had been placed on her chest. The bathrobe, which was already a little loose, fell directly to the ground. Xue Feng didn't have time to take a closer look. There was a click. The bedroom fell into darkness. Immediately afterwards, a rustling sound was heard, and Xiawei swam to the end of the bed like a fish, groping in the dark, and moved up step by step. After a while, he and Xue Feng's eyes met. Brother, and Xiawei bit her lip with a charming look in her eyes. She pointed her finger at Xue Feng's chest and exhaled a burst of fragrance. Brother, please be gentle later. Before Xiawei could finish her words, Xue Feng pulled her into his arms. She exclaimed, and then a handsome face with a smirk appeared in front of her. A low voice sounded in my ears. Have you ever learned yoga? Yoga, I have to say. Xue Feng is an excellent yoga teacher and taught in Xiawei many difficult moves. Teacher Xue looked helpless. Why? That won't work. I can't do it anymore, teacher. Practicing yoga is too tiring. And Xiawei was completely conquered. The scene that was expected to be evenly matched did not appear. In Xue Feng's hands, she was like an emotionless doll. But teacher, I'm very angry now. Xue Feng felt helpless. That's it? The battle lasted for 300 rounds. It's just a little party food. I can still fight again. Sensing Xue Feng's displeasure, and Xiawei suddenly had an idea. She looked up and smiled, revealing 2 delicate little canine teeth. Yu Haoyun's condition is also very bad. Being in the same room, she inevitably heard everything that happened in the room. No, you are all so blatant. The lascivious music kept coming into my ears. Yu Haoyun didn't dare to say anything. After all, she still vividly remembered the experience of Xue Feng kicking her out of the car because of a disagreement. Now Xiawei's momentum is declining, but Xue Feng is in high spirits. There is no guarantee that the opponent will force you into the battlefield. Thinking of this, she tightened the quilt around her. But such a tiny movement successfully attracted Xue Feng's attention. Xue Feng looked at Yu Haoyun, who was wrapped like a silkworm cocoon beside the bed, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that the person to replace Xiawei has been found. 013, so this is how education is done. And Xiawei, who has not awakened her special powers, is still just an ordinary person. And what about Xue Feng? The durability is as high as 17 points, which is simply inhuman. Brother, I really can't do it anymore. And Xiawei lay in Xue Feng's arms, unable to muster any strength. Then you should take a rest. Xue Feng smiled and stroked the other person's smooth hair. Feeling the big hand covering her head, and Xiawei smiled from the bottom of her heart. Although she failed to awaken her superpowers today, but judging from tonight, she thought she was still valuable. I am the only woman around Brother Xue Feng. And Xiawei thought to herself, with a smug smile on her face. At least it's more useful than that saintly bitch Yu Haoyun. Xue Feng felt the movement in his arms, and a bitter smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. This girl still thinks she is so great? Little party food, after all this trouble. What's the point other than making him drool? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Yu Haoyun, who was huddled in the corner. This woman, Yu Haoyun. Xue Feng suddenly spoke. His voice was particularly clear in the empty room. Yu Haoyun in the corner shuddered when she heard her own name. I curled up in a quilt, not daring to move. Even the sound of breathing was kept to a minimum. This scene also made Xue Feng want to laugh. Could it be that this woman thought that she could avoid her daytime promise by pretending to be asleep? To say that she has a bad brain is simply flattering her. It's obvious that he has no brains. Thinking of this, Xue Feng stood up decisively, grabbed the curled-up quilt, and pulled it hard. Ah! Yu Haoyun let out a scream and was lifted up, then fell to the ground. Rubbing her aching butt, Yu Haoyun became increasingly angry. She glared at Xue Feng. Xue Feng, what on earth are you going to do? I admit that I am still alive today thanks to you, but you can't just ask for repayment, right? If I don't agree, you're going to force me? You're breaking the law? Don't you know? Illegal. Hearing this, Xue Feng couldn't help sneering in his heart. Could it be that after just 2 days of good life, this woman has forgotten that this is the end of the world? In this world where everyone is in danger, in order to survive, everyone will break the rules or even go against their own bottom line. There are no rules at all. The bigger the fist, the more rules. Xue Feng looked at this confused woman with an uncontrollable coldness in his eyes. He felt that he needed to teach her a lesson. Bang! There was a crisp sound of applause. Yu Haoyun covered her painful left cheek, full of disbelief. How dare you hit me? What's wrong with beating you? Xue Feng looked down at him. Yu Haoyun, let me tell you, even if I throw you out onto the street right now, the only ending you'll have is being eaten by zombies. And I still have this shelter and endless food. This is the end of the world. Everything depends on strength. Yu Haoyun was also frightened by his vicious look and said tremblingly, I admit that what I said just now was a bit excessive, but doesn't that kind of thing require mutual consent? If you only get me, but not my heart, you won't be satisfied, right? Sorry, you're overthinking it. Xue Feng looked at the woman who was still stubborn and sneered in his heart. What the system said was really right. This woman really needs a good beating. Since your heart doesn't belong to me until now, I have nothing to say. Xue Feng stood up straight away. Under Yu Haoyun's horrified gaze, he grabbed her hair. What are you doing? What? Xue Feng sneered. I saved your life and brought you to the shelter. You have to show your value, right? Since you don't want to, then return the food you ate from me. Having said that, Xue Feng fiercely dragged her out of the bedroom. What are you doing? Let me go, you bastard. Yu Haoyun's scalp hurt from being pulled so hard that she kicked her legs wildly, trying to pry Xue Feng's hands open. But Xue Feng was too strong. No matter how hard she tried, she could not escape Xue Feng's control. He was dragged all the way to the yard. The pain in my scalp has lessened a bit. But then she saw Xue Feng holding an axe, walking towards her step by step. Just now Xue Feng asked her to return the things. Could it be that he wanted to? Thinking of this, Yu Haoyun's face turned pale, and she shuddered violently. Yu Haoyun. Just then, Xiawei on the side spoke. In this apocalypse, anyone who can survive is valuable. If you can't demonstrate your own value, then you must be prepared to die at any time, understand? Value. Yu Haoyun was trembling. She has no fighting ability and no ability to collect supplies. I only have this body, but what are you still thinking about? Seeing her conflicted expression, and Xiawei leaned over to whisper in her ear. You have to think clearly. This is not only the safest shelter, but also has endless food. How many people want to join us? And you only need one sentence to continue enjoying it all. Hear this. Yu Haoyun suddenly remembered her life before she was rescued by Xue Feng. Not only is there no food, but you also have to be vigilant about the zombies around you at all times. If you're not careful, you may die on the spot. She doesn't want to live like this for even a single day. Thinking of this, she finally made up her mind. I've thought about it. Have you thought about it? Xue Feng held the axe and looked down at her. Now that you've made up your mind, go wash it. Half an hour later, Yu Haoyun walked out of the bathroom. Her face was flushed, and there were still traces of water from the steam on her fair skin. She couldn't find a bath towel, so she had to use 2 face towels to simply cover herself. At this moment, she was standing in front of the bed, biting her lips and her big watery eyes met Xue Feng's. Don't you want me? Come on. Yu Haoyun is like a warrior ready to die. But Xue Feng could tell at a glance that she was just pretending to be brave. He smiled faintly, stretched out his finger, and hooked it at Yu Haoyun. Climb over here. Yu Haoyun was stunned. Her already rosy face now looked more like a big apple. She bit her lips hard, feeling very conflicted. But in the end, Yu Haoyun chose to compromise. Bend over and lift your legs. Yu Haoyun lay on the bed and crawled toward Xue Feng step by step like a fox. The bath towel, which was already loose, fell off. Her movements were so big that every time she took a step forward, some soft parts began to tremble slightly. That's reasonable. Xue Feng chuckled and took decisive action. The next day, when Xue Feng woke up, the first thing he saw was the newly updated information. However, he did not check it immediately, but embraced the warmth around him and continued to enjoy this moment of tenderness. Yu Haoyun woke up first, and a moan came out of her throat. There was a hint of expectation in her big, watery eyes. But at this moment, a cold reminder sounded in Xue Feng's mind. Successfully verify the accuracy of intelligence and receive the following rewards. Host's attributes +2. Host Xinxiao ability level +1. The host successfully unlocked the new ability Stone Skin. 014 intelligence update. Look at the prompts in your mind. Xue Feng was obviously stunned for a moment. Intelligence verified successfully? But those dogs haven't mutated yet, and the only person in front of him is Yu Haoyun, etc. Watching Yu Haoyun gradually change from anticipation to impatience, Xue Feng suddenly realized. It turns out that what the system is talking about is stick education, and one piece of information can be confirmed twice. And Xiawei was also awakened by the noise of the two. Little Pokai. Xue Feng looked at the two people lying on the bed with empty eyes and slowly tidied his clothes. Walk out of the bedroom and check your panel first. Current host properties panel. Strength, 14. Agility, 14. Spirit, 14. Durability, 19. Luck, 14 plus 100. Abilities. Divine Sky, level 3. Stone Skin, level 1. The accuracy of the intelligence was successfully confirmed, and Xue Feng's attributes in all aspects increased by 2 points. But the most important thing is the superpower he just unlocked. Stone Skin. Xue Feng's mind moved. Next second, his exposed right arm was slowly covered with a layer of stone skin. It's actually a defensive ability? He quickly took out a dagger from the storage space. Without hesitation, he stabbed at the arm. There was a clang sound, and metal and stone collided. Some stone chips flew out, bringing with them a few sparks. This defense can already allow me to resist most cold weapons. Xue Feng looked delighted. Moreover, with the hardness of the stone skin, it can completely withstand the claw attacks of zombies. It's just that the coverage area of the level 1 stone skin is too small. It can only protect the area of a forearm. Xue Feng felt quite regretful as he watched his arm gradually returning to normal under his control. But he didn't think too much about it. Once the level of this supernatural power is raised, sooner or later I will be able to become an invulnerable stone man. Let's go check on the dog first. After confirming one of the rewards, Xue Feng felt refreshed. Come to the yard. I saw the 18 puppies brought from Wangshan Pet Shop yesterday, evenly distributed in the small courtyard of the villa. They all opened their eyes wide and stared at what was happening outside. Apparently he was helping him stand guard. As expected, dogs are man's best friend. They are not like some people who may submit to you on the surface, but actually have ulterior motives. Xue Feng sighed. Although Yu Haoyun surrendered to him on the surface, he knew that it was far from easy to truly conquer someone. But he is not in a hurry. I still have a lot of time. I can play with you slowly. After laughing twice, Xue Feng did not delay any longer. He took out 2 large boxes of food and began to reward the dogs who had been on guard day and night. Just then, Xue Feng saw that the strongest dog had not eaten. Not to your taste. Thinking about this, Xue Feng took out a variety of food from the storage space. But the dog just sniffed and shook its head every time. Click! Just then, a mutant crystal fell to the ground. Seeing the mutant crystal, the strongest dog's eyes lit up, and then he looked at the crystal, then at Xue Feng, and then back at the crystal again, as if to say, "Can I eat this?" Eat, eat. Xue Feng waved his hand with amusement, took out a lot of crystals, and threw them into the dog bowl. He still had more than 100 of these in his storage space, so he wouldn't feel bad about taking out a few to feed the dog. The most important thing, If these crystals can promote the dog's mutation, then the defense of his shelter will be improved by another level. After feeding the dog, Xue Feng's morning work was finished. You can check out today's intelligence. 1. There is a group of survivors in the Xiawei supermarket near the Riverside Villa area. They rely on deceiving the trust of other survivors and obtaining food and resources through poisoning, knocking out, and other methods. Please identify them carefully. 2. In a sewer 6,236 meters southwest, there is a surviving researcher named Xiawei. She can help the host build a shelter, but please note that Xiaoye's mind is very strong and rational, and her only weakness is her sister named Xiaoxing. 3. There is no one in the villa area where the host is located because there is a mutant who is good at hiding living here. Please pay attention to your surroundings at all times. Today's intelligence is a little different. The third piece of information about hidden mutants was displayed in eye-catching red and black fonts on the system interface. It seems that this information is still very dangerous. Xue Feng stroked his chin. This kind of unknown danger must be eliminated first. So, after calling in Xiawei and Yu Haoyun, Xue Feng went out decisively. Brother, although I don't have any special powers, my marksmanship is pretty good. Leave the ordinary zombies to me. And Xiawei stuck closely behind Xue Feng, adjusting the gun in her hand. Obviously, she has adapted to life in the end times. And Yu Haoyun, after being beaten with sticks in the morning and evening, has obviously become much more well-behaved. But you can only know a person's face, but not his heart. Xue Feng did not give her complete trust. She's just a woman. If she doesn't obey you, there's no point in doing anything. Just throw her away. Soon, the three of them cleaned up the villa area. Xue Feng collected a lot of food and drinking water. However, the hidden mutants mentioned in the intelligence have never been discovered. It seems that this mutant was quite smart and didn't leave any traces. Since he couldn't find it, Xue Feng didn't plan to waste any more time. He turned and drove the armored vehicle towards the outside of the villa area. Brother, where are we going? And Xiawei looked at the mutants wandering on the streets and felt a little nervous. As time goes by, the number of mutants has increased significantly. Looking at these rapidly growing zombies, she was somewhat uneasy. Go collect supplies. Xue Feng was driving the car and casually explained. At this point in the apocalypse, most of the people who are still alive have already adapted to the situation and are definitely collecting supplies now. If we don't collect some in advance, we will be the ones who starve to death in the end. Of course, there's the most important point. This time when he went out, Xue Feng wanted to try to see if he could set up a water purification system. After all, after being contaminated by the blood rain, this thing is really scarce. The armored vehicle drove out of the villa area and arrived at the nearest supermarket. As soon as they entered the door, the three of them were met with several glances. These people were dressed in jewels and precious stones. Although they looked a little disheveled due to their escape, one could tell at a glance that they were wealthy people who had previously lived in the villa area. Are you survivors too? An elegant-looking man in a suit came forward to say hello. It was at this time, a reminder sounded in Xue Feng's mind. The accuracy of the intelligence was successfully confirmed, and a bottle of antidote containing 50 universal antidotes was obtained. 015 Scare You How You. Look at the prompts in your mind. Xue Feng was certain that these should be the guys who committed murder and robbery mentioned in the first piece of intelligence. Thinking of this, a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. But the other party seemed not to notice. That's great. I didn't expect to meet survivors. Our team can finally grow stronger. Little brother, you guys must have been hungry for a long time. Do you want to come over and eat something? Do you have a place to live? If not, come live with us. This supermarket is pretty good after our renovation. Everyone enthusiastically pulled the three people in. Some people even brought out freshly prepared meals, drinks, and beverages to celebrate the expansion of the team. When Yu Haoyun saw how enthusiastic they were, her eyes suddenly lit up. When you feel there is no way out after so many twists and turns, suddenly you see another village with willows and flowers. I thought I would live my whole life under Xue Feng's control, but I didn't expect to meet a good person so soon. Great, then we'll stay here for the time being. Yu Haoyun suggested. She originally wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of Xue Feng, but for some reason, as soon as she saw Xue Feng, the scene of last night appeared unconsciously in her mind. You can live here if you want. Xue Feng glanced at her indifferently. I thought this woman was a little crazy, and I had to find a way to teach her a lesson. While the two were talking, everyone's eyes were on them. The woman stared at Xue Feng, while the man stared at Xiawei and Yu Haoyun. All right, eat something first. You must be hungry after a whole day of fleeing. Someone stepped forward to smooth things over. Yu Haoyun was angry, glared at Xue Feng, and decisively joined in. After a while, I integrated into the meal and enjoyed it with relish. While looking at her back, a plan slowly emerged in Xue Feng's mind. Xiawei, let's go eat something too. I'm almost starving. Oh. And Xiawei was stunned. He clearly felt that this group of people had bad intentions. After all, in such a doomsday, how could anyone be willing to share supplies? But after hearing Xue Feng's suggestion, she nodded. While Xue Feng was hugging in Xiawei, he took out an antidote and stuffed it in her mouth without leaving any trace. Swallow it, Xue Feng said in a low voice. Come on, eat more. These are scarce supplies outside. You can't even get them if you want them. Whether you stay or not, we are gathered here today because of fate. Let's have a drink. The man in the suit was very enthusiastic. He didn't eat himself, but kept inviting the 3 people to eat. Since Xue Feng had taken the detoxification pill in advance, he was not afraid. And Xiawei was confused, but seeing Xue Feng eating it, she had no choice but to follow suit. Everyone has their own thoughts, except Yu Haoyun. The woman looked really hungry. As soon as the food was on the table, they started to eat and drink heartily, feeling very sorry for the group of rich people in the supermarket. But when they thought about their future plans, they had no choice but to continue treating them to food and drinks. Soon, the food on the table was cleared out. Yu Haoyun burped, feeling very satisfied. Just when she asked to see her room, suddenly, a feeling of dizziness. Then the whole person fell down. It seems the medicine is taking effect. Xue Feng didn't feel anything strange after taking the detoxification pill, but he still pretended to be dizzy. At the same time, he pinched in Xiawei's palm, signaling her to pretend to be dizzy too. Soon, the 3 of them fell to the ground at the same time. Damn it! Seeing the 3 people fall, everyone in the supermarket stopped pretending. The man in a suit, who was originally modest and elegant, looked fiercely at Yu Haoyun lying on the ground. This woman looks pretty slim, but she ate so much of our supplies and wasted them. Okay, brotherly, although we wasted some supplies, we also made a profit. The short man on the side pointed at Xue Feng, who was pretending to be unconscious. This guy's pretty strong. It's enough for us to eat for several days. That's right. Maybe before I finish eating it, I can attract another group of idiots to take the bait. That's true. After hearing the comfort from the people around him, the man in the suit looked a little better. Forget it. Lock up these 2 women. I'm gonna have a good time later. Don't hold grudges. Wait till I'm done enjoying myself. Then you guys come one by one. I'll make sure every brother has a great time. Yes. When they heard that there was a share for them, their eyes suddenly lit up. Boss, this man, the few young women in the crowd asked. Can we first? What do you mean first? He only gave her a little bit of drugs. There's no telling when he'll wake up. The man in the suit was furious. Just kill him. If you need anything, come to me. After hearing his words, the young women gave up the idea of enjoying Xue Feng. With all that muscle, he must be a sports student. The short man who had spoken earlier took out a machete and looked at Xue Feng, who had fainted on the ground with a grim smile. It must taste very good. As he said this, he couldn't wait to raise the machete in his hand. But at this moment, sizzle, a feeling of numbness suddenly came from his feet and instantly spread throughout his body. The short man lost his strength in an instant and collapsed to the ground. At this time, Xue Feng didn't plan to pretend anymore. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, he slowly stood up and dusted himself off. I wanted to spare your lives so that you could work for me, but I didn't expect that you would come and kill me. I think you should die first. Sizzle. In an instant, several more divine rays of light bloomed. Xin Xiao has been upgraded to level 3. Although he still cannot kill mutants instantly, he can still make ordinary people lose their combat effectiveness. And the physical energy consumption is also much less. In just a moment, the people who had surrounded Xue Feng fell down with convulsions. Witchcraft! You're a mutant. You're a zombie. The man in the suit was shocked when he saw Xue Feng rubbing the thunder with his hands. He doesn't know anything about superpowers. So inevitably, the man in front of me was classified as a mutant. Idiot. Xue Feng slowly picked up the machete on the ground and rolled his eyes at him. Is there any mutant as handsome as me? Before he finished speaking, a machete flew out of his hand. Like a dart, it pierced the suit man's neck accurately. Before the latter could react, he was no longer alive. Taking out a long knife from the storage space, Xue Feng stabbed the people who were paralyzed by the electric shock one by one. Brother, what about you, Haoyan? And Xiawei, who had helped deal with the scene, reminded in a low voice. Xue Feng glanced at Yu Haoyan, who was still unconscious. His eyes turned, and a plan came to his mind. You do this first, then this, then that. Yes. After hearing Xue Feng's plan, and Xiawei chuckled. When Yu Haoyan wakes up, she will definitely be scared to death. Ha ha ha. 016, is there anyone hiding in a place like this? I don't know how long it took. The effect of the drug finally wore off, and Yu Haoyan slowly opened her eyes. As soon as she woke up, she smelled the strong aroma of spices. Why did I fall asleep? Is anyone having a barbecue? Suddenly a cold wind blew, and Yu Haoyan was so cold that she quickly hugged herself tightly. Holy shit! She found that the clothes on her body had disappeared. Most importantly, she didn't even know who had smeared all the seasonings all over her body. Upon discovering this strange phenomenon, Yu Haoyan had no time to think about it. She screamed and hugged herself tightly. What is going on? Why am I like this? Before she had time to think about it, Yu Haoyan suddenly saw corpses scattered around. It was those people who were in the supermarket just now. All of them died without exception. Seeing this scene, Yu Haoyan turned pale and trembled all over. A bad thought arose in her mind. Woke up. Just then, and Xiawei, who had been moving supplies, stopped. She came close to Yu Haoyan, looking scared. Do you know that you almost turned into a barbecue? That's the food you just ate. Those people put drugs in it. But now I am. Oops. And Xiawei was obviously a little angry at her dull mind. Are you stupid? We were knocked unconscious, but Brother Xue Feng wasn't. If he hadn't been strong and woken up early to kill these people, we would all be dead today. Yu Haoyan understood. It turned out that it was Xue Feng who saved him. And those good guys who look very enthusiastic are actually the real devils. Thinking of this, she couldn't bear it any longer and burst into tears. Why are you crying? Is it a pity that you can't get rid of me? Xue Feng also came over and spoke leisurely. It's okay. You can continue to live in the supermarket, but we can't leave the supplies here for you. He hasn't finished speaking yet. Yu Haoyan cried loudly and quickly crawled to Xue Feng and hugged his thighs. No, I want to follow you. Whoa, Xue Feng, I was wrong. Whoa, Xue Feng, please don't abandon me. I will listen to you in everything from now on. No matter what you want to do to me, I will definitely cooperate with you. Looking at the other person, crying bitterly, Xue Feng couldn't help but smile. It seems that this woman really realized that she was wrong. However, he didn't feel sorry for Yu Haoyan like those licking dogs, but pushed Yu Haoyan away with a look of disgust. Now that you understand, go and wash yourself. Okay. Yu Haoyan sniffed and washed off the dirt on her body. After experiencing a life and death crisis, she also understood that if she wanted to survive in this doomsday, she must fully demonstrate her own value. So, after simply dressing herself, the spoiled girl actually took the initiative to join the team carrying supplies. Yo, you change your gender? Looking at Yu Haoyan's busy figure, Xue Feng sneered in his heart. Don't cry until you see the coffin. Yu Haoyan should be thankful that she has come to her senses. Otherwise, Xue Feng would really kill her directly. After all, to Xue Feng, she was just an insignificant woman. Just at this moment, another scream was heard in the supermarket. Yu Haoyan looked at the scene in front of her and was so frightened that her whole body went limp and she sat down on the ground. She originally wanted to see if there was any supplies she could take away in the back room of the supermarket. But when she opened the door, the first thing she saw was all kinds of broken limbs. These broken limbs and arms were strung together with ropes, hung on the wall, and made into bacon. She even thought that if Xue Feng hadn't taken action, she would probably have been hung on the wall now. Compared to them, Xue Feng is simply a good person. Yu Haoyan thought to herself, and became more determined to follow Xue Feng. Supermarkets are just the beginning. After looting all the supplies here, Xue Feng's storage space was filled with dozens of boxes of instant noodles, 8 boxes of canned food, and some snacks. The only pity is, after searching the entire supermarket, Xue Feng only found half a pack of purified water. It's definitely enough for drinking, but I can't take a shower today. Xue Feng sighed, but he was not in a hurry. Large supermarkets will have a lot of stock of products like this. At worst, I can drive over and search for it. Of course, the most important thing is water purification equipment. With water purification equipment, you don't have to worry about water resources anymore. Thinking of this, Xue Feng spoke up to remind the two girls. Okay, let's try our luck somewhere else. As soon as they heard Xue Feng's words, excitement appeared on their faces. After all, in this doomsday, apart from strength, the only thing that can provide confidence is food. But it's different from what they thought. When Xue Feng said taking a chance, he didn't mean supplies, but mutants. After all, today's intelligence mentioned that there is a mutant with hidden abilities in the Riverside Villa area. Xue Feng naturally would not allow such a danger to continue to exist. Pity. The armored vehicle drove all the way, but still failed to find any trace of mutants. Could it be that this mutant has already begun to possess intelligence? Xue Feng guessed in his heart. After all, the zombies and mutants he had seen were the kind that would rush forward fiercely when they saw people. This was the first time he had seen someone so cautious. Not only was it hidden very well, but not even a trace was left. There is such danger around us. Even Xue Feng, who had an intelligence system, felt a little uneasy. Think of this. He couldn't help but open the panel. 2. In a sewer 6,236 meters southwest, there is a surviving researcher named Naya Xiawei. She can help the host build a shelter, but please note that Naya Xiaoye's mind is very strong and rational, and her only weakness is her sister named Naya Xiaoxing. Looking at the information in front of him, Xue Feng suddenly turned the steering wheel. Since the danger cannot be resolved proactively, the best solution is to enhance the shelter's defense capabilities. Asking the scientific researchers in the intelligence to help build the shelter is a good option. The armored vehicles drove along. Soon we arrived at the location mentioned in the intelligence. Brother Xue Feng, where are we going? After getting off the armored vehicle, and Xiawei looked at the desolate environment around her, feeling a little confused. Isn't it about looting supplies? This doesn't look like a place with a supermarket. Yu Haoyan was also a little confused, but she didn't dare to speak. Hearing in Xiawei's question, Xue Feng smiled faintly and pointed at the manhole cover on the ground. This is the destination of our trip. Sewer. And Xiawei and Yu Haoyan reacted and were a little surprised. What are you doing in the sewer? Is it to get water? But the thought of entering the sewer would make their freshly washed bodies dirty again. The most important thing is that Xue Feng might dislike me again. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel a little resistant. Xue Feng didn't notice the little tricks of the two people. He came to the sewer and reached out to grab the edge of the manhole cover. A power of up to 14 points bursts out instantly. The heavy and solid manhole cover was just lifted up like that. 017 Doctor, you don't want your sister to be eaten by zombies, do you? Jump! I'll catch you. Xue Feng jumped into the sewer on his own initiative, then looked up at the two people who were still watching at the wellhead. They don't have Xue Feng's good body. If you jump down rashly, you will inevitably break bones and tendons. In this apocalyptic world with scarce supplies, being injured basically means death. And heard Xue Feng's guarantee. The two finally plucked up the courage. Ah! And Xiawei screamed and jumped down first. Xue Feng caught it in his arms. After feeling the other person's soft body for a while, he put her down, and then it was Yu Haoyun's turn. Successfully entered the sewer. The three began to grope along the pipe. The sewers are dark and damp, with rats crawling through from time to time. But fortunately, these mice did not mutate. Xue Feng was too lazy to care about them. He took out the mining lamp he had prepared long ago and groped forward. After investigation along the way, Xue Feng discovered that this sewer was indeed a good place to take refuge. Although the environment is dirty and messy, there are no zombies. After all, who would have nothing better to do than to go into the sewer? Snap! Just at this moment, a subtle voice was heard. Xue Feng followed the sound and immediately shone the searchlight in his hand over there. The pitch-black corridor suddenly became as bright as day. Immediately afterwards, a dirty figure appeared in his sight. Naya Xiaoye is a scientific researcher. From childhood to adulthood, she has always had excellent academic performance, and she was successfully admitted to the Harbin National Defense College as the top scorer in science in the college entrance examination. When she first came into contact with the field of national defense, she immediately showed a strong interest and talent. He ranked among the top students in his 4 years at school, and after graduation, he went straight to a master's and doctoral program, joining the Research Institute, becoming the youngest and most promising doctor there. But just when she thought that her life would go smoothly, the crisis suddenly came. Blood rained down from the sky, and countless creatures began to mutate. Looking at the countless mutated zombies walking towards her with twisted steps. While Naya Xiaoye was panicking, She used a crowbar to open the sewer and crawled in. It turns out, although the environment here is dirty and messy, it is still very safe for her, a woman who is powerless. The only bad thing is the lack of resources here. She had no preparation at all and had already used up all the food she had. Just when she was hesitating whether to go out and collect some supplies today, 3 humans appeared in the sewer. While she was observing the other person, Xue Feng's gaze also fell on Xiawei. Xiaoye's outfit is very simple. The upper body is a loose short t-shirt and the lower body is a pair of tight jeans. Because of the humidity, the pure white short t-shirt was sticking tightly to her body, outlining her proud figure while allowing one to faintly see her snow-white skin underneath through the clothes. Maybe because he was in such a hurry to escape, he lost his shoes. A pair of white and slender feet were exposed in the air. The only drawback was that she stayed in the sewer for a long time, which made her dirty. But Xue Feng's focus is not limited to these. When he saw the other person, Xue Feng noticed that the other person's eyes were flashing with vigilance. Sure, in this doomsday, when I saw my own kind, I didn't ask for help immediately, but continued to think on my own. She is indeed smart, much better than you, Haoyin, but that's why. How to gain the other party's trust becomes a difficult problem. Who are you? Looking at the 2 women and 1 man who suddenly appeared in her sight, Xiawei looked alert. With a clear mind, she immediately noticed that the relationship between the 3 was abnormal. Although the man in the lead was good-looking and had a good figure, but having 2 followers at the same time seemed unrealistic to her, combined with the current doomsday situation. Soon, a very reasonable guess appeared in Xiaoye's mind. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but clench the sharpened iron sheet in her hand. If the other party tries to force it, the piece of iron will appear in her throat first. Her thoughts were clear. Even if I die, I can't destroy my innocence. It seems that we can't deal with this strong woman the same way we dealt with you, Haoyin. Watching the other party's actions, Xue Feng remembered the information about Xiawei mentioned in the intelligence. He has a strong character, is self-reliant, and cannot accept any humiliation. Now it seems that it is true. However, since it was mentioned in the intelligence, Xue Feng had already thought of a countermeasure before setting off. He motioned for Xiawei and Yu Haoyin to stay where they were, and he stepped forward with a kind look and said, "Are you Xiawei? How do you know my name?" Xiawei was stunned for a moment, and her eyes became more alert. "Don't worry, you must have been hungry here for a long time. Eat something first." As he said that, Xue Feng took out the bread he had prepared earlier from his pocket and threw it over. At the same time, a reminder sound rang in his mind. Successfully verify the accuracy of intelligence and receive the following rewards. All the host's ability levels +1. Abilities: Divine Sky, level 4, Stone Skin, level 2. Xiaoye couldn't see Xue Feng's panel. At this moment, her eyes were fixed on the bread that had just fallen on the ground, and she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. My stomach growled. She was really hungry. During this time, she had no food and even turned her attention to the rats in the sewers. If there wasn't a trace of grudge in my heart, I'm afraid that now she has become a rat-eating maniac. But even so, Xiaoye just picked up the bread and put it solemnly into her pocket. She didn't eat it right away because she couldn't completely trust the man in front of her. When Xue Feng saw Xiaoye's reaction, although he had expected it, he still sighed in his heart. Really, sometimes it is not a good thing for a woman to be too smart. Seeing this, he decided to play his trump card directly. "Eat if you're hungry. I won't hurt you. It's your sister Xiaoxing who asked me to save you." Xiaoxing. Hearing this familiar name, Xiaoye was stunned for a moment and asked anxiously, "Have you met my sister Xiaoxing?" Just as the apocalypse broke out, Xiaoye sent her location to her sister via her mobile phone 1 second before the signal was completely paralyzed. But no reply was received from the other party. All this time, she thought her sister was dead. "But I didn't expect to hear news about my sister Xiaoxing from the man in front of me. If you want to know about your sister, just follow me." Xue Feng decisively stated his purpose. And Xiaoye was also in a dilemma. If I follow the other person, won't I become his plaything? But if you don't agree, my sister Xiaoxing. Looking at Xiaoye, who was in a dilemma, Xue Feng couldn't help but smile and said softly, "Dr. Nye, you don't want your sister to be left out there and eaten by zombies, do you? 018 haunted in broad daylight? Special mutants." Xue Feng's voice echoed in the sewer. And Xiawei and Yu Haoyin were stunned when they heard this. What a professional line from a porn movie. Could it be that Brother Xue wanted to get rid of this woman right there? But there's a good saying. If a person's heart is dirty, everything he sees is dirty. Xue Feng didn't have the same thoughts as the two of them. The only purpose of saying this was to get Xiawei to join his team and help him build a shelter. And Xiawei also understood what Xue Feng meant. After thinking for a long time, she nodded hesitantly. Okay, but you have to promise not to do anything to me. No problem. Xue Feng agreed readily. After all, he is not a sex-hungry ghost. Although the other person had a good figure, he was so dirty that he had no interest in her. Wouldn't it be better to continue to educate in Xiawei and Yuhaoyan with sticks? The agreement was reached. There was no need for them to stay in this dirty and messy sewer any longer. Xue Feng was the first to leave the sewer, and then pulled in Xiawei and Yuhaoyan out one by one. When it was Xiaoye's turn, the other party had not eaten for a long time, resulting in malnutrition and weakness in his limbs. One of them lost his balance and fell directly into Xue Feng's arms. A pair of large leather balls, tightly wrapped in clothes, were instantly deformed by the pressure. Good fellow. Feeling the touch on his chest, Xue Feng's eyes widened. I hadn't realized before that this woman is so attractive. Ahem. Realizing her own gaffe, Xiawei quickly stood up. There's a small store nearby. There should be some supplies in there that I can search for. I didn't dare go there by myself before, but now I can go and take a look. Okay. Xue Feng agreed readily. He can never have too much supplies. The more the better. In addition, Xiawei mentioned that the distance was not far. So the three of them did not drive the armored vehicle and moved forward on foot. Soon, the few of them encountered the first wave of zombies. Careful, Xiawei spoke quickly. Although it was just an ordinary zombie, she knew how outrageous this thing was. Not only do they have strong vitality, but if you are scratched by them, you will be assimilated. In Xiaoye's opinion, without complete preparation, you must never collide with zombies. But the next scene directly shattered her cognition. Xue Feng ignored her warning, pulled out the long knife that Yuhaoyan had always carried with her, and walked straight towards the nearest zombies. Under everyone's gaze, a silver light suddenly flashed by, cold and dazzling. Xue Feng held the long sword at an angle. A streak of blood appeared on the sword and dripped along the tip of the sword. Also falling down were several hideous-looking zombie heads. In just a moment, several ferocious zombies were dealt with. Seeing this scene, and Xiawei and Yuhaoyan naturally applauded. Xiawei looked at Xue Feng's back, but was silent for a moment and then fell into deep thought. It was so easy to get rid of several zombies. It seems that there is a reason why the other party was able to survive in the apocalypse and taken 2 women. Thinking of this, she felt a little more at ease despite her anxiety. At least from this stage, my choice to join them is the right one. Of course, the premise is that he won't do anything to me. Xue Feng didn't notice Xiaoye's mentality either. All his attention at this moment was focused on the panel in front of him. Current host properties panel. Strength, 19. Agility, 19. Spirit, 19. Durability, 24. Luck, 19 plus 100. Abilities, Divine Sky, level 5, Stone Skin, level 3. Just now, after successfully using Nie Xiaoxing to trick Xiaoye out. The second piece of information was also confirmed again. All attributes plus 5, power level plus 1. Although he was unable to unlock new superpowers, Xue Feng's combat effectiveness was greatly enhanced. That's why the scene just now happened. With my current abilities, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with that hidden mutant. The most important thing is how to find each other. Feeling the changes in himself, Xue Feng said in a low voice. However, he really had no way to find the other party. Let's take it one step at a time. After dealing with the zombies in front of them, the few of them continued to move forward. Along the way, many zombies jumped out. They were all solved by Xue Feng single-handedly. It is worth mentioning, when facing a group of zombies, Xue Feng also specially used his supernatural power Shenxiao. Compared with level 1 Shenxiao, this skill has undergone a qualitative change after being upgraded to level 5. Not only does the speed at which lightning condenses become faster, and when it hit the zombies, a big explosion occurred. With just one shot, 3 zombies were successfully ignited, turning them into charred corpses. Even if it's a mutant, it can probably only withstand 3 rounds of Shenxiao at most. Looking at the effect caused by Shenxiao in front of him, Xue Feng made some inferences in his mind. And see this scene. Xiawei was speechless for a moment. Condensing thunder. Is this still a human being? Although she had thought about it, Since blood rain can turn creatures into zombies, is it possible that it can also cause creatures to change for the better? However, the scene of Xue Feng using Shunxiao just now directly confirmed her guess. Only, is this change too big? Looking at Xue Feng, who was constantly showing his strength, Xiaoye's heart, which had finally calmed down, felt a sense of crisis again. Such a powerful man. If I really want to do something, I probably won't have a chance to resist, right? I'll make plans after I successfully meet my sister. Xiaoye sighed, feeling a little melancholy. Over time, everyone successfully arrived at the convenience store that Xiaoye mentioned. Compared with the supermarket in the Riverside Villa area, this convenience store is much smaller. Supplies are even more scarce. I randomly picked some uncontaminated food and bought the last few packs of mineral water in the store. The entire store was almost moved away. Looking at the empty store, Xue Feng lost interest in collecting supplies and walked towards the armored vehicle with the three women. But at this moment, Xiawei suddenly realized something was wrong. Did you see a dark shadow passing by just now? She pointed her finger at a place. Several people looked over, but found nothing. Maybe I saw it wrong. And Xiawei explained, but she felt more and more uneasy. Is it an illusion? But the next second, a corpse on the roadside whose head was torn off by zombies but had not transformed suddenly disappeared before her eyes. And Xiawei let out a scream. Really, there really is something. Before he could finish his words, suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps were heard. Everyone looked around quickly, but could not find the source of the footsteps. And this movement has continued. At the same time, everyone felt as if they were being stared at by a pair of eyes hidden in the darkness. Is it haunted? Yu Haoyin was terrified. I can hear the movement, but I can't see the other party. Isn't this the ghost in movies and TV dramas? It's really a bit scary. Listening to the footsteps around him, Xue Feng curled the corners of his mouth. I finally waited for you. 019 The use of stone skin makes killing easy. Watching the strange scenes happening around me, Xue Feng determined that it must be the work of hidden mutants. According to the intelligence, almost all the people living in the Riverside Villa area have moved away. Therefore, this hidden mutant must have not eaten for a long time. I have been driving an armored vehicle to search for him during this period, which is quite ostentatious. And now, there is no protection from armored vehicles. This hidden mutant finally couldn't help but take action. Get in the car first, Xue Feng growled, reminding the three people. And Xiawei and Yu Haoyin also understood what he meant. This isn't a ghost. This is a mutant causing trouble. So the moment Xue Feng opened his mouth, the two of them quickly rushed towards the armored vehicle that was nearby. Go straight into the back row. Xue Feng was also preparing to get in the car. After all, he didn't have any specific information about this mutant, and the possibility of getting injured if he rushed forward rashly was too high. So, he planned to observe first. Just when I was about to get in the car, Xue Feng suddenly noticed that Xiaoye was still standing there in a daze, with confusion flickering in her usually calm eyes. Obviously, she had been hiding in the sewer and hadn't figured out what was happening. Tisk! Xue Feng frowned, grabbed her in his arms like a doll, and rushed towards the armored vehicle again. Just at this moment, the heavy footsteps sounded again. Xue Feng could even feel it following him closely and getting closer and closer, just as the pair of claws were about to land on his back. Finally, Xue Feng opened the door of the armored vehicle's driver's seat and jumped in. Bang! It was like something heavy had hit the armored vehicle. The several-ton vehicle swayed slightly. Xue Feng also reacted and looked out through the car window. Can you let me go first? Xue Feng turned his head to look. Only then did he realize that Xiaoye was sitting on him. She was a little uncomfortable with this strange posture. She clutched the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands and twisted her body uncomfortably. Xue Feng was aroused by her strange behavior. Hurry over there. After hearing Xue Feng's permission, Xiaoye crawled towards the co-pilot's seat somewhat embarrassedly, with a hint of strangeness in her heart. If it weren't for Xue Feng, I was afraid that I would die inexplicably at the hands of the mutant just now. So responsible. Maybe the other person is not as bad as you think? Xiaoyu fought. Just at this moment. Bang! Another collision. The car body shook again. Xiaoye lost her balance and sat heavily on Xue Feng. Hiss! Xue Feng took a breath, picked up the other person, and threw him into the passenger seat. What on earth is hitting the car? The car kept shaking. Bang bang, sounds rang out one after another. Yu Haoyin curled up in fear. This scene is really too weird. Even though nothing could be seen, The armored vehicles kept being hit. Is it really a ghost? But if it is a ghost, why does it have a physical body? If it's not a ghost, how can I not see it? Her small brain suddenly shut down, and Xiawei was also scared. But unlike Yu Haoyun, even though she was scared, she kept her eyes wide open and looked outside. Nye Xiaoye, who successfully came to the co-pilot's seat, first rubbed her buttocks which were hurt just now, and then looked outside. Soon a guess came to mind. Maybe it's not a ghost. Nye Xiaoye touched her chin and looked at Xue Feng. When the blood rain fell, most creatures mutated, such as zombies. But it does not explain that zombies are the end point of mutation. Maybe, above the zombies, some creatures with special genes have awakened special abilities. Just like you. Xue Feng was a little surprised. This woman is quite smart. Not only did he quickly adapt to the current situation and make a guess, but his guess was almost right. There's something there. But from the frequency of the collisions, we can infer that there is only one thing with this ability. So if we drive away, the other party will most likely not be able to catch up with us. Nye Xiaoye began to analyze the success rate of escape. Listening to her suggestion, Xue Feng nodded. It was exactly as she said. However, Xue Feng had no intention of escaping. Since the hidden mutants can chase them from the villa area to here, they can naturally follow them back to the villa area. By then, not only was the danger not resolved, but it angered the other party. It's really not a wise choice. Bang, bang, bang. The armored vehicle continued to be hit, and the shaking was getting more and more severe. It was at this time, Xue Feng suddenly reacted. This mutant was clearly at an advantage, but it kept using the least effective and most energy-consuming method of attack, which was ramming. Does this mean that the opponent's fighting methods are actually far inferior to those of the large mutants? In that case, now we just need to find its location, and then we can solve it. Thinking of this, Xue Feng continued to look outside. But what gave him a headache was, there is no trace at all. The most important thing is that the frequency of the car body being hit is getting slower and slower, and the amplitude of the shaking is getting smaller and smaller. If this continues, it might slip away. No. Xue Feng thought about it and decisively opened the car door. Elder brother, what are you going to do? Seeing him get out of the car, the three women in the car exclaimed, Brother Xue Feng, come up quickly, it's dangerous outside. And Xiawei leaned on the car window and shouted. Yu Haoyun was also a little anxious and kept urging Xue Feng to get in the car. After all, the scene outside was too weird. If Xue Feng was injured or even sacrificed, then her life in the future will probably be difficult. But Xue Feng seemed not to hear it. I saw him standing outside the car with his eyes closed. The sounds around him were taken in by his ears and seemed to be much clearer. Call. A breeze blew from behind Xue Feng's head, followed by a bang. An invisible claw landed fiercely on the back of Xue Feng's neck. But the strange thing is, this heavy blow did not break Xue Feng's neck. I found you. Just at this moment, Xue Feng's low voice sounded. Immediately afterwards, he stretched out his left hand and grabbed the mutant's claw before he could withdraw it. His right hand quickly condensed the divine sky. Dazzling lightning lit up in his hands and struck directly at the mutant's invisible body. Just hear a sizzling sound. The thunder spread instantly, gradually outlining a thin figure over 2 meters tall. Xue Feng, who saw the other party's blurry appearance, did not stop. Xiao played it as if it was free. Soon, a burnt smell filled the air. Ah! Along with the mutant's miserable scream, the last shot of Xiao smashed down. The fire was burning fiercely. The body, which had been transparent until now, was revealed as its vitality dissipated. At the same time, a prompt sounded in Xue Feng's mind. Successfully verify the accuracy of intelligence and receive the following rewards. Host attributes +5. All the host's ability levels +1. 0-20 after a hard day. You should always reward yourself. Is this the mutant from before? Looking at the huge corpse on the ground, and Xiawei and Yu Haoyun exclaimed. It turns out that this is the thing that has been attacking them. Well, a mutant with the ability to hide. Xue Feng said this as he skillfully used a knife to cut open the mutant's head, successfully dug out a mutant crystal. So big! And Xiawei let out a cry of surprise. This mutant crystal was more than a circle larger than the largest mutant crystal they had seen before. Besides, the color of this crystal is also pure. Under the dim light, it emits a mysterious glow. Xue Feng processed it briefly, then threw it into the storage space with a smile on his face. This potential crisis was resolved. Today's mission is completed. Get in the car and go home. The armored vehicle drove into the riverside villa area and stopped outside the gate. When Xiawei saw such a luxurious base, she was stunned. In this end times, is there anyone who can enjoy life like this? And there are dogs barking in the yard. It's the end of the world, and you still keep a dog. However, after seeing Xue Feng's strength, she suddenly felt that no matter what happened, it would not be too outrageous to this man. Okay, get out of the car. Xue Feng reminded them and signaled them to move the supplies. And Xiawei and Yu Haoyan naturally had no complaints. Xiawei was carrying supplies while observing the environment of the villa. Xue Feng, I feel like this place can be renovated a bit. After the field investigation, Xiawei spoke. When Xue Feng heard her words, his eyes lit up. It starts so soon? He is so dedicated. I really did not choose the wrong person. You say, Xiawei nodded. From my observation, the environment of this villa is still very good. No matter what happens around it, it will not affect here in the first place. The only drawback is that ordinary building materials are obviously not strong enough in front of those zombies and mutants with special abilities just now. I think we can protect the building materials. Then she expressed her ideas one by one. For example, high-density and high-hardness steel plates are implanted on the walls around the villa. For example, all windows are made of the highest standard bulletproof glass, especially the gate. After Xiawei finished speaking, she pointed at the rather simple gate in the yard. In the rule of law society before the end of the world, this type of door was very common. But now is the end of the world, and there are no legal constraints. A gate like this might be effective in keeping out zombies, but it would be useless if we encounter other survivors. And the walls around it are so low that anyone with a little flexibility can climb over them. Besides, Xiawei talked incessantly, but in Xiawei and Yu Haoyan on the side were stunned. Could it be that the shelter they thought was very safe was worthless in the eyes of the other party? But Xue Feng listened to Xiaoyai's words and nodded in agreement. What the other party said were the pain points of this villa. But fortunately, there is still room for improvement. Unfortunately, there were too few materials, and without electricity, it was difficult to carry out construction. The villa now uses electricity generated by solar panels. This amount of energy storage can only support normal electricity consumption, and it is far from enough to be used as energy for construction equipment. It seems that we need to build a generator. Xue Feng said this, silently adding the generator to his own small notebook for collecting supplies. Fortunately, some transformations can still be started now. For example, raising the courtyard wall. Take some barbed wire from other villas and weave it with steel wire. Soon, the villa's wall was strengthened to more than 2 meters high. That's all for now. Tomorrow we'll go find some building materials and upgrade the shelter as soon as possible. The 3 people who had been busy for half a day nodded in agreement. After dinner, Xue Feng took out a few more mutant crystals to feed the dog. Night falls. There is not enough water. Although several people entered the sewer today and got dirty, they couldn't take a good shower. Xue Feng was a great contributor, so needless to say. As for Yu Haoyan and in Xiawei, they dipped towels in water and wiped each other's bodies. As for Xiawei, she had not yet let go of all her grudges against Xue Feng, so naturally she did not dare to take a bath. It's a natural thing. The bed that Yu Haoyan slept on yesterday was left to her. Late at night, Xue Feng lay on the bed, thinking about where to find generators, water purifiers, and steel plate building materials. Just then, the quilt moved. Xue Feng took a breath and lifted the quilt. Then the mischievous and Xiawei attacked him in an unsportsmanlike manner. Feeling Xue Feng's gaze. Okay, you actually eat alone. As Yu Haoyan entered the bedroom after washing up, she saw the scene in front of her. Suddenly, I felt unhappy. Directly joined the battlefield. Xue Feng simply stopped worrying and hugged Yu Haoyan into his arms. And this sound was sometimes louder and sometimes softer, and it continued to sound. Xiawei naturally heard it all clearly. Although she had never experienced it personally, she could guess what the 3 people on the bed were doing. It's the end of the world, and 3 people are still. Is this kind of thing so happy? Thinking of this, Xiaoyai's white and slender fingers slowly reached down. The next day, the sun was high in the sky, and the sunlight shone through the window onto the 3 people on the bed. Feeling the warmth, Xue Feng woke up slowly. First thing, of course, I would take a look at the information updated today. Wang Xinyu, a doctor at Xinfeng Hospital, 1.5372 meters away, has excellent medical skills, is taciturn, and does not know how to express his emotions. Every night, he thinks of his first love's face and uses his hands to solve the problem. He can't forget her. 2. In Haohua Building Materials City, 10,262 meters away in the southeast direction, many mutants with stealth abilities were born, including 1 super speed, 2 stealth, and 3 super strength. There is a chance of obtaining mutant crystals if you kill them. 3. At number 362, the villa area where the host is located, there once lived a wealthy man who loved invention. During his lifetime, he developed a simple diesel generator, but it was never used, so he threw it in the basement. 021 Miss Doctor. Did you not sleep well last night? Generators, building materials. Looking at the panel in front of him, Xue Feng nodded. This information is updated quite timely. In that case, if we can collect enough generators and building materials today, in a few days, the villa's defense system will be upgraded. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Xue Feng's lips. Then he looked at the last one. The information format was the same as before. Even the specific location and the opponent's abilities were marked. But when Xue Feng looked at it, his expression suddenly changed. This Wang's Sinew, isn't it? When he saw this name, a figure automatically emerged in Xue Feng's mind. Height 158 centimeters, 36D, long hair. Cough, cough. That's not the point. Mainly because Xue Feng discovered this name is exactly the same as his first love in high school. I remember that after she graduated from high school, she seemed to have been admitted to a very famous medical university. She is a good student, and her name is often seen in newspapers. Is it really such a coincidence? But no matter whether it was her or not, Xue Feng planned to go over and take a look. A person with great attainments in medical skills is still very rare in this doomsday. After all, in this world, social order has been paralyzed. Basic facilities such as transportation and medical care are unable to function. In the past, a minor injury would cost at most a few $100s. And now, if he doesn't receive timely treatment, he will lose at least half his life. Just when Xue Feng was thinking, and Xiawei woke up and felt like she was about to fall apart. But this state is still quite good. Recalling what happened last night, and Xiawei chuckled and put her right hand into the quilt. Okay. Feeling the movement under the quilt, Xue Feng grabbed in Xiawei's wrist and said with a smile, I caught you for being restless early in the morning. And Xiawei, who was caught, was not embarrassed at all. Instead, she pressed forward with all her might. I was so tired last night. Can you move today, brother? Just when the two of them were expressing their love for each other, Yu Haoyun, who was standing beside her, also woke up. Her condition is even worse than in Xiawei's. Even after a night's sleep, she still felt weak all over and had difficulty even raising her hands. Listening to the movements of the two people next to me, Yu Haoyun blushed and wanted to join in. But after all, it had only been 2 days and she felt a little embarrassed. I can only pretend to be asleep, but you have to do your work during the day. Xue Feng naturally wouldn't get too deeply involved. After teasing in Xiawei, Xue Feng grabbed Yu Haoyun, who was still pretending to sleep, into his arms. Xue Feng decisively withdrew. Okay, we have things to do during the day, so we'll continue our fight at night. All right. Although both of them were a little unhappy, they still nodded in agreement. Get dressed and get up. As soon as he got out of bed, Xue Feng suddenly noticed Xiawei. I saw that the other person's face was haggard, and it was obvious that he did not sleep well. That's not right. I didn't bring her with me last night. The most important thing is that she looks similar to the other 2 women in this state. Thinking of this, Xue Feng understood instantly. Didn't you sleep well last night, doctor? You look even more tired than Xiawei and Xiaoyu. At first, Xiawei didn't realize anything. But when she heard the second half of Xue Feng's words, her whole face suddenly turned red. Did he discover what I did last night? This shouldn't be the case. But if he hadn't discovered it, why would Xue Feng compare himself with those 2 women? Xiawei felt her mind was in a mess, but she still said stubbornly, I was thinking about the villa renovation last night. Yes, I was thinking about the villa renovation, so I didn't sleep well. Oh, so that's how it is? And Xiawei also came out. As a woman, she naturally noticed that something was wrong with Xiawei. She asked with a smirk on her face, Dr. Sister, why do you look so haggard? Could it be that you were eavesdropping last night? How could that be? Yu Haoyun cooperated with her. Sister, you are such a serious person. How could you eavesdrop? The 2 of them sang in unison, and soon Xiawei was embarrassed. Xue Feng also saw this scene. Looking at Xiaoyu's reaction, He naturally understood what had happened last night. If you want to deal with her, it is naturally not as easy as dealing with Xiawei and Yu. Xiaoye is smart, capable, and very accomplished in science and technology. She is a typical strong woman. But that's also why people like this have strong self-esteem. If you use force, the other party will most likely choose to die in glory rather than live in disgrace. The only way is to guide her slowly. Once she can't help herself, the whole thing will be much easier. We can't be impatient about this matter. We need to do it step by step and slowly. Xue Feng smiled slightly. He turned around and left the room and came to the yard. The dog hasn't been fed yet. Take out 2 boxes of food from the storage space and open them. Xue Feng waved to Guzi, who was still standing guard diligently. Suck, suck. Hearing Xue Feng's voice, the dogs that were still observing the outside environment immediately turned their heads. It came to Xue Feng, wagging its tail and sticking out its tongue. Under his instructions, there were 18 dogs in total, and they started eating quickly. So good. Xue Feng reached out and rubbed the dogs' heads. Dogs are still better. As long as you give them enough food, they will be loyal to you forever. Not like a human, you have to find a way to deal with it yourself. Thinking of this, Xue Feng looked at the strongest dog in the pack. This dog is the one that was fed mutant crystals by Xue Feng before. One day gone. Its figure is obviously much stronger. The fur is black and shiny, the limbs are strong, and the body is larger than before. Now when the dog stands up, it can reach Xue Feng's waist. Standing on 2 legs, he would probably be as tall as a human being. The mutation effect is very significant. Xue Feng nodded with satisfaction. It seems that it won't be long before he has a mutated dog. Thinking of this, Xue Feng took out 2 more mutant crystals from the storage space. After seeing the mutant crystal, the dog's eyes immediately went straight. Apparently, it's very delicious. Xue Feng didn't even tease it, and just threw the 2 mutant crystals into the dog basin. Can this kind of thing really be fed to dogs? Xiawei, who had been watching, asked. If she remembered correctly, this thing should have been dug out from the zombie's head. Is it really okay to feed the dog like this? Xue Feng didn't want to explain anymore. He stood up and clapped his hands. If it wants to eat, I'll feed it. What's the problem? I can feed you. Do you want to eat? Xiaoye immediately looked disgusted. Xue Feng ignored her and waved to Xiawei and Yu. Let's go collect supplies. 022, there is also an unexpected gain. Naturally, the 3 of them quickly accepted Xue Feng's proposal. Although they didn't know why they were in such a hurry, they still quickly cleaned up. Adjust your state. The previous hidden mutant was dealt with. Therefore, the entire villa is very safe for everyone for the time being. Several people walked towards the villa mentioned in the intelligence. Soon, the group encountered a small wave of wandering zombies. The combat power of these zombies is very weak. You can use them to practice your skills. Looking at the zombies with slow steps and stiff movements, Xue Feng spoke. Good. And Xiawei took out her Browning. She spun the tiny pistol in her hand and aimed it. Soon a zombie was locked onto. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Immediately afterwards, blood splattered from the neck of the zombie closest to it. The power of the Browning is not very great, but it can easily penetrate the skin and bones. The powerful inertia caused the zombie to fall heavily backwards to the ground. It twitched a few times, and then there was no movement. Sure. Xue Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiawei, who looked proud. It only took 3 days for this girl to adapt to the battle at the end of the world. 1 bullet accurately hit the zombie's neck, penetrated the flesh, and damaged the brainstem. The most important thing, during this process, Xiawei did not scream and shout like before. Instead, he was calm and composed, and his movements were smooth and seamless. Yu on the side was not to be outdone. She picked up the long sword that Xue Feng gave her and rushed forward. Then they surrounded the zombies and started to maneuver. Obviously, cold weapons are at a disadvantage in this kind of battle. It was just a few days of fighting and an experience of hovering between life and death. This has already given the delicate girl Yu a certain amount of experience and combat effectiveness. Ha! She just let out a low growl, and her 2 delicate little hands that were gripping the knife handle suddenly exerted force. Snap! The long knife sank into the back of the zombie's neck, successfully destroying the brainstem. Not bad. Xue Feng nodded. Yu Haoyun's movements were clumsy, and she wasted a lot of time. But it could be considered a successful solution to a zombie. Next is Xiaoye. She also received a cold weapon from Xue Feng. However, she had just been rescued and was still somewhat weak. But I can't let this man look down on me. Xiawei glanced at Xue Feng's back, then rushed forward with her weapon in hand. After several thrilling moments, I finally killed a zombie. It's just like jealousy. Xue Feng doesn't need to do anything at all. Soon, the zombies on this road were cleared out by the three women. And Xiawei is fine. Yu Haoyun and Xiaoye soon became sweaty due to the close combat. On the contrary, Xue Feng was unusually relaxed. Número 362. Looking at the number plate on the gate, this was the villa they were looking for. Walked in easily. The intelligence suggests that the generator is in the basement. Arriving in the yard, Xue Feng easily dealt with the zombie that the villa owner had turned into and found the entrance to the basement. Some of the dilapidated wooden doors still have locks hanging on them. There's nothing to say, just kick it away. Come in and take a look. Xue Feng took out the miner's lamp and walked in first. And Xiawei and the other two followed closely behind. As soon as they came in, everyone saw the basement that was almost packed full. Good boy. There's a different world. Xue Feng was a little surprised. There was actually food hidden inside, as well as several boxes of mineral water. There was some dust on the box. Obviously, it had been there for a long time. And some food. Pick out some that have not yet deteriorated and put them directly into your pocket. Then comes the all-important generator. An old diesel generator covered with a thick layer of dust. Apparently, this thing has been in the works for quite some time. Doctor, come over here and take a look. Good. Hearing Xue Feng calling her, Xiaoye hurried over. When she saw the diesel generator, her eyes lit up. This is a generator. The design is quite reasonable, but I don't know if it can still be used after being stored for so long. But even if it's broken, I have the ability to fix it. When it comes to her professional field, Xiaoye naturally does not hesitate to show her value. Xue Feng nodded. It seems that his decision to save Xiaoye was quite correct. Thinking of this, he directly stuffed the diesel generator into the storage space. Hey, there's another door here. At this moment, Xiaoye discovered another door hidden in the wall. The door is not locked. Gently push it open, and a rotten smell immediately fills the air. Xiaoye covered her mouth and nose and looked inside. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise. Ah, what's wrong? Xue Feng was a little confused. There couldn't be zombies in here. But when he walked over, he saw a different scene. Different from the simple decoration of the basement. The floor and walls of this room are decorated in dust-free white. There are all kinds of instruments placed inside. Xue Feng didn't know what these devices were, but judging from Xiaoye's reaction, they seemed to be very useful. Xiaoye was seen moving between various machines, pressing here and touching there. Soon, she looked up, her face full of surprise. This is like a ready-made laboratory. With these devices, I could do a lot of research on blood rain and even find out the function of that mutant crystal. Hear this. Xue Feng's eyes lit up. There is an unexpected gain. He has been killing zombies and mutants continuously during this period, and the number of mutant crystals in his storage space has accumulated to nearly 200. But this thing is too mysterious. There was no prompt in the intelligence system. Therefore, these nearly 200 mutant crystals have been stored in his storage space all along. Apart from occasionally taking out a few to feed the dog, it is almost useless. But if Xiaoye can use these instruments to study the effects of mutant crystals, there is no doubt that their understanding of this end time will become deeper. The most important thing is, maybe we can discover the secret behind this doomsday. Is it my luck that's working? Or is it because of Yu Haoyun? Xue Feng thought about it. Both are possible. But this is not the most important thing. After confirming that all these instruments were useful, he simply waved his hand. Take them all away. After the renovation of the villa is completed, a separate room can be set up for you to do research. Xue Feng assured Xiaoye. Really? The latter's eyes lit up. As long as she has a laboratory, she can play her role perfectly. If that's the case, how can Xiawei and Yu Haoyun compete with me? Xiaoye laughed happily, but she soon came to her senses. No, how can I compete with these two women? But Xue Feng didn't pay attention to her reaction. Just as he was putting the diesel generator and all the instruments in the laboratory into the storage space, a reminder sound also rang in his mind. Successfully confirmed the accuracy of the intelligence. 023 Speedy Mutant. Successfully verify the accuracy of intelligence and receive the following rewards. Host's attributes +2. Host Shinshao Stone Skin ability level +1. The host successfully unlocked the new ability, Time 0. Current host properties panel. Strength, 26. Agility, 26. Spirit, 26. Durability, 31. Luck, 26 plus 100. Abilities, Divine Sky, level 6. Stone Skin, level 4. Times 0, level 1. Looking at the panel in front of him, Xue Feng nodded with satisfaction. All attributes reached 26 points, and durability directly exceeded 31 points. Now, even without stone skin, my body can withstand a lot of damage from cold weapons. According to the calculation rules of panel properties, the four-dimensional attributes of ordinary people will not exceed 10 at most. And my current durability has reached 31, more than tripled. But Xue Feng was not stupid enough to stab himself twice. If you encounter danger, can't you just use stone skin to resist it? Besides, the increase in other attributes also brought a different experience to Xue Feng. The power increases and the speed increases. As his spirits rose, Xue Feng also felt that his sensitivity had increased a lot. He could hear every movement in the basement. If it were him now, I guess there is no need to entice the hidden mutants to take action. Just by hearing, you can roughly determine the other party's location. If I encounter sudden danger again, my reaction ability will definitely be greatly enhanced. Thinking of this, Xue Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. But that's secondary. The most important thing is the supernatural power that I just acquired. Time 0. Xue Feng murmured softly and closed his eyes. Open your eyes again. Nothing seems to have changed. Xue Feng checked his body and found that there was no difference from before. Is it because the skill level is too low? Thinking of this, he looked up and around, etc. Just at this moment, Xue Feng suddenly discovered that the movements of Xiawei and the other two seemed to have slowed down a bit. Oh my god! It turns out that this is the correct way to open Time 0. Slow down the enemy, or rather slow down the flow of time, but I will not be affected. A hint of excitement flashed in Xue Feng's eyes. According to the theory of relativity, if the enemy slows down, doesn't that mean you should speed up? If we raise the level of this ability, can we stop time? Suddenly, an idea popped into Xue Feng's mind. However, at this stage, he has no channel to actively improve his supernatural power level. We can only slowly verify the information and wait for the system to issue rewards. Thinking of this, Xue Feng became impatient. It just so happened that the resources and various equipment in the basement had been looted. Okay, let's go find building materials and renovate the villa. Xue Feng clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. Looking for building materials? Is the transformation going to take place so soon? By the way, the building materials that Dr. Sister mentioned seem to be hard to find. I guess we need to find a large building materials market. And Xiawei and Yu Haoyan were discussing. Nie Xiaoye also heard what Xue Feng said and kindly reminded him. Those building materials are hard to gather. There's no need to rush. Just take your time. She definitely meant well. After all, if you go out to look for it rashly, it would be very dangerous. But Xue Feng didn't care about these. In the information updated today, a large building materials factory was marked out. In addition, even the dangers contained therein were pointed out one by one. Since he dares to go, he must not be afraid. So, he simply ignored the other party's reminder, turned around, and got on the armored vehicle. Seeing this, the three girls no longer insisted. After all, Xue Feng is the backbone of their small group. The armored vehicle quickly drove out of the villa area. Along the way, Xue Feng discovered that the number of mutants outside seemed to have increased. We must improve our strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be more and more mutants, and it will become increasingly difficult to survive. Thinking about, he stepped on the accelerator and increased his speed again. 10 kilometers passed in a flash. Soon, the armored vehicle arrived in front of a dilapidated gate. There are 5 big characters, Manhwa Building Materials City, written on the gate. And around the gate, there are many zombies gathered. Xue Feng did not stop the car, but instead stepped on the accelerator hard. Bang! The heavy armored vehicle suddenly accelerated and directly smashed the zombies into two. The tattered door was also knocked open. After getting out of the car and cleaning up the few zombies that were still lingering, Xue Feng waved towards the car. Okay, let's go find the right materials. Wow! As soon as they got off the car, they exclaimed. Manhwa Building Materials City is the largest building materials city in the local area. It covers an area of thousands of square meters and contains all kinds of precious materials. Although there are some traces of fighting inside at this moment. But with Xue Feng here, The three of them relaxed their tense emotions. There's even a dressing table here, Yu Haoyun exclaimed as she looked at the well-preserved and well-made table. And Xiawei, on the other hand, was lingering on the bed. Compared to them, Xiawei was much calmer. Instead of going shopping like the other two did, she walked quickly through the building materials city, looking for materials that could be used to renovate the villa. Xue Feng also saw all their reactions. However, he did not scold Xiawei and Yu Haoyun for wasting time. After being tense for several days, it's nice to occasionally relax. Having these people around is much more interesting than being alone. Xue Feng sighed slightly, but he did not let up, because according to previous intelligence, there are several mutants here. Bang! At this moment, a huge sound of smashing and smashing was heard. Immediately afterwards, Yu Haoyun let out a scream. She saw a thick steel plate flying towards her rapidly. Just when it was about to split her in half, a corner of the steel plate hit other building materials. With a bang, it changed direction and flew past Yu Haoyun's cheek. That was a close call. Looking at the steel plate that was less than half a meter away from him and deeply embedded in the ground, Yu Haoyun patted his chest. I almost died. At the same time, the three of them immediately became alert and looked at the mutant that was slowly approaching them. Xue Feng also saw this scene. This should be the giant mutant mentioned in the intelligence. Xue Feng whispered softly. I now have 26 points of strength, so it will be difficult to compete with the opponent. However, Xue Feng noticed that the legs of these three mutants were thin, weak, and completely out of proportion to their bodies. I see. Thinking of this, Xue Feng raised his hand. Xinxiao. After this ability reaches level 6, its power increases again. Before these mutants could come over, they were burned to charcoal by his continuous lightning. The noise of the fighting here also attracted the attention of other mutants. Bang bang! There was the sound of heavy footsteps, and besides that a dark shadow passed by my eyes. Stealth mutants and speedster mutants. Thinking of this, he decisively turned on time 0. The next second, the flow rate of space within the line of sight slowed down. The originally unclear black shadow also showed a vague outline. Xinxiao. 2 more lightning balls were fired, and at the same time Xue Feng strode forward. The thick right arm was instantly covered with stone skin. In a split second, Xue Feng grabbed the speed mutant's neck and squeezed him hard. Just heard a bang. The ground cracked instantly, and the speed mutant's head was stabbed into the ground by him. 0-24 killing all around. The speed mutant's head was fiercely thrust into the ground by Xue Feng. Only the thin body was left struggling outside. Bang, bang, bang. Fists covered in stone skin rained down like raindrops. Gradually, the beaten mutant stopped struggling. There are 2 left. After shaking off the remaining blood and flesh on his fist, Xue Feng slowly stood up. When his spirit reaches 26 points, his perception ability is greatly enhanced. Although it can't be seen, but he could still feel that there were 2 hidden mutants around, staring at him hungrily. It's you. Xue Feng quickly focused his attention on the hidden zombie closest to him. After fighting with it once, I realized that its attack power was not strong. Xue Feng is naturally fearless. 26 points of agility to deploy quickly. Time 0 blessing. Xue Feng disappeared from the spot as if he had teleported. When he reappeared, his right hand covered with stone skin was already grasping an invisible object. He could even feel the thing in his hand struggling. D. Xue Feng curled the corner of his mouth and quickly condensed Xinxiao with his left hand. Sizzle. A blurry human figure outlined by electric currents suddenly appeared in the air. What followed was a massive bombardment, and witnessed Xue Feng's powerful fighting ability. The other hidden mutants suddenly became frightened and turned around to leave. Just at this moment, and Xiawei, who had been paying attention to the movements here, decisively pulled the trigger in the direction indicated by her sixth sense. With a bang, flames spewed from the muzzle. The zombie that wanted to escape suddenly stopped moving. Blood spurted out from the right leg. After dealing with a hidden mutant, Xue Feng also changed direction at this time. Almost instantly, he reached the hidden mutant that was trying to escape. Xinxiao. Stone skin. Time 0. Various supernatural powers are activated one after another. The hidden mutant, who had little fighting power to begin with, was instantly smashed into a pulp by him. Eliminate all mutants. At this time, the corresponding prompts also sounded in Xue Feng's mind. Successfully verify the accuracy of intelligence and receive the following rewards. Host attributes +5. All power levels of the host +1. Current host properties panel. Strength, 31. Agility, 31. Spirit, 31. Durability, 36. Luck, 31, +100. Abilities, Divine Sky, level 7. Stone Skin, level 5, times 0, level 2. The attributes rose again, breaking through the 30 mark. In addition, each supernatural power has also been increased by 1 level. Xue Feng tried it casually. Xinxiao's attack range and concentration speed have been improved again. The effect of time 0 is also more obvious. The most important thing is the Stone Skin. After this life-saving skill reached level 5, it could be said that a revolutionary change had taken place. Not only has the coverage been expanded to as much as half the body, moreover, the coverage location can be determined by his mind and adjusted at will. In this way, the possibility of getting injured when fighting zombies is once again reduced a lot. After feeling all this, Xue Feng finally remembered the shot just now. Xiawei, how did you hit that shot just now? Xue Feng was a little confused. After all, stealth mutants are invisible throughout. If it weren't for my excessive mental strength, I wouldn't be able to sense the other party's position. But in Xiawei is just an ordinary person. Why can she hit the opponent so accurately? Faced with Xue Feng's questions, and Xiawei was also a little confused. I don't know either. My sixth sense told me that the mutant was right there, so I shot him. I didn't expect that I would hit him. Oh, Xue Feng nodded. Perhaps this was talent. But he didn't think much about it. And Xiawei's improved strength is a good thing for me. Soon, Yu Haoyun dug out the mutation crystals in the brains of the 6 mutants. Same as before. The crystal core in the brain of mutants with special abilities is significantly larger in size. I dealt with it casually and threw it into the storage space. Then all the building materials that Xiawei had previously selected were taken away. The group got back into the armored vehicle and left quickly. Return to the villa. Connect the generator to the villa's electrical system. Then find the diesel that you had collected earlier and pour it in. With a switch pressed, this old diesel generator soon spewed out thick black smoke. There's electricity. Looking at the lights coming back on, and Xiawei's face was full of surprise. In addition, other devices such as computers and televisions can also be used normally. If we can find more diesel, we won't have to worry about running out of energy. Xue Feng silently put this matter into the schedule, then looked at Xiawei. Doctor, can we start renovating the shelter now? Xiawei reluctantly moved her eyes away from the experimental equipment and said, the most basic thing is actually to reinforce the walls all around, which can be solved with steel obtained from the building materials factory. In addition, I can also use those experimental equipment to make some surveillance equipment to monitor the surrounding movements. This way, when zombies or mutants approach this side, we can react immediately. Nishio talked incessantly. Once she entered her professional field, she became noticeably more energetic. And from what she said, these are just the initial versions. If there were enough equipment and energy, Xiawei seemed able to transform this villa into a big fortress. Thinking of this, Xue Feng spoke directly. Since everything has been planned, you guys can stay in the villa and renovate it. Oh, cool. No problem. The 3 girls agreed readily. And Xiawei asked curiously, Brother Xue Feng, where are you going? Do you need to collect supplies? Xue Feng nodded. We have no shortage of food and drinking water for now, and now we have solved the energy problem. So the most important thing now is actually logistical reserves such as simple cold medicine, fever medicine, and bandages and alcohol for treating injuries. We don't have any here, so I have to go collect some. And one more thing, Xue Feng looked at the information panel in front of him. Wang Xinyu, a doctor at Xinfang Hospital, 1.5372 meters away, has excellent medical skills, is taciturn, and does not know how to express his emotions. Every night he thinks of his first love's face and uses his hands to solve the problem. He can't forget her. Not to mention whether this is your first love. With the addition of a doctor with outstanding medical skills, their small group will avoid more casualties. Just stay at home and transform yourself. Within Xiawei here, ordinary zombies can't hurt you. Xue Feng's words gave everyone a shot in the arm. In addition to Xiawei's shooting skills, the dog that she had been feeding with mutant crystals seemed to have grown a lot. As long as you don't encounter a very strong mutant, there will be absolutely no danger. After comforting everyone, Xue Feng did not stay any longer. He walked out of the villa and drove the armored vehicle straight to Xinfang Hospital, 5 kilometers away. 025 Miss Doctor is lonely too. I killed several zombies along the way. Xue Feng didn't stop and went straight to Xinfang Hospital. At this time, a large number of zombies had gathered outside the hospital. These are all patients who failed to escape before the outbreak of the apocalypse and were transformed after being bitten by alien zombies. As soon as the armored vehicle appeared, having been hungry for many days, they immediately turned their eyes over. Greed gradually filled his chaotic eyes. Xue Feng walked down from the armored vehicle with a calm look in his eyes. Just raise your hand and shoot a divine shot. Sizzle. A sharp explosion sounded. The lightning touched the zombies and exploded in an instant. Waves of burning smell penetrated my nostrils. Xue Feng remained unmoved. He walked forward while releasing Shen Xiao. A path was soon cleared. Come inside the hospital. Xue Feng opened a room at random. It was full of medicines. Xue Feng took a quick glance and found that he didn't recognize anyone. Forget it, just take them all. Soon, he emptied the entire room. All kinds of unknown medicines were stuffed into the storage space. Then he opened another room, which was also filled with medicines. Soon, Xue Feng cleaned the entire first floor. He came to the route map hanging on the wall. The doctor's office should be on the second floor. Seeing this, Xue Feng went straight up the stairs. After 3 or 2 steps, he reached the second floor. Standing in the corridor, opposite Xue Feng, was a whole row of offices. Hiss! I opened one at random, and immediately a greasy zombie with a bald head and a beer belly pounced on me. Xue Feng suddenly raised his foot. With a bang, he kicked the other person away, followed by another shot of Shen Xiao. The zombie twitched a few times on the spot, flames came out of its body, and it was soon burned to charcoal. After closing the door, Xue Feng opened the second room, and the third room. They're all zombies. Has she been assimilated by the zombies? Thinking of this, Xue Feng felt a little regretful. But at this moment, a faint sobbing sound rang in my ears. Xue Feng perked up. Zombies can't cry. The only ones who can make such noises are definitely humans. Thinking of this, he followed the sound directly. When he arrived at the door of an office, Xue Feng saw a beautiful girl lying on the table sobbing in the dirty and messy office. She was wearing a white coat, and she looked tender, cute, and a little childish. I'll go. It's really her. When Xue Feng saw the other person's appearance clearly, his heart skipped a beat. I didn't expect that Wang Xinyu mentioned in the intelligence was actually my first love. A few years have passed, and the other person has not changed much, especially in height. And it was obvious that Wang Xinyu had been hiding here for a long time. He looked very haggard and seemed like he hadn't eaten for several days. And looking at her, Xue Feng's eyes suddenly moved, and he took out a mask from the storage space and put it on his face quietly. Knock, knock, knock. In the office, there was a knock on the door. Wang Xinyu, who was already somewhat unconscious, quickly perked up and asked vigilantly, "Who?" Before I could get a reply, the tightly closed door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A man who was 1.8 meters tall, strong, and with extraordinary temperament walked in from outside. See that the other person is a human, not a zombie. Wang Xinyu also breathed a sigh of relief. Are you here to save me? The masked man nodded and produced 2 loaves of bread and a box of milk from nowhere. You must be hungry for a long time. Eat something first, and then I will take you out. Look at the delicious food in front of you. Wang Xinyu's eyes suddenly widened, and she swallowed frantically. After not eating for 2 days, she felt like her stomach was about to burst with hunger. There was no time to answer, and he started to wolf down the food. And wait until she finishes eating. Xue Feng, wearing a mask, then slowly spoke. Have you finished eating? Wang Xinyu nodded, looking grateful. Thanks for the food. Let's get out of here. No hiri. Xue Feng chuckled. Since you ate my food, you have to pay a price. Cost. Wang Xinyu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. Money, huh? I have exactly 300 here, which is enough to buy all these things for you. As she said this, she handed over the money. But Xue Feng didn't take it. Instead, he shook his head. Have you starved your brain? This is the end of the world, and what you have in your hand is just a piece of waste paper that is too hard to even wipe your butt with. So, what do you want? Wang Xinyu was stunned. You don't want money? Are you here to see a doctor? Just as she was thinking, Xue Feng suddenly stepped forward and whispered in her ear. Doctor, you must be lonely staying here for several days. The intelligence had hinted that whenever Wang Xinyu thought of her first love, she would use her hands, Wang Xinyu must have missed herself a lot these days. But even so, Xue Feng wanted to tease her even more. And heard what Xue Feng said. Wang Xinyu's face changed drastically and he quickly shrank back. But at this moment, Xue Feng grabbed her with his big hand. She gasped, tears streaming down her eyes. Ever since she was admitted to university and broke up with Xue Feng, she has always kept herself clean. I didn't have a boyfriend for 5 years in college. After graduation, I hurried back to my hometown to find a job, all for the purpose of meeting Xue Feng again and renewing our old relationship. But now, thinking of this, Wang Xinyu couldn't stop her tears from falling. She wanted to struggle, but the man in front of her was too strong, and his arms held her tightly, making her unable to move. Not to mention, this is a fresh feeling that I have never experienced before. Not long after the start, I felt a little confused and dazed. About an hour and a half later, Wang Xinyu was lying on the ground with disheveled clothes. Her eyes were empty and tears were flowing uncontrollably. She didn't dare to think about how she would face Xue Feng now. In this apocalypse, I don't know how the other person is doing. At the same time, Xue Feng was looking at the other party with interest. Thinking of this, he decided not to pretend anymore. If this chick did something stupid, he would lose a skilled physician. Thinking of this, he took off his mask. How do you feel, my first love? Listening to the other party's words, Wang Xinyu didn't want to respond. But when she turned her head, she was stunned. The man that kept appearing in my mind now overlapped with the face in front of me. It turned out, it was really Xue Feng. 026 bringing back another one? The little thoughts of the female doctor. Successfully verified the accuracy of intelligence and received the following rewards. Golden Gun. All the host's ability levels +1. Xue Feng. Why is it you? Wang Xinyu half paralyzed on the ground. Her eyes suddenly widened as she looked at the familiar face in front of her. She was just about to sit up straight, but the pain coming from her body made her gasp. Why can't it be me? Xue Feng had a smile in his eyes as he looked leisurely at the woman in front of him whose clothes were disheveled and whose beauty was exposed. Or, who do you take me for? Of course not. Wang Xinyu flatly denied it. She thought something bad had happened to her. So in the haze, she always thought of the man in front of her as Xue Feng to ease the guilt in her heart. But I didn't expect it. The man who just did that to me, it was actually Xue Feng? The original feeling of guilt was swept away. After all, this was the man he had been thinking about day and night. Just as she was feeling thankful, Wang Xinyu suddenly reacted. If the other party had recognized me, why did I wear a mask and lower my voice just now? Thinking of this, Wang Xinyu's face suddenly turned red. The sweet little face suddenly swelled up like a bun. Xue Feng, so were you teasing me just now? No. Listening to the other party's questioning, Xue Feng shook his head and smiled. I just saw that you were in need, so I helped you. The intelligence reported that Wang Xinyu often comforted herself at night. With such a good opportunity, Xue Feng would of course be happy to help. But when Wang Xinyu heard the word need, she couldn't hold it anymore. Her face turned red like an apple, and she shouted shamefully. I didn't, you're forcing me. Looking at her reaction, Xue Feng spread his hands helplessly. Since you don't want to, I'll leave first. But I haven't cleared out all the zombies in here yet, so you're on your own. Having said that, he actually stood up and walked out. And I saw her already holding the door handle, ready to push the door open and walk out. Wang Xinyu suddenly panicked. She was just being stubborn. Why? Are you really leaving? Don't. Hearing Wang Xinyu's voice trying to persuade him to stay, Xue Feng decisively turned back and moved closer to her face. What else? Don't go. Wang Xinyu's voice was as quiet as a mosquito. Feeling the masculine scent coming towards her, she suddenly cried out that she couldn't bear it anymore. Don't leave. Looking at the shy Wang Xinyu, Xue Feng immediately wanted to tease her. He stretched out a hand, gently pinched her chin, and lifted her head up. If you don't let me go, what do you want to do? Think, Xue Feng. So direct? Before Xue Feng could react. And then, Xue Feng discovered that this girl wasn't that hard-mouthed after all. Okay, that makes it even. After a collision, Wang Xinyu stood up with satisfaction and straightened her clothes. Xue Feng then discovered, damn, I was actually raped? But this taste. Those who understand will understand. No wonder so many people choose automatic transmission. It's really convenient. After a simple tidying up, the two of them walked straight out. There is no need to say much about Wang Xinyu's feelings. From the moment she saw Xue Feng, she belonged to Xue Feng from inside out. Left the office. Under the guidance of Wang Xinyu, Xue Feng collected another wave of medicines and supplies. They searched almost the entire hospital clean before leaving. Came outside the hospital. Xue Feng saw that his armored vehicle had been surrounded by zombies. Xue Feng, what should we do? Looking at the dangerous environment outside, Wang Xinyu suddenly became nervous. In her opinion, if you were scratched by a zombie, it's like being poisoned with no antidote. Why don't we go back to the hospital and hide for a while? Wang Xinyu suggested in a low voice. But as soon as she finished speaking, she saw Xue Feng, who had been standing in front of her, holding a long sword in his right hand that appeared from nowhere. He took the initiative to walk towards the zombies. The knife flashed. In an instant, several round heads fell to the ground. With just 2 or 3 strikes, all the zombies around the armored vehicle were cleared out. So strong. Watching Xue Feng almost crushing the zombies, Wang Xinyu opened her mouth wide. I suddenly felt that this man was more handsome and more reliable. Okay, come back with me. Okay. Wang Xinyu quickly sat in the co-pilot's seat. Where are we going? To your place? Do you want to find something to eat first? Need not. Xue Feng started the car and stepped on the accelerator. I have set up a shelter with a few survivors like you. There is no shortage of food for now. Oh. Wang Xinyu nodded obediently. The 2 men rode in an armored vehicle all the way to the riverside villa area. Do you live here? Wang Xinyu got out of the car and looked at the villa in front of her. Her mouth couldn't close. Xue Feng was also a little surprised. I didn't expect Xiawei and the others to move so quickly. It hasn't been long since then, but the whole villa has changed drastically. I saw that the outer layer of the villa was covered with a solid metal shell. The main door was also replaced with a heavy security door. It seems that the defensive capability is more than 1 level stronger. And the sound of armored vehicles was heard outside. And Xiawei, who had been waiting inside, hurriedly opened the door from the inside. Brother Xue Feng, who is this? Looking at Wang Xinyu standing aside, and Xiawei was stunned for a moment. Yu Haoyun and Xiaoye also came out. You are the survivors staying at Brother Xue Feng's shelter, right? Before Xue Feng could speak, Wang Xinyu said in a familiar manner. Hello, I'm Wang Xinyu, Xue Feng's girlfriend. And Xiawei. Yu Haoyun. Good job. He declared his sovereignty right from the start. You are his girlfriend, so can we be too? And Xiawei looked Wang Xinyu up and down and found that she was not only sweet-looking, but also had a very nice figure. I suddenly felt a sense of crisis. The same is true for Yu Haoyun. Xiaoye, who was standing aside, was biting her lips with a flickering look in her eyes. How come this brings back another? And looking at the white coat on the other person, he should be a doctor, right? What if Xue Feng brings back a woman who has the same scientific research ability as me and is willing to please him next time? Should I take the initiative? Looking at Xiawei, Yu Haoyun, and Wang Xinyu, who were surrounding Xue Feng and vying for his favor. Xiaoye suddenly felt a little uncomfortable and had the urge to rush up and push the 3 women away. No, what's wrong with me? Xiaoye realized that something was wrong with her and immediately came to her senses. But the thought just now actually happened. I must be thinking this way because I want to live so badly. I'm not envious of them or want to have any relationship with Xue Feng. Absolutely not. 027 Intelligence Update, Mutated Dog. Soon, the night passed. The next day, Xue Feng lay on the bed and slowly opened his eyes. Last night was truly amazing. He had clearly experienced 2 battles in the same day, but what he didn't expect was that Wang Xinyu's resilience was so strong. As soon as she finished washing up, she pestered Xue Feng to show him the yoga she had just learned. And the other person is only 158 centimeters tall, so he can be carried, and Xiawei and Yu Haoyun also felt the threat from Wang Xinyu. Be more proactive than before. That is to say, he obtained the golden spear. If it were Xue Feng before, he would really doubt whether he could withstand it. The battle lasted for 4 hours. At this time, Wang Xinyu, Yu Haoyun, and Xiawei were also in a very bad state. The sun is already shining on your butt, but you're still not awake. Taking this opportunity, Xue Feng also checked the information that had just been updated. 1.7261 meters away from the police station, there are still 34 survivors. They have a small amount of guns and ammunition. 2. This shelter sent out an expedition team yesterday, carrying guns and ammunition, and they are heading towards the host location. Please be careful. 3. Please note that there is still a person with awakened superpowers surviving in the shelter. She can make food that can restore physical strength and combat effectiveness. This woman admires strong people very much. The host can consider showing strength to subdue her. Looking at the panel in front of him, Xue Feng raised his eyebrows. The 3 pieces of information updated this time are actually about one thing, and we can know this from intelligence. At least in Sioux City, besides the fact that he now has a villa shelter, there were also survivors who formed other forces. This is very critical information. In the apocalypse, survivors are different from zombies. Survivors have brains and are driven by interests. So in Xue Feng's opinion, perhaps in the near future, there will be the first collision with this shelter. Let's deal with this expedition team first. Looking at the second piece of information, Xue Feng quickly determined his current target. After all, just look at the text above. This pair of opponents, armed with guns and ammunition, could appear before him at any time. Although he awakened his superpowers, but it still hurts if you get hit by a bullet. In this end times, it is better to get hurt as little as possible. Thinking of this, Xue Feng looked at the third piece of information again. Superpowers. When he saw that someone else had also awakened superpowers, Xue Feng was slightly stunned. Xiawei actually guessed it right? And from the intelligence, this psychic should be more of a supporting role. Admiring the strong, if possible, I can recruit her into my team then. Xue Feng thought calmly. Of course, if the other party refuses to obey, just kill him directly. After all, when facing a person with superpowers, you still have to be careful. Check out all the information. Xue Feng also made a decision. That is, don't collect supplies today, but continue to upgrade the shelter. Let's deal with that expedition team first. Thinking of this, Xue Feng got up immediately and called in Xiawei, Yu Haoyun, Wang Xinyu, and Xiawei who was beside him. Okay, our mission today is to continue upgrading the shelter and try to complete it as soon as possible. Good. The 4 of them agreed ignorantly. Although I don't know why Xue Feng is so anxious, but since he has spoken, I must do as he says. To what extent has the shelter been upgraded so far? Xue Feng looked at Xiawei. This is a preliminary upgrade that has increased defense capabilities, but it has not yet had any effect in terms of countermeasures. Xiawei said skillfully. At the same time, a strange look appeared in his eyes when he looked at Xue Feng. Last night, she was still eavesdropping. Listening to the noise coming from the 4 people, it was impossible not to be moved. Even last night, she dreamed of herself. Thinking of this, she was so shy that she didn't dare to look up at Xue Feng. I briefly talked about the current status of the villa. We also analyzed the upgrade goals that can be completed today. Xue Feng said calmly. Let's improve our counterattack capabilities first. After all, no one knows when danger will come. It would not be good if we were in a passive position at that time. Can. Xiawei nodded. Afterwards, under Xiaoyei's command, the 4 began to upgrade the villa. There are still a lot of materials in Xue Feng's storage space. All were moved out at this moment. Not only the villa, but also the yard, and even the outside of the villa were now marked as their own territory. They're used for paving the ground, building walls, and even the walls of other buildings. Xue Feng's task was to occasionally deal with the zombies that came when they heard the noise. It's so comfortable. By the way, I haven't fed the dog today. Another zombie was eliminated. Xue Feng suddenly remembered that he started work so hastily today that he forgot to feed the dog. At this time, these dogs were still guarding for him diligently. Thinking of this, Xue Feng went straight to the yard and carried out a large pile of food. At this moment, Xue Feng suddenly discovered something was wrong. I saw that the dog that had already begun to mutate changed again. The dark fur attached to the body was as hard as a steel needle. Huge size. Xue Feng estimated that if the dog stood on its legs, it might be taller than him. The most important thing is, I have become much stronger. Even through the fur, Xue Feng could see its strong and powerful muscles. Oh my God, a bodybuilding dog. Xue Feng said something, reached out and patted the dog's back, and immediately there was a banging sound. Obviously, this dog's defense is strong to a certain extent. Just at this moment, a zombie came over after hearing the sound. Xue Feng didn't rush to act, but thought for a moment. Dog, go! Then he opened the security door. After hearing Xue Feng's order, the mutant dog understood instantly, turned into a black afterimage, and disappeared on the spot. With a plop, he knocked the zombie to the ground again. The bloody mouth bit down suddenly and pulled. Just heard a crackling sound. The zombie's head was torn off. There's something. Looking at the scene in front of him, Xue Feng was slightly surprised. This dog's fighting power has far surpassed the 4 women in the family. Let's give you a name first. How about Black Panther? Woof woof. Hearing his name, Black Panther excitedly circled around Xue Feng's feet. Be good, good Black Panther. From now on, the task of standing guard will be left to you. As he spoke, Xue Feng took out 2 mutant crystals and fed them to it. Black Panther ate each crunchy bite with great joy. At the same time, Xue Feng also looked at the panel that just appeared in his mind. Successfully verify the accuracy of intelligence and receive the following rewards. Host's agility attribute +3. After taking a quick look at the panel, Xue Feng looked towards the upgraded courtyard. Okay, thank you all for your hard work. Let's go eat something first, then take a nap, and then continue the upgrade in the afternoon. Yeah, the 4 women, sweating profusely, naturally agreed. Had a simple lunch, and Xiawei and Yuhaoyan were too tired to fight after a long day, so they just lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Xue Feng also had a rare moment of free time, so he went to play chess with Zhou Gong. And somewhere he didn't know, an expedition team consisting of 10 people is slowly approaching the villa area. 028 shelter upgrade, uninvited guests. It looks like there's someone in this place. Outside the villa area, the 10-member expedition team was hiding in the bushes, looking at the luxurious villa in front of them. They were sent out by the shelter to collect food. I had originally planned to try my luck in this wealthy area, but I didn't expect to find my targets so quickly. Look, this villa actually has electricity. Just then, someone noticed something was wrong. Through the window, you can vaguely see the lights on in the villa. All 10 people started to get excited. Everyone knows, as the blood rain falls, the world changes and the end of the world comes. All the power equipment used in peacetime has been damaged. Everyone has almost entered the primitive age. Work when the sun rises and rest when the sun sets. But now, there is electricity in this villa in front of me. How could this not surprise them? It must be powered by a diesel generator, and someone this rich must be very wealthy. A thin man with greed in his eyes. That's not all. They also spotted an armored vehicle parked outside the villa. The armored vehicle is nearly 2 meters high and looks to have extremely strong defensive capabilities, especially the false blades equipped on the front and sides of the car. There is no doubt at all whether this car can knock zombies away or even break them in half. If we can get this armored vehicle, won't we be able to walk around freely in this apocalyptic world? At this moment, everyone was excited. If we can handle this armored vehicle, then they would almost never have to go back to the previous shelter. Driving a car to burn, kill, and loot is such a beautiful thing. Thinking of this, all 10 people became excited. Get started. The leading man suppressed his excited voice and waved to the 9 people behind him. Next second, everyone took out their guns and held them tightly in their hands. This is their reliance for survival in the end times. It doesn't solve mutants, though, but facing zombies and ordinary humans. If you have better marksmanship, it won't be a problem to kill him with one shot. Several people jumped out of the bushes and began to slowly move towards the villa area. Vuif, vuif, vuif. Just at this moment, there was a loud barking of a dog. The expedition team was startled. Fuck, this rich man actually feeds a dog at home? Looking at the shiny black and huge Black Panther, the entire expedition team was stunned for a moment. My goodness, such a big dog. How much does it need to eat every day? Let it bark first. Once we've dealt with the rich guy inside, we'll have a dog meat hot pot to celebrate. The leader didn't care. The barking of a dog might alarm the owner of the room, but it is no match for the deterrent effect of gunshots. It would be bad if the people inside were alerted in advance. Thinking about this, they continued to slowly move towards the gate of the villa. Ding, ding, ding. In the room, everyone who was still sleeping soundly suddenly heard a rapid alarm in their ears. Xiawei was the first to react and quickly looked at the screen in her hand. On the screen, 10 men wearing bulletproof vests and holding guns were slowly approaching this side. Oh no, there's someone there? And Xiawei and the other 2 hurried over to take a look. But when they saw that there were indeed people on the screen, not zombies, they were all stunned. The shelter has just been upgraded, and it's put to use so soon? And most importantly, before the zombies surrounded the city, humans arrived first? It's obvious that these people are not good people. Looking at the expedition team slowly approaching this side on the screen, and Xiawei spoke. After all, which survivor would use a gun to look for his compatriots? This group of people must have set their eyes on their shelter and wanted to take it over for themselves. Since they want to attack our family, just deal with them. And Xiawei said very confidently. Although the other party had a gun, she did too. And the enemy is in the light. and she is in the dark. Want to invade? Eat my bullet first. Yu Haoyun was a little flustered. They have guns. They don't look easy to deal with. After all, whether it was before or now, firearms still represent a symbol of strength. 10 people firing at the same time can form a powerful barrage of bullets. If you get hit by accident, the outcome is likely to be death. At this moment, Xiawei was looking at the screen in front of her, thoughtful. After all, she had thought about something like this happening a long time ago. So under her design, today's shelters can not only defend against zombie attacks, it is also capable of defending against humans. Compared with many people who have a lot of thoughts, Wang Xinyu didn't react at all. At this moment, she was lying in Xue Feng's arms, leaning on his chest, with a happy smile on her face. Fine. I was brought here by Xue Feng, although I have to compete with Xiawei and Yu Haoyun every night. But she believed that there would be no safety issues as long as Xue Feng was there. On the contrary, if I were still in the hospital, faced with such a situation, committing suicide as soon as possible seems to be the best option. Thinking of this, a hint of relief flashed across her face. She feels even more dependent on the man in front of her. Listening to the conversation between several people, Xue Feng slowly woke up. It's finally here. A hint of excitement flashed in Xue Feng's eyes. The reason why I chose to upgrade the shelter as soon as possible was because of the current situation. But I didn't expect these people to arrive so quickly. The shelter had just been upgraded, so I hurried over to test its defensive capabilities. How thoughtful. Xue Feng sighed. Don't panic. They're just a few humans. Xue Feng waved his hand and comforted the 3 people who were a little panicked. Then he walked to the bed, holding one in each hand. At this time, the windows have been replaced with bulletproof glass. And after Xiaoye's modification, one can only see outside from inside the glass. From the outside, you can only see a blurry scene. At this moment, he was standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, with his left arm around Xiawei and his right arm around Wang Xinyu, with Yu Haoyun and Xiaoye standing beside him. From his perspective, he could clearly see 10 very embarrassed men advancing timidly towards this side. We were about to enter the shelter's defense area. The Black Panther in the yard, along with the remaining 17 dogs, couldn't stop barking. Doctor, open the door. Looking at the scene in front of him, Xue Feng said lightly. Open the door? Xiaoye was stunned for a moment. That anti-theft door was carefully selected by her, and it has strong protective capabilities. If you open the door, wouldn't that be inviting the other person into the house directly? These 10 people don't look like good people. But just as she was thinking, Xue Feng's voice sounded in her ears again. Open the door and let the dog out. It just so happens that I haven't fed the dog much today, and the dog food just came to my door. Listening to Xue Feng's voice, Xiaoye didn't dare to refute and had to press the unlock button on the screen. 029 defense is maxed out. This is only the first level. The expedition team was extremely alert. After all, this is the end of the world, and who knows what danger may suddenly pop up. But what they didn't expect was, the 4 of them entered the community incredibly smoothly. When I came to this community before, I was stopped by the security guards. I didn't expect that I could come in directly now. A thin man sighed. Like this wealthy area, there are usually security guards. Ordinary people like him can only watch from afar in peacetime. But I didn't expect that I would soon own a house here. Moreover, the house has been renovated and upgraded and has an electricity system. Thinking of this, he became a little excited. But the bearded man who was leading the group was not as excited as him. Remind out loud. The community can't stop us now, but the most important thing is how to break open this anti-theft door. As he spoke, he pointed to the heavy door in front of him. He was also a little confused. Along the way, I found that most of the villas use the kind of fence gates that look good but are not practical. And this one actually uses a burglar-proof door. It's really a difficult problem to break it. It's no big deal. Watch me shoot the keyhole and open the door violently. The thin man said this and raised his pistol to shoot. Nonsense. The bearded man quickly stopped him. How could a rich man who could renovate his villa only have such simple defenses? You've alarmed them. Someone might come out with a submachine gun soon. Then we will be the ones in trouble. It's not that easy to get a gun. The thin man was a little unconvinced. The reason they were able to obtain guns, all because before the end of the world, they were prisoners in the police station. And after the blood rain fell and the end of the world broke out, with their ruthlessness, several people quickly occupied a police station and obtained all the guns and a small amount of ammunition inside. No matter how rich the people in the villa are, it is impossible for them to get guns in such a short time. However, even though he thought so, he did not take any further action. All 10 people calmed down. Just at this moment, a shorter man came out. I used to be a thief. I can pick locks. Let me do it. Good. Everyone's eyes brightened when they heard this, and they all made way for him. Immediately afterwards, the short man took out a steel wire from somewhere. After a few tries of bending it, it inserted into the keyhole. Haven't twisted it yet. Then I heard a creaking sound. The door opened. It's opening so soon? The bearded man said in surprise. No. The short man was a little stunned. I haven't even started yet, and the door opened by itself. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. After a moment, the thin man said, as expected of a rich man, I thought there were security guards here, but they didn't even lock the door. Their safety awareness is too poor. But this is also convenient for us, haha. Wait for us to go in and occupy this villa, then use it as a base to quickly expand our power. As he was speaking, suddenly, with a creaking sound, the door inside the villa also opened. I saw 4 different, but extremely beautiful women appear before me. This time, it made 10 people's eyes pop out. Oh my god, there's actually a woman. Give me the short one, her breasts are too big. Ha 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 ha. What are you talking about? These 4 are ours. Everyone can take turns playing. I'll go with the one wearing glasses first. She looks like an intellectual. I've been a wage earner for so many years, but I've never had sex with such a charming woman. Then I want the one who looks rich. She must be a rich girl. I never thought that I, Li Lao San, would have the chance to play with a rich girl one day. Just keep them in captivity and let them give birth to our children. Good. Looking at the 4 women in front of them, the 10 men in the expedition team were like lustful ghosts, their eyes full of greed. Don't say the end of the world is coming. Even before the end of the world, they had never seen such a beautiful woman. Everyone is thinking about how they are going to have a good time once they occupy the villa. Listen to their conversation. The 4 women who were planning to come out to see what was going on now had expressions of disgust on their faces. But there was no panic at all, and Xiawei even tightened the pistol against her thigh. I plan to take advantage of the time when these 10 people are relaxed and kill them all with one shot. But at this moment, bang! The security door that was originally open was suddenly slammed shut. The 10 members of the expedition team were stunned for a moment. Haven't reacted yet. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound under my feet. I saw several thick steel plates slowly rising from the ground. It was like a cage, locking them inside. What is going on? Someone panicked and banged on the wall. They didn't expect that this villa actually had defensive measures. Are they going to starve them to death in there? Black Panther, dinner is ready. Just then a plain male voice sounded. The Black Panther, which was originally lying on the ground with a fierce look in its hunting posture, suddenly turned into a black shadow and rushed out. At the same time, a whole half a person's height appeared on the iron plate that had just been raised. What the hell? How did this dog get in? This dog wants to eat people. Kill him quickly. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out in succession. But the biting sound in the iron cage did not stop, but became more intense. Don't bite me. I don't want to be eaten by a dog. Let me go, I won't dare to do it again. Wailing sounds came from the iron cage. At this time, Xue Feng also walked out of the villa and looked at the scene in front of him calmly. Gradually, the noise in the cage quieted down. Xue Feng picked up the remote control and gently pressed a button. There was only a dripping sound. The originally indestructible heavy iron plate began to slowly descend. The expedition team, which was once full of vigor and vitality, has now all turned into corpses. The Black Panther bit them all to death one by one. The Black Panther, who had completed his mission, was now covered in blood. But none of this blood belongs to it. The bullets hit it and bounced off with almost no effect. All this blood came from the expedition team lying on the ground. This is the first line of defense I designed. It's specifically for dealing with humans. As long as they are trapped inside, I can starve them to death inside without wasting a single soldier. Xiawei explained calmly. And this is just entering the yard. If you walk into the villa, the methods used against these expedition teams will become even more cruel. Okay, go clean up the scene. Xue Feng gave orders calmly. Us? Xiawei was a little dazed. Yeah, are you still waiting for me to go? Xue Feng glanced at her indifferently without explaining. These are the experiences they must go through. And in the future, they may also fight with their compatriots with knives. Rather than feeling bad later, it's better to adapt now. And listening to Xue Feng's words that could not be denied. Although the four girls felt the scene was disgusting, they still started to clean it up. Xue Feng came to the Black Panther and patted the dog's head. He was very satisfied with the Black Panther's fighting ability. Not only is it extremely powerful in combat, but it can also defend against damage from bullets. In that case, a gleam of light flashed in Xue Feng's eyes. Then let's go and catch all the enemies in one fell swoop. 030 fight back and make the enemy pay the price. The armored vehicle sped through the night, blending into the pitch-black darkness. Xue Feng sat in the driver's seat with cold eyes. Unexpectedly, the other party arrived so quickly. If the shelter hadn't been upgraded, facing an expedition team armed with guns, it will probably be a tough battle. I haven't even started to do anything to you yet, but you've already set your sights on me. Xue Feng snorted coldly, and a sharp light flashed in his dark eyes. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Feeling the coldness from Xue Feng, the Black Panther in the back row was also tense. The solid muscles are revealed. There is an unknown amount of powerful power hidden inside. Just judging from the battle just now, although in a small space, Black Panther played a huge advantage. But you can still see it. Black Panther's strength is definitely beyond that of most ordinary people. I just don't know what the outcome will be if I encounter a mutant. Xue Feng thought. This is what he cares about most. After all, it was mentioned in the intelligence. In the shelter he was about to attack, there was a person with special powers. This was the first time Xue Feng faced a person with superpowers, even if the opponent's ability tends to be auxiliary. But Xue Feng was still very alert. Let's see whose superpowers are more powerful. Thinking of this, Xue Feng smiled confidently. Soon, the armored vehicle arrived near the police station. Xue Feng did not crash in directly, but parked the car far away. He himself was leading the Black Panther and moving forward on foot. Soon, he had a complete overview of the shelter. This shelter is located in a remote area and is sparsely populated, so it should not be very dangerous. But even so, the survivors here still raised the defense level of the shelter to the highest level. Like Xue Feng's villa, steel plates were nailed on the surrounding walls to strengthen the defense. There is also sharp barbed wire on the wall. Besides, Xue Feng also saw the patrol team. Everyone was holding a Type 95 rifle and was well trained. They even built the watchtower. There are 2 people guarding each watchtower, taking turns. They look well trained, just like regular troops. What? Lost contact. At the same time, in the police station, a mature woman in uniform, glasses, and with a cold expression was sitting in the most honorable seat. The woman's name was Xiawei, and she was originally a professional teacher. After the end of the world, she managed to survive by relying on the fighting skills she had learned before. Not only did he survive, but he also unexpectedly awakened superpowers. Under the intimidation of her powerful eloquence and her identity as a superpower, successfully recruited a group of people. And he led this group of people through all the obstacles and successfully turned the police station into a shelter. Now, the entire shelter is under her control. But as she was in a high position, she was not interested in such a life. She looked forward to the day when a man stronger than her would appear. And I will stay by that man's side and assist him wholeheartedly. But before that, exploration is essential. That's why she sent out that expedition team. But unexpectedly, only half a day had passed. The expedition team has lost contact. Thinking of this, she looked aside. Next to her, a man with a flattering look on his face was handing over a communicator with his hands in a flattering manner. My queen, I would say that those bastards are all traitors. Once they are released, they will never come back. You can look at me. I am absolutely loyal. Listening to the man's flattering words, Xiaoweisu's face was full of disgust. Roll! Okay, if you tell me to leave, I'll leave right away. But I won't go far. I'll be waiting outside the door. If you need anything, just let me know and I'll be there right away. The man who was scolded was not angry. Instead, he looked fawning and really got out. Watching this scene, Xiaoweisu felt a headache when watching this scene. Because it's not just this man. Almost everyone in the shelter had this kind of excited attitude after learning that she had superpowers. Forget it. Don't go away yet. At this moment, Xiaoweisu said, the expedition team lost contact. There are only 2 possible answers. Either they escaped, or they were killed. Until we have definite evidence, we cannot simply rule out any possibility. Zhao Weisu stroked his chin. How about this? You go and notify the patrol officers outside to increase alert. Especially in the next 2 days. You must patrol and guard continuously and report any situation to me. Yes. The man walked out quickly. But not long after, a scream was suddenly heard outside. Alert! Alert! Someone is forcing his way in. Stop him. The entire shelter was filled with the sound of flutes. This was followed by a burst of overwhelming gunfire. Da-da-da. Listening to the noise outside, Zhao Weisu stood up directly. Wang Wu. What happened outside? Wang Wu is the name of the flattering man just now, but he is always available at any time. It didn't show up at this moment. It looks like something really went wrong. Zhao Weisu's eyes were cold, but soon a smile appeared on his face. Someone actually dared to overestimate his own abilities and intrude into her territory. You are really looking for death. Don't say she has supernatural powers. Even those dozens of armed patrolmen outside are not easy to deal with. Thinking of this, she took a step forward and walked out calmly. But when he saw the scene outside, he was stunned. I saw that the originally strong barbed wire fence had a big hole in it. Two figures, almost blurry, were moving back and forth in the yard. With each blow, several survivors were knocked flying. The rest opened fire in panic. But the bullets had no effect on the two black shadows. What kind of monster is this? Zhao Weisu widened his eyes and felt unwell. The first thing that came to her mind was that she might be facing two people with special abilities. But when did people with special abilities become so common? You can easily find two of them, and they are both targeting me? Soon, the survivors in the yard were wiped out. The two figures that were almost blurred gradually stopped. Zhao Weisu then discovered. These are not two people with superpowers. It's clearly a man and a dog. So strong. Zhao Weisu widened his eyes as he looked at Xue Feng, who was slowly walking towards him. One person took down the entire shelter. Could this be the destined child she had been thinking about? Queen. Just then, a trembling voice was heard. Zhao Weisu looked back and saw that it was Wang Wu. This guy is hiding in the corner and is still alive. My queen, this man is obviously coming for you. Use your powers to make me stronger so I can deal with him. Zhao Weisu was silent for a moment and nodded. Even if the other party is his destined son, looking at his posture, it is obvious that he is here to kill people. Thinking of this, she used her supernatural power to roll out a bun. Wang Wu took it, gobbled it up, and then he became quiet. The next second, bang, the sound of a heavy heartbeat was heard. An inexplicable wave slowly spread from Wang Wu. 031 fierce fighting? Actually, it was just a joke. Rumble. Waves of dull noises pierced the dead silence of the night sky. Wang Wu stood there in a daze. A faint, indescribable fluctuation emanated from his body. Is this her special ability? Xue Feng stood not far away and saw everything the two men did. That woman just now must have used her supernatural powers to conjure up a piece of food. This man ate it, and then he became what he is now. Xue Feng looked at the man in front of him leisurely. At this time, Wang Wu was still standing there. His hands hung naturally and his head drooped, making it impossible to see his expression clearly. But as time goes by, Xue Feng seemed to hear the sound of a heavy heartbeat. Besides, there was also the sound of gradually heavier breathing. Sizzle. Just at this moment, there was a sound of cloth tearing. Wang Wu, who originally had a normal body shape, suddenly had his right arm swell up. The sleeves of the clothes couldn't bear the pressure and were torn apart. Then the right arm, the left leg, the right leg, a series of tearing sounds were heard. Xue Feng clearly saw that Wang Wu seemed to have swelled up. Xiao's muscles were exposed, and they seemed to contain extremely strong energy. It was at this time, Wang Wu finally raised his head. His face had become hideous at this moment. Veins popped out on his forehead, and his eyes were bloodshot. Bang! Wang Wu suddenly raised his hand and punched the air, creating a fierce gust of wind. Is this power? Wang Wu looked at his hands and felt as if he had been reborn. Then he turned around, knelt on one knee in front of Zhao Weisu, and said respectfully, "Thank you, Queen." He felt his power was exploding. It is completely beyond the scope of ordinary people. Even if there is a cow in front of him, Wang Wu believes that he can kill it with one punch. Not to mention that the person in front of me is just a human. All right. Looking at Wang Wu, who was kneeling in front of him, Zhao Weisu looked indifferent and spoke slowly. Go and finish off the enemy. Let me see your strength. Try to leave someone alive. She was not surprised by Wang Wu's change, because all this was caused by his supernatural powers. Xiawei even knew how long the power he gave to Wang Wu could last, although she likes strong people. But he is not interested in the strong man who has been forcibly promoted like Wang Wu. What she loves is a real superpower, a powerful person who is stronger than her just by his own strength. Superpowers? Think of this. Zhao Weisu looked up at the handsome young man not far away. There was a gleam of light in his cold eyes. She really wanted to know if this man could join her and eat the food she created with her supernatural powers. How strong would he be? Yes, your majesty. Hearing Zhao Weisu's instructions, Wang Wu agreed immediately. He turned and stood up, looking at the handsome young man not far away. At this moment, the handsome young man was looking at him with a blank look in his eyes. But when Wang Wu saw this scene, he laughed out loud. Little guy, are you scared? This is the power that the queen has given me, a power far beyond that of ordinary people. Speed, strength, responsiveness. Now I am far superior to you in every aspect. In my eyes, you are as weak as an ant now. But since the queen asked me to spare your life, I will definitely not kill you, but you will still have to suffer a little. Wang Wu pondered for a moment. Then a grim smile appeared on his face. How about this? You cut off your arms, then kneel before me and beg for mercy. Otherwise, if I take action, the pain will be at least multiplied several times. And at the same time, however, Xue Feng did not listen to Wang Wu's shouting. Just because in front of him, at this moment, there is a panel that has just been refreshed. Successfully verify the accuracy of intelligence and receive the following rewards. All host abilities +1. Boy, I'm talking to you, do you hear me? Looking at Xue Feng, who had remained silent, Wang Wu frowned and growled in a low voice. Yes. After verifying the information, Xue Feng looked up and smiled kindly. Thank you for giving me the chance, but I don't need it. Core death. Upon hearing Xue Feng's words, Wang Wu became furious. The power that had been accumulated in the body suddenly erupted. The fist as big as a casserole was suddenly raised and smashed towards Xue Feng's head. But Xue Feng did not dodge or evade, but stood there with a calm expression. Just as his huge fist was about to fall, Xue Feng took a slight step forward. He dodged it by almost brushing the edge of the fist. You managed to escape? Wang Wu was a little surprised, but then he punched him again. Watching the two people fighting, Zhao Weisu's eyes were always on the young man who attacked at night. There was a strange look in his eyes. The young man did not attack, but just dodged Wang Wu's fists like a storm. Is it because you don't have enough strength that you don't dare to fight head-on? Zhao Weisu guessed in his heart. But in her opinion, this is not a disadvantage. Be able to clearly recognize your own shortcomings and play to your strengths in battle. Such a man at least has a very smart brain. If possible, take him under my command. I will use my abilities to help him improve his strength and make up for his shortcomings. Thinking of this, a hint of excitement flashed across Zhao Weisu's eyes. If she were asked to choose between the two now, compared to Wang Wu, Xue Feng is obviously a better choice as a partner. And at the same time, facing Wang Wu's attack, Xue Feng never made a move. He just moved his feet and easily avoided the opponent's attack again and again. And, based on the opponent's performance just now, Xue Feng even calculated the opponent's strength. Strength should be around 20 points, agility at most 18 points, and spirit should be less than 10 points. Xue Feng thought about it and felt somewhat surprised. It seems that I still underestimated that woman's ability. Before the battle, Wang Wu was clearly just an ordinary person. The one whose four-dimensional attributes do not exceed 10. But with the blessing of her special abilities, he actually turned an ordinary person into a fighting machine comparable to a superpower. If I hadn't verified the information before, I would have obtained many attributes. He may not be Wang Wu's opponent. Go to hell? At this moment, Wang Wu suddenly shouted. The raised right fist smashed down with unparalleled force. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Feeling the touch from his right fist, Wang Wu's face flashed with excitement. It hit. I didn't have time to be happy. Xue Feng felt a huge force coming from his right fist. The accuracy is not good, and the power is even worse. A dull voice rang in my ears. Immediately afterwards, Wang Wu felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. It was as if he was hit by a car, and he flew backwards. 032 fighting and conquering Xiawei. Bang! A sound even louder than Wang Wu's fist before was heard. Before he could react, the whole person flew out sideways. With a thud, it embedded itself deeply into the wall. How could you? Wang Wu raised his head with difficulty, looking at the young man in the distance who was slowly retracting his feet with a playful look on his face. His heart was full of disbelief. I was clearly in the upper hand just now. But why suddenly? Could it be that the other party has been conserving his strength just now? Thinking of this, Wang Wu suddenly felt his scalp tingling, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Ahem! Wang Wu coughed violently twice, and blood mixed with internal organs were vomited out. He is now extremely depressed. If I don't receive treatment soon, I'm afraid I'll die here soon. Thinking of this, he looked directly at Xiawei, who was not far away. My lady queen, please grant me strength again. I'm still alive. As long as I am here, the invaders will never be able to harm you, Wang Wu said in a weak voice. But after a long time, he didn't hear Xiawei's reply. Because at this moment, Xiawei was in deep shock. She saw the scene where Wang Wu was kicked away, just now most clearly. Xue Feng's action just now looked like he was kicking a ball. Easy and carefree. Wang Wu was kicked so hard that he flew out sideways. What is the concept? This shows that Xue Feng's strength far exceeds Wang Wu's. You know, there is a reason why Wang Wu became her subordinate and assisted her in daily life. As a person who only cares about strength, the followers around Xiawei must also be the strongest people in the entire shelter. But it was this Wang Wu who could win one-on-one in the shelter and even fight against many people without losing. And he was also blessed by his own supernatural powers. He couldn't even withstand a kick from the opponent. As for the fighting scene between the two just now, Xiawei also reacted and realized that it was Wang Wu who was being fooled. Such a man. Looking at Xue Feng walking towards him, Xiawei felt his face flushed and a heat rising in his heart. This is the man in her mind. If she were asked to choose between Xue Feng and Wang Wu, even if he had to choose 100 times, Xiawei would choose the former without hesitation. You are the only one left. Just at this moment, Xue Feng came in front of Xiawei, looking down at her. Do you choose to go with me, or be beaten to death by me? He had just finished speaking. Then I felt a soft body snuggling into my arms. Sir, Xiawei is willing to follow you forever. So proactive? Feeling the delicate body trembling and restless with excitement in his arms, Xue Feng patted her back with satisfaction. You seem to be a smart woman. You made the best choice in your life. As he spoke, Xue Feng patted her on the back and motioned for her to leave. Now, show me around your sanctuary. I am willing to serve you, my lord. Xiawei nodded quickly, took the initiative to walk in front, and pushed open the door of the shelter. He took Xue Feng with him and walked in. This scene was also seen clearly by Wang Wu, who was not far away. My lady queen, how could you? He didn't expect it. Xiawei, a powerful supernatural being who was revered as a queen by herself, was actually willing to be someone else's slave. And it's proactive. The most important thing is, the scene where Xiawei took the initiative to throw herself into his arms just now completely shattered his beliefs. In his impression, Xiawei has always been a woman who can hide her emotions very well. No matter what happens, you can remain calm even when facing a disaster. Not only is he strong physically, but he is also stronger mentally. This is also the reason why he has always followed Xiawei. But now, gently, gently. This is my first time. Can you take it slow? Listen to the noise coming from the room. Wang Wu only felt a sharp pain in his chest. He spat out a large mouthful of blood with a pu sound, and the breath he was holding on to was instantly gone. At the same time, in the room, Xue Feng looked at Xiawei, who was struggling to carry a glass water tank, and was speechless. Be gentle. Be gentle. Don't break it. Water resources are scarce now. If we break it, both you and I will die of thirst. Yes, Xiawei nodded quickly. This is my first time doing manual labor, and I'm not very experienced, so go away, go away. Xue Feng waved his hands impatiently. He came to the glass jar and put it directly into the storage space with a wave of his hand. Feel the lightness in your hands. When Xiawei finally reacted, his mouth suddenly opened wide. Sir, was it your special ability that made the things disappear just now? I guess so, Xue Feng said perfunctorily and continued to loot the supplies in the shelter. There were many people in this shelter before, dozens of them in total. The power of collecting supplies is great, but the consumption is also not small. We looted the entire shelter, but didn't get much. The water that Xue Feng was most concerned about was the glass water tank in front of him. There is less and less drinkable water now. Looking at the pitiful amount of water reserves in the space, Xue Feng frowned. Do you know where I can get some water? Xue Feng looked at Xiawei and asked. This is her territory. Naturally, she would be more aware of what was around her. And heard Xue Feng's question. Xiawei also quickly responded. My lord, in fact, there are more than just ours in the shelter. There are also the Black Tiger Gang, the White Tiger Gang, the Azure Dragon Gang. From the beginning, everyone was collecting water resources. The surrounding supermarkets and small shops had already been emptied. If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't have asked people to go out and collect supplies, and I wouldn't have met the adults. Speaking of this, Xiawei suddenly felt fortunate that he had sent people out to look for supplies. But listening to her words, Xue Feng frowned deeply. With the pollution caused by the blood rain, most of the water resources are no longer drinkable. The survivors, who were also aware of this, began collecting water resources early on. Supermarkets, small shops. It is almost difficult to find pure water anymore. If we don't build a water purification system, I'm afraid I'll die of thirst before I'm bitten to death by zombies. There's one more thing. Xiawei just reminded them that in addition to their shelter, there are many survivor gangs around. Xue Feng felt that he had to find a way to find out their strength. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. But even if we want to investigate, it's definitely not now. Come on, follow me back to my sanctuary. Xue Feng waved towards Xiawei. Yes. Xiawei hurriedly followed, wondering what kind of luxurious shelter would be worthy of the man in front of her. But at this moment, woof woof, the Black Panther that was sent out by Xue Feng before turned back. It was covered in blood, but the blood was not its own. Obviously, while Xue Feng was fighting, Black Panther ran out to deal with the zombies. And this ferocious dog was now acting like a spoiled child at Xue Feng's feet. Even a dog has such strong fighting power. Looking at the Black Panther that was half a person's height, Xiawei opened his mouth wide in surprise. Xue Feng's words just now came to my mind unconsciously. It seems that I have indeed made the most accurate decision in my life. 033, the jealous women, the black and white devils. Everything went according to Xue Feng's plan. Wait until you walk out of the shelter and get on the armored vehicle. The panel in my mind has also been refreshed, successfully confirming the accuracy of the intelligence. The host will receive the following rewards. All attributes of the host are +2. It's just a mosquito leg that doesn't hurt. Now 2 attribute points. It was already difficult for Xue Feng to feel much. Perhaps I have been living too comfortably during this period. Xue Feng thought, let's see what the intelligence will be updated tomorrow. Thinking of this, he started the car. Xiawei, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was also a little excited at this moment. She was like a curious baby, touching here and there. Don't touch it. This is the gear lever. Oh. Xiawei quickly let go and lowered his head embarrassedly. Although she is also a psychic, her abilities tend to be auxiliary. Most of the time, I stayed in the shelter. I seldom come out to see the outside world. Through the car window, Xiawei saw zombies wandering on the street. And there are also mutants of gigantic size. But she is not afraid now. Sitting in such a luxurious armored vehicle, there is a very powerful man beside me. What is there to be afraid of? Soon, the two arrived at the Riverside Villa area. Get off the armored vehicle. Looking at the luxurious villa in front of him, Xiawei was stunned. No, this is too luxurious. If you live alone, is it necessary to live in such a big house? But Xiawei was still very happy. After all, to some extent from now on, I am the hostess of this villa. Thinking about living with Xue Feng in the future, Xiawei couldn't help feeling hot in his heart. But at this moment, the security door in front of me suddenly opened. Then he saw 3 or 4 women coming out all at once. The styles are different, and they are all very beautiful. There are lively and cute girls with delicate looks, as well as mature women wearing work clothes who exude temperament in their every move. There is also a girl who looks young, but has an extremely hot body. Xiawei was dumbfounded. What is going on? Where is the world of 2 of us that we promised? After seeing Xiawei, the 4 women all stopped in their tracks. What's going on? Why did you bring back another woman? Xue Feng did not notice the unusual expressions of the crowd and briefly introduced Xiawei to everyone. Show us your special abilities. Good. Xiawei was completely confused, but when he heard Xue Feng speak, he quickly took out some food from his small backpack. A hazy light surged in his hands. Soon a bun-shaped food was made. This is food that can increase combat power. In addition, I can also make food that increases agility and resistance. Depending on the ingredients used, the effects of the food will be different. When talking about his special abilities, Xiawei is somewhat proud. When the people on the opposite side saw this ability, their faces all changed. Such a beautiful woman is actually a supernatural being. Suddenly, everyone felt a sense of crisis. And Xiawei was the first to react and quickly stepped forward to hug Xue Feng's arm. Brother, you've been out for a long time. I'm so worried about you. Seeing this, Wang Xinyu, who was standing by, did not show any weakness. She hugged Xue Feng's other arm and shook him. Thank you for your hard work, brother. I just learned some massage techniques, and we'll give you a good massage tonight. Is this massage serious? Xue Feng looked at her with a smile. There are serious ones, and there are non-serious ones. Which one does my brother need? Oh. Xue Feng pretended to think, then slowly said, both. Oh, how greedy. Wang Xinyu looked angry on the surface, but she was actually very happy in her heart. Xiawei stood aside, watching the few people being affectionate with each other, and suddenly she had an urge to join in. But with so many people around, she couldn't let go of her pride. Hey, I prepared some dinner. Come in and eat first. Unable to bear it any longer, Xiawei spoke quickly. Just in time, after a busy day, Xue Feng was a little hungry. Several people walked into the villa. Looking at the brightly lit villa, Xiawei was stunned again. This, is it the end of the world? Why we light candles in our sanctuaries? Can you use electric lights? And there is no shortage of food and drink. It's even better than life before the apocalypse. Thinking of this, her eyes looked at Xue Feng, even more hazy. How powerful must one be to possess all this in the end times? Soon, the food was served. Xue Feng sat in the main seat, with all the food placed in front of him. And Xiawei, Yu Haoyun, Xiaoye, Wang Xinyu, and Xiawei were sitting on both sides of the table. Xiaoye's cooking skills are pretty good. It's not bad, but it's not a waste of food either. The most important thing is, I've been eating Kin biscuits and other fast food products for so many days. Even if there were strawberry fried mooncakes on the table, Xue Feng felt that he could eat it. The others also ate in silence. The whole restaurant was silent. And Xiawei, Wang Xinyu, and Yu Haoyun were all thinking at this moment how to deal with this new woman, and different from them. At this moment, Xiaoye's mind was filled with fear about her future. Previously, she relied on the knowledge in her head and didn't care about Xue Feng's attitude. But Wang Xinyu, who was brought back by Xue Feng last time, is also a medical genius. And this time, Xue Feng even brought back a person with special abilities. All the supernatural beings are obedient to Xue Feng, so what does my little knowledge mean to me? Thinking about it, Xiawei couldn't help but recall the dream she had last night. A strange emotion brewed in her heart. Actually, after spending many days together, she was no longer as wary of Xue Feng as before. If it weren't for the other person, I might have turned into a zombie or died in the sewer and become food for rats. But Xue Feng seemed to have not noticed the previous hints. Is he really not interested in me? As she spoke, she looked down at herself. Although not as good as Wang Xinyu, she is still very attractive. How about give it a try tonight? After dinner, Xue Feng washed his body and lay directly on the bed. Due to the shortage of water resources, he didn't dare to take a bath casually. Fortunately, he had not been very active today, so he simply wiped off the dust and lay down on the bed with ease. Squeak! Soon, the door was opened. Xue Feng looked up, and the first thing that caught his eye was a pair of long legs wrapped in black stockings. And Xiawei. Brother, this is my new equipment. Does it look good? As in Xiawei spoke, she pulled off her bathrobe, revealing delicate lace. But before Xue Feng could respond, a pair of white stockings also slowly climbed onto the bed. Xue Feng was stunned. Great, so my opponent tonight is the Black and White Devils? Come on. 034, that's not right. Doctor, do you also like this? It's no exaggeration to say. If Xiawei and Wang Xinyu were in college, they would definitely be the kind of school beauties with countless men bootlicking their boots. Especially Wang Xinyu. She looks young and sweet, with a hot and petite body. Even if you were wearing a thick cotton jacket, She is also the dream lover in the minds of countless otakus. Apart from looks, not only that, the most important thing is her identity as a top student. He was the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and after entering university, he was first in his age group. With so many buffs stacked together, Wang Xinyu became a prominent figure in the medical university at that time. How many rich second generations are crazy about her and want to get close to her? After all, in the circle of rich second generations, they all care a lot about their reputation. How can an ordinary beauty compare to a big-breasted little lowly with good looks and a hot body? But what Xue Feng didn't expect was, this woman was able to remain chaste after breaking up with me. But Wang Xinyu is only in her early 20s now. Why does it have a bit of a female fairy meaning? If it was before, if he did this every day, Xue Feng's body might not be able to withstand it. But now he has awakened the panel. The durability attribute is close to 40, and there is a bug skill called Golden Gun. Not to mention Wang Xinyu. Even if there are 10 of them, they will all bow down to Xue Feng's spear. And there is in Xiawei. This woman and Wang Xinyu are beauties of different styles. Although she can't compare to Wang Xinyu in terms of figure, she is still very capable on her own. And the most outrageous thing is her body proportions. She has a thin waist, long legs, and her limbs are relatively slender. But small branches bear great fruit. It used to be said on the internet that a thin dog is not as good as a slightly fat one. Those who say this are basically innocent young guys. Like in Xiawei, she has a good feel and is light in weight. You can just hug it, right? This feeling of taking the initiative and holding the enemy in your arms is even more fascinating. And this is the point that attracted Xue Feng the most. It's not because of Xiawei's appearance advantage, but because the other party is obedient. There are many beautiful women, but it is really hard to find a beautiful woman who can obey you and take you as the supreme commander. And at this moment, both beauties put on their new outfits. I don't know where it came from, but you can see that both of them are very concerned. I watched two people crawling over step by step from the end of the bed. Xue Feng was not in a hurry. He held them in each hand. No hurry, there are other people here, let's just have a party. Xue Feng chuckled. Soon, another figure walked in. Travel with good rhyme. Compared with Xiawei and Wang Xinyu, Yu is not so relaxed. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Xiawei and Yu, and the shirtless man with women on both sides. But she didn't pounce on him immediately, although she had experienced it many times, and that feeling had already made her linger on it. But she is a good girl and a rich girl. Yu still feels a little bit proud in her heart. But fortunately, this little pride did not cause Xue Feng to feel disgusted, but instead aroused his desire to conquer. Like to pretend? Get down on your knees and sing Conquer. And then, Zhao Weisu also walked in. Compared to others, Zhao Weisu is a very strong woman. Her previous experiences had made her extremely obsessed with the man in front of her. Not to mention sacrificing your body. Even if it means sacrificing her life, she will do it without hesitation. But after seeing this scene in the bedroom, it still brought a strong shock to her little heart. Looking at Xue Feng, who was at ease, Zhao Weisu's pretty face suddenly turned red. Good job. How strong this is. 1 against 3. Oh no, including myself, it should be 1 against 4. Is it true that there will be no problems with the body? Thinking of this, she slowly sat on the bed. My lord, if you need me, This is Zhao Weisu showing concern for Xue Feng. After all, the intensity of the battle is so high. It would not be good if you hurt your body. If Xue Feng didn't need it, she could just watch from the side. Moreover, this is also her little thought. Zhao Weisu naturally judges whether a man is strong based on many aspects. Not only brains, but also fighting power. Even that aspect is extremely important. Although she had never experienced this, but she had heard to some extent that a strong man could make a woman rejuvenated. Looking at Zhao Weisu, who was so considerate, Xue Feng also smiled. Zhao Weisu has a well-proportioned body, about 1.7 meters tall. She was wearing a pure white shirt, and her hot body was almost bursting the buttons. Although I haven't seen the real thing yet. But Xue Feng had no doubt. With Zhao Weisu's energy, there would be no problem feeding a pair of twins. I heard. You seem to be a teacher? Well, I used to teach mathematics. Mathematics? That's great. You can teach me. Xue Feng pulled Zhao Weisu over, and while his big hands were restless, he whispered in her ear. If you can't teach me today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Good. Soon, a fight broke out in the bedroom. Pairs of long legs and black and white stockings kept shaking in the dark bedroom. And Xiawei and Wang Xinyu were quickly defeated. He was lying on the side, twitching all over, unconscious. Zhao Weisu wasn't much better off. "Wait, sir, let me rest for a while. Just for a while." Zhao Weisu crawled to the side and drank milk to replenish his blood. "TSK, a bunch of little bastards." Xue Feng snorted disdainfully and pulled over the figure who had been lingering beside him. "Oh." As soon as he started, Xue Feng found something wrong. Snap! Just at this moment, the room light was on. The one who turned on the light was Yu Haoyan. Xue Feng was stunned. Since she was the one who turned on the light, then who was the woman who was clinging to him like an octopus? "Look up." "What the hell, Doc?" Xiawei actually appeared in the bedroom. And most importantly, the other party had obviously been teased by Xue Feng. Her pretty face was flushed, and her fair and smooth skin was also tinged with pink. "Look at her again. Oh my god, this equipment is more professional than in Xiawei and Wang Xinyu's. Finally can't bear it anymore?" Xue Feng smiled slightly, still showing a look of surprise on his face. "I didn't expect that the doctor would be interested in this kind of thing. I thought that highly educated people like you were out of touch with the world." Listen to Xue Feng's words. "Nisho, you blushed. How can this man be so shameless? I'm already in his bed. Isn't it clear what I want to do and what I should do? It's obvious that his big hands have never been still. So how can he pretend to be like a little white rabbit?" She stopped what she was doing, stammering but still stubbornly saying, "Oh, I'm just broadening my knowledge. Knowledge of biology is also important." "Yeah." Xue Feng hugged her and put his left hand on her smooth and elastic thigh. "I never thought that there would be a day when a doctor would ask me for advice. I must teach him everything I know." 035 intelligence refreshed, all cleaned up and waiting. Xue Feng is an honest man. When I say I have given you everything I know, it really means there is not a single drop left. But compared to him, the situation of the others was not much better. Until I woke up the next day, Xue Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at the few kids who were still in a coma. It has to be said that the new equipment chosen by Xiawei and Wang Xinyu was exactly what he wanted. Have you ever heard that stockings that are longer than the knee can increase attack speed and critical strike? The battle lasted for most of the night. These people were almost torn apart by Xue Feng, although I'm awake. But when they thought of the fierce battle last night, they became a little scared, especially Xiaoyu. At this moment, her whole body looked like a big shrimp, and there was not a single part of her body that was not red. "I didn't eat much tonight because I was worried." Now he had lost at least 2,000 cubic centimeters of water, and his whole body was as soft as a piece of plasticine, allowing Xue Feng to manipulate him at will. His narrow, upturned eyes looked at the ceiling. In fact, there is no focus at all, and I don't know what I'm looking at. He pulled it and let out a hum. He pulled it again and groaned again. At this moment, her heart was full of regret. "I have nothing to do. Why study biology? Got sanctioned. I'm going back to my room first." Supporting her aching body, Xiawei climbed up from the bed. She is not as open as the others. Now that it was daylight, she couldn't handle being so naked and honest. The most important thing is, she was afraid that Xue Feng didn't have enough fun last night. And if he dragged her to do some morning exercises again, people are going to be bad. He wrapped himself in clothes hastily and watched Xiawei limping out. Xue Feng suddenly felt a little distressed, compared with Xiawei and others. Xiawei was too unfamiliar with this kind of thing. Basically, the person lies down with his face buried, and all that's left is humming. In addition to biology, Xue Feng also gave her a yoga class last night. It's a pity that this student is not very dedicated and has low talent. Her whole body was as hard as steel, and it took Xue Feng a lot of effort just to move her. "Forget it. Let Xiawei teach her some yoga skills while I'm away." Thinking about, Xue Feng directly opened the information that had just been updated today. 1. At 8927 in the northeast direction, there is a stopped water plant with many abandoned water purification systems, which the host can go there to obtain. 2. The water plant is in a closed state. The zombies inside have been soaked in blood for a long time, and some mutants have evolved into level 2. Please be careful, host. 3. The beauty of the water plant is hiding in the office. She has not eaten for several days and is close to coma. The host can lure her with food, break her psychological bottom line, and conquer her. The girl is the manager of the water plant, good at coordinating work, and can be appointed as a housekeeper. Water purification system? Looking at the information that had just been refreshed in front of him, Xue Feng was overjoyed. Finally waited for it. In order to save water, I hardly took a shower these days. Fortunately, there is enough electricity at home, and the air conditioner is running all the time. So apart from the big battles, every night, no one sweated much. But it's still not very comfortable if you don't take a shower before going to bed. But now there is a water purification system. As long as the water contaminated by blood rain can be turned into pure water, the problem of water resources has been solved. Let's go today. Thinking of this, Xue Feng directly listed the arrangements for the water purification system in the small notebook for today's schedule. Then came the next day. Xue Feng took a casual glance and was also a little surprised. Level 2 mutant. Do these zombies evolve so quickly? Less than a week has passed since the blood rain began. Not only are there mutants, but now there are level 2 mutants too? But Xue Feng had nothing to be afraid of. Now he's completely capable of crushing ordinary mutants. Even if a level 2 mutant could double its strength, it was still under his control. Not to mention the powerful help of Black Panther. So at this point, he doesn't have to worry at all. The only thing that made him curious was, after killing a level 2 mutant, the size of the mutant crystal should also change. Should I feed it to the dog or leave it for Xiawei to do research? I'm thinking too much right now, so I should just finish the things at hand first. And then the last one, the top executives of the waterworks. The intelligence explained that the other party was now starving to the point of unconsciousness. With a little food, it should be able to be subdued. If we rescue her, although I am not sure about the other person's temperament, if he is a person with conscience, he will definitely not harm me. And because there are more and more people living in the villa, Xue Feng can no longer take care of most things now. And Xue Feng could feel it. As my strength grows stronger, there will be more and more people living in this villa. It would be great if I could have someone skilled in personnel management to help me with management. That would be much easier. Let's go now without further delay. Thinking of this, Xue Feng got up immediately. After a quick wash, I began to plan today's affairs. After all, it was the first time facing a level 2 mutant, so there was still a certain degree of danger. So Xue Feng didn't plan to keep them with him. Wake up Xiawei, who is still sleeping. What kind of food can you make now? The kind that can enhance your body. I could do anything. Xiawei vowed. There are foods that increase strength, speed, and agility. It's not impossible to combine these 3 abilities in one food, but it will consume more materials, and the increase in each aspect will be reduced. Xiawei said this, wanting to see what choice Xue Feng would make. But he waved his hand. I want them all. That requires a lot of ingredients. Xiawei reminded in a low voice. But before she could finish her words, she realized that she had everything she needed. So, she went straight to the kitchen and started kneading the food. With the help of supernatural powers and sufficient food, the food was prepared quickly. Xiawei put it in a small package and handed it to Xue Feng. I've marked the effects of each food. You can eat it without worry, sir. Good. Xue Feng took it and put it into the storage space. Okay, go and rest first. Producing supernatural food in large quantities consumes a lot of her energy. And then, Xue Feng also arranged the work for the other 4 people today. Although the current shelter is already very strong, there is still room for improvement. Especially after Xue Feng knew that the mutants had begun to upgrade. We must hurry up and upgrade the shelter. Don't worry, brother. We will definitely complete the task today. Looking at Xiawei, who was making a solemn promise, Xue Feng smiled gently. I have another task to teach you. As soon as these words were spoken, the 4 of them pricked up their ears and listened. Xue Feng said slowly, Tonight, all of you, clean up and wait for me. Ah! Everyone was stunned. Without waiting for them to react, Xue Feng directly picked up Black Panther and got on the armored vehicle. Step on the accelerator. Let's go, Waterworks. 036 Waterworks? Zombieland. Squeak. The sound of screeching brakes was heard. A tall, dark armored vehicle with bloodstains on its surface came to a sudden stop. The huge hub rubbed against the ground, leaving a black mark caused by the tire melting due to the high temperature. The car door opened. A tall and handsome figure jumped out from the driver's seat. Came out with him. There was also a huge dog with shiny black fur that was as hard as steel needles. Is this the Waterworks? Standing in front of the armored vehicle, Xue Feng raised his head and looked at the crooked sign in the distance. It was covered with traces of dried scarlet blood rain, and the 5 words, Tian AI water purification plant, could be vaguely seen. After confirming that the destination is correct, Xue Feng opened the intelligence panel and took a look. The main clue of the first intelligence points to the water purification system of the water plant. If we want to verify the information, we have to go in and take the water purification system. Xue Feng was not in a hurry. Since the intelligence system did not give an early warning, it means that no one other than him is currently targeting this water purification system. So the only ones I have to face are the zombies in the water treatment plant. In this case, there is no need to rush. Let's explore the surrounding environment first. Xue Feng said this and took a step forward. Starting from the armored vehicle, we began to explore around the entire water plant. Xue Feng is very fast. It didn't take long. I walked around the water plant. Soon, Xue Feng discovered something that he didn't understand. Huh, why aren't there any zombies around? And we didn't find any signs of fighting. It's impossible that they were wiped out manually. Could it be that all the zombies here have gone somewhere else? Xue Feng couldn't figure it out, but he was too lazy to think about it. It's better to go directly to the waterworks. Thinking of this, he walked straight towards the gate of the water plant. Just as he put his hand on the door lock, suddenly I smelled an extremely strong fishy smell. It's different from the smell of rotting food. This should be the smell of a zombie. Xue Feng raised his eyebrows. With such a strong smell, how many zombies must be in there? But why is there no movement inside? If they were really zombies, they should have rioted the moment they smelled his scent. Why is it so quiet? Think of this. Xue Feng withdrew his right hand that was about to open the door. Turn around and keep some distance, then Xinxiao. Blue-purple arcs of electricity began to emerge in his hands. Soon it was entangled into a thunderball the size of a head. Amidst the roar that sounded like the singing of thousands of birds, Xue Feng raised his hand and threw the thunderball directly out. Sizzle! The huge thunderball hit the gate and exploded. The gate, which was already a little shaky, could not hold on and collapsed, splashing up clouds of dust. Through the smoke and dust, Xue Feng saw a scene he had never seen before. There are usually many reservoirs built in the center of the water plant, but because of the pollution of blood rain, at this moment, these reservoirs are all filled with scarlet and sticky liquid. But what he didn't expect was, at this moment, the reservoir is actually filled with zombies. Take a bath? That's right, take a bath. Due to the height of this reservoir, it is not very high. Therefore, most zombies basically squat and gather in the reservoir. The scarlet, sticky liquid had already reached their necks. Only the head was left, observing the surrounding environment. And just now Xue Feng smelled an extremely strong fishy smell outside. It is also due to the gathering of many zombies and the sticky liquid in the reservoir. No wonder there are no zombies outside. So they are all gathered here. Looking at the densely packed zombies in front of him, Xue Feng sucked his teeth. This is not a water plant. It's a zombie paradise. According to the information. Come up and say. There is also a level 2 mutant in the water plant. Calculate based on strength. This level 2 mutant is definitely the king among these zombies. And the intelligence also mentioned it. The reason why level 2 mutants were born is because the zombies had been soaked in blood rain for a long time, causing the already mutated zombies to evolve again. So, are you cultivating a corpse king? Looking at the scene in front of him, Xue Feng felt his hair stand on end. Although he has not fought against a level 2 mutant yet, the strength of a level 2 mutant is definitely a level higher than that of an ordinary mutant. And now, so many zombies actually took the initiative to soak in the blood rain and began to evolve into mutants, even level 2 mutants. Fortunately, I came early. Otherwise, I would have to face countless mutants. Thinking of this, Xue Feng couldn't help but feel a little scared. For him now, mutants are no longer as difficult to deal with as they were at the beginning. With his physical strength alone, Xue Feng can completely crush a mutant. If you add supernatural powers, he was also able to deal with 4 or 5 mutants at the same time without being at a disadvantage. But if it was in a water plant with so many mutants, the best outcome Xue Feng could think of was that he drove away before being besieged by hundreds of mutants. But now, this group of zombies has not yet completed their mutation. But don't be happy too soon. There must be more than one water plant in the city where I live. Since the zombies in this water plant have begun to gather consciously, the zombies in other places are probably about the same. So, in the city where I live, besides the shelters for survivors, there are many zombie gathering places like this? Thinking of this, Xue Feng frowned. If that's really the case, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I have an intelligence system, so I can definitely get the latest information before others. Even if these zombies start to organize their forces to launch a general attack on the city, I will be able to obtain the information in the first place and come up with a response strategy. Think of this. Xue Feng was no longer nervous. Our current goal is to obtain the water purification system and verify the intelligence. Think of this. Xue Feng whistled. A black shadow rushed over like an arrow and stopped steadily at Xue Feng's feet. This is the Black Panther he had just arranged to patrol outside. Xue Feng touched the Black Panther's big head and said softly, "Black Panther, why don't we compete to see who kills more zombies?" "Woof woof." Black Panther yelled excitedly. Obviously, it understood what Xue Feng said and was very interested in this little game. "Oh, and by the way, when these zombies die, there will be a crystal in their heads, just like the ones I fed you before. Don't eat secretly. Bring everything back to me. Do you understand?" "Woof woof." Looking at the Black Panther who responded to every word, Xue Feng nodded with satisfaction. "Then I'll count to 3, and we'll start 3. While Black Panther was still confused, Xue Feng rushed out directly. "Whiff, whiff, whiff. I may not be a human, but you are a real dog." 037. The advantage of having so many zombies is that there are crystal cores everywhere. In the water plant, 2 black shadows shuttled back and forth quickly. Xue Feng raised his hand and fired a Xinxiao shot. A huge ball of thunder exploded among the zombies. As the level of supernatural powers continues to rise, now Xinxiao's power is enough to create a small explosion and ignite all the affected zombies. Each shot can take away 3 or 4 zombies. The burnt smell of flesh immediately covered up the stench that permeated the entire water plant. However, Xinxiao's power is enormous. But the consumption is also not small. After more than a dozen Xinxiao shells were fired, Xue Feng felt a little tired. "I'd better save my energy. After all, there are level 2 mutants waiting for me." Thinking of this, Xue Feng put away his supernatural powers. He then took out a straight, long sword from the storage space. The surface of the long sword was covered with a layer of black, and it was not known whether it was the original design or because blood had seeped into the blade. Xue Feng weighed the long sword, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Next second, the figure standing there suddenly shot out. The black knife in his hand left a trace in the air like splashed ink. Next second, the 3 zombies closest to Xue Feng were hit in the neck by a knife. The rotten and hideous head flew high into the air. As the smelly blood splattered, Xue Feng pushed the ground with his feet and changed the direction of the blade in his hand. With a puff, 2 more zombies were beheaded. At the same time, facing these zombies with little fighting power, the Black Panther, which has mutated once, is like a wolf king rushing into a flock of sheep. With every leap, at least 1 zombie would be knocked to the ground by it. A bloody bite. The zombie's hard skull was bitten into pieces. Some zombies also took advantage of this time to attack Black Panther. But at this time, the Black Panther's dark and thick black fur was like a bulletproof vest. They can't even break through this layer of armor. This battle, or rather this harvest, lasted for half an hour. Soon, the last zombie fell. Xue Feng gently shook the blade in his hand and cleaned the sticky blood on it. It feels like these zombies are much stronger than before. Xue Feng looked at the corpse on the ground and said softly. He gently moved it with the black knife in his hand. He realized that it might be because of the blood rain. This group of zombies actually began to undergo slight mutations. Some claws became sharper, while others' arms became stronger. The most obvious is the attack method of this group of zombies has also changed. No longer attacking with mouth stupidly like before. Claws, arms, and limbs all become tools they can use. If we release these zombies into the town, the chances of survival for ordinary people will be even smaller. Xue Feng thought about it and felt a little anxious. At this speed, it is estimated that it won't be long before there will be a scene where hundreds of mutants appear together. We still have to hurry up and collect them, and work hard to become stronger. Xue Feng's eyes were burning. Unlike others, his way of becoming stronger is simply too simple. Refresh intelligence, verify intelligence, and get rewards. Let's collect the mutant crystals here first, and then look for the water purification system. Although up to now, Xue Feng has not yet figured out any other uses for this crystal besides feeding dogs. But he always felt that this kind of thing that could cause biological mutations and reside in the vital parts of zombies would definitely not be that simple. Use the black knife to chop open the zombie's head, and then pick out the mutant crystal inside. These mutant crystals are very small, but the advantage is quantity. It took another half an hour for Xue Feng to clean up the battlefield. The number of mutant crystals in the storage space increased by hundreds. The drop rate is pretty good, but it's too troublesome to collect them. Xue Feng sighed and wondered whether he should take Yu with him when he went out next time. With the other party's status as the goddess of luck, maybe she can really dig out something good from the zombie's head. Even if not possible, it would be nice to bring him here as a worker. Just as Xue Feng was thinking, a hoarse cry suddenly came. "Young man!" Xue Feng looked in the direction of the voice. Then he saw heads popping out of windows on a tall building not far away, shouting at him. "Young man, come and save us? We've been stuck here for 3 days, and we haven't had anything to eat. We are all here, come quickly." Time goes back to 1 hour ago. In the office, this group of water plant leaders have been trapped here for at least 3 or 4 days. During these 3 or 4 days, no one had any water or food. The condition has become extremely weak, just when they thought that they were going to starve to death here. Suddenly, there was a sound of fierce fighting outside. At that time, some people thought that it was a rescue organization sent by the country. Everyone opened the windows. What they saw were 2 dark shadows constantly moving among the zombies, just like cutting leaks. Every time these 2 black shadows launched an attack, a large number of zombies fell down. Soon, the zombies were wiped out, just when they were about to ask for help. But he found that the boy who was fighting with the zombies had not stopped yet. He used a long knife to cut open the zombie's head and dug out something. Although everyone didn't know what the boy dug out, but they think it must be a good thing. But this is not the most important thing. Most importantly, they are finally saved. Thinking of this, everyone immediately leaned on the windows and began to call for help. And after hearing their voices, the young man quickly walked towards the building. Everyone is in this office? So, the beauty mentioned in the intelligence should also be among them. And I can ask where the water purifier is. Walk into the building. Xue Feng held a black knife in his hand and climbed up while clearing the zombies in the corridor. I originally thought I wasted at least 1 or even 2 days at the water plant. After all, the entire water plant is very large, and it is divided into many factory areas. Without a guide, it would be almost impossible to find a usable and clean water purifier in a short time. But now that we have found the survivors here, things are different. As an employee or senior manager of a water plant, they must be much more clear about which water purifier can be used and which cannot be used. And if you find the most beautiful girl in this office, this will confirm 2 pieces of information at once. Not bad, not bad. It seems that after getting the water purifier, we can still have time to search for supplies nearby. Xue Feng thought happily. Soon, he then came to the door of the office he had just seen. I reached out and knocked, and the door was quickly opened from the inside. Looking at everyone's happy expressions, Xue Feng did not show any emotional fluctuations. He glanced at everyone calmly, then said, "Someone, take me to find a water purifier." 038 miss. This can't be exchanged for food. Water purifier? Hearing Xue Feng's words, everyone was stunned and looked at each other. What do you want this for? Aren't you sent by the country to rescue me? A bald, greasy man looked at Xue Feng and asked with a frown. Of course not. Xue Feng didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "My purpose in coming to your place is to find a water purifier. It's the end of the world now, and you still fantasize that someone will come to rescue you unconditionally? Should I say you are naive or stupid?" Seeing Xue Feng's playful expression, everyone's initial surprise gradually turned into astonishment, and finally into panic. Ahem. The bald man was stunned for a moment. Then he put on a serious look, put his hands behind his back, and came to Xue Feng. "Whether you save them or not is none of my business, but I have to tell you that I am the director of this water plant, and you must save me." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's face changed drastically. Then a thin man jumped out. "And me, I'm the vice president of this water plant. You have to save me too. I'm the manager. If you save me, I can arrange for you to work at the water plant. What are you fighting for with me? Do you understand respecting the old and loving the young? I'm almost 70 years old. Can't you young people give way to me?" Xue Feng was speechless as he looked at the old man with gray hair, but a strong body and a voice as loud as a bell. "Are you all idiots? It's been so many days. Haven't you figured out what the world is like now?" Xue Feng looked at everyone with a cold expression. "If you haven't figured it out, let me tell you, this is the end of the world. Your so-called factory directors, vice directors, and the like are nothing in my eyes. In my eyes, there are only 2 kinds of people now. One is useful, and the other is useless. Whoever can provide the location of the water purifier, I can take him away. If you can't provide it, just wait to die here." As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed drastically. "How could you do this? We are compatriots. How can you just watch us starve to death here? You clearly have the ability to take us away, yet you are still here making demands on us. I think you clearly want us to die. People like you are simply obsessed with profit. If this were before the end of the world, I would have spent money to buy your hands and feet and make you a disabled person for the rest of your life. Seeing that Xue Feng had no intention of taking them away, this group of people simply revealed their true colors. Each of them had a hideous face. If Xue Feng had not displayed his incredible strength just now, they would have eaten him alive. Just at this moment, the factory director, who was very angry, seemed to suddenly remember something. He stepped back from the crowd, walked up to the woman squatting in the corner, and asked in a low voice, "Gu Xiaoqian, didn't the water plant purchase a batch of new water purifiers? Tell me where you are, and I can consider withdrawing your expulsion report." The woman called Gu Xiaoqian ignored him and buried her head deep into her knees. "Gu Xiaoqian, I'm talking to you, do you hear me? I want you to tell me the location of the new water purifier. Don't be ungrateful." Seeing that the other party remained unmoved, the factory manager was so angry that he swung his big right hand to hit him. But when he raised his right hand, he found that he couldn't swing it out. Immediately afterwards, a huge force hit his wrist, causing him to look horrible in pain. "Who is it?" The factory manager turned and glared. What came towards him was a pair of cold eyes filled with murderous intent. He was so frightened that he couldn't speak immediately. Xue Feng ignored him. He waved it away with one hand and looked down at the woman in front of him. The woman looked to be in her 20s, with long, beautiful black hair that fell naturally behind her head. Hearing Xue Feng's movement, Gu Xiaoqian also raised her head, revealing her delicate and small face. Xue Feng lowered his gaze. Perhaps it was because the other party was still working before the end of the world, and he was still wearing professional attire. But it's obvious that this business suit is no longer suitable. The buttons on the chest were tightly tied. If it weren't for the woman's suit blocking it, it would have collapsed in the next second. The lower body is a short skirt with very charming black stockings. Through the black stockings, you can see her white and tender knees. "Do you know where the water purifier is?" Looking at Gu Xiaoqian, Xue Feng spoke calmly. The other party nodded subconsciously. So, do you want to go out? Think. Very good. Xue Feng nodded with satisfaction. "I'll take you out, and you lead me to the water purifier." After saying that, he turned and left. Gu Xiaoqian hurried to follow. "Wait, you can't leave." Just at this moment, the factory director, who was just dismissed by Xue Feng, stood in front of Gu Xiaoqian. "You are still an employee of my water plant. You are not allowed to go anywhere without my consent." He hasn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, I felt a chill on my neck. He immediately stopped talking and looked down. He saw a black knife covered in sticky blood, sticking tightly to the fat on his neck. "I want to take her away. Do you have any objection?" The factory director almost vomited when he smelled the fishy smell on the long knife. But he didn't dare to move and could only answer tremblingly, No, I don't dare." "That's good." Xue Feng calmly put away his long sword and gave Gu Xiaoqian a look. "Come with me." "Good." Gu Xiaoqian glanced at the shocked and angry factory director in front of her and hurriedly trotted to catch up with the man who had left first. As soon as she left the office, she was shocked by the scene in front of her. The entire corridor was filled with zombie corpses with their heads chopped off. The walls were splattered with sticky, smelly blood. Even though she hadn't eaten for many days, she still felt like vomiting. He trotted down the stairs and out of the building. She dared to take a deep breath. Although the smell outside was still fishy, it was much cleaner than in the corridor. But at this moment, she suddenly smelled a fragrance. Gu Xiaoqian turned her head and saw the man who had just brought her out, holding a chicken leg and eating it in big mouthfuls. "You, how do you have food?" Gu Xiaoqian swallowed and spoke softly. "Of course I carry it with me. When I'm hungry, I need to replenish it," Xue Feng said, looking at Gu Xiaoqian, who was swallowing madly, and handed the unfinished chicken leg to her. "You want to eat too?" "Aha!" Gu Xiaoqian stared at Xue Feng's half-eaten chicken leg. "I'll take you to find a water purifier, and you can give me something to eat." "Not good." Looking at Gu Xiaoqian, who was almost begging, Xue Feng decisively refused. "Tell me the water purifier is only enough to take you away." He shook the chicken drumstick in his hand. "This is another price. But I don't have anything valuable on me." "Yes, I have." Xue Feng didn't say anything after he finished speaking, but just looked her up and down leisurely. Gu Xiaoqian shuddered when she was looked at and quickly covered her clothes tightly. Looking at Xue Feng's unscrupulous eyes, A bad idea suddenly popped up in her mind. Thinking of this, she said coldly, "If you are planning to take advantage of me, I will die right now, and you won't even be able to get the water purifier. What are you thinking about?" Xue Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at her in surprise. "I'm just saying that if you don't have money, you can use your labor to exchange for food. I just killed zombies all day, and I'm a little tired. If you massage my shoulders, I'll give you some food. How about that?" 039 The world outside is more dangerous. What massage? Gu Shaoqian stared at Xue Feng with eyes wide open, her big eyes full of vigilance. As a senior executive at a water purification plant, she thought she had seen a lot of people. Most of the people she had met before had hinted at that thing to her. And now is such a good opportunity. But the other party just wants her to give him a massage? Gu Shaoqian felt that there must be something fishy going on here. Why, you don't want to? Xue Feng glanced at Gu Shaoqian, who was still hesitating, and chuckled softly. "It doesn't matter if you don't want to. Just continue to be hungry." As Xue Feng said this, he was about to feed the remaining chicken legs to Black Panther. And see this scene. Gu Shaoqian couldn't help it anymore. No, I promise you. Real? Feeling Xue Feng's wanton gaze, Gu Shaoqian couldn't help but shiver. But when faced with difficult decisions, people will tend to have some hope in their hearts. Maybe she really just wants me to give her a massage? Gu Shaoqian was so hungry that she wanted to fill her stomach first. Even if the other party reveals his true intention at that time, I can still die with a full stomach. It's better than starving to death. Thinking about it, Gu Shaoqian spoke. "I agree to your terms, but you have to let me eat first, otherwise I won't have the strength." "Of course." Xue Feng smiled faintly and took out the bread and milk he had prepared in advance from his pocket. Gu Shaoqian quickly took it and started to gobble it up. Before the end of the world, as a senior executive at the water plant, she had eaten all kinds of delicacies. She was tired of even those things. And now, a piece of ordinary bread and a box of expired milk. This kind of thing, which she usually wouldn't even bother to look at in the supermarket, now tasted extremely delicious to her. Gu Shaoqian swore. She had never eaten anything so delicious in her life. Eat it up in big mouthfuls. Gu Shaoqian tore open the bread bag again and licked the crumbs inside carefully. "You've almost finished eating. It's time to fulfill your promise." Just at this moment, Xue Feng's voice rang in his ears. Gu Shaoqian was frightened and trembled. "Okay, then turn around." Xue Feng had no objection and just turned around. Soon, a pair of white and delicate hands were placed on his shoulders. "Is this okay?" Gu Shaoqian's face turned red. She didn't expect that she, a top student who graduated from a prestigious university, would now be doing the job of a masseuse, which she despised the most. "If you can be a little stronger, will all your food be in vain?" Xue Feng's dissatisfied voice sounded again. Gu Shaoqian quickly increased the strength of her hands. After all the trouble, Xue Feng didn't feel anything, but Gu Shaoqian was exhausted. All right. Looking at Gu Shaoqian, who was a little out of breath, Xue Feng waved his hands impatiently. "Take me to the water purifier." "Good." Gu Shaoqian felt relieved and quickly said, "I remember the location of the warehouse where the water purifiers are stored, but it's a bit far, and we need to walk for a while." "No problem." Xue Feng nodded and walked with her. Along the way, we occasionally encountered a few scattered zombies. However, they were all solved cleanly and neatly by Xue Feng. Looking at the zombie corpse lying on the ground, Gu Xiaoqian's pupils trembled violently. In her eyes, these were extremely terrifying zombies. At this moment, she was like a leek being harvested wantonly by the man in front of her. Thinking about it, she felt that she needed to get closer to the other party. What if the other party could reward you with a little more food? Is the outside world like this too? Gu Shaoqian spoke in a low voice. Xue Feng didn't expect that this taciturn guy would actually take the initiative to talk to him. After thinking for a while, he said calmly, "No, the world outside is much more dangerous than here." "Is it more dangerous than here?" "Yes." Xue Feng pointed at the zombies on the ground. "These are just the most common zombies. In the outside world, there are also monsters called mutants. They can't be killed even by a car, and if you shoot them, you'll need at least a dozen bullets to kill them." So amazing. Listening to Xue Feng's story, Gu Shaoqian widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. But on second thought, the end of the world has already happened. Is there anything that cannot happen? So, can you beat that mutant? Of course. Xue Feng glanced at her calmly. How else do you think I survived? Moreover, if you want to survive in this apocalypse, you can't do without a fixed residence. My shelter can not only defend against zombie attacks, but also against mutants and can last for a long time. On the other hand, your water plant is the only one that these zombies didn't notice your existence. Otherwise, you would have been assimilated by the zombies long ago. You still have a shelter? Gu Xiaoqian's worldview completely collapsed. She couldn't think of it. I was still in the office, huddled in a corner, about to starve to death. Some people already have enough food and can even throw away chicken legs. Who would have thought that only a few days into the apocalypse, some people already have shelters that can defend against zombie attacks? Really? Comparing yourself to others will make you feel thief. In addition, through the conversation just now, she also learned that the world outside is now more dangerous than the water plant in front of her. But it's already difficult for me to survive in the water plant. If I were taken to the outside world, I probably wouldn't survive even a day. Thinking about this, she set her sights on the shelter that Xue Feng mentioned. If we can live in the shelter he mentioned, it shouldn't be so dangerous. But considering his temper just now, he even wants to exchange labor for food. If he wants to live in the shelter, then he must. Thinking about, Gu Xiaoqian couldn't help but shiver again. Forget it, let's just take it one step at a time. If he can live in a shelter and he doesn't make any excessive demands, it's not impossible to agree. Even if I have to massage him for the rest of his life, it's much better than dying in the mouth of a zombie. Just as she was thinking about it, she heard Xue Feng's voice again. Haven't you arrived yet? Almost there. Gu Xiaoqian raised her head and pointed to the warehouse surrounded by zombies not far away. That's the warehouse. The brand new water purifiers that were recently purchased are all in there. Here is the key. As she spoke, she reached into her arms and began to dig. Xue Feng, who had followed her all the way, was now becoming a little impatient. Forget it. I'll do it myself. As he spoke, Xue Feng stepped forward with a knife in hand. The pitch-black long sword was waving, linked with thick black and red blood. From a distance, it looks like an ink painting. Soon, the dozen or so zombies around the warehouse were cleared out. The dilapidated warehouse door in front of him was kicked open by him. Inside the warehouse, it is a large water purifier. At the same time, a reminder sounded in Xue Feng's mind. The intelligence was successfully verified, and the host received the following rewards. 040 secondary mutant appears. The intelligence was successfully verified, and the host received the following rewards. All the host's ability levels increased by 1. Another level of supernatural power. Looking at the panel in his mind, Xue Feng muttered. Current host properties panel. Strength, 33. Agility, 36. Spirit, 33. Durability, 38. Luck, 33, plus 100. Abilities. Shunxiao, level 1, stage 2, stone skin, level 8, times 0, level 5. Looking at his panel, Xue Feng was stunned for a moment. The four-dimensional attributes have reached 3 times that of ordinary people. However, this was due to the rewards he received for verifying intelligence time and time again. Nothing went wrong. However, when he looked at the column of his superpowers, he was indeed slightly stunned. Shunxiao, second stage, level 1. After a brief moment of confusion, he soon figured it out. For superpowers, level 10 should be a limit. You will advance after breaking through level 10. But I don't know what effect this level 2 Divine Sky will have. Thinking of this, Xue Feng turned his head to look at the zombies approaching this side. Raise your hand. A terrifying electric arc as thick as an arm appeared instantly, flashing purple light, almost piercing through the air. Almost instantly, it hit one of the zombies. There was only a crackling sound. The zombie was instantly electrocuted and its entire body twitched, emitting a burning smell. This is not the end yet. The purple arc moves at an extremely fast speed. When it came into contact with one of the zombies, it instantly exploded in a circle. Jump onto several nearby zombies. Sizzle. There was another strong smell of barbecue. Purple arcs continued to jump and soon spread to every zombie. All destroyed in one wave. Looking at this effect, Xue Feng was also a little surprised. Shunxiao actually transformed from single-target damage to AoE power. Although the previous Shunxiao could produce explosions, it only caused damage in a small area. Moreover, the farther away from the center of the Shunxiao explosion, the less damage the zombies will suffer. And now, Shunxiao can directly lock onto the surrounding enemies and bounce automatically. And the damage is not low. In other words, if Xue Feng had possessed the second level of Shunxiao when he first entered the water plant, Just one shot can kill all the zombies. There is no need to fight for so long. After having just used Xinxiao, I felt a little tired. It's just that this second-level Xinxiao has also consumed more of my energy. But I can use it as my final trump card. The damage is still considerable. Xue Feng thought about it and put his hand away. This scene was also seen by Gu Xiaoqian, who had been following behind. She rubbed her narrow eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. Was that lightning just now? Yes and no. Xue Feng spoke calmly, not wanting to explain anything to her. Turn around and came to the large water purifier. With a wave of his hand, he put it directly into the storage space. This magic, like scene, frightened Gu Xiaoqian so much that she opened her mouth wide. How about such a big water purifier? Put it away. Where did you receive it? Here. Seeing her naive look, Xue Feng smiled. With a wave of his hand, he took out the large water purifier that had just been stored. Gu Xiaoqian felt sick when she saw the scene in front of her. What kind of magic is this? This isn't magic. Xue Feng smiled lightly. Want to know what this is? Think. Gu Xiaoqian nodded quickly. Xue Feng stopped explaining and pointed at his face. Kiss me, and I'll tell you. You. Gu Xiaoqian blushed immediately. The fox's tail has finally been exposed. My guess turned out to be correct. The man in front of me was definitely greedy for my body. But Gu Xiaoqian did not intend to use herself as temptation to gain Xue Feng's protection. She is a person with a strong sense of chastity. If I have to sacrifice my body in order to survive, what's the difference between that and a prostitute in a brothel? Don't want to know? Forget it. Xue Feng spread his hands indifferently and put the large water purifier back into his pocket. Let me make it clear first. When I finish everything here, I will definitely take you out. But once you leave this water plant, I will no longer be concerned about your personal safety. It is true. Gu Xiaoqian was angry, yet helpless. In the past few days, she has figured out one thing. In the end times, strength is respected. The only thing you can do is to survive. Thinking of this, she bit her lips tightly with her teeth and finally loosened them. I promise you. Promise me what? Xue Feng looked down at her with a playful smile on his face. I'll kiss you. I'll kiss you. And you tell me what the magic trick was just now. Gu Xiaoqian bit her lips tightly and mustered up her courage. At the same time, she still felt a little lucky. If it's a kiss on the cheek, it probably doesn't count as a first kiss. Okay, then come on. Xue Feng put on a shy face and acted as if he was ready to be picked. Gu Xiaoqian was preparing herself mentally, closing her eyes and moving forward. Just one kiss, Gu Xiaoqian. As long as you understand how to do that, you won't have to be threatened by this man anymore. Thinking about it, she slowly moved forward. But the next second, Gu Xiaoqian felt her lips wrapped in warmth. Quickly open your eyes. What appeared in front of him was not Xue Feng's profile, but a pair of malicious eyes. Gu Xiaoqian quickly pushed Xue Feng away and covered her mouth angrily. You said you would kiss me on the cheek. Why don't you keep your promise? Yeah, I'm gonna kiss on the cheek, but you were too slow, so I turned my head to look at you, and I didn't expect you to take advantage of me. You, looking at Xue Feng with an innocent face. Gu Xiaoqian was so angry that she almost died. How can there be such shameless people in this world? Okay, tell me what that is. That thing is a supernatural power. Superpowers? Then what? What then? Xue Feng looked bewildered. Gu Xiaoqian was going crazy. You have to tell me how to get this power. Oh, you mean this? Xue Feng shook his head and said with a smile. Miss, this is not a price. If you want to learn how to activate your supernatural powers, you must at least. As he spoke, he slowly looked at Gu Xiaoqian's bulging chest. You. Gu Xiaoqian quickly wrapped her clothes tightly, looking embarrassed and angry. You scoundrel, I won't play with you anymore. Even if I die, I will never let someone like you succeed. Having said that, she turned around and was about to leave alone. But at this moment, bang! A huge figure fell from the sky. It hit Gu Xiaoqian hard. Gu Xiaoqian was stunned and looked up. Then he saw a strange creature that looked like a human but was on all fours lying in front of him. From the outside, the creature looked like it had been skinned and was red all over. There are no eyes on the face. It extends all the way to the corners of the mouth, with a tongue that is more than half a meter long sticking out. Moreover, this tongue covered with blood and mucus was slowly reaching towards him. 040, one powerful second-order mutant, with exponentially improved properties. Gu Xiaoqian looked at the strange creature in front of her and screamed with a pale face. Gu Xiaoqian's mind went blank. In the next second, this tongue that was more than half a meter long, it suddenly stretched out and swept towards Gu Xiaoqian. The speed is incredibly fast. Finished. At this moment, Gu Xiaoqian had only this one thought in her mind. At this critical moment, a hand grabbed Gu Xiaoqian's neck and threw her behind, and the strange creature stuck out its tongue. It hit the place where Gu Xiaoqian had just stood. In an instant, the concrete floor crumbled into powder. What a powerful force! Xue Feng couldn't help but let out a surprised sound. There is a vague guess in my heart. As the monster's tongue retracted, Xue Feng's gaze also turned to the mutant. The reaction that came to my mind was that this mutant is a bit like Venom in the movie. It's just that the head looks even weirder, making people feel physically uncomfortable when looking at it. Especially the big tongue, with a row of barbs that shine coldly. Gu Xiaoqian, who was thrown behind, didn't even care about the pain from falling to the ground. He quickly got up and hid behind Xue Feng. She didn't dare to question Xue Feng for throwing her away and not being gentle enough, because she knows very well, without Xue Feng's words just now, he would have become food in the monster's mouth. It has been bitten into several pieces. Gu Xiaoqian trembled when she thought of her miserable condition. Even more aware, as a woman, I can leave here. They will only become food for these zombies or mutants. But Xue Feng was quite interested. In a large number of mutants, he found that this mutant was very distinctive, although there are no eyes, but able to sense the surrounding situation. What method is used? Could it be some kind of ultrasonic induction? Before Xue Feng could figure it out, the mutant had already jumped up. He pounced towards Xue Feng fiercely. Stone skin. Xue Feng's right arm was instantly wrapped in a layer of defense. A punch hit the mutant. Boom! The mutant was knocked against a wall more than 10 meters behind and fell heavily to the ground. But it bounced up instantly. Looking at Xue Feng again, he also took a step back, and the bricks under his feet shattered. Such speed, such strength. It's a second-order mutant. Xue Feng narrowed his eyes with a hint of excitement. From the first time I saw it, when the mutants attacked, Xue Feng realized that the strength of this mutant far exceeded any mutant he had seen before. This is undoubtedly a second-order mutant. I didn't expect that a second-order mutant would appear in this water plant. But when I think about the many zombies that were soaked in blood rain before, then the emergence of second-order mutants is only a matter of time. I just happened to run into it myself. All we can say is that this second-order mutant had bad luck. At this time, the second-order mutant seemed unconvinced. He let out a low roar and pounced on me again. The movements were faster than before, and even after images appeared. But Xue Feng was faster. Every punch hits the flesh. The second-order mutant was knocked far away several times, and the bones in his shoulders were broken. This was Xue Feng's intentional attempt to test the strength and speed of the second-order mutant. According to his observation, the power of a second-order mutant is at least 10 times that of a first-order mutant. The speed is also 2 or 3 times faster. What surprised Xue Feng even more was that he discovered that this second-order mutant possessed special properties. It can be cured. I have clearly broken the opponent's bones several times. But when the second-order mutant stood up, the broken parts actually grew back together. Hiss. It will heal itself. This ability is pretty good. Xue Feng's eyes lit up. Xue Feng felt that this was an opportunity to test his abilities. My attributes have just been strengthened, and I just happen to be in need of a sparring partner. From the end of the world to now, the human survivors Xue Feng met were too weak. No one can compete with him head-on. Now we are using second-order mutants as experimental subjects? If those who were struggling to survive in the doomsday knew, I'm afraid you may think this is a fantasy. However, this mutant can be cured. But Xue Feng discovered that the speed of this strange creature was visibly slowing down. It is no longer possible to pose any threat to myself. Then, the second-level mutant attacked Xue Feng again. This time it was the tongue that rolled over. Xue Feng's fist met his attack. Slurp. The mucus on the tongue actually played a lubricating role at this time. It brushed past Xue Feng's fist and headed straight for his face. In an instant, a faint smile appeared at the mutant's mouth. Careful. Gu Xiaoqian couldn't help but exclaim. She also didn't know why she suddenly became so concerned about Xue Feng's safety. Perhaps he understood that if Xue Feng fell, he would not be able to survive. Or maybe deep down, he already considered Xue Feng as his support. The next second, there was a sudden flash of lightning. When I looked again, the mutant was howling in pain and rolling twice on the ground. Black blood spurted from the mutant's mouth. There was suddenly a movable tongue in Xue Feng's hand. Just now he changed his fist in a claw and used Shunxiao, second level Shunxiao, with destructive attributes. Let's see how you can heal yourself. You evil beast. You want to fight me? Xue Feng sneered. This is the hidden attribute of the second level Shunxiao. Under the divine power, all things are annihilated. Xue Feng had long been on guard against the mutant's tongue. The mutant has been hiding and unused, probably looking for an opportunity. This also confirms Xue Feng's guess. That is, as the mutants become stronger, they will also have more wisdom. I wonder if top mutants will ever become as smart as humans, even eventually surpassing humans. Seeing this scene, Gu Xiaoqian finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was really worried about Xue Feng just now. If that tongue hits the face, the consequences will be disastrous. Gu Xiaoqian even realized that what Xue Feng had just revealed was just a flaw that he had deliberately exposed, just to seize the opportunity to deal a fatal blow to the mutant. Without this strange tongue, the mutant's strength is greatly weakened. However, at this moment, the mutant pounced again. Xue Feng sneered. This time, the mutant's speed and strength are much worse than before. Without a tongue, what tricks can mutants perform? But then Xue Feng discovered that the mutant was not targeting him. Instead, he jumped high and pounced towards Gu Xiaoqian behind him. When Gu Xiaoqian saw this scene, she was even more horrified. The mutant who lost his tongue looked even more hideous. Finally, Gu Xiaoqian's legs went weak and she fell to her knees. It was as if he had accepted his fate and was waiting for the judgment of destiny. 042 instant kill, the power of the second level supernatural power. Shunxiao, the purple electric arc as thick as an arm, looked like lightning. It came from Xue Feng and pierced through the mutant in midair. Swish! The mutant was electrocuted and convulsed, with flames coming out of his body. He fell to the ground and struggled for a few times. And then he never moved again. Xue Feng stepped forward. With a fierce blow, he cut out the mutant's crystal core. From the outside, obviously brighter than the first-level mutant. He placed the crystal core in his space backpack. I'm thinking of researching it after I get back. Thank you. Gu Xiaoqian survived the disaster. Took a few deep breaths. Including this time, Xue Feng still saved her twice. Although this guy likes to be physical, and forced myself to give him a massage. But Gu Xiaoqian had to admit it. There was no word from Xue Feng. She must have died a long time ago. I only saved you because I promised you that I would take you out. I will definitely keep you safe until then. But once you leave the waterworks, you're on your own. Xue Feng said coldly. Hearing these cold words, Gu Xiaoqian didn't think Xue Feng was going too far. Instead, he thought Xue Feng was a principled man. It made her look at Xue Feng in a different light. What was promised will be done. And in this scenario, if Xue Feng wanted to force himself, I can only bear it silently. Only then did Gu Xiaoqian realize it. I just became incontinent. The feeling of shame instantly made her face red. At this moment, she knelt on the ground and tried to get up. So he gave up the idea of getting up. I hadn't had a drop of water or any food for several days. I just ate voraciously and my body functions have recovered. Plus, I haven't been to the toilet for a long time. But I didn't expect that the moment I saw the strange creature just now, I actually became incontinent. Let's go, Xue Feng urged. Of course, he also noticed Gu Xiaoqian's current situation. This is a rare scene. Do you have any clothes? Gu Xiaoqian's tone was shy. She was just asking tentatively. After all, there are zombies everywhere now, and everyone can only carry limited things. Who brings clothes when going out? If Xue Feng didn't have it, she could only walk away wearing the soaked skirt and stockings. What Gu Xiaoqian didn't expect was a super short blue skirt was thrown in front of her. Just this one? Gu Xiaoqian couldn't help but ask. This is too short. This is the end of the world. You have no choice. Xue Feng said lightly. There were quite a few spare clothes in his space. After all, there are many women following him. Sometimes when they get their clothes dirty, they can just change into a new set of clothes. Xue Feng also didn't like dirty women around him. As for why there is such a thing as miniskirts, that is of course Xue Feng's hobby. Yes, in this situation, what choice do I have? So Gu Xiaoqian picked up the miniskirt and prepared to put it on. Although there is a risk of exposure, but it's better than wearing something wet. Could you please turn your head around? Just as Gu Xiaoqian took off her stockings and was about to take off her skirt, only then did he realize that Xue Feng was staring at him. No, I have to ensure your safety. What if zombies appear? Xue Feng smiled. You. Gu Xiaoqian was both embarrassed and anxious, knowing that Xue Feng did it on purpose. She had never changed clothes in front of a man before. But then I thought again, what if it really happens and a mutant like the one just now appears? Without Xue Feng watching her, she would surely die. Maybe the man in front of me is really doing this for my own good. Worried about her safety? Thinking of this, Gu Xiaoqian has made up her mind. She took a deep breath and slowly changed her wet skirt. Anyway, the world has become like this, and we can't follow the previous rules. Let's go. Xue Feng appreciated the scene in front of him, and his lips curled up, because he made an unexpected discovery. This factory beauty looks very pure, but she is actually a white tiger. Gu Xiaoqian followed Xue Feng closely. A pair of hands kept pulling at the skirt. I felt a chill down there, as if a cold wind was blowing in. After all, she had nothing on. I can only wait and see if there is any way to find some pants to put on. When Xue Feng brought Gu Xiaoqian to the door of the warehouse, a lot of zombies gathered here again. It should be the noise from the previous fight that attracted all the zombies around. The Black Panther went back and forth, and had already pounced on more than a dozen people. Just now, because Black Panther was guarding the door of the warehouse, no zombies came in to disturb us. Xiawei, back off. Xue Feng gave an order. The Black Panther immediately turned back to Xue Feng's feet. The zombies around all rushed towards Xue Feng. Shenxiao, Xue Feng growled. A terrifying purple arc appeared again. It hit the zombie in front and then exploded. Flashing arcs of electricity jumped one after another, burning all 20 or so zombies nearby. After releasing Shenxiao continuously, Xue Feng also felt a little tired. Although this second-level Shenxiao is powerful, it cannot be used too many times. Xue Feng planned that when he encountered weak zombies in the future, he would try not to use his supernatural powers. Just as Xue Feng was about to take a step and walk towards the armored vehicle, suddenly, a dozen people rushed out of the office building. Leading the group was the bald man, the director of the water plant. The situation speaks for itself. They had been besieged for such a long time that they were out of ammunition and food. I saw that the zombies were almost completely wiped out by Xue Feng. Of course, take the opportunity to transfer. This way there is still a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, if the zombies were allowed to surround the building again, they would surely die. But they didn't notice. It's near the office building. There were still a few zombies wandering around, heading towards Xue Feng. The moment they rushed out, these zombies have found a new target. The bald man was the first to be knocked down. The zombies tore open his stomach, and blood mixed with internal organs gushed out. Ah! The bald man screamed. The remaining people were also besieged by zombies. They were in a hurry to return and blocked the door instead. Soon it became food for the zombies. You won't save them? Gu Xiaoqian couldn't help but speak, and her legs were shaking with fear. If it weren't for Xue Feng, she would probably become one of them. It could even be worse. With no ammunition or food left, who knows what crazy things those men will do. Before the end of the world came, the bald factory manager had harassed her several times. Why should I save? Xue Feng turned around and asked with a strange look on his face. 043 Gu Xiaoqian wants to follow? You have to pay extra. Why save? After hearing Xue Feng's words, Gu Xiaoqian was speechless for a moment. Isn't it natural to save lives? Isn't that a universal value? What other reason do we need to save people? A lot of words came to my mind, but Gu Xiaoqian didn't say a word, because she knows that the world is different now. The old rules have been turned upside down. Today, strength is the truth, and whoever possesses strength can make the rules. This is an era where the strong survive. The only solution for a weak person like me is to rely on the strong. Xue Feng in front of him is his only hope. The intelligence was successfully verified, and the host received the following rewards. Stonehide level +2. Stone skin level +2. At this moment, a voice appeared in Xue Feng's mind. Doesn't that mean that my stone skin has also reached the second level? Xue Feng was very satisfied with the tremendous changes brought about after Shenxiao reached the second level. I believe that this stone skin will not let me down. I can try this ability slowly after I return. There's no rush. Then Xue Feng looked at Gu Xiaoqian. Xue Feng understood very well that this voice was appearing in his mind. This proves that Gu Xiaoqian's psychological defenses have been completely broken. Surrender yourself psychologically. After witnessing the tragic deaths of her colleagues, she truly realized the cruelty of this world. Thinking of this, Xue Feng's mouth corners raised. decided to completely conquer Gu Xiaoqian and let her know her current identity. Here with Xue Feng, you can only be a servant. Well, our agreement has been fulfilled. Xue Feng said this and walked towards the armored vehicle. Seeing Xue Feng had come to the car, he was about to walk in the next second. Gu Xiaoqian was anxious. She knew that if she was left here, her fate would be the same as that of the bald man and others. They were all torn to pieces by the zombies. Or they might find a place to hide and eventually starve to death. Wait a minute. Gu Xiaoqian quickly caught up and shouted. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Xue Feng turned around and asked. You're just going to leave like this? Gu Xiaoqian looked at Xue Feng with tears in her eyes. It feels unbelievable. No matter how you look at it, she and Xue Feng have a lifelong friendship. Moreover, Xue Feng had seen everything clearly when he was changing clothes just now. He was just abandoned like this. Heartless scumbag. Of course, Gu Xiaoqian only dared to say it in her heart. She would never dare to say it out loud. Otherwise, Xue Feng would turn against him. Then Gu Xiaoqian had no place to cry. Now she was wiping her tears in the hope of gaining Xue Feng's sympathy. Yeah, I have to go back and install the water purifier. I don't know if this thing will work properly, Xue Feng said as a matter of course. He had no doubt that the information provided by the system must be correct. This is just an excuse to tease Gu Xiaoqian. Please take me with you. I can help too. I'm familiar with this. Gu Xiaoqian suddenly thought of something and quickly raised her hand. Just at this moment, a breeze blew by. Gu Xiaoqian's miniskirt was blown up. The tiger roars. Gu Xiaoqian's face flushed, and she quickly used her other hand to hold down her miniskirt. But then he thought again. Xue Feng had already seen everything. What else is there that I am reluctant to give up? Then let go of that hand, that mysterious scene. All of them appeared in front of Xue Feng again. Look, Gu Xiaoqian's mentality now is completely different from before. At the beginning, Gu Xiaoqian was unwilling to let Xue Feng take advantage of her. But now she could only pray that Xue Feng would look at her a few more times. Just installing a water purifier? Xue Feng certainly didn't mind and took a few more glances at the beautiful scenery. I can also give massages, Gu Xiaoqian said immediately. Gu Xiaoqian was reluctant during the massage before. I felt that as a college student. How could I be a masseuse? But now Gu Xiaoqian realized that she had underestimated the masseuse. As long as I can survive, massage doesn't matter. Not enough. Xue Feng shook his head. Isn't that enough? What else do you want? Gu Xiaoqian's tears began to well up in her eyes again. This time she really felt wronged. I've already paid a lot. She had never done anything like this before. I have food and electricity in my place, so I don't have to worry about dying at any time. Think about it carefully in this kind of apocalypse. How many women want this kind of environment? How much are they willing to pay? Xue Feng said with narrowed eyes. Hearing this, Gu Xiaoqian almost burst into tears. If such a place really exists, it is definitely not enough to just install a water purifier and know how to massage. She is willing to give everything. But Gu Xiaoqian was a little skeptical. In this doomsday, everyone is in danger. Does the place Xue Feng described really exist? At this moment, the zombies had already eaten the bald man and others. They all came towards the armored vehicle. The ugly faces of the zombies were all covered in blood. Some zombies still had some debris hanging on their bodies. Gu Xiaoqian even saw a piece of intestine hanging from the head of a zombie. Okay, I should go now, Xue Feng said as he opened the door of the armored vehicle and was about to get in. Are you leaving now? Just leave yourself here alone? In the next second, you will become a delicacy in the mouths of zombies. Gu Xiaoqian was frightened out of her wits. At this moment, she didn't care about her remaining pitiful dignity. I'm willing to do anything. Please take me away. Gu Xiaoqian rushed over. He hugged Xue Feng's arm. She deliberately let the plump part rub against Xue Feng's arm. Try to let Xue Feng feel his round shape as much as possible. This is one of her assets. This is also the only thing Gu Xiaoqian can do now. Okay, get in the passenger seat. Xue Feng also smiled when he saw this scene. He was sure that Gu Xiaoqian now completely understood the rules of this world. After getting Xue Feng's permission, Gu Xiaoqian used her hands and feet to run to the passenger seat. I even fell in the middle. Finally, I managed to get into the passenger seat before the zombies arrived. The Black Panther came in only after Gu Xiaoqian entered. In fact, as long as Black Panther is around, Gu Xiaoqian will not be in any danger. It has now become human. Know that Gu Xiaoqian is Xue Feng's servant. But for Gu Xiaoqian, This was definitely another life and death moment. Gu Xiaoqian, who barely managed to save her life, began to gasp for breath. Her chest rises and falls, looking very attractive. Xue Feng started the armored vehicle and drove away. Only at this time did Gu Xiaoqian have the opportunity to look at the scene on the street. The more I looked at her, the more frightened I felt. There were destroyed shops and bodies everywhere that no one had cleaned up. A lot of the ground was stained red with blood. One can imagine the tragedy that happened here. At this moment, Gu Xiaoqian felt a hand touching her thigh. 044, how can we waste water? Let's wash together. You are too impatient. Gu Xiaoqian's face flushed. Of course, she knew who the owner of this hand was. Before, she would have already cursed him as a hooligan. But now Gu Xiaoqian knew that once she showed her dissatisfaction, they will be kicked off the car immediately. There are many zombies on both sides of the road. Besides, with the abilities demonstrated by Xue Feng, you can force yourself to taste it before you drive yourself away. When the time comes, eat it all up and throw it away. Thinking of this, Gu Xiaoqian felt that Xue Feng was like a saint. In this doomsday, we can still keep our promises. Don't force yourself. What about those people at the water plant? It has already been done. Now that you're on the bus, you have to pay the fare. Do you want to ride a pirate car? Xue Feng smiled and began to increase his strength. Fade, is there such a fare? I have heard before that some female passengers took taxis without paying the fare. Little goblin, are you teasing me? Xue Feng laughed grimly, rushed towards Gu Xiaoqian. Ah! Gu Xiaoqian made a slight sound the moment she got into the car. I expected this to happen, but I never expected that it would happen in the car. The passenger seat was laid flat, like a bed. It was on this bed that Gu Xiaoqian experienced the happiness of a woman. In Xue Feng's beast-like side, painful and happy. At some point, a lot of zombies gathered around the armored vehicle. Could it be that he was attracted by the sound he made just now? Thinking of this, Gu Xiaoqian's face turned red. I hope Xue Feng won't be angry. Thinking of this, Gu Xiaoqian looked over cautiously. But he found that Xue Feng didn't care at all. He stepped on the accelerator and ran over all the zombies in front of him. Gu Xiaoqian finally breathed a sigh of relief, and soon the car arrived at the Riverside Villa area. Get off the armored vehicle. Looking at the villa in front of her that looked like a fortress, Gu Xiaoqian was stunned. Is this where Xue Feng lives? The outside is renovated with 3-meter-high walls to block zombies. If any survivor wants to break in, he or she must climb over. But even Gu Xiaoqian could realize it. Breaking into this fortress easily would have serious consequences. When I thought about how I had doubted the existence of this shelter before, she wanted to slap herself a few times. I almost lost this place where I could live safely. What Gu Xiaoqian didn't expect was, as the armored vehicle approached the villa, the gate opened. 5 women emerged from inside to greet them. Each of them is a top beauty. They have different styles, some with hot bodies. There are also beauties who exude a mature temperament. Gu Xiaoqian even saw a woman wearing glasses, although he was wearing a uniform. But judging from the way she walks, she is different from other women. That's right. Gu Xiaoqian suddenly remembered that one of her college classmates had joined a boxing club. Just walk at this pace. Could it be that this woman can fight? Thinking of this, Gu Xiaoqian's face turned ugly. I'm afraid others also have their own specialties. Each of them is a great beauty. Even if I had no lower limits, it would be difficult for me to gain a foothold here. Thinking of this, Gu Xiaoqian decided to find a way to play to her strengths. At this time, several women were looking at Gu Xiaoqian. It can be seen that Gu Xiaoqian is already Xue Feng's woman. Thinking of this, everyone felt different. The one who was most unwilling was Xiawei. She had clearly made up her mind and hinted many times before she finally won Xue Feng's favor. Made her a woman. Why is this woman in front of me so pampered all of a sudden? Xiawei bit her lip, feeling very unconvinced. She made up her mind that she would take the initiative if she had the chance in the future. I can't be as shy as before. In these last days, being shy is not an option. Xue Feng asked Yu Haoyun to take Gu Xiaoqian to visit the villa. By the way, introduce everyone to her and let her know them. Then change your clothes and come to see me. Soon Gu Xiaoqian came back after changing her clothes. She was wearing a beige long dress. Grown-ups. Seeing Xue Feng in the living room, Gu Xiaoqian put her hands on her belly and knelt on the ground. He bowed his head to the ground reverently. It's like worshiping God. Xue Feng was amused by this scene. How come Gu Xiaoqian started to call me by a different name after not seeing me for more than 10 minutes? He even knelt down. Stand up. You don't have to kneel when you see me next time. You can stay here as long as you are useful. I don't need garbage that wastes food. Xue Feng waved his hand and said. Hearing this, Gu Xiaoqian quickly stood up. Sir, you want to install a water purifier, right? This is usually used in large factories and requires some professional knowledge. Gu Xiaoqian's tone was sincere. Xue Feng nodded. When he saw the water purifier, he knew it was not for home use. Ordinary household water purifiers are simply not enough. After all, the drinking water used by Xue Feng and others needs to be purified. Can you handle this? Xue Feng asked. Of course. I just need a helper. Gu Xiaoqian said softly. Although Gu Xiaoqian knew how to install it, she had never done it herself. This kind of physical work is not for a supervisor like her. But now, in order to demonstrate her own value, Gu Xiaoqian has no choice but to do it herself. Just need a helper. You go ahead. Xue Feng casually pointed at Xiawei. Yes, master. Xiawei was not dissatisfied at all, and she had been doing chores these days. After nearly 2 hours of hard work, the water purification system was finally installed before dark. When looking at the water pipe, pure water flows out. The women were all very excited. Although there is no shortage of drinking water in the villa, it is not so luxurious that people can use water at will. Only bottled water is not contaminated. But now it's different. There is as much polluted water as you want. However, Xue Feng still asked Xiawei to test the purified water. Only feel relieved when you are sure that it can be used. It seems that the unknown red color in the water source can be purified. Although I'm not worried about the water problem, in order to avoid wasting water resources, I suggest that we all take a bath together in the future. 045 beauties bathing together. Xiaoye's new discovery. Let's wash together. Gu Xiaoqian's eyes suddenly widened. Is it so exciting? Are you all taking a shower together? These people include myself. Thinking of this, Gu Xiaoqian felt her heart beating faster. She couldn't help but look at the others. After all, I'm a newcomer here, and I still need to learn more from others. Then Gu Xiaoqian discovered that Yu Haoyun and others all had excited expressions on their faces. Seems like I'm used to this kind of thing. Could it be that they usually... Thinking of this, Gu Xiaoqian blushed. Soon, a full tank of hot water was placed in the bathroom. The bathroom is also very large, taking up half the size of the living room. Xue Feng felt that rich people really knew how to enjoy life. The shower area alone is larger than the living area of many families of 3. But now these are all mine. When Xue Feng arrived, the women had already simply washed up. Brother Xuan, let me help you apply the shower gel. And Xiawei was already prepared, holding a bottle in her hand. It's all in English, and it's obviously a high-end product. Brother Xue Feng, let me help you rub your back. Yu Haoyun also prepared a bath towel and was ready for action. Brother, let me rub your legs. Wang Xinyu immediately followed up. Let me wash your hair. Nie Xiaoye was also well prepared. Seeing this scene, Gu Xiaoqian and Zhao Weisu were a little dumbfounded. Zhao Weisu used to treat men as trash and never served any men. She simply thought that this was just a shower. At most, there are some heart-pounding actions. However, he didn't expect that the other women had already figured out how to serve Xue Feng. Everyone is ready. Gu Xiaoqian realized how fierce the competition was in this villa. Xue Feng is the master who can dominate their destiny. If you want to survive, you must prove your worth all the time. I saw Xue Feng lying in the bathtub. Several women came forward to serve. Gu Xiaoqian turned her gaze towards that place. That's right. Gu Xiaoqian was just about to speak and say that she would help clean that place. Then he discovered that Zhao Weisu had already put his head in. And Xue Feng also showed a satisfied smile. There is someone to serve you even when you take a bath. This is simply the life of an emperor. Sir, I looked at the villa today and found that there are still many areas that can be improved. At this moment, Xue Feng heard Gu Xiaoqian's voice. Really? Where? When Xue Feng heard this, he immediately showed a curious look. He remembered the description based on the intelligence. Gu Xiaoqian is a management talent and could be appointed as a housekeeper. I just came back and haven't had time to deal with this matter. Unexpectedly, Gu Xiaoqian began to show her value. Seeing that Xue Feng was interested, Gu Xiaoqian quickly expressed her thoughts. In Gu Xiaoqian's opinion, there are many areas that can be improved in the villa. For example, the placement of supplies. They are all concentrated in one room, which makes it inconvenient to store and access. A more detailed classification should be carried out according to type. as well as the use of resources, etc. There should be strict planning. Now, we can use whatever is available in the villa. Although there is no shortage of resources, a certain degree of waste has occurred. Some things with a short shelf life should be used first. Others that can be stored for a long time should be stored first. In addition, there is the use of tools and so on. Gu Xiaoqian said a lot of things in a very eloquent manner. In fact, it's all her management experience in the factory. Hearing this, Xue Feng nodded frequently. The beauties under his command now all have their own merits. But when it comes to being gentle, virtuous, and able to manage the household, there are not many. And Xiawei is a beautiful girl, and she followed me purely out of luck. Yu Haoyun is a mascot. She used to be a delicate young lady and a bit of a saintly person. Nye Xiaoye is a scientific researcher, and Wang Xinyu is a doctor. Zhao Weisu's profession is a teacher, and now he can serve as a fighter. There really is a lack of people like Gu Xiaoqian. You will be the housekeeper of the villa from now on. Xue Feng nodded and said. Then he felt it coming and pressed Zhao Weisu's head hard. Yes. Gu Xiaoqian was extremely happy. She finally found the value of her existence. The other beauties did not show any dissatisfaction, because Gu Xiaoqian's current role does not conflict with theirs. Besides, they are unable to handle these tedious matters, so it is better to leave them to Gu Xiaoqian. Okay, time for dinner. Xue Feng said this and stood up. Several beauties nearby immediately started to wipe Xue Feng's body and help him put on clothes. Zhao Weisu also moved his throat and swallowed it all. Wait till you get to the kitchen. Xue Feng also discovered that everyone took the opportunity of taking a bath to change into new clothes. And Xiawei actually changed into a sailor uniform. And Yu Haoyun was wearing a snow-white dress. The hem of the skirt is especially cut to just 15 centimeters above the knee. If you move a little, you can see the pure white fabric underneath. I have to say that this outfit suits Yu Haoyun very well. Nye Xiaoye got a blue evening dress from somewhere. The curves of her thighs were beautiful, and she was wearing high heels. The flesh-colored one-piece stockings show off the entire curve of the beautiful feet. Xue Feng couldn't help but take a few more glances. Zhao Weisu's outfit was much simpler. She only wore a set of tight underwear on the upper body and sweatpants on the lower body. She knows where she has advantages over other beauties. It's my own body, without any extra fat or flesh. On the contrary, Gu Xiaoqian took a different style. She actually got herself a maid outfit to wear. Gu Xiaoqian was very clear that she was a newcomer. The miniskirt she wore when she entered the room had already made the other women hostile. Definitely dressed more conservatively now. Besides, Xue Feng is used to seeing white thighs, so he might look at him differently. Sure enough, she was secretly proud of it. Xue Feng's gaze stayed on her for 2 more seconds. When the hot meal was served, Gu Xiaoqian was shocked. She almost forgot what it felt like the last time she had a hot meal. I even thought that I would never be able to eat these things. Before she knew it, her saliva was flowing down, and Gu Xiaoqian didn't notice it. Xue Feng didn't move his chopsticks, and Gu Xiaoqian didn't dare to make any move either. It was even more impossible for her to know that Xue Feng and others had just had a hot meal. Let's start eating. Xue Feng started picking up food first. The others started eating, and Gu Xiaoqian was even more cautious. You always feel hungry outside, so you can eat without worry here. Seeing Gu Xiaoqian's expression, Yu Haoyun smiled and said, Gu Xiaoqian nodded slightly, deeply moved. Looking at Wang Xinyu and Nye Xiaoye again, they also looked at him with gentle eyes. Because the first time they came to the villa and had a full meal, it was exactly the same as Gu Xiaoqian's. Gu Xiaoqian thought that everyone here was competing for favor, but she didn't expect that there was actually love involved. By the way, today I discovered that the crystal core has a new function. Nye Xiaoye suddenly said, 046 sufficient energy, a reward for Nye Xiaoye. A new function for the crystal core? Hearing this, Xue Feng's eyes lit up. Now he has a lot of crystal cores obtained from zombies and mutants. But besides using it for your own absorption and feeding it to dogs, they can only be left hanging in the storage space. It's totally useless. According to Xue Feng's previous experiments within Xiawei, the crystal core cannot directly act on the human body, and Xue Feng was able to absorb it because of the help of the system. Yes, this crystal core is based on my research and analysis. It contains very high purity energy, which is also the key to the zombie's ability to move without eating or drinking. Many mutated animals that have been discovered have similar organs that store energy. Xiawei began to talk about her professional knowledge. And Xiawei and others were confused after hearing this. To them, it was simply a fantasy. The only one who could understand it a little was Wang Xinyu. After all, she is a medical major, but she can't know everything. To make a long story short, the crystal cores inside zombies can be used as energy. For example, providing electricity for the villa. Xiaoya's eyes were full of pride. If it weren't for the end of the world, her invention would have shocked the world. Sadly, the world has been turned upside down. But Xiaoya was also very clear. There would be no zombies unless the apocalypse occurred. I don't have the opportunity to do these studies. Hearing this, Xue Feng nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, Xiaoya is a talented person. The information provided by the system is very valuable. Thinking of this, Xue Feng looked at everyone else one by one. The caring and thoughtful in Xiawei, the lucky goddess Yu Haoyun, and the medical talent Wang Xinyu. There is also the housekeeper Gu Xiaoqian. Each one of them can provide great help to oneself. There is also Zhao Weisu, a combat talent with special abilities who is also what he lacks. When he left the villa, Zhao Weisu was there. Don't worry about the safety of the villa. Moreover, Zhao Weisu's special ability is very special. He can make food to enhance his combat effectiveness. At the critical moment, it may play an unexpected role. How do you provide electricity? Xue Feng finally looked at Xiaoya. After all, the transformation of crystal core definitely requires a process. I have figured out the method of crystal core conversion. It is actually equivalent to a bioenergy battery. Xiaoya started talking at length again. Anyway, there is only one core, which is that she solved the most critical problem. That's why it was brought up at the dinner table. Okay, I'll go to your lab and take a look later. Xue Feng nodded and finished dinner in no time. Then go to the laboratory with Xiaoya. The new arrival, Gu Xiaoqian, began to clean the table consciously. Although Gu Xiaoqian didn't know whose job this was before. But now she has it covered. Being able to have hot water for a shower and plenty of food. This is simply paradise. Let her do anything. Xiaoya's laboratory is in the basement. Now there are many simple instruments here. Xue Feng soon saw the bioenergy battery that Xiaoya mentioned. It is a modified large battery. As long as the crystal core is put in, it can replace the battery. The wires next to it are connected to the power generation device outside. The crystal core of an ordinary zombie can support the electricity consumption of the villa for 3 days. Xiaoyu looked excited. It also means that the energy of the crystal nucleus is very large if fully utilized. The power generation will last longer, and this is just the first version. Xiaoya also plans to develop a second version. Then can we also modify the armored vehicle's energy device? Xue Feng's eyes lit up. Sure. Xiaoya nodded. The principle is the same. Then he explained the principle to Xue Feng in a long and eloquent manner. You've done a great job this time. We don't have to worry about electricity anymore. Xue Feng sighed. The villa's current generator is diesel-driven. A water purification device was added today, which increased power consumption. Xue Feng was worrying about how to ensure stable power supply. Unexpectedly, Xiaoya gave me a surprise. Seeing Xue Feng praising her, Xiaoya's face was full of shyness. Recently, she has been worried about her position in Xue Feng's heart, especially watching Xue Feng bringing back a steady stream of new beauties. It made her anxious. Now that she had received Xue Feng's affirmation, Xiaoya felt that this was her happiest moment. Then I want a reward. Xiaoya's cheeks were flushed, and she spoke in a low voice. At this moment, her eyes were full of anticipation. Is it about your sister? Actually, I don't know where your sister is. I'm sorry. Xue Feng actually always knew that Xiaoya was always thinking about her sister. I won Xiaoya's trust by mentioning Xiaoya's sister. No, in fact, I know that my sister might be in danger. When Xiaoya mentioned her sister, her eyes turned red. Tears streamed down my cheeks. Ever since arriving at the villa, Xiaoya knew that Xue Feng's words were just white lies. If it weren't for Xue Feng, she would have died in the sewer long ago. Even the corpses were eaten by rats. Moreover, Xue Feng was a man who kept his promises. He said he would not use force, and he never used force. If I knew where my sister was, I would have helped find her long ago. Thinking of this, Xiaoya began to sob with her hands covering her mouth. Seeing this, Xue Feng hugged Xiaoya in his arms. Gently stroke her back. I am already very satisfied to be here. Thank you so much. Xiaoya raised her head and met Xue Feng's gaze. There were still tears in her eyes. So what reward are you talking about? Xue Feng was very curious. If Xiawei was not talking about her sister, then what was it about? Award. Because she had cried once, Xiaoya's cheeks became even redder. She said nothing, but gently lifted up her evening dress. Then he lay down on the laboratory table. When Xue Feng saw the scene inside, his blood boiled. Xiaoya was actually wearing a purple suit underneath. Xue Feng swallowed his saliva. I didn't expect that the reward Xiaoya longed for would be this. After several rewards and upgrades, Xue Feng's energy is also extraordinary. 047 women with different thoughts. If someone saw Xiaoya's front face now, he would definitely think that Xue Feng behind him was a devil. It was torturing Xiaoya. Little did she know that this was exactly what Xiaoya wanted. Indulge yourself and be happy with all your heart. It lasted for more than an hour. Finally, with Xue Feng growling, he grabbed Xiaoya's arm fiercely. Take a step forward. Even Gu Shaoqian was ready to rest in the bedroom. After all, Gu Shaoqian can do more other work. But the opportunity to sleep together at night must not be missed. When they saw Xiaoya with a happy face, their eyes were filled with jealousy. I was able to be alone with Xue Feng in the basement for more than an hour. This is definitely the happiest time. When Xue Feng saw this scene, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I didn't feel anything before. Now that there are so many people, it's a bit inappropriate to squeeze them all into one room. There are enough rooms in the villa. From today on, you can go back to your own room and rest. Xue Feng said. In fact, everyone has a room in the villa. Store some personal clothing, etc. I just don't know when he ran to Xue Feng's bed. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Okay, brother Xue Feng, then you should have a good rest today. And Xiawei was the first to get out of bed, twisting her body and leaving. Seeing Xiawei leave, everyone else also said goodbye one by one. Only Xiaoya was thrown onto the bed by Xue Feng. Watching her competitors leaving one by one, a happy smile appeared on her face. At least today, I won. Unfortunately, she was too weak to fight again today. Completely satisfied. However, what Xiaoya didn't expect was that the lights had just been turned off for a few minutes. The door of the room was opened. Zombies? Intruder? Of course not. You can tell it from the sound of the light footsteps. It's in Xiawei. Brother Xue Feng, I'm scared to sleep alone. Can we sleep together? And Xiawei's voice made one's bones tingle. Xiaoya was full of disdain. Fear? When Xiaoya saw Xiawei smashing the zombie's head for the first time, her eyes were full of shock. I didn't expect a girl to be so decisive. When facing zombies, there is no fear at all. Now you say you are afraid to sleep alone? Cut. Xiaoyu curled her lips. Come up. Xue Feng smiled helplessly. He understood why Xiawei was the first to leave on her own initiative, without any reluctance. It turns out there is this plan. He wants to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Thank you, brother Xue Feng. And Xiawei was overjoyed and went straight into bed. Xiaoya and he sandwiched Xue Feng on the left and right. At this moment, the door was opened again. It's Wang Xinyu. Wang Xinyu felt that tonight was an opportunity. I can develop a deeper relationship with Xue Feng. Anyway, Xiaoya has been exhausted, so I might as well take advantage of the situation and pursue her. She and Xue Feng were each other's first love, but were forced to separate. Wang Xinyu will never forget it. Why are you here? And Xiawei made a dissatisfied sound. She originally thought that she was the only one coming here. Unexpectedly, Wang Xinyu also sneaked in. Wang Xinyu was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that Xiawei was there too. Why can't I come? She immediately raised her chest. She was no worse than Xiawei. And Xiawei had nothing to say. After all, Xiawei also sneaked in. Okay, now that we're here, let's rest together. Xue Feng also smiled self-deprecatingly. It's strange that the rule I set today was broken so quickly. As Wang Xinyu climbed up, there were 4 people on the bed in the blink of an eye. There seems to be no difference from before. Sure enough, after more than 10 seconds, Zhao Weisu arrived. In fact, Zhao Weisu had no plan to come. She was absolutely obedient to Xue Feng's orders. You can hear it from the way Zhao Weisu addresses Xue Feng. She kept calling for adults, which made Gu Shaoqian follow suit. But Zhao Weisu is a person with special abilities after all, and all aspects of her body's functions have been improved. I could hear footsteps in the corridor from inside the room. Needless to say, he must have run into Xue Feng's room. Then I absolutely cannot pretend I didn't hear it. I must come over. Xue Feng had no choice but to pull open the quilt and let Zhao Weisu lie down in. Sun Yuhaoyan also came. She originally wanted to go to Xiawei's room and chat with her. There are more women in the villa now. Yu Haoyun felt threatened because the person she was most familiar with was in Xiawei. And Xiawei taught her a lot, including the rules of survival in the doomsday. It is necessary for him to form an alliance within Xiawei to deal with the challenges from other women. But I didn't expect that Xiawei was missing. Yu Haoyun realized that he must have run to Xue Feng's side. So Yu Haoyun followed immediately. Now the only one missing is Gu Xiaoqian. Seeing that the only one missing was Gu Xiaoqian, Yu Haoyun couldn't help but speak. She's a newcomer. Does she dare to come? Nie Xiaoye was a little skeptical, because Nie Xiaoye believes that they are all veterans. Gu Xiaoqian came last, so she should be ranked last. The generations must not be messed up. Why not? Look at her when she came today. She was wearing such a short skirt. Zhao Weisu couldn't help but mutter. From her perspective as a teacher, she dared to wear such a short skirt. She must be a very wanton woman. Of course, Zhao Weisu didn't know that the skirt was prepared by Xue Feng. He even watched with his own eyes as Gu Xiaoqian put on the clothes. How about making a bet and see if Gu Xiaoqian will come? Okay, whoever loses tomorrow won't have to wear any clothes for the whole day. Several women immediately became interested. As a result, except Nie Xiaoye, everyone thought that Gu Xiaoqian would definitely come. Why do you all think she will come? Nie Xiaoye couldn't help but say. She is also a person who never gives up. She worked very hard today. Yu Haoyun saw Gu Xiaoqian's efforts. Install water purifiers and organize supplies, etc. A woman who wants so much to have a place by Xue Feng's side. I will definitely not let go of this opportunity. Then let's wait and see. Tomorrow will all of you be naked? Or will I be the only one without clothes? Nie Xiaoye pouted, thinking that as a PhD student, she would never lose. At this moment, the door was slowly pushed open. 048 new information. Nie Xiaoxing's whereabouts. Gu Xiaoqian walked in tiptoeing, wearing a set of white cotton underwear. When she came to Xue Feng's room, she had made up her mind. After all, he did this secretly, without knowing the other women's knowledge. If you are discovered, you will definitely be ostracized. But she was hooked. The first time during the day was far from enough for Gu Xiaoqian. She wanted to be more moisturized. At the same time, she also wanted to further develop the relationship with Xue Feng. So Gu Xiaoqian plucked up her courage and pushed open the door. Ah, we won. And Xiawei clapped excitedly. Xiaoyu, don't even think about wearing clothes tomorrow. A great doctor shouldn't wear clothes. Just thinking about this, Yu Haoyun couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. You are all here. Gu Xiaoqian was a little dumbfounded. I didn't expect that she was still hesitating in the room for a long time. The other women had already taken action. No, I can't fall behind. Otherwise, I will have no chance. That night, there was still a lot of noise in the room. When Nie Xiaoye woke up the next morning, she did as agreed. Seeing him eating breakfast without any clothes on, Xue Feng couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. It's really pleasing to the eyes. Every gesture and movement reveals the spring scene. Xue Feng's gaze made other women jealous. They seemed to have won last night, but actually they lost? I should have known this would attract Xue Feng's attention. Then they would have done it a long time ago. Just as Xue Feng was admiring it, a voice came from his mind. The information has been updated. 1. There is a gas station 4 kilometers west of the city. There are barrels of gasoline, but it is surrounded by zombies. 2. There are 57 survivors on the university campus 5 kilometers west of the city, including Nie Xiaoye's sister Nie Xiaoxing. It is suggested that Nie Xiaoxing is in danger at the moment. 3. A third-order mutant corpse king was found in a rubber factory 20 kilometers west of the city. This mutant has special abilities, so please treat it with care. Upon hearing this information, Xue Feng's eyes lit up. Nie Xiaoye's sister, Nie Xiaoxing. Yesterday, he felt a little regretful as he didn't know the whereabouts of Nie Xiaoye's sister. I didn't expect to find it now. Xue Feng immediately wanted to tell Nie Xiaoye the news. But Xue Feng hesitated and still didn't speak. The reason is simple. The crisis has been going on for so long. Who knows if Nie Xiaoxing will suffer any kind of torture? What surprised Xue Feng was that there were 57 survivors in the school. How did they survive? Xue Feng planned to go and check out the situation first. If Nie Xiaoxing really encountered any torture, Nie Xiaoye would not have seen it first. That would definitely be a huge blow to her. Thinking of this, Xue Feng specifically asked in Xiawei, Zhao Weisu, and Gu Xiaoqian to go with him. And Xiawei was the first woman he rescued, and she was the most mature mentally. Zhao Weisu's special abilities can help himself, especially the third-level mutant mentioned in the third piece of information. The information tells us to be cautious, which proves that the mutant must be extraordinary. Considering that Gu Xiaoqian has just joined, she needs to build up her courage. So the protagonist brought Gu Xiaoqian along. They're also in Xiawei and Zhao Weisu. If you have never killed a zombie, you can't survive here. After packing up the weapons and equipment, the armored vehicle started. Xue Feng whistled, and the Black Panther jumped up. He first came to the gas station. After all, he planned to go to the rubber factory in the west of the city later. The oil must be filled up in advance. As soon as I got to the roadside, I saw a lot of crashed vehicles. The gas station was surrounded, with dozens of zombies wandering around inside. It is estimated that when the apocalypse broke out, many people thought about the problem of gasoline. They all ran here to grab gasoline. Instead, a car accident happened, trapping them here and turning them all into zombies. Xue Feng and a few others got off the car. Gu Xiaoqian looked nervous. When they were in the car, and Xiawei had already told her how to deal with the zombies. But this is her first time after all. Seeing these zombies gathering together, Xue Feng subconsciously wanted to use Shunxiao. Then I thought, this is a gas station. A spark could set the place on fire. So in the end, he just took out the machete obediently. It seems that although Shunxiao is powerful, it is not applicable everywhere. Follow me. Xue Feng said this and rushed in. Following closely behind was Zhao Weisu. She just rubbed her hands together and a loaf of bread appeared. After putting it in his mouth, Zhao Weisu's speed suddenly became faster. The zombies in front of her were all moving in slow motion. And Xiawei and Gu Xiaoqian also followed, waving their weapons. And Xiawei mainly accompanied Gu Xiaoqian to build up her courage and took her to find lone zombies. Seeing Zhao Weisu kill more than a dozen people in a blink of an eye, he also mustered up his courage. Waving the steel pipe, he smashed the zombie's head hard. Bang! The zombie's head exploded like a watermelon. The zombies were quickly cleared out. Looking at the oil drums neatly arranged on the ground in the gas station yard, Xue Feng smiled with satisfaction. If this oil is shipped back, it will be enough to be used for a year or two. The key is how to transport it back. The intelligence was successfully verified, and the host received the following rewards. A tanker truck can transport fuel. Hearing the voice, Xue Feng's brows relaxed. But in order to avoid scaring the women, he directly conjured up a tanker truck. Plus, Nie Xiaoxing is in danger now. So Xue Feng planned to go back and drive the oil truck over. Xue Feng refueled the armored vehicle. Everyone else was collecting crystal cores. Now we have Nie Xiaoye's invention. The crystal core is energy and cannot be wasted easily. The armored vehicle filled up with gas and roared towards the university. When I arrived at the university gate, it was dead silent. Xue Feng noticed that the school gate was closed and many tables and chairs blocked the entrance. There were just a lot of zombies gathered at the school gate. Shunxiao. Xue Feng did not hesitate this time and activated the second-level Shunxiao. Lightning bolts as thick as arms jumped on the zombies' bodies one by one. In the blink of an eye, most of the zombies were wiped out. Brother Xue Feng, you have become even more powerful. When Xiawei saw the second-level Shunxiao for the first time, she cheered heartily. Certainly. Xue Feng's mouth corners raised. Now his stone skin ability has also reached the second level. I just haven't had the chance to actually fight him yet, so I don't know what kind of mutants I'll encounter next. Would you have a chance to try it out? Let's go in and take a look. Xue Feng stepped forward and walked inside. What are you going here for? Gu Xiaoqian couldn't help but look curious. Don't ask. Brother Xue Feng's words are orders, and we are not allowed to question them. And Xiawei said with a serious face. Although Xiawei didn't know why Brother Xue Feng wanted to come to this school. But there are reasons for everything Brother Xue Feng does. Yes, yes. Gu Xiaoqian immediately became as obedient as a kitten. Meanwhile, inside the sports warehouse on campus, a group of people gathered together in a circle. Our food and water can only last for 5 days at most. A tall and thin student wearing glasses said with narrowed eyes. If we want everyone to survive, we must send people to search for resources. In order to show fairness and justice, as the student council president, I suggest that everyone vote for one person. Do you have any comments? Hearing this, everyone around shook their heads. They don't have any opinions at all. My life was entirely in the hands of the student council president. Okay, then I'll take the lead and vote for Nie Xiaoxing. The student council president raised the corner of his mouth with a smug smile. Hearing this, everyone's eyes immediately looked over. All the focus was on a girl with pretty features and a slim figure sitting on the edge. 049 Ye Xiaoxing would rather die than surrender. Everyone's eyes were focused on Ye Xiaoxing, who was curled up in the corner. The scene fell into silence for a moment, because they all knew why Student Union President Sun Teng named Ye Xiaoxing. The students have survived since the apocalypse broke out and established the school as a stronghold. It's all thanks to Sun Teng, because when the apocalyptic crisis occurred, Sun Teng quickly awakened and became a superpower. He used his supernatural powers to clear out the zombies in the school. This saved them from death at the hands of zombies. Relying on the water and food in the cafeteria, these dozens of survivors have managed to survive until now. However, Ye Xiaoxing is just an ordinary girl. No survival experience. Letting Ye Xiaoxing go out alone to look for food is tantamount to committing suicide. Rather than looking for water and food, it would be more accurate to say that Sun Teng was trying to reduce the number of disobedient people. Those who do not submit to him will be eliminated. Before the doomsday broke out, Sun Teng had been pursuing Ye Xiaoxing. After all, Ye Xiaoxing is the school belle, and many people like her. However, Ye Xiaoxing focused on his studies and had long stated that he would not have a romantic relationship on campus. He publicly rejected Sun Teng several times. Now this is retaliation. Raise your hands. Sun Teng's tone became icy cold. Hearing these words, the students around were all terrified. They all raised their hands. Haha, Ye Xiaoxing. We have unanimously voted to let you go find food. But if you beg me, I can consider it and change someone else out of pity for you. How about you kneel down and beg me? You only have one chance. Sun Teng showed a proud smile and walked in front of Ye Xiaoxing. He has wanted to get Ye Xiaoxing for a long time. I am the student union president and the best student in the school. And Ye Xiaoxing is the school belle. She should be his woman. This is called a talented man and a beautiful woman. But Ye Xiaoxing never gave me a chance and even publicly rejected me. This made him extremely angry. Especially after the doomsday outbreak, he became the leader here with his supernatural powers. Half of the girls have already thrown themselves into his arms. He just wants to curry favor with me so that he can survive in the doomsday. These days, he has women on both sides, and there is never a shortage of women around him. And for Sun Teng, this is simply heaven. But the person he always wanted to conquer was Ye Xiaoxing. He wants the school beauty who rejected him in the past to kneel down and lick his shoes. So Sun Teng was doing it on purpose, trying to find ways to make trouble for Ye Xiaoxing. For example, reducing Ye Xiaoxing's food rations so that she eats less than others. Only one steam bun every day. Let Ye Xiaoxing do physical work and watch her get so tired that she can't bear the humiliation. However, Ye Xiaoxing gritted his teeth and persevered. Even though his body was getting thinner and thinner, he didn't show any sign of begging for mercy. So today, Sun Teng finally lost his patience. Now it's equivalent to a showdown with Ye Xiaoxing. If you don't come to beg me now, you will go out and die later. I'm going to look for food. Ye Xiaoxing bit her lips, an unwilling look on her face. If Ye Xiaoxing hadn't been concerned about his sister, he would have given up on this humiliating life. Go out and fight the zombies. Although it is extremely dangerous, at least there is still a glimmer of hope. She knew very well what Sun Teng wanted to do. Some girls also advised themselves to surrender to Sun Teng so that they could get more food. But Ye Xiaoxing would rather die than surrender. She just didn't like Ye Xiaoxing's sanctimonious look. It was obvious that he was relying on the fact that he was a superpower to occupy the supplies in the cafeteria and the store, forcing other male students to risk their lives outside the school to collect supplies. But I am here giving orders. Act as if all this is a gift from him. If you really have the ability, go out and find supplies yourself. Instead of driving away the unnecessary people, Ye Xiaoxing knew Sun Teng's temper. The student council president in front of him was a despicable and shameless villain. Before the food was completely exhausted, Sun Teng, a psychic. I will never risk my life. Even though he has superpowers, he is still a despicable coward. You'd rather go out and die than beg me, right? Sun Teng was angry, and his face twisted instantly. I won't necessarily die if I get out, but staying here makes me sick, Ye Xiaoxing said coldly. Hearing this, Sun Teng was furious. Okay, you're gonna be bitten to death by zombies anyway, so let me have some fun first. Sun Ting gave a grim laugh and pounced forward. He grabbed Nie Xiaoxing's clothes. Tear it apart. Sun Tung pulled down the cuffs, revealing the white and smooth shoulders. Seeing this scene, everyone around turned their heads. No one wanted to help. Nie Xiaoxing gritted his teeth and had already thought of the worst-case scenario. She would rather die than be forced by Sun Tung. President. Just at this moment, a boy ran over. Bang! Sun Tung turned around and slapped the boy in the face. Do you have good eyesight? Ruin my good deeds. Sun Tung thought that this boy was standing up for Nie Xiaoxing. Why are you pretending to be a righteous person? Don't you look at your own strength? In an instant, the boy's cheeks swelled up and he covered his face with his hands, feeling very aggrieved. Because he was not there to take charge, he was just reporting the situation, and he didn't expect to be beaten. President, someone broke into the school. What? Is help coming? Sun Tung's face showed surprise and joy. He had no idea what the situation was like in the outside world right now. Now we are waiting inside the campus to see if any rescue will arrive. President, please take a look yourself. It doesn't look like a rescue operation. There are only a few people. Hearing this, Sun Tung frowned. He looked at Nie Xiaoxing reluctantly and was about to proceed to the next step. Nie Xiaoxing, I'll come over later. After saying this, Sun Tung walked towards the warehouse door. Sure enough, I saw the seats at the school gate had been moved away. A man came in with 3 women and a large dog. Sun Tung's eyes lit up. Those 3 women are all top beauties with curvy figures. This made Sun Tung almost drool, although he has played with many female students in the past few days. But they all have ordinary figures, and none of them are mature. What attracted Sun Tung's attention even more was the armored vehicle. As long as we can get the armored vehicle, they're not afraid of zombies at all, and it is easy for them to obtain supplies. All the boys follow me. Let's grab the armored vehicle. Sun Tung pushed his glasses and let out a sinister laugh. The lackeys beside Sun Tung also stared with their eyes wide open. Hiss! President, kill that man later, and let the brothers play with this woman too. Yes, President, we are also short of women. I've been feeling depressed these days. The male students shouted. In school, Sun Tung is like a king. Boys are not allowed to touch other girls. Sun Tung can only enjoy her. Watching Sun Tung playing with those girls every day makes these boys' blood boil. You can only solve it yourself. Okay, let's get rid of that man later and divide the woman up. Sun Tung thought about it and nodded. He still needs these boys to do odd jobs, so he should give them some sweet treats. But of course I must be the first one. So Xue Feng, who had just walked a few steps into the campus. Then I saw a group of boys rushing over waving steel pipes. 050 bestiality? Justice killing. Soon, Sun Tung and others surrounded Xue Feng. Hand over the keys to the armored vehicle. A boy pointed a steel pipe at Xue Feng and yelled. But his eyes wandered over in Xiawei and the others. Especially Gu Xiaoqian's chest, his eyes were staring at it intently. Act recklessly. Xue Feng sneered. Xinxiao. The next second, a bolt of lightning hit the boy's forehead. Boom! The boy's head instantly caught fire, and he fell straight down. The smell of burning flesh and hair filled the air. Seeing this scene, Sun Tung and others were dumbfounded. I didn't expect that Xue Feng is also a person with superpowers. The other boys' legs were shaking, and they subconsciously looked at Sun Tung. Are you the leader here? Xue Feng also looked over here. I'm the student council president, not a leader. Sun Tung swallowed. He never expected that he would be facing a person with superpowers. No one did dare to go around with 3 beauties alone. Do you know Nie Xiaoxing? Xue Feng went straight to the point and asked directly. Sun Tung's expression moved slightly at first. Then things quickly returned to normal. Yes. Sun Tung nodded quickly. Take me. Xue Feng didn't waste time talking to Sun Tung. He didn't have any good feelings towards this group of guys. He wanted to steal his car right away. However, there is no need to fight with these guys before finding Nie Xiaoxing. It's a pity that Nie Xiaoxing died when the doomsday broke out. Sun Tung pretended to be regretful. Died when the apocalypse happened? This is questioning the intelligence given to you by the system. You're lying to me, Xue Feng said calmly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. No, absolutely not. If you don't believe me, you can search. Sun Tung insisted that he had made up his mind. He planned to take advantage of Xue Feng's negligence and attack from behind. But he didn't expect that a bolt of lightning would strike him head-on. Sun Tung was immediately frightened out of his wits. Know the power of lightning. Beast transformation. With a roar, Sun Tung directly activated his supernatural power. In an instant, his body expanded to twice its size and turned into a red-haired gorilla. The lightning struck Sun Tung, but did not knock him down directly. Instead, it left a charred mark on the shoulder. Superpowers? Interesting. Xue Feng immediately became interested. I didn't expect that Sun Tung's special ability was to turn into a gorilla. And this gorilla is definitely not just an ordinary gorilla. All aspects of the body have also been strengthened. Roar! Sun Tung screamed in pain. This time he was in great pain too. Ignoring the pain, Sun Tung clasped his hands together. He smashed towards Xue Feng fiercely. The boys around cheered. They had seen Sun Tung use this trick before. Smashed a very strange zombie. This blow has at least 1,000 pounds of force. But Xue Feng sneered. Time 0. After the launch of Zero Time, Sun Ting's actions were seen by Xue Feng. It's like slow motion. This gave Xue Feng time to aim easily. Xin Xiao started again. A bolt of lightning hit Sun Tung's head accurately. No matter how strong Sun Tung's defense was, his face was not protected at all. Boom! Sun Tung fell backwards to the ground. The face was burnt black, and the facial features could no longer be seen. There was just blood flowing out from the charred area. When he died, Sun Tung still remained in the state of a gorilla. Please let us go. Yes, we were also coerced. Nie Xiaoxing is still alive, in the warehouse. Seeing this scene, the male students around threw away the steel pipes in their hands. Kneeled down and begged for mercy. Sun Tung was dead, and they had no intention of resisting. Xue Feng stepped over the gorilla's body and came to the door of the warehouse. When I opened the warehouse door, I found there were more than 20 girls here. Just when Xue Feng saw Nie Xiaoxing in the corner, the intelligence was successfully verified, and the host received the following rewards: an assault rifle and 5,000 rounds of ammunition. Xue Feng was quite satisfied when he heard about this reward. Assault rifle, this is also good stuff. Can directly increase the team's combat effectiveness. He planned to upgrade in Xiawei's equipment after returning to the villa. And Xiawei is now carrying a pistol, which can be used by others. When they saw Xue Feng, the girls all shuddered subconsciously. They all saw Sun Tung's body outside. This is a man even more terrifying than Sun Tung. Xue Feng's brows began to frown as he noticed that Nie Xiaoxing's sleeves were torn. Fortunately, there seemed to be no other scars on his body. If I had come a step later, the consequences would have been disastrous. Are you Nie Xiaoye's sister, Nie Xiaoxing? Xue Feng asked directly. I am. Nie Xiaoxing was slightly stunned, then nodded quickly. Your sister asked me to come find you, so I can take you away now. Xue Feng nodded and said, What? It was his sister who asked him to come find her. Nie Xiaoxing had already fallen into despair. In the end of the world, she didn't expect anyone to save her. The only one I'm worried about is my sister. When the riot first started, Nie Xiaoxing's cell phone fell to the ground and was stepped on and broken. There is no way to contact my sister. And later the communication was interrupted. But he didn't expect that his sister's people would find him. You don't believe me? Seeing that Nie Xiaoxing was not taking any action, Xue Feng scratched his head. No, I believe it. Nie Xiaoxing finally reacted. He trotted all the way to Xue Feng's side. Since he was the person entrusted by his sister, Nie Xiaoxing had a natural sense of security. What's more, there are several beautiful women around Xue Feng. This scene made the other girls envious. This is a man who is even more powerful than Sun Tung, able to wander around in the apocalypse. Who did this? Xue Feng frowned. That's what Sun Tung said just now. Nie Xiaoxing said in a low voice. Besides him, has anyone else bullied you? Xue Feng asked again. Hearing this, Nie Xiaoxing looked a little hesitant. Although no one touched her, but that doesn't mean no one bullies her. That boy, he deliberately gave me less food. After hesitating for a long time, Nie Xiaoxing pointed at a boy standing at the door of the warehouse and said, Yes, Sun Tung asked me to do this. The boy immediately showed a look of horror. Bang! And Xiawei on the side raised her hand, and a bullet shot through the guy's head. Anything else? Xue Feng continued to ask. Nie Xiaoxing was shocked. He didn't expect Xue Feng to kill someone with just a wave of his hand, although her heart was also filled with the pleasure of revenge. But in the end, I still couldn't bear it and didn't want to continue exposing other people. But at this time, other girls jumped out one after another. That person dragged me into the toilet while I was searching for supplies, and he climbed on top of me in the middle of the night. That person was even more disgusting. There was white stuff in the bread he gave me. He beat me if I didn't eat it. Every word you say is like a bullet. A massacre has begun. 051 boxing? Are you mentally retarded? Although Sun Tung is the one in charge here. But there are also many boys who are cheating on Sun Tung. After all, in this situation, who can resist taking action? In the blink of an eye, half of the boys were shot in the head. The remaining boys were so scared that they knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. At this time, the Black Panther bared its fangs and growled. Xiawei, don't worry about them. Just let them fend for themselves. Xue Feng said lightly. The doomsday order collapsed, and what happened in the school was just the tip of the iceberg. He did this not to punish evil and promote good. It's just about killing those who bullied Nye Xiaoxing. You guys come with me? There is food and hot water in my shelter. Xue Feng then called a few girls. His villa needs someone to do odd jobs and take care of some chores. With the current manpower, it is impossible to continue expanding the villa. Xue Feng wants to build a fortress. The reason for not expanding the site before was concerns about water and electricity. Both of these points have now been resolved. When it's time to expand the area, we will definitely need manpower. Of course, Xue Feng also has conditions when selecting girls. The first is that the person is intact and has not been ruined. Xue Feng stared at the gun and asked one of Sun Tung's confidants to divide the girls into two sides. The second is beautiful, smart. These girls looked at Xue Feng as if they had seen a savior. His eyes were full of expectation. When several girls heard that they were selected, they were immediately ecstatic. They witnessed Xue Feng's strength. It is absolutely safe to follow Xue Feng. I need to remind you that my refuge does not support idlers. You have to work to get food and hot water. You go to my shelter to be handymen, not to be mistresses. If you do something wrong, you will be punished. I will teach you a lesson with a whip. Xue Feng added in a cold tone. On the contrary, hearing these words was like the sound of nature to these girls. Just work in exchange for food and hot water. Before the apocalypse, this was a matter of course. Now it has become a luxury. It's something that only happens in dreams. Now it has happened to them, and some girls are even crying for joy. What's more, Xue Feng is so handsome. So they all rushed to Xue Feng's side. He said he would definitely obey. Because they were not Sun Tung's women. They had been eating moldy and spoiled food. Now, as long as they have normal food, they can do anything. I saw Xue Feng picking a few girls to leave. Then a boy stood up and spoke. They also wanted to leave with Xue Feng. And they will absolutely guarantee to be obedient and do whatever you tell them to do. No! Xue Feng simply shook his head and refused. He has done his best by not killing all the boys. Seeing that they were rejected, these boys immediately began to question Xue Feng. You only accept girls. You must have bad intentions. Why? Xue Feng smiled when he heard this. It's my sanctuary. I can let anyone I want join. Also, let me tell you, in the apocalypse, strength is the rule. I rescued you from Sun Tung's clutches, yet you still slandered me like this. I'm very sad. Bang! After saying that, Xue Feng also gave the boy a peanut. Shut him up completely. Just when Xue Feng turned around and prepared to leave, a shrill female voice came from behind. The woman stared at the girls who were about to be taken away. Don't go with him. Do you want to live by relying on men? Now that the end of the world has come, the order of the entire world has collapsed, and the laws of society have been reshaped. This is the era of our female awakening. We don't need men to survive. A fat and bloated female student with many pimples on her face shouted. Excited expression, dancing. Xue Feng was happy. I didn't expect that I would meet someone who was boxing. I heard that boxing is popular among college students, and it seems to be true. Doesn't this fat woman know how to survive in the apocalypse? It's not based on gender, but on strength. And the rest of you, don't be bewitched by this man. You don't need to revolve around men to survive. Hurry up and resist. Let's create a home for only women. This time, the fat woman actually shouted at Xiawei. I guess he saw a gun in Xiawei's hand, and she is confident in her ability to incite. Before the end of the world, she had tens of thousands of fans on the internet. He has tried this tactic many times, and it always works. You are mentally retarded, and Xiawei couldn't help but burst into cursing. To shoot a bullet at this fat woman. Then he got angry again and walked over to the fat woman's body. Bang, bang, bang. Use up all the bullets in the pistol and smash the face. Only then did I calm down a little. If it weren't for Xue Feng, and Xiawei knew that she would have become a meal for the zombies long ago. There is no chance of standing here. Brother Xue Feng is his own prince, his own god. It is your own belief. It is everything to you. Now he is going to betray Xue Feng himself. What a joke. Let's go. Let them ferry themselves here. Xue Feng waved his hand and said. Then he brought Nye Xiaoxing and others to the side of the armored vehicle. He originally had 4 people and a dog, plus Nye Xiaoxing and 5 other girls. That's 10 people already. Although there were a lot of people, the armored vehicle had enough space, so they could still fit in. No one will stop the car for inspection. Originally, before Xue Feng left, he planned to take away the supplies in the school. However, Nye Xiaoxing and others said that there were not many left, and most of them had become moldy. Hearing this, Xue Feng also showed a look of disdain. These moldy foods may be very valuable to Sun Tung and others. To him, it's garbage. Xue Feng originally wanted to verify the third piece of information. A third-order mutant in the rubber factory in the west of the city. But this time we brought too many people and it was getting dark. We can only talk about it tomorrow. On the way back to the gas station, Xue Feng also tied several remaining gasoline barrels to the roof of the car. Make sure you don't have to worry about gasoline for the next period of time. On the way back, Nye Xiaoxing was very nervous. She didn't know what her sister's place looked like. But Nye Xiaoxing was at least certain that Xue Feng would never be the same as Sun Tung. What a hypocrite, because Xue Feng speaks very directly and never beats around the bush. Work brings food, and mistakes bring punishment. These are words that Sun Tung would never say. The real bad guys are all high-sounding, but despicable at heart. Nye Xiaoxing also prefers Xue Feng's straightforward personality. Soon the armored vehicle entered a villa area and stopped in front of a villa. I was squeezed to death. Finally, I got down. Xiawei was the first to get out of the car. The others then came down one after another. Then the door of the villa opened. The one walking in front was the one who lost the bet. Nye Xiaoye was not wearing any clothes. After not wearing any clothes for most of the day, Nye Xiaoye had gotten used to it. Anyway, we have been honest with each other before. However, what Nye Xiaoye did not expect was, this time, Xue Feng actually brought back several new faces. This made Nye Xiaoye's ears blush, but she still held on, thinking that everyone would be the same sooner or later. But then, Nye Xiaoye noticed a shocked face in the crowd. Younger sister? 052 late at night. Sisters open their hearts. Nye Xiaoye never expected that her sister Nye Xiaoxing was also among them. In an instant, Nye Xiaoye's tears flowed, and she ran to her sister. Hug each other tightly. Nye Xiaoxing's overall state was one of confusion. What's going on? What's going on, sister? Why aren't you wearing any clothes? It would be fine if you weren't wearing any clothes, but why did you come out to greet them? There is no shame at all. My sister is a doctor and the pride of the family. Even though she thought so in her heart, Nye Xiaoxing's tears flowed down unconsciously. I hugged my sister's smooth back tightly and felt the bulge pressing against my clothes. She realized that she was in the end times. It is not easy to be alive. There is no way to ask for too much. And my sister seems to be in normal condition. You shouldn't have been bullied. Please ask it yourself later. From today on, you will be in charge of these people. They are all menial servants. Xue Feng handed all 5 girls over to Gu Xiaoqian. Gu Xiaoqian was very excited. She had just arrived yesterday. I define myself as a maid. He is the servant who serves Xue Feng and others. Although Xue Feng appointed her as the housekeeper, Gu Xiaoqian did not consider herself as a housekeeper. After all, the housekeepers of those wealthy families have many subordinates. However, he didn't expect that Xue Feng would find him a few subordinates the next day. If there are any cheating among them, tell me and I will punish them severely. Xue Feng added, you must not be polite to these girls. Let them know that there is no free lunch in the world. Yes, sir. Gu Xiaoqian nodded immediately. Let them take a bath first, then change them into clean clothes and get them some food. Xue Feng said again, hot water and food. Hearing these 2 words, several girls' eyes lit up. When they saw the big villa, they were convinced. Xue Feng did not deceive them. Can't wait now. Soon the girls finished their showers and changed into clean clothes. The meals served were simple. It's millet porridge and pickles, and some heated sausages. Under normal circumstances, it is just an ordinary breakfast. But for the hungry girls, this is simply the delicacy of the world. They ate so voraciously that they couldn't even wait to use chopsticks. Just grab the freshly grilled sausages with your hands. Even though it was too hot to hold, he still tried his best to stuff it into his mouth. During their school days, they ate moldy steamed buns and biscuits, and soak rice in cold water. Even so, there is a daily limit. Now I can finally eat hot food. Even though it was just millet porridge, they felt it was the best thing they had ever eaten in their lives. Sister, when are you going to put on your clothes? Nie Xiaoxing was also drinking millet porridge, and Nie Xiaoye was always by his side. The only thing that puzzled Nie Xiaoxing was that Nie Xiaoye hadn't changed her clothes yet. No, I will be punished if I lose. Besides, it will be hard to have a second chance to be in the limelight like this. You will get used to it in the future. Nie Xiaoye said with a red face. In order to get Xue Feng to look at her more, she didn't mind being naked. I'll get used to it. Have you already? Nie Xiaoxing inevitably looked somewhere. Well, when you're done eating, come to the room and I'll talk to you. Nie Xiaoyu nodded gently. She didn't want to talk about it in the restaurant, because there were several other classmates of Nie Xiaoxing in the restaurant. The method that can win Xue Feng's favor cannot be easily overheard. After dinner, Nie Xiaoxing came to his sister's bedroom. Nie Xiaoye told how she was rescued by Xue Feng and what happened afterwards. Hearing that it was Nie Xiaoye who took the initiative, she climbed onto Xue Feng's bed. Nie Xiaoxing looked surprised. Is this still the sister I know? My elder sister used to be known as the cold-face goddess in school. No smile for any man. But she took the initiative to throw herself into Xue Feng's arms. Sister, are you willing to sacrifice so much just to survive? Nie Xiaoxing couldn't help but say. If she had done the same, Sun Teng would have gotten what he wanted. Silly sister, I am not such an unprincipled person. You don't know Xue Feng, he is a real man. Being the woman of such a man is the greatest happiness for us women. When Nie Xiaoye said this, her eyes were full of admiration. If she was afraid of death, Nie Xiaoye would not leave the sewer, nor will they offer themselves voluntarily. Nie Xiaoye was completely attracted to Xue Feng. In this new era, Xue Feng is the king standing at the top. Sister, you are so lucky. Nie Xiaoxing also excitedly grabbed her sister's hand. Ever since his parents died of illness, Nie Xiaoxing had never seen such a happy light in his sister's eyes. Then Nie Xiaoxing told everything that happened afterwards, especially mentioning Xue Feng and what he did after breaking into the school. Nie Xiaoxing couldn't help but nodded. He's really different, just his aura is different. Hearing her sister say this, Nie Xiaoye's mouth corners slightly raised. So, how do you feel about him? Feel? Very powerful, and he acted decisively, killing many of Sun Teng's accomplices. Nie Xiaoxing thought for a moment and said. She also knew that those people were not good people. If he continues to live, he will definitely bring harm to other girls. It's better to die. Although they were all classmates, Nie Xiaoxing did not feel pity for them. On the contrary, being trapped together these days, Nie Xiaoxing saw their ugly side. Then you will become his woman tonight. Nie Xiaoyu happily grabbed Nie Xiaoxing's hand. Tonight? But we've only known each other for a few hours. Nie Xiaoxing widened her eyes. She had a good impression of Xue Feng, but it hasn't come to this. Nie Xiaoxing is a very conservative girl. Otherwise, she would not have been so determined not to have a relationship during her college years. Now that the world has changed, who knows where we will be tomorrow? Believe me, sister, you must seize this opportunity. Xue Feng is a man worthy of your lifelong trust. Nie Xiaoye's attitude is very firm. Apart from Xue Feng, she couldn't find anyone else in the world who was trustworthy. But sister, you also? Then aren't we all? Nie Xiaoxing's face turned red instantly. Now that the world has changed, Nie Xiaoxing certainly understands. But what about myself and my sister? What are you afraid of? This was a very common thing in ancient times. Besides, if you don't go, there's still a lot of people rushing to go. It's definitely better to go in front than in the back. Besides, I have nothing to be shy about. What are you afraid of? I can teach you later. Nie Xiaoye smiled, knowing that her sister had been completely convinced by her. Nie Xiaoxing nodded slightly and answered with a vague yes or no answer. 053 make the rules and hang him up and beat him. Gentle? Xue Feng is a ferocious beast. Thinking of this, Nie Xiaoye felt wet again. She just liked Xue Feng's fierce look. But he still agreed to Nie Xiaoxing and pulled her out of the room. As soon as I entered the living room, I heard screams. Ah! It seemed to be a woman's voice. It seems to be my classmate. Nie Xiaoxing subconsciously covered his mouth, not knowing what was happening. Don't worry, let's go and take a look. Nie Xiaoye patted her shoulder, and the two of them went to the living room together. Then I saw a woman hanging high up by a rope under the crystal chandelier in the living room. She was only wearing underwear. Bang! Bang! Gu Shaoqian held a whip in her hand and whipped the woman's back hard. The sound is loud, In an instant, 2 whip marks appeared on the woman's back. The other girls who had just arrived were kneeling on the ground, trembling. "What's wrong?" Xiawei asked in a low voice to Yu, who was standing nearby watching the show. "I was caught hiding food." There was no sympathy in Yu's eyes. Food is the most important commodity. Hiding food secretly is the same as stealing from everyone. Only then did Xiawei notice that there was a sausage as thick as a thumb on the table in the living room. I was wrong. Forgive me. Forgive me." The woman had already been crying with tears streaming down her face. When Xiaoxing saw this scene, he was so frightened that his legs went weak. After all, Gu Xiaoqian told them when they were taking a bath. The distribution system is implemented here, and each person gets food in exchange for his or her work. You must not keep it to yourself, and if you don't work hard, you will be punished. Unexpectedly, her classmate broke the rules as soon as he arrived. In fact, Xiaoxing was not unable to understand. They had been hungry for too long. "I heard that people who are on the verge of starvation, after surviving, will frantically store food." But after seeing Xue Feng's methods, he still dared to do this, which was a bit courteous of his own life. Xiaoxing also secretly looked at Xue Feng, who was sitting in the first seat in the living room. There was no excessive expression on Xue Feng's face. "My lord, I suggest that she be driven out of the villa's sanctuary as a warning to others." There was a gleam of excitement in the corners of Gu Xiaoqian's eyes. In fact, this sausage was deliberately thrown into a corner by Gu Xiaoqian. The purpose is to set rules for these new women. Sure enough, someone really took the bait. Little did people know that the entire villa was under surveillance in every direction. Every move of these 5 new girls is under the control of Xue Feng and Gu Xiaoqian. Gu Xiaoqian is also well versed in managing people. When she was at the water plant, whenever a new group of employees came, the leadership's usual tactic is to do it in front of everyone. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey and catch the typical example. You're going to be kicked out of the villa just for a piece of sausage? Xiaoxing couldn't help but exclaim. This is too cruel. This sentence naturally caused Gu Xiaoqian's dissatisfaction. There is no order without rules. The food for everyone in the villa was found by you at great risk of your life. And the food and drinking water in the villa are rationed. If you break the rules, you will be punished, Gu Xiaoqian said lightly. If it weren't for the fact that Xiaoxing is Xiaoye's sister, then Xiaoxing also has to do these chores. But it's not like now. Xue Feng plans to let Xiaoxing serve as Xiaoye's assistant. Xiaoxing was speechless for a moment. It seems that what Gu Xiaoqian said is not wrong. She just wanted to make the thief go away. "No, please, sir. Give me one more chance. I will definitely keep my hands clean or cut off one of my hands." The hung woman continued to cry and beg for mercy. "I would rather have a hand chopped off than go out and face the zombies." When Xue Feng saw the woman kneeling and begging for mercy, he knew that the purpose of beating her had been achieved. It will no longer be difficult. As long as you complete the tasks assigned every day, you will get snacks too. But you insisted on hiding the supplies. I can choose not to kick you out. But if you make a mistake, you will be punished. For the next week, you will be responsible for the night duty, Xue Feng said to Gu Xiaoqian. "Put it down." Only then did Gu Xiaoqian let the woman go. "I'll give you one last chance. The rest of you have seen it. This is what happens when you break the rules. But as long as you follow the rules here, I can guarantee your safety and your living needs." Hearing Xue Feng's words, the other girls nodded. Because these words reveal a message. As long as you follow the rules, you will have food and hot water. It's getting late. Let's all go to bed. Xue Feng signaled everyone to leave. And tonight, without orders of my own, no one is allowed to come into your room. There are simply too many people. Xue Feng now plans to establish a management system. Set rules for all aspects, including resource allocation. Establish your position as the leader in the base and have everyone obey you. There must be corresponding punishment for violating the rules. Today is just the beginning. You can't be as casual as before. After all, there are more people now, so scientific management is needed. Xue Feng has handed this matter over to Gu Xiaoqian. After all, Gu Xiaoqian has the talent of a housekeeper. When everyone left, Xue Feng looked at Xiawei and Xiaoxing. Your sister can do the experiment with you. You also need someone you can trust. Xue Feng knew that Xiawei must have something to say. Thank you, my sister, and I want to repay you. This was also the first time that Xiawei expressed her gratitude to Xue Feng. She really didn't expect to see her sister again. Nothing, just a coincidence. Xue Feng smiled and didn't explain too much. My sister is also very grateful. So tonight we sisters want to... Xiaoy's face turned red when she said this. It was just yesterday that I was satisfied. But when she thought of that kind of thing, she felt her body starting to get restless again. Really? Your sister? Xue Feng didn't want to force it. Ido. Nie Xiaoxing said immediately, with a very determined look. She has made up her mind to devote herself to Xue Feng wholeheartedly. Well, come to my room. Xue Feng's mouth corners raised. Such beautiful sisters. I wonder how many people can only dream of them. If under normal circumstances, Nie Xiaoxing's psychological defenses would not be broken so quickly. I'm afraid it was also because of Nie Xiaoxing, who saw that Nie Xiaoye was living a very relaxed life here. Have gratitude for yourself. It's all because of the end of the world. It changed everyone. No matter what the reason is, Xue Feng will not be polite tonight. Soon there were two more people in Xue Feng's bed. Xue Feng grabbed one in each hand and laughed. After Nie Xiaoye's experience in the laboratory yesterday, he becomes very open, and his face is full of enjoyment at this moment. Although Nie Xiaoxing also felt happy, it was her first time after all. I kept my eyes closed shyly the whole night. 054 late at night, the temptation of sisters. That night, Xue Feng took the time to appreciate the differences between the sisters. In the early morning, Xue Feng patted the two sisters, indicated that they could sleep a little longer. When I came to the living room, I saw that it had been cleaned spotlessly. The food was also placed on the table. All of this was done by the 5 new girls under the arrangement of Gu Xiaoqian. They were all spoiled girls and the apple of their family's eye. But now, they're all his servants. A spoiled brat. It doesn't exist here. If you really want to act like a spoiled brat, you can communicate fully with the zombies outside. Hello, sir. When they saw Xue Feng coming, the women immediately bowed their heads and greeted him. Xue Feng nodded slightly. At the dinner table, Gu Xiaoqian reported the plan. She plans to expand the villa. Now having only one protective wall is definitely not enough, because defensive walls are built all around and defense towers are set up. Arrange personnel to be responsible for lookout. Build this place into a fortress. Be prepared for attacks from mutant zombies and other survivors. Hearing Gu Xiaoqian's suggestion, Xue Feng nodded with satisfaction. This is what he is now preparing to do. But Xue Feng's plan is even more ambitious. He plans to transform the entire wealthy area into a stronghold. The water purification facilities are sufficient for several hundred people. After discovering that crystal cores can be used as energy, there is no need to worry about electricity issues. In addition, wealthy areas have plenty of lawns and gardens where vegetables can be grown, etc. After all, it is the beginning of the end of the world, and the supplies are all products before the end of the world. So we have to think long-term. Of course, these plans also require a lot of manpower. It won't work with the current limited manpower, so there is no rush for expansion plans. Xue Feng first agreed to Gu Xiaoqian's transformation plan. We'll talk about it after we expand our staff. Then Xue Feng called Xiawei and asked her to get in the car with him. You have to verify the third piece of information given by the system yourself. The West City Rubber Factory, the extremely dangerous mutant. Xue Feng didn't even take the Black Panther with him, but gave it a few crystal cores as a comfort. Xue Feng discovered that the Black Panther seemed to be getting smarter, which should be related to the use of crystal cores for feeding. Xiawei seemed very excited when he heard that he was the only one following Xue Feng this time. This is an opportunity to be alone with Xue Feng. It is also the best time to show your value. Sir, what are we going to do this time? Xiawei couldn't help rubbing his hands excitedly in the car. Today she is wearing a sports t-shirt on top and shorts on the bottom. Xue Feng also discovered that Xiawei was defenseless. This is quite pleasing to the eyes. I don't know if it's Xiawei who is doing this to attract my attention. Xiawei already had this habit when he was still a teacher. The thought of Xiawei, the intellectual beauty, wearing a uniform and glasses, facing her students at the podium. Xue Feng actually felt a little excited. Of course, this is just imagination. Xiawei probably started to let himself go after the doomsday broke out. I want to go to the west end of the city. Xue Feng didn't say anything either. He was just going to find a corpse king. Otherwise, there is no way to explain the source of the intelligence. The intelligence system is my biggest secret. Thinking of this, Xue Feng checked his panel. Current host properties panel. Strength, 33. Agility, 36. Spirit, 33. Durability, 38. Luck, 33, plus 100. Abilities. Shunxiao, level 1, stage 2. Stone Skin, level 1, stage 2. Time 0, level 7. Now I have mastered 2 second-level skills. But the system also reminded itself that this third-order mutant was extremely dangerous. It seems this is a strong enemy. Is this a date? Xiawei leaned over and began to rub Xue Feng's arm with his chest. This is when the benefits become apparent. Xue Feng clearly felt that the shape was deforming on his arm. In touch. I guess so. Xue Feng frowned, then smiled and nodded. This also made Xiawei more excited and hardworking. Under normal circumstances, it only takes about 10 minutes to travel 20 kilometers in the city. But now it took Xue Feng almost an hour to get there. Although there are no traffic lights in the city, there are still many places where the roads are blocked by vehicles. There are still many zombies wandering on the streets. Xue Feng could only knock these cars away one by one. All the zombies were crushed. Artificially created channel. Soon the rubber factory appeared in Xue Feng's sight. A column of black smoke came out of the rubber factory and drifted into the sky. What's going on in that place? Is it still in production? Xiawei also noticed that and looked surprised. Xue Feng snorted coldly. How is that possible? There must have been a fire. He could imagine what would happen when the end of the world came. Everyone started running for their lives. A factory without anyone managing it is prone to fire. When we got closer to the rubber factory, we could indeed smell a piercing burnt smell. Sir, do you want to take a look inside? Xiawei was very curious. I don't know why Xue Feng parked the car here. Just as Xiawei finished speaking, suddenly, a strange roar came from inside the factory. Roar! The sound was so harsh that Xiawei subconsciously covered her ears and half knelt on the ground. Xue Feng also frowned. However, his attributes are 3 times that of ordinary people, so he can still withstand it. But then, a shocking scene appeared. Hundreds of zombies rushed out from the rubber factory like a tide. They were all wearing work clothes and must have been workers in the rubber factory. Now, they're showing their fangs and claws with ferocious faces. It seemed as if he wanted to tear them apart. Xue Feng looked towards the end of the tide of corpses. Standing there was a zombie over 3 meters tall, its entire body green in color. Unlike ordinary zombies, this zombie's skin is tight and even has muscle outlines. Especially the zombie's eyes are golden. The intelligence was successfully confirmed, and a third-level mutant, the zombie lord, was discovered, who is extremely dangerous. The characteristics of the zombie lord are that he can control ordinary zombies and establish his own territory. Rewards the host with an attribute point increase of +5. At this time, all attributes of Xue Feng's panel increased by 5 again. But he had no time to be happy. This is the biggest attribute improvement given to you by the system. However, this is not a good sign. How could a zombie be like this? Xiawei opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. She had never seen zombies act like this before. In the past, zombies determined their location based on sound. But now the zombies seem to be commanded by that strange zombie. Be careful and stand behind me, Xue Feng growled, faced with hundreds of zombies rushing forward. Stone Skin. Xue Feng's body was covered with a layer of green skin. The second-level Stone Skin not only increases the defense, but can also cover Xue Feng's entire body. Hundreds of zombies? Xue Feng is fearless. 055, extremely dangerous. The third-order mutant corpse king. Shunxiao, Thunder Sword Slash. There were 2 more lightning bolts in Xue Feng's hands. This is him deeply developing his special abilities. Compared to jumping lightning, this consumes less physical energy. Wherever the Thunder Sword went, all the zombies were cut in half and chopped into pieces. Xue Feng was like a meat grinder, invincible among the zombies. These zombies gathered together, making it easier for Xue Feng to attack. Soon, a bloody trail appeared in front of the factory gate. The smell of burnt meat was everywhere. Mixed with the already pungent smell, it becomes even more unpleasant. As expected of you, my lord, there was admiration in Xiawei's eyes. So many zombies. Anyone who sees this would probably be so scared that their legs would go weak. Even she herself was shocked. But Xue Feng downplayed it. But at this moment, Xue Feng had a frown on his face. Xue Feng's eyes never left the corpse king, and he kept observing his movements. Finally, after Xue Feng eliminated these zombies, the corpse king took action. This huge zombie, more than 3 meters tall, slowly raised his hands. Its fingertips are more than half a meter long and look extremely sharp. It seems as if the nails and fingertips are fused together. What long claws! Sir, there's something wrong with this zombie. Seeing this claw, Xiawei felt a chill. But she still wanted to use her special abilities to help at times like this. Xue Feng has already taken the lead in launching the attack. He believes that it is better to strike first. A bolt of lightning went straight towards the Corpse King. Roar! The Corpse King let out another strange roar. A scene that Xiawei could not believe appeared. The Corpse King kicked his feet and disappeared instantly. No, it didn't disappear, but its speed was too fast. It had already gone around to the side and attacked Xue Feng. Careful, Xiawei exclaimed. Could it be that the Corpse King's speed is faster than lightning? This is impossible. The only explanation is that the Corpse King had predicted Xue Feng's actions. It was dodged in advance. Xue Feng had already noticed the Corpse King's actions. The dark blue claws came towards his head. Brings a bloody smell. Hiss! The Corpse King roared with excitement. The third-level mutants already possess some intelligence and do not just fight based on instinct. It clearly felt that it only needed to eat the man's head. You can go one step further. Have more powerful strength. Oh! Xue Feng punched out and hit the Corpse King's forearm. So hard. Xue Feng's eyelids twitched as he felt the terrifying hardness. I'm afraid the Corpse King's physical strength is almost close to that of steel. Xue Feng's palms were numb from the shock. The Corpse King was not feeling well either. His skin and flesh exploded, revealing the strange green bones inside. The Corpse King became even angrier and felt pain. This is something I have never felt since I gained wisdom. Hiss! A horrifying roar came from the Corpse King's mouth. Sound waves that could be seen with the naked eye were coming towards Xue Feng. Xue Feng felt his vision blurry, and he felt a little unsteady on his feet. There was even a brief moment of dizziness in my head. And Xiawei, who was not far away, was suffering terribly under this powerful attack. It was difficult to stand, and I fell to the ground. Even Xue Feng would be disturbed by his attributes, let alone her. Just when Xue Feng was distracted, the Corpse King slapped Xue Feng away with one claw. Xue Feng slid on the ground for nearly 10 meters. There were wounds all over his body. Blood flowed out of the wound. Hateful! Xue Feng came back to his senses and was completely enraged. He understood why the system prompted that the Corpse King was in extreme danger. The Corpse King's special ability must be some kind of ultrasound. Time 0. This was the first time that Xue Feng activated 3 superpowers at the same time. I could feel the nerves in my brain throbbing. It was a huge pressure. The Corpse King, which was originally moving very fast, appeared to be moving in slow motion in Xue Feng's eyes. Shunxiao. This gave Xue Feng the opportunity. The whole person jumped high, with a thunderball in each hand. With tremendous force, he smashed hard into the Corpse King's head. Bang! 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 There was a sound of heads exploding like firecrackers. The Corpse King's head exploded. A fist-sized green crystal core flew out directly. Then Xue Feng lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Sir, you are injured. Xiawei stumbled over, feeling extremely regretful. I'm really useless. At the critical moment, I can't help at all. Facing the terrifying Corpse King, she had no fighting power at all. It's okay, just a flesh wound. Xue Feng shook his head. Fortunately, his stone skin had been promoted to the 2nd level before. Otherwise, it's hard to say what the consequences will be. At least it won't be like it is now, where it's just a minor injury. This is not a wound caused by a zombie bite, so there is no need to worry about turning into a zombie. Xiawei quickly took out a medical box from the car and began to bandage Xue Feng's wound. Have you noticed something? After the wound was bandaged, Xue Feng suddenly said. What? Xiawei was confused. She had encountered too much today. There have been enough shocks. I don't know what Xue Feng is talking about anymore. There are hundreds of ordinary zombies here, but there are no first-order mutants or second-order mutants. There is only this one third-order mutant. Xue Feng narrowed his eyes, and a premonition came to his mind. My lord, you mean that all those ordinary mutants have been killed? Xiawei came to the conclusion naturally. If my guess is correct, this third-level mutant must have absorbed the crystal cores in the heads of those low-level mutants. Thinking of this, Xue Feng immediately went into the factory to check. Xiawei followed behind. She was very worried. What if another third-order mutant appears? But Xiawei has made up his mind. If such a powerful monster appears again, she will use her strength no matter what, even if it means acting as a meat shield for Xue Feng. Soon Xue Feng's idea was verified. He found mutants in some corners of the factory, but the heads of these mutants have been crushed. No crystal core can be found inside. Of course, there were no survivors. These third-order mutants are keeping ordinary zombies in captivity. After cultivation, we will obtain the crystal cores in their heads. But it seems that only the crystal core of mutant zombies can have an effect on it. Xiawei also figured it out quickly. Thinking of this, she felt fear. Zombies are actually evolving step by step. Xue Feng's gaze was focused on the third-order mutant crystal core in his hand. I don't know how much energy this apple-sized thing contains. How many secrets are there? Thinking of this, Xue Feng returned to the factory gate. Let Xiawei go to the car and wait for him first. Then he put the corpse of the Corpse King into his space backpack. Maybe there is an opportunity to do research. It's a pity that the conditions in the laboratory in the villa are too simple. Then Xue Feng came to the armored vehicle and prepared to leave. Suddenly a piece of paper floated down from the air and landed in front of Xue Feng. He picked it up and saw that it was actually a flyer. 056 Hierarchy, the new rules of the base. Seeing the contents on the flyer, Xue Feng frowned. Because what was written on the flyer was not some supermarket discount promotion. It was a flyer recruiting survivors. The leaflet stated that there was a stronghold of survivors on Qingyan Mountain west of the city, founded by several powerful psychics. As long as the survivors go there, they can get free medical care and food. If a survivor with special abilities joins, he can enjoy very high treatment. Seeing these words, Xue Feng sneered. It sounds good, but what is the actual situation? I'm afraid only the people who distributed the leaflets know. In this doomsday, any resource is extremely precious. He didn't believe anyone would share unconditionally. The description on the flyer seemed to describe that place as a paradise. But in the end times, does heaven really exist? Xue Feng shook his head. What he was more curious about was how the flyer was distributed. It was actually blown here by the wind. Thinking of this, Xue Feng looked up subconsciously. Is it a helicopter? However, he did not hear the sound of the helicopter, so he folded the flyer and stuffed it into the storage compartment. Xue Feng started the armored vehicle and began to return. This time on the road, he paid special attention to whether there were any flyers or the like. As a result, he actually found several similar flyers. But the contents were all handwritten and marked the location of the base, usually on the most conspicuous roads. Some even specifically mentioned that there were people with special abilities in the base. Most of them described themselves very well. Any survivor who sees this would think it is a life-saving straw. But Xue Feng doesn't think so. He still remembered the guys he met in the supermarket before. They actually lured the survivors over and then poisoned them as food. Xue Feng was also impressed by the sticks of bacon hanging in the warehouse. In the apocalypse, humans are not necessarily safer than zombies. On the contrary, humans are often more vicious. Even if they're not used as food, they will probably become slaves if they go there. The locations of these bases are most likely traps. However, Xue Feng did not rule out the possibility that there were indeed some survivor bases. But he dared to be so blatant and expose his position. The leader of the base must be very confident in himself. This also made Xue Feng realize that the competition among the survivors had begun. I also need to speed up the construction of the base. Gu Xiaoqian has a talent for management and is a suitable person to be a housekeeper. Her act of asserting her authority yesterday has already intimidated the newcomers. However, in terms of strategy, Gu Xiaoqian still lags far behind. Xue Feng needs someone who can provide him with strategic planning, someone similar to a military strategist. Otherwise, he would do everything himself. However, Gu Xiaoqian is still capable of dividing food and allocating resources. So the first thing to do when you return to the shelter. Xue Feng arranged for Gu Xiaoqian to distribute the food and so on. What are the criteria for allocation? Xue Feng decided to arrange a hierarchy among the members. All members are divided into levels from E to S. The girls who just joined are all at the lowest level E. The food standards they enjoy are also the lowest. It can maintain food and nutrition. If you want to improve your treatment, you can only be promoted step by step. After that, you can get supplementary food, drinks, etc., increasing upwards step by step. And Xiawei, Yu Haoyun, Wang Xinyu, and others are all classified as A. This level is more than just food. You can also enjoy other benefits. For example, the casual use of hot water, and the configuration of combat supplies. Higher up inside the base. But it is worth noting that once a mistake is made, then it will also be downgraded. What Xue Feng did actually has some shadow of the caste system in it. People are divided into different classes. Some countries used this approach before the apocalypse. The upper class has controlled the people for thousands of years. The people who have been severely brainwashed can only pray that they will be of a high caste in their next life. Enjoy the life of a superior person. But Xue Feng at least gave those low-level people room for advancement. As for Xue Feng, he is not S-level, but it is the supreme super S-level. In the base, he is the leader above everyone else. At the dinner table, Xue Feng announced the hierarchy he designed. No one objected. On the contrary, and Xiawei and others all agreed wholeheartedly. They all wanted to get closer to Xue Feng and establish their own status. This status was too vague before. No one knows what position one holds in Xue Feng's mind. Now with the hierarchy, everything is simple and clear. Everyone's status in the base is based on their respective levels. In the future, those with higher ranks will be superior to others. All women are wondering how they can be promoted to S level. And those women who were classified as E level did not dare to raise any objections. They have been indoctrinated with a concept. Xue Feng is the god of this base and the supreme ruler. As for Xue Feng's words, they could only listen and follow them. Besides, this is also an opportunity for them. As long as you perform well, there is a possibility of upgrading. When they came here, they were already at the lowest level. It was classified as E-class, and I have no complaints. In addition to establishing a hierarchy, Xue Feng also asked Gu Xiaoqian to divide the usage areas within the entire villa area in detail. Material storage, residential areas, energy areas, etc. Leave space for planting and defensive facilities. There is no rush to start construction now, as this will be a huge project. It will take at least 5 months to complete. From now on, our base will have more and more people, and the management will become more and more professional. Xue Feng gave a summary speech. He noticed that other survivor bases were posting so many slogans. Just want to snatch the remaining survivors. The more people there are, the stronger they are. If you have any other questions, you can tell us, and we can include them in the base plan in the future. Xue Feng then added. Hearing this, Xiawei immediately stood up and expressed his opinion. The base is currently lacking in military strength. There are only a few guns, which is no problem when facing ordinary zombies. But when facing people with special powers and mutants, it seems that I am unable to cope with it. Xiawei didn't want to be like today, where he could only watch Xue Feng fight. She also wanted to contribute. Xue Feng nodded and wrote it down. He said that the next search for supplies will focus on weapons. Naya also said that there were too few equipment in the laboratory. If you want to further expand the research on crystal nuclei, you need higher level equipment. The crystal core must have a bigger secret. 057 new intelligence, massive supplies, and strategic talents. The more she studied, the more she discovered the magic of the crystal core. However, Naya also went on to say that this was not the most urgent matter at the moment. Xue Feng nodded in agreement. Now the priority is survival, and issues regarding experimental equipment can be put off until later. Others also gave their opinions. Wang Xinyu suggested preparing more medicines, especially antibiotics, to prevent infectious diseases from occurring in the base. There are also contraceptive measures. And Xiawei suggested that some warning signs could be placed around the base. Let people in other bases know that this is Xue Feng's territory. It is a restricted area. And Xiawei's suggestion made Xue Feng's eyes light up. At present, Xue Feng has no plans to recruit survivors on a large scale. But he also didn't want the survivors to come to him casually. And Xiawei's method is the best. Anyone who appears near your area will be considered an enemy. Watching people around me offering their opinions and demonstrating their own value. Yu Haoyun was a little anxious, with beads of sweat dripping down her forehead. Only then did she realize that she seemed to have no advantages in any aspect. I can't give any specific advice. The only thing that can be done is some physical work. If this continues, we will be downgraded. Same with the women who just joined. No, I must find a way to do something. Xue Feng certainly didn't notice what the goddess of luck was thinking. That was enough planning and advice for him at this point. There is little point in continuing the discussion. Otherwise, if any changes occur, all previous plans will be invalid. That night, Xue Feng enjoyed the company of the sisters again. He wanted to thoroughly explore the bodies of these two beauties. The next day, Xue Feng originally planned to search for supplies around. By the way, take a look around to see if there are any slogans or leaflets left behind by other bases. Xue Feng must eliminate the threat that is so close. If there is a base nearby, Xue Feng will persuade them to move. If you don't want to move, it can be used as a cemetery. At this time, the information was refreshed. Bye. Today's information has been updated. 1. There are a large number of survivors in the downtown shopping plaza building. Among them is a female survivor named Xue. She has strategic planning talents and can help the host formulate strategic plans. 2. The underground warehouse of the shopping plaza contains a large amount of materials. 3. There is a survivor group in Nanqing District established by a group of bad teenagers. They are frantically plundering other survivors and intending to dominate Nanqing District. Strategic planning talents. What Xue Feng lacks now is talents in strategic planning. He could already see it coming. The next enemy is not just the increasingly powerful zombies. At the same time, there are survivors with evil intentions. At this time, talents with strategic planning are particularly important. In addition, there are a large number of supplies inside the shopping mall. This is really a double blessing. What made Xue Feng speechless was the third piece of information. The South City District is close to where the Villa Area Shelter is located. This group of bad boys plundered other survivors and wanted to dominate the South City District? Isn't this dominating right under your nose? There is no reason to refuse a reward that comes to your doorstep. And it is necessary to move these shelters nearby in advance. All groups with growth potential will be eliminated. Villa area shelters must be given a safe space to develop. Heading to the city center to rescue Xue Feng plans to go alone. Because the transformation of the base still requires a lot of people. Just relying on the few girls who just joined is not enough. And Xiawei and others also need to work. Driving the armored vehicle, Xue Feng headed towards the city center. In his memory, Xue Feng's biggest impression of the city center was that it was difficult to park due to the large number of people. When the apocalypse breaks out, the city center should be the place with the most zombies. In this case, a base can also be established. It must have a lot to do with the woman named Xue. Thinking of this, Xue Feng began to look forward to Xue. When he arrived at the city center area, Xue Feng saw a large number of zombies. Especially at the entrance of the shopping mall building, there are many zombies crowded here. It makes people's scalp tingle after seeing it. Even Xue Feng frowned when he saw so many zombies. His guess was good. When the apocalypse breaks out, there are too many people in the mall. It was impossible to escape at once, so everyone gathered here. But his goal is to enter the mall. It's definitely not possible to forcefully break in. It will only provoke more zombies. Use Shenxiao? There was too much movement. It will only attract more zombies. The armored vehicle crashed directly into it? No way. Too many zombies will block the road. Thinking of this, Xue Feng simply used the simplest method. He put the armored vehicle into the storage space. Then he found a place to jump and jumped directly onto the second floor window. With Xue Feng's current agility, jumping 5 or 6 meters on the spot is not a problem. Below him were densely packed zombies. One by one, they stretched out their claws, trying to catch Xue Feng. But this was a height they could not reach. Then Xue Feng broke the glass and entered the mall. He only discovered it after he came in. Although there are many zombies wandering on the first floor, there is not a single zombie to be seen on the second floor. The staircases on every floor were blocked with a lot of debris. Even on the first floor, there were many zombies that had fallen to death. Xue Feng immediately guessed how this was done. All floors should be closed first. Then find a way to lure these zombies and make them fall from the higher floors. That's quite clever. In this way, you can enjoy the supplies on the 2nd to 5th floors. Xue Feng couldn't help but nodded, just as he was about to search for survivors. Suddenly, my eyes were attracted by a shop. This is a high-end erotic lingerie store. After the apocalypse, this kind of store is probably the most useless. After all, the function of clothes has degenerated to just keeping warm. So this store is still kept very clean and tidy. Xue Feng couldn't help but walk in. When he saw the prices of these clothes, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It's so expensive. A set of light blue see-through clothing costs more than 5,000. And, judging from the thickness of the fabric, it will probably break if it is torn. They're all disposable. What kind of person buys clothes here? The world of the rich is indeed unimaginable. Xue Feng threw the see-through clothing into his backpack without any hesitation. This dress suits in Xiawei very well. Then he saw another, very bold teacher suit. 058 Beautiful CEO, the survivors of the shopping mall. There is a horizontal crack in the middle of this suit, which can be separated into upper and lower parts with a little movement. See the wonderful scene inside. Needless to say, the cracked area is naturally the most rounded part in the middle. The bottom is split. It goes straight to the root of the thigh. You can enjoy the most beautiful spring scenery at any time. Xue Feng had already imagined what Xiawei would look like when she was giving him a lecture wearing this outfit. He really, really wants to learn. Just seeing these, Xue Feng felt his face turn red. Needless to say, it is placed in the space backpack. Next is a pink nurse uniform. It looks ordinary on the outside, but if you look a little more closely, you can see that the dress is almost transparent. The scenery inside is unobstructed. It's just right for Wang Yusin. There are also some clothes and pants that look almost the same as not wearing anything. Xue Feng put all of them into the space backpack. Anyway, it won't take up much space if you compress it. After clearing out all the lingerie stores, Xue Feng also cleared out the clothing store next door. In your own base, quality of life cannot be neglected. These clothes, which usually cost tens of thousands of dollars, are now as cheap as they come. All of them were bought by Xue Feng for 0 yuan. There are also shoes and so on. Xue Feng even saw a gold shop on the 3rd floor. The counter is filled with glittering gold jewelry. Bang! Xue Feng was like a robber. All the counters were smashed, and all the jewelry inside was taken away. The only difference is that Xue Feng is not wearing a hood. He is now holding a fire axe and carrying a backpack on his back. Looks like an ordinary survivor. Perhaps it was the sound of smashing the counter that caused quite a commotion. Several people were holding weapons and wearing some simple protective gear. He ran all the way here quickly. There was even a man with a pistol in his hand. Xue Feng's eyelids jumped when he saw the pistol. Now his 2nd-level supernatural stone skin is not yet capable of defending against pistols. However, it has 0 special abilities when used in conjunction. Even at close range, there is no way you can cause fatal injuries to yourself. But then Xue Feng discovered that this pistol was actually an imitation gun. After all, I have seen the real thing. But Xue Feng still raised his hands, looking nervous. Don't shoot. I'm a good guy. Xue Feng tried hard to suppress his smile when he said this. Who are you, and how did you get in? The only short-haired beauty in the group stared at Xue Feng with a wary look on her face. Oval face, thin red lips, and handsome facial features, coupled with his tall figure and determined eyes. Xue Feng was quite surprised. This was the first time he saw such a heroic woman. A bit like Mu Gaying. At this moment, a voice appeared in Xue Feng's mind. Bite. Information verification successful. Reward the host, and the superpower will be upgraded to the 2nd level. Hearing these words, Xue Feng felt happy. It seems that this is Shen Ruyan, the talent you were looking for. I didn't expect it to be so easy, and I bumped into him as soon as I arrived at the mall. Moreover, the intelligence reward raised his time 0 to the 2nd level. This is definitely a huge help. Xue Feng's previous victory over the 3rd-order mutant relied on Shi Ling increasing his speed. I came in through the 2nd-floor window. Xue Feng said directly. Okay, so you were being honest. If you want to enter here, you can only enter through the window. The short-haired beauty nodded and motioned for the others to put down their weapons. The man holding the pistol pretended to put it away. Xue Feng didn't expose it either. You're lucky that there are so many zombies outside that you can still come in. Why don't you join us? My name is Shen Ruyan. Shen Ruyan smiled slightly, and his smile seemed very friendly. Before Xue Feng could answer, he saw the man with the gun getting anxious. Brother Long will not agree. Listen to me here, Shen Ruyan said coldly towards behind him. Seeing this scene, Xue Feng raised the corners of his mouth. Interesting. It seems like there is still some internal strife here. I'd like to join. Xue Feng nodded. Since he wants to gain Shen Ruyan's trust, he must first get in touch with her slowly. Otherwise, he would rashly invite Shen Ruyan to join. No deeper connections can be made. Shen Ruyan doesn't know how to cherish it either. This is Xue Feng's experience gained after conquering several women before. In the apocalypse, there is strength in numbers. Brother, you're welcome to join me. Let's go to the gathering place first. Shen Ruyan smiled slightly at Xue Feng. She is just 30 years old this year, and is qualified to call Xue Feng her younger brother. Soon Xue Feng followed Shen Ruyan and others to the 5th floor. This is also the highest floor. Xue Feng watched as he walked and nodded involuntarily. Judging from the layout of the shopping mall, the higher the floor, the safer it is. The less likely zombies will come. When Xue Feng arrived on the 5th floor, he saw that there were about 50 people here. Among them were men, women, and several elderly people. Aaron, this is a new member. He has good skills, Shinrian said to a bald head. A person who can enter a shopping mall through a window is definitely not simple. The bald man tilted his head and looked Xue Feng up and down. He's just a pretty boy. What skills do you think he has? Have you ever fought? Have you ever killed anyone? The bald man sneered a few times. I can try, Xue Feng said lightly. Although he pretended to be a survivor, he would not nod to others. Okay, you don't know how to write the word death, right? The bald man stood up suddenly, with a modified machete in his hand. There is a boning knife on top and a steel pipe welded underneath. It is definitely a powerful weapon against zombies. It is also very convenient to use it to chop people. What do you mean? This is the person I brought here. If you want to touch him, you have to step over my dead body first. Shinrian was unhappy and stood directly in front of Xue Feng. Shinrian, don't go too far. Don't think that just because you saved my life, you can keep dictating here. The bald man became angry and roared viciously. It turned out that before the apocalypse broke out, the bald man is the security captain here, and he is trapped in the security room by zombies. It was Shinrian who led the people to attract the zombies away and rescued the bald head. Otherwise, the bald man would have been killed by zombies even if he hadn't been bitten to death. He must also be starving to death. If it weren't for this relationship, Baldhead would have disobeyed Shinrian's management long ago. Shinrian's identity is even more special. She was originally the president of a large real estate group. This shopping mall is also a group property. When the doomsday broke out, Shinrian happened to be here to inspect the work. So he quickly organized manpower to block the large number of zombies outside the building. A large area of the mall was cleaned up again. It can be said that everyone present was saved by Shinrian. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to have such a safe shelter. What do you mean? Shinrian frowned. The bald man licked his tongue and glanced at Shinrian from top to bottom with greedy eyes. 059 Internal Strife. The evil thoughts of human nature. Looking at the disgusting gaze of the bald head, Shinrian felt sick. Brother, let's go. Let me take you something to eat first. Shinrian turned around and pulled Xue Feng, not wanting to continue talking to the bald head. Wait a moment. The bald man roared angrily. In an instant, more than a dozen men present surrounded Xue Feng and Shinrian. These people are just like the bald ones. All of them have bad intentions. What do you want to do? Facing these looks, Shinrian remained calm. Shinrian, I know you and your people found these supplies, and it was you who built this place to resist zombies. But we have a lot of people now, and the materials belong to everyone. You just distribute them to an outsider at will. Isn't it a little inappropriate? There was a sneer on the bald face. Hearing this, Shinrian looked a little angry. Outsiders? We are all humans and survivors. If the supplies run out, we can still find them elsewhere. Even if the entire building is used up, you can still search in the commercial street next to it. As long as everyone is united, regardless of internal or external differences, we can all survive. What Shinrian said was justified. It's just that no one around him is interested. They all showed disdain. Looking for supplies? Easier said than done. At the beginning, supplies were easy to find. You can find a lot of them in those shops, so you don't have to worry about food and clothing. But there were too many of them. There are more than 50 people, and the material consumption is huge every day. On the contrary, the supplies that can be found are becoming less and less. It's been 3 days and nothing has been achieved. The upper floors of the shopping mall are filled with expensive luxury goods and useless jewelry. There is nothing else. Search? Then may I ask, Mr. President, we men will do the searching. Let's just go with these useless things. Or you can go there yourself. The bald man pointed at the men around him. It is obvious that these men are now on the same front as the bald man. Because of searching for supplies and clearing out zombies, men put in more effort. Hearing this, the remaining women and old people lowered their heads. Zombies? These women are too old and weak to face it. Then what do you want? Increase the food configuration for you. Shinrian did not expect that the bald man would unite all men. It must have been when I didn't know it. The situation at this time was out of his control. Food? That's not enough. The bald man said fiercely. Then what else do you want? Shinrian said angrily. I want a woman. From now on, all the women here will play with our brothers. After the bald man finished speaking, he laughed heartily, with greed and desire in his smile. The men around him also showed excited eyes. Before that, in this small survivor base, under the leadership of Shin Ruyan, the moral standards of modern society are still maintained. However, as food becomes less and less, zombies become more and more numerous. The power shortage has gradually plunged people here into despair. He also realized that there was no chance of rescue coming. The world has changed. When the food is gone, they may be greeted by the end. Although Shinrian has strong planning ability, but it's hard for a clever woman to make a meal without rice. They are now short of supplies, and there are too many zombies around. This resulted in Shun Ruyan being unable to control Baldhead and others. There were at least 20 women at the scene, young and beautiful girls, and young women with attractive figures. But you can only look at it but not touch it. Baldhead and the others must have been suffocating for a long time. The evil thoughts in the heart are infinitely magnified. Now he finally takes action against his savior Shinruyan. If you want to do this, I have nothing to say, but for the sake of saving your lives, you can leave here on your own. If you want a woman, go outside and look for her. You can also take away half of the supplies. Shinruyan suppressed disappointment and anger. She originally thought that these people would know how to repay kindness, but he didn't expect that he would still turn into a beast in the apocalypse. The only thing Shinruyan hopes is that these people leave voluntarily. For this, she was willing to pay half of the supplies. Of course, Shinruyan would most likely know that if Bald and the others were willing to leave, the supplies taken away were probably not just half. Now is the test to see if Baldhead and others still have the final conscience. President Shun, I have a suggestion. Why don't we vote for it? Look at these women you protect. Are they listening to my command now, or are they listening to you? If everyone is willing to listen to my command, then you are the one who has to go. If you want to follow me, raise your hands. The bald man smiled. What? Hearing these words, an ominous premonition emerged from Shun Ruyan's heart. Could it be that the bald head is not just a battle line with men? Even these women and old people who are protected by themselves also obey the command of the bald head? Shun Ruyan didn't wait to figure it out. The bald man had raised his hand. Brush! The women and old people present all raised their hands. No one wants to follow Shun Ruyan. You! Shun Ruyan was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She couldn't understand why these women also betrayed her. Don't want to follow yourself? Could it be that they were coerced by Baldhead? That must be the case. Shun Ruyan, you should follow Brother Long honestly and stay here as Brother Long's woman. That's right. We are all women, so we shouldn't be brave. Without people like Brother Long, we wouldn't be able to survive. The women who raised their hands began to persuade Shun Ruyan. They are not as strong as Shun Ruyan. I have already resigned myself to my fate. In this kind of doomsday, what kind of modern life can we expect? It would be nice to be able to survive. As for serving Baldhead and others, it is not difficult for them. It's better than throwing it away to feed the zombies. Shun Ruyan, I advise you to stay. If you go out alone, you will die. After all, you are our savior, so you just need to marry me, become my woman, and serve me alone. Of course, I am definitely not the only woman. How about it? This condition is already very good. The bald man laughed ferociously. He has wanted to do this for a long time. I used to be a security captain with a monthly salary of several thousand. The Shun Ruyan in front of him is a CEO with an annual salary of tens of millions. I wouldn't have looked at myself twice before. Now she is about to become her own woman. Is there anything more exciting than this? You're dreaming. I created this base, and I directed you to clean up the zombies. I took you to find the supplies. Why should you let me leave now? Shun Ruyan finally couldn't suppress the anger in her heart and roared softly while holding her pink fist. 060 Faith collapsed, and Shun Ruyan despaired. Why? Of course it's with the knife in my hand. The bald man waved the machete in his hand and said matter-of-factly. Of course in the apocalypse, whoever has the bigger fist will be the boss. No matter how smart the female CEO in front of her is, she is still a woman after all. Okay, let me go. Shun Ruyan's face turned pale for a moment, and she didn't understand. How could the group of people he had worked so hard to save treat him like this? This is what made Shun Ruyan, who worked hard all the way to start a business, finally become a strong woman. For the first time, I tasted failure. Xue Feng, who was next to him, was watching the scene in front of him with great interest. In the apocalypse, human nature will gradually collapse. Shun Ruyan was originally the savior of this group of people, but now he is being driven away. It's really ridiculous. I'm afraid that after experiencing this, Shinrian's understanding of the world will also change. This is no longer an era when there is strength in numbers. If Shinrian was a superpower, he could control the situation in front of him. Boy, what do you choose? Stay or get out? If you stay, I will reward you with a woman. The bald head looked at Xue Feng and said calmly. He was already thinking about how to use Xue Feng to obtain supplies. Let this stupid boy be used as bait to die. I'm not interested here. Xue Feng shook his head. Okay, since none of you are willing to stay, leave within 10 minutes. Otherwise, I will throw you down to feed the zombies. The bald man said fiercely. He didn't expect that neither of the two people in front of him would give in to him. Then the bald man saw Shinruyan and Xue Feng leaving without looking back. Seeing this scene, the bald man was furious. Damn it, shameless. The bald head spat hard on the ground. Brother Long, this kid followed Shinruyan. He couldn't have picked up the leak and got rid of Shinruyan. Someone next to me couldn't help but said. Shinruyan's seductive look has long made these men salivate. The thought of Shinruyan possibly being captured by Xue Feng. Everyone was anxious. The bald man squinted his eyes, then slowly shook his head. That boy is different. I just told him to give it to a woman, and his expression didn't even change. Based on Xue Feng's reaction just now, Bald Head concluded that Xue Feng was not a simple person. I'm afraid I've eaten it before. At least he won't be so impatient. Then let Shinruyan go like this. The other man was very sorry. Shinruyan is the most beautiful among these women. Let's all follow them and see what they do. If they don't leave the mall within 10 minutes, we will swarm up and take care of President Shun. If they find a way to leave safely, they will also explore the way for our brothers, right? The bald man smiled sinisterly. When the people around him heard these words, they immediately started to praise him. Brother Long is so smart. There will definitely be meat to eat if you follow Brother Long. But among the women and old men, someone sighed. At this level, not even a hair on Shinruyan's head. But now, they have fallen into despair. Now that Baldy and Shinruyan have fallen out, they can only choose to stand on Baldy's side. These people are powerless, and there is no way they can fight against these bald men. Brother Long, how about we have some fun first? I can't hold it anymore. There was a man who was eagerly hugging a young woman. He put his hands inside the young woman's clothes and began to rub her up and down. The young woman looked pale, but she accepted her fate. Seeing this scene, Brother Long slowly walked up to the man. Snap! Ah! The bald man chopped off the man's neck, and blood gushed out immediately. Most of it splashed onto the young woman, who was stained with blood and fainted immediately. Do you understand the rules? I'm the only one who speaks here. I have assigned all women to you. Who dares to do it yourself? This is what happens. Bald Head roared angrily, cursing in his heart. Besides Shinruyan, the most beautiful one is this young woman. I've been coveting it for a long time, and I never thought that someone would be eyeing my prey. If you don't die, who will? It just so happens that a bald head can also take advantage of this opportunity to establish his authority. The others were suddenly too frightened to say anything. Everyone has seen the ferocity of the bald man. The eager desires in my heart were suppressed. Let's go and do business first. The bald head took the lead in chasing Shinruyan, and the others followed suit. At this time, Shinruyan and Xue Feng heard the man scream before his death. Did you come in through the window? Now go alone. Don't take me as a burden. Shinruyan sighed, his eyes no longer shining. Since Shinruyan established this base, no one has died. Unexpectedly, the bald man killed one just after he took over. Shinruyan could foresee that this place would be shrouded in terror and darkness. And Shinruyan had no hope that Xue Feng would take her away. There are a lot of zombies outside. If you carry such a burden like yourself, the risk factor will be greatly increased. Shinruyan and Xue Feng had just met. She did not expect that a stranger would risk his life to save her. Shinruyan has been completely disappointed in human nature. What are you going to do? Those bald people have bad intentions. If you don't leave for 10 minutes, I'm afraid it will end badly. Xue Feng looked back. The bald man and the others have now followed, but they are not getting closer. Instead, he followed slowly not far behind Xue Feng and others. Shinruyan did not continue speaking, but stood next to the guardrail. This is the 5th floor. Just jump and you will be free. However, she was unwilling to give in. Since this is a shopping mall, the basement should be a large supermarket. There should be a lot of supplies there. Xue Feng spoke at this time. This is also a general shopping mall configuration. It's a large supermarket, but there are too many zombies in it. Shinrian smiled bitterly. How could she not know that there are many supplies in the underground supermarket? And the supermarket also has a large warehouse. If you can get the materials inside, there are more than 50 of them, and it is not a problem for them to persist for at least half a year. In the past few days, Shinrian has been thinking of ways to deal with the zombies in the large supermarket. It's just that Baldhead and others are unwilling to fight the zombies head-on. This made Shinrian rack his brains and couldn't think of any good solution. You should know the way. Take me there. Xue Feng smiled. This just verified my second piece of information. There's a road, but there are at least hundreds of zombies there. Once the fire door between the stairs is opened, zombies will pour in. This shelter will be finished. Shinruyan shook his head quickly. 061, a lot of supplies, nano sword. After Shinruyan's explanation, Xue Feng understood. The elevator in the building is now out of service. So if you want to go down, you have to take the fire escape. But the fire escapes are all full of zombies. Shinrian had tried to go down the fire escape before and wanted to open the fire door. Use the terrain to your advantage to eliminate zombies. As a result, Baldhead and the others all retreated. He said no one knew how many zombies there were behind him. If they are not controlled, they will all be destroyed. So in the end, Shinrian had no choice but to give up. Don't worry, just lead the way. I will take you out alive. Xue Feng smiled slightly. You. Shinrian looked at Xue Feng in surprise, not knowing the man in front of him. Why do you have this confidence? She hesitated. But when she thought of the bald man and others following behind, Shinrian nodded. She wanted to give it a try. Good. Shinrian was not willing to commit suicide like this. She wanted to live. I don't want to be ruined by Baldhead and others. When we came to the stairs, the fire door here was tied with iron chains. Xue Feng struck down with an axe, and the iron chain shattered. The movement immediately attracted the zombies. A dozen zombies in several corridors immediately pounced on them. Xue Feng wielded the fire axe as powerfully as a god of war. In an instant, more than a dozen zombies had their heads chopped off. But Xue's cover does not change color. Seeing this scene, Shinrian was shocked. The zombies that Baldhead and the others were afraid of were so easily eliminated by Xue Feng. Let's go. Xue Feng turned his head and smiled slightly. Soon the two people disappeared into the corridor. Baldy and others caught up. I saw corpses all over the ground. This kid is very strong. I actually found a way out. I wonder if they're heading to the underground supermarket. There are a lot of supplies over there. Someone immediately showed a look of horror. The zombies they dared not face. It was solved easily by Xue Feng, so people began to waver. I feel like it would be better to follow Xue Feng. The bald man squinted his eyes and also noticed this situation. Even if they go down, the zombies in the underground warehouse are not vegetarians. The bald man sneered. Hearing this sentence, the people around him suddenly became firm-eyed. They've held it in for too long. I don't want to be a eunuch like this. I don't know what this kid is capable of, but it would be better if they opened the road. Next, just do as I say. Baldhead began to make plans. On the other side, Xue Feng and others have arrived at the underground warehouse. Sure enough, as Shinrian said, there are a lot of zombies here. There's even a mutant. However, they were all easily solved by Xue Feng. In order to avoid causing a fire, he did not use Shunxiao. With just a fire axe, he chopped off the mutant's head. What's this? Looking at the weird mutant, Shinrian looked horrified. It's a mutant, and its strength far exceeds that of ordinary zombies. Ordinary people will definitely die if they encounter this. You can only support yourself in this building until now. It can only be said that you are lucky. Xue Feng also sighed with emotion. Shinrian's methods. It's no problem to stop ordinary zombies. But it won't work if you encounter mutants. Shinrian was shocked. She didn't expect that the end would be terrifying. There are also monsters called mutants. And Shinrian was even more surprised that the man in front of him was so powerful. Even this kind of monster can be destroyed. Follow this man, and you can survive. Thinking of this, Shinrian looked at Xue Feng with intense eyes. Bite. If the intelligence verification is successful, the host will be rewarded with weapons. Nano sword. The blade of this sword is made of nanomaterials and is a powerful weapon against powerful mutants. The system was delivered. As Xue Feng opened the supermarket warehouse, I saw more than 100 square meters of supplies. The voice of the system also sounded in his mind. Nano sword? Xue Feng suddenly became excited when he heard this reward. Now, I just don't have a weapon that I can take advantage of. After the fire axe chopped down a bunch of zombies, It had long since lost its edge. This reward has come at just the right time. Xue Feng dropped the fire axe in his hand on the ground. In an instant, there was a long black sword in his hand. This scene completely dumbfounded Shinrian. Domejiki? What next made Shinrian even more stunned? She saw Xue Feng walking into the warehouse. For a while, all the materials in the warehouse magically disappeared. What's going on? Shinrian exclaimed. Want to know my secret? Xue Feng turned his head and smiled slightly. But you're not qualified to know yet. Xue Feng continued to walk forward. Shinrian smiled bitterly. You don't trust me? Xue Feng sneered. I have no reason to believe you. Shinrian was slightly stunned. She is a woman who wants to live long in the last days. Unless it's like the other female survivors in the building, willing to be the plaything of Baldhead and others. But if this was the case, then she would rather die. If you want to gain my trust, you must obey my orders and obey me. Xue Feng said calmly. This is the principle. I never accept unspoken rules. Shinrian bit her lip gently. During her entrepreneurial journey, she encountered harassment from countless men. Shinrian has always persisted, and this is her bottom line. Hidden rules? Xue Feng heard this. He never used unspoken rules. He only uses his strength to conquer the opponent. It may be mental, or it may be directly physical. However, Shinrian was a talent prompted by the system after all, so Xue Feng still had no intention of using radical means. You're overthinking. What I mean is that you dedicate your due value to me. A worthless person is worse than a zombie in the apocalypse. Xue Feng waved his hand and said, Take me out and I can help you get everything you want. Shinrian agreed immediately. Xue Feng glanced at Shinrian playfully. Good. But now, the most important thing is to get out of this building. Xue Feng took Shinrian and left the warehouse. When I arrived at the entrance of the supermarket, I planned to go out directly from the main entrance, although there are more than 100 zombies over there. But it was just right for Shinrian to see his own strength. But at this time, Baldhead and others also appeared at the entrance of the supermarket. Did you kill the zombies inside? Watch two people walking out. The bald man looked surprised. Roll. Xue Feng spit out one word coldly. Hearing Xue Feng's indifference, an angry look appeared on his bald face. But it soon disappeared and was replaced by a smiling face. President Shun, I think my attitude just now was too much. It's better to let President Shun lead us. The bald man's tone was very sincere and his attitude was humble. You know you're wrong, but it's useless for you to tell me. I will listen to him now. Shinrian said and looked at Xue Feng beside him. What? The originally aloof CEO. Now he actually surrendered to such a young man. This immediately made the bald head feel jealous and angry. The people watching him had slowly surrounded Xue Feng. The bald man knew that he didn't need to pretend. Go. Kill this guy. 062 begging for mercy? You don't deserve it. The bald man's plan was simple. Just attract the attention of Xue Feng and Shinrian. Then the rest of the people rushed forward. No matter how good Xue Feng is at dealing with zombies. After all, there is only one person, and he can't be their opponent. As long as they kill Xue Feng, all the supplies in the supermarket will be theirs. The next moment, a cold light flashed. Blood splattered everywhere. In an instant, 3 heads flew up. The bald man opened his eyes wide, feeling unbelievable. Xue Feng holds a nano sword. In the blink of an eye, 3 people's heads were chopped off. The other men around were too frightened to move. This weapon is great. Xue Feng was focusing on the nano sword in his hand. It is extremely sharp and can cut iron like mud, and it is also very light. Don't just stand there, come on. He's alone. There's no way he can be our opponent. The bald man came to his senses and immediately roared. I even rushed over waving a machete. As soon as the bald man finished speaking, Xue Feng had already turned into a phantom. The bald man didn't even have the chance to scream before the big head flew into the sky. The blood splattered on Xue Feng's body, making him look hideous and terrifying, like a god of death. We surrender. We surrender. Brother Long coerced us. We don't want to go against you. Please let us go. We can go out to find food and be your lackeys. The remaining people no longer dared to resist and knelt on the ground and kowtowed to beg for mercy. I don't know how many times I scolded my bald head. What to gain trust and then take action. This Xue Feng was simply not something they could handle. From the moment he went against Xue Feng, already doomed, Xue Feng looked down at these people with contempt in his eyes. Some people even began to pray to Shinrian. hoping that Shinruyan could help them say a word. But at this time, Shinruyan's heart had already become cold because of the betrayal of these people. Xue Feng raised the sword in his hand, and there were more than a dozen corpses on the ground. This, Shinruyan was also startled and did not expect Xue Feng to take action directly. This is a dozen lives. Notice the change in Shinruyan's expression. Xue Feng asked, "What's wrong? You want to plead for them? If you are soft-hearted at the end of the day, the bodies lying on the ground now will be you and me." Xue Feng curled his lips. From the very beginning when Bald begged for mercy, he didn't believe these guys. "No, it's nothing." Shinruyan shook her head slowly. She felt that Xue Feng must have experienced a lot. "It's only now that we are where we are today. I was too naive before. If you want to survive in this world, you must adapt to new rules." Although Baldhead and others have been killed now. However, Xue Feng had no plans to select women from other survivors to join his base. Those people are all ungrateful, white-eyed wolves. If you raise an unfamiliar dog, you don't need it in your own base. As for their fate, Xue Feng didn't care. "How are you going to get out?" Shinruyan asked. "Exit from the front," Xue Feng replied. Hearing this, Shinruyan was thoughtful. "There are too many zombies on the front, but it's not impossible. There is a fireworks shop opposite the main entrance. If we can set fire to the fireworks shop opposite, then the zombies will definitely be attracted away," Shinruyan suggested. Hearing this, Xue Feng nodded. This is the effect Shinruyan has brought to herself, although she was a president before. However, shopping malls are like battlefields and strategic capabilities will not change. It's just that it's difficult to implement this plan. Shinruyan then smiled bitterly. "Nothing is too difficult for me." Xue Feng smiled confidently. Then he asked Shinruyan to take him to the second floor, where he could see the direction of the fireworks shop. Shinshao. A thunderball hit the fireworks store from the second floor of the shopping mall. Crackling. The rapid sound of firecrackers sounded. The surrounding zombies seemed to be going crazy and rushed into the neighborhood where the explosion occurred. So much. Looking at the densely packed zombies, Xue Feng also felt his scalp numb. There are at least thousands of them. Unexpectedly, there were so many zombies hiding around him. He was now very happy that he listened to Shinruyan's words. Otherwise, if you go out rashly, you will definitely be surrounded by zombies. With such a densely packed number, one has to shed a layer of skin. It's almost like watching the zombies leave. Xue Feng then released the armored vehicle from the storage space. Shinruyan's magical behavior towards Xue Feng. Shocked again. Sitting on the armored vehicle, Xue Feng kicked the accelerator and welded him to death. Rampage all the way, a show of speed and passion. Drive towards the base. On the way, he saw a gas station. "I will also stop and search inside. Check to see if there is gasoline." Although for Xue Feng, gasoline is not an urgent need now, but it is also an important material. "Anyway, I have a tanker truck and I can store all the gasoline in it. Return to base soon." When Xiawei and others saw that Xue Feng had brought back another woman, I just think it's a good thing, because there is one more person doing things. When Shinruyan learned that there was hot water and a lot of food in this villa, as well as a dozen other women, Shinruyan was stunned. I didn't expect it to be truly effective in combat. There was only Xue Feng, but Xue Feng alone created all of this. "Today I brought some gifts for you A-level personnel." Xue Feng showed a mysterious smile when he saw Xiawei and others. "Brother Xue Feng, what is it?" And Xiawei suddenly looked surprised. As long as it is something that Xue Feng brings, he will definitely cherish it. Because no matter what Xue Feng brings back, it proves that they are in his heart. It's not just a tool to release desires. The other people also showed excitement in their eyes. Yu Haoyan even shed tears of emotion. She thought she was useless and could not do anything. "I didn't expect that the gift Xue Feng gave me also included one for me. Distribute it among yourselves." Xue Feng placed the large-scale underwear and jewelry in the space backpack in front of everyone. After seeing the reactions of these women, he was still very satisfied. "This is also the first time that I bring them some gifts. Women, you just can't be spoiled. The more you lick, the more you're looked down upon. Usually you have to appear cool and domineering, so that they will be in awe of you at all times. They would be grateful to themselves for such occasional kindness. If you treat women too well, they will take it for granted. If the tone is a little harsher, the spoiled woman will feel extremely insulted." Wow, this bracelet used to cost more than 20,000 yuan. And Xiawei immediately saw a gold bracelet and couldn't let it go. "I like this dress. It will look beautiful when I wear it." Wang Xinyu, however, set her eyes on the nurse's uniform. I knew that this must have been prepared by Xue Feng for me. Only Yu Haoyun was hesitant to go up and choose, as she still felt that she was not worthy. Xue Feng didn't say anything, picked up a very revealing bunny girl suit, and threw it over. Change now. 063 if you want status. Show your value. Yes. Yu Haoyun held this set of clothes as if it were her most precious treasure. He couldn't wait to take off all his clothes. She changed into this very revealing bunny girl suit. The fabric can barely hold 3 points. It was also paired with fishnet stockings and high heels. It further highlights Yu Haoyun's handsome figure. Not bad, not bad. Xue Feng nodded with satisfaction. I'll put it on too. Not to be outdone, Wang Xinyu also changed into a suit on the spot. Other women couldn't care less about jewelry when they saw this. They all put on their sexiest clothes first. Seeing this scene, Shen Rian was stunned. Only then did he realize that all the women present belonged to Xue Feng, and none of them were reluctant. Instead, he scrambled to gain Xue Feng's favor. Who is Xue Feng? To be liked by so many women. Shen Rian is in the workplace. I have also seen many women throw themselves into my arms. But they are all just acting out for the sake of profit. Never seen such a scene. Well, what is an A-level person? At this moment, Shen Rian couldn't help but ask. She vaguely felt that this was important. Oh, it's the hierarchy of members in the base. E, the lowest level, can only do some odd jobs. The people working at the door are all Class C. I will explain the rules here in detail to you later. Gu Xiaoqian is wearing a secretary uniform. He was holding Xue Feng's arm and rubbing it hard. Shen Rian immediately understood that this was just like the workplace. When entering the gate, Shen Rian saw several women building walls. It should be the lowest E level. How is the level calculated? What level am I? Shen Rian looked at Xue Feng, her eyes full of expectation. She was a dignified president of a large company before. It should be at least a level here. Gu Xiaoqian didn't know how to distribute them, so she looked at Xue Feng. E-class. Xue Feng said calmly. Hearing these words, Shen Rian's face turned pale instantly. Class E. That's the lowest level, doing hard work. Seeing Shen Rian being hit, and Xiawei and others felt happy. He also admired Xue Feng even more. The new woman is of course E-level. Do you still want to be on an equal footing with them? Unless you can show your worth, it will increase your level. Xue Feng added. I can do it, Shen Rian said eagerly. No matter what, she wouldn't miss this opportunity. I have worked hard all these years just to become a master. Come to the office. I want to see what you are worth. Xue Feng nodded and pushed away these beauties. Now in the villa, there is a separate office for Xue Feng. Here he will discuss some villa placement with Gu Xiaoqian. Xue Feng and Shen Rian were seen entering the office, and Xiawei couldn't help but curl her lips. This woman is very coquettish at first glance. She will definitely use her body to seduce brother Xue Feng. I can't help it. She's very beautiful. Yu Haoyun sighed. Let's see if she has any real abilities. Gu Xiaoqian took it from Shen Rian. I felt a strong workplace aura. Entering the office, Shen Rian looked anxious. Shen Rian understood that this was probably the most important interview in his life. Thinking of this, she quietly lowered her collar. This is also a tip for women when applying for jobs. Some will also wear prosthetics to make themselves appear larger. Xue Feng sat at the back of the office. He gave Shen Rian a brief introduction to the current situation in the villa area. It also popularized some knowledge, such as the existence of superpowers. In fact, Xue Feng didn't want to make Shen Rian an E-class personnel. These are also the talents recommended by the system. But he couldn't just let Shen Rian become A-level. This is not only inconvenient to manage. Others will complain. This in turn affects the overall unity. Therefore, Shen Rian must also show his own value. As far as I know, around our shelters today, there are quite a few survivor forces. How do you think these forces should be dealt with? This problem has been bothering Xue Feng for the past 2 days. He wanted to know Shen Rian's opinion. Shen Rian frowned. She wanted to answer this question well. Right now, we have a relatively small number of people in the shelter. If we expel the people from these forces and blindly expand the territory, there will not be enough personnel to manage it. We'll be occupied by new survivors soon. Eliminate all threats. And for those survivors who are not a threat, a cooperative attitude should be adopted. But this kind of cooperation must be dominated by us. That is to say, we regard other survivor forces as our dependent forces. They can be given some supplies appropriately. Let them act as a buffer zone. Once a powerful enemy or mutant appears, they can give us an early warning. And those who don't cooperate are dangerous survivors. Not only must they be eliminated, but they must be eliminated as soon as possible. Don't give them a chance to grow up. When Shinruyan said the words, annihilate them all, she herself was very surprised. I didn't expect murder to come out of my mouth. It turned out to be so simple and easy for me to say. It seems to be a matter of course. Xue Feng nodded approvingly. Sure enough, Shinruyan is a talent. These are all your methods in the mall. Xue Feng smiled. Yes, shopping malls are like battlefields. In fact, the core principles are the same. Shinruyan was relieved when she saw Xue Feng smiling. Your strategy is good. It proves your worth. Xue Feng really didn't think of it before. Use other survivor bases as buffer zones. This is a very vicious trick. I only need to provide a small amount of supplies to these surrounding small forces. You can make them obey and work for you. You may even feel so grateful to yourself. It seems that I will need Shinruyan's advice somewhere in the future. But at this moment, Xue Feng found Shinruyan slowly coming to him. Sir, there is another way I can prove my worth. Shinruyan's face turned red. She had called Xue Feng her younger brother before. I don't dare to call it that now. Oh, what is it? Xue Feng seemed to be smiling, but not smiling. Shinruyan gently took off his shirt. Although his movements were unskilled, Shinruyan was very serious. Since the other A-level women are all Xue Feng's women, she can no longer be reserved. If she wants to survive in the apocalypse, she must put in all her efforts. What's more, if it is with the man in front of her, she is willing. 064 Shinruyan's status improves, and he discovers the power of survivors. Shinruyan had never done such a thing. But just because she hasn't done it, doesn't mean she hasn't heard of it. Now I am working hard to serve a man. It was something she didn't dare to think about before, and it was impossible to think of it. But when it comes to actually doing it, Shinruyan felt her heart beating faster and her whole body burning. Such unfamiliar movements. Of course, Xue Feng cannot be satisfied. So Xue Feng motioned Shinruyan to lie down on the desk with his legs raised high. Holding Shinruyan's waist with both hands, everyone enters. Ah! Shinruyan bit her lip and still made a sound. It was so painful the first time, but Shinruyan soon got used to it and was satisfied with the impact again and again. In the office, Shinruyan's soft voice kept echoing. I declare that Shinruyan is also an A-level personnel from now on. She has proven her worth. When Xue Feng brought Shinruyan back to the living room, he said to everyone, I saw the mottled mark still remaining on the corner of Shinruyan's mouth. Of course, in Xiawei and others knew what happened, although they were doubtful in their hearts. Is Shinruyan's method so powerful? It's amazing that he was able to be promoted to level so quickly, be on an equal footing with them. But no one raised any objection. After all, everything they had was given by Xue Feng. Xue Feng's order is unquestionable. That night, Xue Feng even chose to let Shinruyan accompany him. Shinruyan also gave more suggestions. The first suggestion is to ask Xue Feng to block the road entering the villa area, because now Xue Feng has cleaned up the zombies around the villa area. Moreover, the power generation and water purification equipment inside the villa are ready-made. Sooner or later, other people with powers or survivors will notice. By then it will be too late to prepare. So Xue Feng also understood that he had to block the road and establish a cordon. All are very necessary. But this requires a lot of materials, such as barbed wire and cement. Therefore, this matter was put on Xue Feng's agenda. But the first thing he had to do was to verify the previous intelligence. Survivor group in Songnam district. He wanted to see who these bad boys were. It is an object worth fighting for, but it still needs to be completely eliminated. This time, Xue Feng brought Shinruyan and Yu Haoyan with him. Yu Haoyan was very excited, and it was finally time to show her value. Shinruyan was also particularly energetic. She knew she was new here. You have to work harder to gain a firm foothold. Starting the armored vehicle, Xue Feng headed south of the city. After driving for a few kilometers, we saw several burned shops and residential buildings on the roadside. These were burned on purpose, Shinruyan couldn't help but say, because these shops are not connected together. I'm afraid it was done by a survivor. Xue Feng nodded. Subconsciously, I thought of those bad young people. Could it be those guys who did it? There's someone over there. At this moment, Yu Haoyan suddenly pointed to the right side of the road and said, Anyone? Xue Feng immediately looked in the direction Shinruyan said. It was a restaurant street with iron fences and debris placed at both ends of the road. Someone must have blocked this place intentionally. No zombies were seen in the middle of the restaurant street. Instead, he saw a figure flashing past. Seems to be a woman. If Yu Haoyan hadn't noticed it, she really wouldn't have discovered it. There are survivors in the restaurant district. Go check it out. You're doing well. Xue Feng came out this time for a purpose other than verifying the intelligence. Just a search for survivors. I didn't expect to find it so quickly. This made Xue Feng look at Yu Haoyan involuntarily. She is worthy of being the goddess of luck. I just happened to see it. After being praised, Yu Haoyun's face was full of joy. I am finally useful. After parking the car at the door, Xue Feng and others got out. Anyone there? We have no hostility. Xue Feng looked at the densely packed commercial buildings on both sides. I know it's simply unrealistic to search one by one. Go away. We won't trust you anymore. At this moment, a woman's voice came from inside. Xue Feng was slightly stunned. Won't trust you anymore? Is this talking about yourself? Is there any misunderstanding? This is our first time here. Xue Feng's attitude seemed very sincere. We all saw your modified car, and you said it was your first time here? Is it interesting? The voice still didn't believe it. Modified car? Xue Feng frowned, wondering what this had to do with his armored vehicle. There are only 3 of us and no weapons. How about we go in and talk? Any misunderstandings can be resolved. Shunruyan also said together. It seems to be because Shunruyan is a girl and looks harmless. So after waiting for 2 minutes, a dozen people came out. There were men and women dressed as chefs and waiters, and several of them had blood stains on their bodies. Everyone had weapons like kitchen knives in their hands. A few of them were injured, but they probably weren't bitten by zombies. Otherwise, they would have mutated long ago. Xue Feng noticed that there was a girl among the crowd. He looks young. He must have just turned 18. She looks petite and cute, and her body must not have developed yet. But that chubby face looks very cute. But his big eyes were always staring at Xue Feng vigilantly, as if he was some weird uncle. Xue Feng noticed that the nimble figure he had just seen should be this little girl. Maybe he has been responsible for keeping watch or something like that. Aren't you guys in the same group as the guys driving the modified cars? At this time, a slightly fat young chef began to question. Although I don't know what you have mistaken us for. But this is our first time here, and I think you may have recognized the wrong person. We come here with good intentions. Xue Feng smiled slightly. When he said the word kindness, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. He himself didn't believe what he said. Sure enough, the chef in front of him frowned. You mean showing goodwill? How do you express it? I'm telling you in advance. Don't even think about doing anything fancy. I've awakened my supernatural powers. The young chef snorted. A person with superpowers? Xue Feng was a little surprised, but he was not surprised to meet a person with special abilities. It was this young chef. He actually exposed his identity as a person with superpowers. It seems that you were short of medicine. Several people at the scene looked injured to some extent. Without saying a word, he took out some medicines from the storage space and poured them on the ground. Of course, he did not appear out of thin air, but was put into the backpack first. Then they all fell to the ground. Seeing these medicines, the people behind the young chef became excited instantly. It's an anti-inflammatory drug. My wife's wound has been inflamed for a long time. This is a fever-reducing tablet. I can't hold on any longer. And blood pressure medication. I have to take it. Seeing these medicines, the people behind the young chef became excited instantly. Everyone wants to get the medicine they urgently need. But he was stopped by the young chef. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Tell me what you want. The young chef remained alert. That's right. Release your kindness. What's your purpose? The waitress clenched her fists and looked angry. 065 Green Storm, bad boy. The girl obviously still doubted Xue Feng. I need information. These medicines are the reward for me and you to obtain information. Xue Feng spread his hands. After hearing these words, the expressions on the faces of the young chef and others were obviously much more relaxed. If it's just an exchange of information, then there's no problem. When Shun Rian heard this, he was particularly impressed. Because if it is said to be free, this group of people may not believe it. But when it comes to exchanging information, they can accept it. Just like sales on the street, if someone says something is being given away for free, many people will suspect it is a scam. Sorry, we were too suspicious. My name is Lu Jun. The young chef held out his hand apologetically. Brother, it's not certain whether they are good people or not. Lu Chichi muttered softly. But when Lu Jun turned around and glared at her, the little girl immediately turned her head away without saying a word. It's nothing. as long as the misunderstanding is resolved. Xue Feng also smiled slightly and shook hands with the other party. At the same time, be prepared in case Lu Jun plays any tricks. Xun Xiao will start immediately. In a blink of an eye, Lu Jun could be turned into a mummy. However, Lu Jun did not take any action and soon let go. He took Xue Feng to a restaurant and sat down. Lu Jun began to explain. Why did they misunderstand Xue Feng? Because there was a group of bad young people, that is, the rich second-generation motorcycle gangs before the end of the world. Now they gather together and call themselves the Green Storm. I like to drive around here in all kinds of modified cars. They will not only rob supplies. Drunk people can also burn down houses, seeking excitement in various ways. All the medicines around were snatched away by this group of guys, because many of them are sick. So Lu Jun could only negotiate with the other party. The other side made a request that Lu Jun and others must use food in exchange for medicine. As a result, when Lu Jun and others delivered the food, the other party walked away. Those liars! The girl yelled angrily. Xue Feng also knew it at this time. The girl's name is Zhou Qiqi, and she is Lu Jun's sister. Lu Jun is the leader of this survivor base. There were more than 50 survivors in total. There was no collapse of moral ethics, however, because half of the survivors here are couples, and they all run shops on this street. Plus, this is a food street with plenty of food and drinking water. And because we have a supernatural person like Lu Jun, we have been able to hold on until now. Then, do you know where exactly their base is? Xue Feng asked again. This should be the bad youth group he was looking for. If you want to have contact with these people, I advise you to give up. Those guys have no faith. When Lu Jun said this, his tone was full of anger. If it weren't for all the medicines around us being snatched away by these unscrupulous young people. If you can't take it away, burn it. Neither do they. Even necessary medicines are lacking. Faith? Shen Ruyan showed a wry smile. Talking about faith in the last days? Lu Jun in front of him was too naive. In Shen Ruyan's view, this stronghold would probably be destroyed soon. Xue Feng also realized it at this time. In the end times, besides food and water, medicine is the only thing that is truly scarce. Just at this moment, a shrill horn sound came from outside. Ta-ta, ta-ta. Those guys are coming. Lu Jun was very angry and ran out first. Others also took to the streets with weapons in hand, as if they were facing a great enemy. Xue Feng and several others also came out. When I went out, I saw the other side of the street. 3 modified off-road vehicles roared. A bumper and steel bars were added to the front of the car. It looks like it was prepared for hitting zombies, and there is some rotten meat stuck on it. In addition to these 3 off-road vehicles, there is even a cement mixer. Further back, there are quite a few motorcycles. After seeing this scene, Xue Feng understood. Why did Lu Jun and others misunderstand me at the first moment? The armored vehicle he was riding in was quite similar to these people. The large number of zombies around were attracted by the sound of the cement tanker truck's horn. They rushed madly towards the cement tanker that made the sound. The cement tanker was well prepared and was designed to deliberately attract these zombies. He stepped on the accelerator and headed towards the commercial street. Boom! The iron fence was directly broken open and headed to the other end. No one dared to stop this big guy. A large number of zombies followed and poured in. This method is cruel enough. Xue Feng couldn't help smacking his lips. The people in the food street have already picked up their weapons and started fighting. The most eye-catching one is Lu Jun. Lu Jun roared, and his hair grew a lot longer in an instant. His hands extended with sharp claws. This scared Xue Feng. What's going on, Wolverine? Of course, there is a world of difference between Lu Jun and Wolverine. He doesn't have that outstanding fighting ability, and his claws seem to be waving around randomly out of instinct. But dealing with ordinary zombies is not a problem. Xue Feng also took out the nano-transforming sword, still in the shape of an axe, and joined the battle. It's not that Xue Feng likes axes. It's just that the fire axe looks inconspicuous, and no one knows the true power of this weapon. He did not use Shun Xiao either. At this time, it is not wise to expose your special abilities. Otherwise, he could kill all these zombies in an instant. At the same time, the doors of the 3 modified off-road vehicles opened. A few ruffian-looking young men came out from inside. She has colorful hair, earrings, and tattoos on her face. Oh my god! What kind of car is this? It's so cool. It will be mine later. One of the young men had dyed yellow hair and a look of arrogance and contempt in his eyes. He stared at Xue Feng's armored vehicle with shining eyes. Let's kill those guys first. The other woman had green hair and was quite pretty, but she was wearing heavy Gothic-style makeup, looking a bit like a ghost. Bye. Congratulations to the host for successfully verifying the intelligence. The bonus armored vehicle is upgraded to become a doomsday combat armored vehicle. Increase firepower and load automatic attack device. Armored vehicle upgrades? Xue Feng showed joy on his face. He didn't expect that the armored vehicle could be upgraded again. Before, when he was driving an armored vehicle on the road, the only way he had to deal with zombies was to ram them. But now the firepower has been improved and an automatic attack device has been loaded. In the future, Xue Feng will no longer have to worry about encountering hordes of zombies blocking the road. Look bro, those girls are pretty good. There was a ruffian who immediately targeted Shinruyan and Yuhaoyan. His saliva was almost dripping. Damn, it's on time. If I had known there was a beauty here, I would have been here long ago. Huang Mao laughed wildly, his gaze making people sick. I'm telling you right now, you're going to die miserably. The zombies had almost been cleared away. Xue Feng stepped forward and said coldly, "These guys are robbing people everywhere and have nothing to do with them. But dare to insult your own woman. There's only one word, death. 066, the woman who insults me will only die. Ha, if you don't see what you are just lambs to be slaughtered." One of them burst out laughing. I probably thought Xue Feng was one of the survivors. The last time their food was robbed, they didn't dare to resist. Are you going to say something harsh this time? It's just ridiculous. Yeah, Xue Feng said lightly. Shunxiao. The next second, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl came out from his hand. The man didn't even have time to scream. The whole person turned into charcoal and lay straight on the ground. The lightning had not yet ended and turned into a ball of flash and jumped onto another person. In the blink of an eye, several people turned into burning corpses. Only the yellow-haired man and the green-haired woman were left. They were originally prepared to watch a good show, but then they realized what was going on. Hurry up and drive! Hurry up and drive! Huang Mao got directly into the car. The green-haired woman had already gotten into the car. Frantically stepping on the accelerator, the off-road vehicle disappeared at the end of the road. Brother Xue Feng, why didn't you kill them all? Seeing this scene, Yu Haoyan was quite puzzled. He couldn't help but ask Shinruyan next to him in a low voice. With Xue Feng's strength, killing these people is not a problem. The other party is definitely not just these few people. It would be good to let them go back and report the news. Shinruyan noticed Xue Feng's thoughts. Instead of working hard to catch up, it's better to let them come to your door. Then Xue Feng came to the two off-road vehicles that were still standing there. He searched inside the car for some, found a lot of small red pills and white powder. There is no doubt that these guys usually smoke these things for fun. No wonder he went crazy and caused destruction everywhere. They all looked very excited and did not look like normal people. You are also a mutant? Lu Jun has recovered and came to Xue Feng with a look of surprise. The scene of Xue Feng's battle just now shocked him too much. In comparison, his own abilities were more like juggling. You should think carefully about how to deal with those guys next. They'll be back soon. Xue Feng said, "What about you? You're the one who killed them, so you have to stay and help us." Lu Qiqi also ran over, put her hands on her hips, and pouted. The big eyes were still glaring at Xue Feng. "Qiqi, how can you talk like that? If it weren't for Brother Xue, we don't know how many people would have died now." Liu Yun suddenly became anxious. He didn't expect his sister to be so rude. I stretched out my hand and wanted to slap him, but then he sighed and gave up. After all, my sister is my only relative and I have never beaten her since I was a child. Always regarded as the apple of my eye. I just want him to help us. Where do we have room to run? Lu Qiqi burst into tears all of a sudden. She just didn't want her brother to die. Lu Jun, why don't you take your sister and run away, leaving us here? Yeah, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't know how many times we would have died. Just let us stay and be vented. When we're targeted, it's over. The people around him gathered around, all with tragic expressions. They were actually willing to wait for death for Lu Jun. Seeing this scene, Shinruyan felt very complicated. After all, Shinruyan, like Lu Jun, had saved many people. It was just her person who abandoned her. So, these people led by Lu Jun have a higher sense of morality? Shinruyan felt that this might not be the case. Rather, these people have no choice. You can't expect Lu Jun to die here with them. No one here stood up to challenge Lu Jun's authority. On the contrary, the women and old people who Shinruyan saved could all take refuge with Bald Head. If I wanted to leave, I would have left long ago. If you hadn't saved my sister in the first place, what would be the point of living for me? Lu Jun's mouth showed a bitter smile. Because when the apocalypse broke out, his sister was besieged by zombies. It was the people around me who saved him. So at that moment, Lu Jun decided that he must repay them. Live and die together. But brother Xue Feng, how about I beg you to take my sister away? You should be able to protect her. With a plop, Lu Jun knelt down immediately to Xue Feng. Brother, what are you doing? We won't ask him for help. Lu Qiqi suddenly became anxious and wanted to pull her brother up. Unlike Lu Jun, who is so servile, Xue Feng was happy to see this scene. If you beg me, I can consider saving your brother, but I can't control anyone else. Xue Feng said with a slight smile. This survivor base is relatively normal. It would be nice to use them as your buffer zone. Hearing these words, everyone around him became hopeful. All eyes were fixed on Lu Qiqi. Although no one spoke, they were all counting on Lu Qiqi. After all, Xue Feng has proven that he has this strength. You bastard. I know that even if I kneel down to beg you, you won't agree to it. Lu Qiqi clenched her fists, not believing Xue Feng. That's a pity. You lost the chance to save your brother. Xue Feng shook his head, got in the car, and left. Shen Ruyan and Yu Haoyun also followed. You don't leave. Lu Qiqi suddenly became anxious if Xue Feng left. Their stronghold is really finished. Seeing that Xue Feng was really going to get in the car, Lu Qiqi also knelt on the ground. Please, can you help us? Her eyes were filled with humiliation. Very good. My base is short of a cook. As long as you are willing to come to my base, I will save everyone here. Xue Feng turned around and said. He did this not just because he wanted to cook. The leader of these survivors is Lu Jun, and it seems that Lu Jun loves his sister very much. Then Lu Qiqi is equivalent to a hostage in his hands. A cook who cooks? There are many survivors with hope in their eyes. I wish Xue Feng would choose me. After all, Xue Feng seems to be more powerful, and following Xue Feng will definitely provide better living conditions. At least you don't have to worry about being bullied by other survivors. But no one spoke. After all, they also vaguely felt the reason why Xue Feng chose Lu Qiqi. Because Lu Qiqi is very beautiful. When the doomsday broke out before, many people wanted to pursue Lu Qiqi. However, Lu Qiqi had a hot temper and persuaded many people to leave. Lu Qiqi's face turned pale when she heard this. She didn't expect Xue Feng to make such a request. Okay, no problem. What Lu Qiqi didn't expect was that Lu Jun actually agreed immediately. To give myself to the man in front of me. 067, take the initiative to give your sister away? Could it be that my brother had the heart to let me leave? Go and be with this guy Xue Feng. They had only known each other for less than an hour. So who knew what kind of person Xue Feng was? Isn't this just pushing yourself into a fire pit? What Lu Qiqi didn't know was that Lu Jun also had his own difficulties. If they don't agree to Xue Feng's request now, all of them will surely die, including his sister. Lu Jun also realized that he might not be able to protect his sister all the time with his own abilities. Then it would be better to find a new supporter for my sister. Lu Jun also noticed that the two beauties beside Xue Feng looked very happy. At least my sister won't suffer if she follows Xue Feng. Very good. Since ancient times, elder brothers have been like fathers. Since your brother has made the decision on your behalf, I will help you resolve this crisis. Xue Feng nodded immediately. Lu Qiqi was completely dumbfounded. She did not expect that her fate would be arranged like this. My brother actually handed her over to a stranger. What? The most important thing you should do now is to strengthen the fence here. The previous iron railings could only stop zombies, but they could not stop other survivors, nor could they stop cement tankers. In addition, we need to send someone to the roof to monitor the surrounding situation at all times. Shunrian immediately stood up and began to give instructions. In Shunrian's view, this survivor's stronghold was too crude. The only reason we've been able to hold on until now is because there's enough food here. And the number of zombies is relatively small, and they did not besiege this place. There's a certain element of luck. The survivors around immediately sprang into action. Soon both sides of the street were reinforced. Some scrap cars were pushed over to block both ends. I found some sharp objects like nails and scattered them all in front. Now no vehicle can easily destroy this place. After finishing all this, Lu Jun was very moved. Why hadn't he thought of doing this before? Those guys are here again. Just at this moment, the person who was monitoring on the roof shouted nervously. 2 cement tankers, and 3 modified pickup trucks, plus the SUV that escaped earlier. There were 6 cars in total, and they stopped 200 meters away from the food street. It was obvious that he was afraid of Xue Feng's special abilities, although the distance is far. However, Xue Feng could still see the other party clearly. There were more than 20 people sitting in the beds of the 3 pickup trucks. Everyone has colored hair, and some even wear sunglasses. Xue Feng couldn't help but complain. It's already afternoon. Why are you wearing sunglasses? Chun Chun is just a moron who only knows how to pretend. However, as a man got out of the pickup truck, Xue Feng's eyelids twitched wildly. It's not this guy who has 3 heads and 6 arms. Instead, he dyed his hair a turkey colorful one. There is also a devil tattoo on his face, which makes people feel sick when they see it. What Xue Feng really noticed was that this turkey-headed man was carrying a military rifle on his shoulder. Do these people have guns in their hands? Where did you get it from? Xue Feng actually always wanted to know where the arsenal in the city was. But this information has always been kept confidential. Now that the guy opposite has a gun, he must know where to get it. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. Xue Feng raised the corner of his mouth, thinking that his waiting here was not in vain. People inside, please listen to me. I am the leader of the Green Storm, the chosen one empowered by the gods. Within 10 minutes, you hand over the murderer of my family. Then I will consider letting you join. Otherwise, I will flatten this place and leave no trace behind. Women will be my lowest slaves, and men will cut off their hands and feet to feed the zombies. Turkey Head held a megaphone in his hand and roared at the top of his lungs. As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him burst into cheers. Everyone started to scream. Seeing this scene, Shenruyan showed contempt. If it turns out to be like this, I would rather die. Shenruyan was highly educated, completely different from this group of people who take drugs and lose their minds. They are just a bunch of lunatics. Yu Haoyan felt even more fortunate in her heart. Fortunately, he met Xue Feng. Otherwise, if you encounter this kind of lunacy, wouldn't you also be driven crazy? Lu Jun was originally very nervous when he saw so many people on the other side. But seeing Shenruyan and Yu Haoyan, their expressions actually relaxed. Lu Jun was even more convinced that he didn't take those people seriously at all. If my sister follows Xue Feng, her chances of survival will definitely be greater. But sir, you have to be careful. That guy says he is the chosen one. He may be a person with superpowers. Shenruyan did not forget to remind him. Although Turkey Head speaks nonsense, he can still capture some valuable information. Don't worry, let them see the power of the Doomsday armored vehicle. Xue Feng smiled. He was already a little impatient to inspect the upgraded armored vehicle. On the other side, Turkey Head and others couldn't wait any longer. Although only 2 minutes had passed, Turkey Head was already getting impatient. Damn it, you don't want to surrender, right? Get everything ready. Let's rush in together and show them how powerful we are. Kill all the men, capture the women, and torture them. Remember, there is an armored vehicle, right? That is my exclusive mount. Before Turkey Head could finish his words, he was stunned, because he saw a tall and mighty armored vehicle with a metallic luster driving towards him. This is what we call an armored vehicle, but it seems a little different. Huang Mao shouted excitedly, but his expression became terrified, because Huang Mao noticed it. On the front of the armored vehicle, there was a gun barrel as thick as a bucket. There was even a machine gun on top of the roof. What the hell is this? Da-da-da-da. Before they could react, 2 electromagnetic cannons were fired. Boom! There were 6 cars lined up neatly, and 3 pickup trucks were blown into the sky in an instant. Many bad young people died in the explosion. Some were lying on the ground, stunned. Cool! Xue Feng, who was inside, couldn't help but roar. After the firepower upgrade, this armored vehicle is extremely powerful. Unfortunately, this electromagnetic gun consumes a lot of energy. The vehicle's energy consumption will be greatly increased in an instant, and it will take a day for the armored vehicle to replenish itself automatically. If the vehicle energy can be transformed, using the crystal core inside the zombie's head as a drive, rapid charging can be achieved. The combat effectiveness will be raised to a higher level again. Then Xue Feng stepped hard on the accelerator, and the armored vehicle accelerated to 100 miles per hour in an instant. He rushed towards the group of people fiercely. 068 horrible, upgraded armored vehicle. The tires crushed the people on the ground. It doesn't matter whether you are dead or alive. Xue Feng turned the steering wheel and slammed into the 2 cement tankers. The cabs of the 2 cement tankers were deformed at the same time, and the drivers were crushed alive. This series of movements was really too huge. The zombies within 1,000 meters around were gathering here like crazy. The bad Yus who were still alive had no way of escaping. You can only fight with the zombies. Xue Feng first reversed the car and then crashed into the young men. Crushed them all, along with the zombies, into minced meat. This is the power of the upgraded version of Doomsday Tank. What the hell is this? What are you waiting for? Drive away. Turkey Head looked at everything with difficulty, and then noticed that the yellow-haired man who was driving was still motionless. He slapped him immediately. If you don't run now, you will die. Huang Mao woke up from his dream only after being beaten. He stepped on the accelerator hard and wanted to escape from here. As long as they can rush to the road, there is a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, it's all over. The green-haired woman sitting in the back seat had already been frightened to tears. What on earth is going on? Obviously, before this, they were the hunters. The other survivors were merely prey. Why in the blink of an eye? They became the ones who had to escape. Bang! Suddenly, a huge force came from behind. The Doomsday armored vehicle has crashed into us. The off-road vehicle rolled over several times before it hit a big tree on the side of the road and stopped. Turkey Head was knocked unconscious and saw a man holding a sword slowly walking towards him. He exerted all his strength and a flame appeared in his hand. This is the power of Turkey Head. Unfortunately, the next second, before Turkey Head could use his special powers, his head tilted and he passed out. Xue Feng used a fire axe to chop open the car door and pulled out the Turkey Head and the green-haired woman. The driver Huang Mao had bad luck. A piece of meat stuck in his neck, and hot blood sprayed all over the cab. Dyed the entire cab red. Lu Jun and others in the distance were frightened when they saw this scene. This was simply a one-sided massacre. Xue Feng alone wiped out the opponent's entire group. Lu Qiqi's face turned pale. Only then did she realize that if Xue Feng was really up to something evil, you can kill them all easily. This bloody scene made her subconsciously want to vomit. Do you see clearly? This is the strength of Brother Xue Feng. You will be blessed by following him. Yu Haoyan said proudly. Being able to follow Master Xue Feng is a gift. You little girl is very lucky. Shenrian's eyes were full of admiration. Shenrian didn't feel the slightest discomfort in killing these social trash. If left unchecked, who knows how many survivors would suffer. Is this really the case? Lu Qiqi fell into confusion for a moment. When Turkey Head woke up again, he found himself in a private room of a hotel. His wrists were tied tightly to the iron bars of the window behind him. The feet are also immobilized. "Brother, save me!" Another faint voice sounded, just across from Turkey's head. It's the woman with heavy makeup and green hair. But now she has many bruises on her body, obviously from whipping. "Ah, you're awake. If you don't wake up soon, it will be dark. I'm ready to use some means." A voice rang out. Turkey Head turned around and saw what happened before he fainted. Saw the devil. "Yes, it's you." Turkey Head was immediately frightened. This person was naturally Xue Feng, holding a long whip in his hand. "Tell me where your gathering is, how many people are there, and where did you get your rifles from?" There was a cruel smile on Xue Feng's face, like a devil from hell. "Brother, we can't tell him. Once this demon knows our shelter, the rest of us will be dead." The green-haired woman screamed. Xue Feng said nothing and whipped him hard. "Ah!" The woman let out a heart-wrenching scream, and a bloody scar appeared on her shoulder. She has suffered too much. But what Xue Feng didn't expect was. However, this woman was very stubborn, and she gritted her teeth and refused to reveal the location of the shelter. He even gritted his teeth and stared at Xue Feng viciously. "Kill me if you can. Don't even think about asking us to tell you anything." Xue Feng grinned. "You just like people with hard bones? This way the fight will be more powerful." But at this moment, a foul smell spread in the room. Xue Feng couldn't help but frown and looked at Turkey Head. At this time, Turkey Head was so scared that he wet his pants. Leader of the Burial Love family, the chosen one given power by the gods. What do you want to say? Xue Feng showed a look of contempt. This guy is not even as good as a woman. "I'll tell you everything. Don't do anything." Turkey Head widened his eyes and roared at the top of his lungs. "Brother, are you going to kill the others?" The woman looked at the Turkey Head in disbelief. She never expected that the man she usually thought was the most powerful and the most unique was her eldest brother. Now he has surrendered even before being tortured. "Bang!" Xue Feng whipped the woman again, this time hitting her on the mouth. Suddenly, her skin was torn and blood was flowing. and the woman shut up completely. Explain. Xue Feng looked at Turkey Head. Turkey Head sobbed and told everyone the location of his gathering place. There are still more than a dozen people in the base. Everyone was so excited before coming here, but now everyone is asleep. That's why we didn't go out together. Then where did you get your rifle? Xue Feng is more concerned about this. It is important to root out the problem. But if there is a place where we can get arms, that would be even better. Although Xue Feng's demand for arms is not high. But you can't just give it to others. We found it when we were searching for supplies. We discovered zombies wearing camouflage uniforms in the southwest woods. They must have been soldiers before. We broke in and found a military restricted area. I got this rifle from a zombie, but there's no bullet in it. Turkey Head said with his head hung down. Xue Feng nodded. These should be soldiers on patrol, and their guns were not loaded with live ammunition. As a result, Turkey Head took advantage of the opportunity. But because there are no bullets, it can only be a decoration. Military restricted area? You didn't go in to check. Xue Feng narrowed his eyes. No, we don't. When we got there, we saw that other people had already occupied the restricted military area. There are at least several hundred people. If we go there with just a few of us, won't we be sending ourselves to die? We ran away as soon as possible before we were discovered. Turkey Head mentioned this with a look of horror. 069 important information. Hundreds of people. Xue Feng was shocked. He had been wondering why the groups of survivors he encountered always consisted of dozens of people. There were even a few people. Isn't there something larger in scale? Now we finally got the news. Could this survivor organization be related to the leaflets I saw before? Regardless, it is definitely a huge danger. Then Xue Feng asked for the key information. When did Turkey Head go to the military restricted area? It was the day before yesterday, replied Turkey Head. The day before yesterday. Xue Feng nodded when he heard this. The time was not too far away. If there is an arsenal in the military restricted area, there should be no time to transfer the supplies. It is more likely that a new base will be established directly there. What is your superpower? Xue Feng continued to ask. My body can release flames that are up to 2 meters long. Turkey Head's voice became quieter and quieter. He possesses supernatural powers, yet he was subdued so easily. Almost all his men were wiped out. Xue Feng took out a map and asked Turkey Head to mark the location of the military restricted area and their base. At the same time, loosen the rope tied to the turkey's head. Turkey Head was shaking as he took a pen and marked on the map. Brother, use your superpowers quickly. Otherwise, he won't let us go. At this time, the woman raised her head, her eyes full of despair. She didn't understand why Turkey Head didn't resist. They killed a lot of people. You're going to kill me too. The Turkey Head looked horrified. Yes, I never said I would let you go, and you didn't ask yourself. Xue Feng nodded. Xue Feng's plan was the same from beginning to end, to squeeze out everything he could. Then kill them. Asshole! A burst of flames burst out from Turkey Head's body, and his entire body was burning. The clothes on his body turned into ashes. The temperature in the room also rose instantly. The woman was the first to scream, not expecting that she would be the first to be implicated. The clothes and hair on his body also began to burn. Turkey Head had already made a desperate move and pounced towards Xue Feng. Shunxiao, a huge bolt of lightning instantly pierced through the turkey's head. The supernatural power is fire? At most, it's only a few hundred degrees. But the temperature of lightning can reach tens of thousands of degrees in an instant. Boom! The turkey head fell to the ground, and the flames on its body gradually died out. It's troublesome for you to live, so I'll give you a ride. Xue Feng put the map away and left the room without looking back. Go clean up the room so it doesn't start a fire. Arriving at the hall outside, Xue Feng said casually, You kill them all? Lu Qiqi couldn't help but exclaim. That's right. If we don't kill them, will it give them a chance to take revenge on you? Xue Feng smiled. You. The words came to Lu Qiqi's lips, but she didn't say them. She originally wanted to say that Xue Feng was a devil, but without this demon, they would have been doomed long ago. Lu Jun was very straightforward and arranged for someone to clean up the room. I plan to form an alliance with you, and you will share the information you have obtained with me. Xue Feng found a sofa and sat down casually. Shen Rian immediately walked behind Xue Feng and gently pinched Xue Feng's shoulders with his fingers. Seeing this, Yu Haoyan quickly knelt at Xue Feng's feet. A pair of pink fists gently hit Xue Feng's legs. Seeing this scene, Lu Qiqi was shocked. These two are both top beauties, but now they are serving Xue Feng like servants. Could it be that Xue Feng really has such great charm? No problem. Lu Jun let out a sigh of relief. He had been thinking about how to get closer to Xue Feng. Unexpectedly, Xue Feng took the initiative to bring it up. Of course, if I get valuable information, I will provide you with corresponding supplies in return. Xue Feng had no intention of letting Lu Jun work in vain. Just provide some supplies. You can let these people act as a barrier for you, which is a good deal. It is equivalent to setting up a sentry for yourself here. Thinking of this, Xue Feng gently touched the little hand on his shoulder. Xun Ruyan is indeed a capable woman. Then if we encounter danger again, someone next to Lu Jun couldn't help but said, you can ask for help, but it's not certain whether they will come to save you. Xue Feng will not give these people protection. But just this sentence made them very satisfied. Although Lu Jun's fighting ability is very weak, he is a supernatural being after all. Dealing with ordinary zombies is not a problem. In order to increase your fighting power, I will give you a gift. Xue Feng finally gave the rifle that Turkey Head was carrying to Lu Jun. Isn't there no bullet in this gun? Liu Yun smiled bitterly. A gun without bullets is just a fire stick. It can only be used to scare people. Zombies won't be scared by this thing. I have some here. Xue Feng said this and took out another 200 bullets from his backpack. Lu Jun and others were dumbfounded. Why are there so many things in Xue Feng's backpack? At the beginning, there was a pile of medicines, and now bullets have been taken out. Doraemon's pocket? In fact, there are so many questions they want to ask. For example, why is Xue Feng so strong? Why have such a powerful armored vehicle? But these are things that you absolutely cannot ask. Don't use bullets against ordinary zombies. Only use them when you encounter mutants and people with special powers. Xue Feng reminded. By the way, he told Lu Jun and others what mutants are. I heard that the zombies are evolving and mutating. The expressions of Lu Jun and others became increasingly ugly. I also understand the importance of the weapon in my hand. But now that Turkey Head and others are gone, they can at least form a team and go out to search for resources. It's getting late. I should go. Xue Feng said this and stood up. Please bring my sister with you. Lu Jun said quickly. This is also agreed upon. Xue Feng nodded and looked at Lu Qiqi. If Lu Qiqi said no at this time, then you will lose the opportunity to go to your own shelter. Lu Qiqi didn't say anything, but just stood up obediently. Following Yu Haoyun. She is shorter than Yu Haoyun and looks more like a little sister. Lu Qiqi now understands. I can go to Xue Feng's base and act as a contact person. Can save brother's life at the critical moment. If Xue Feng hadn't been here today, they would all have been killed by the bad youths. This will definitely happen again in the future. Xue Feng told Lu Jun the direction of his base. Then he drove away in the armored vehicle. Lu Jun, why didn't you suggest that we join their base? After Xue Feng left, someone around Lu Jun couldn't help but ask. It is obvious that it is safer to stay with Xue Feng all the time. 070 new information. Big Star? Join Xue Feng's base? It's already great that he saved our lives. Are we going to waste resources? Lu Jun smiled bitterly. He also knew that it was the end of the world. It's not the case that the more people, the better. Lu Jun also has his own plans next. The first thing is to clear the surrounding zombies and expand the living area. Just a restaurant street is not enough. Also get a few modified vehicles to patrol and explore new areas. If you encounter a fatal threat, you can escape quickly. Lu Jun, send your sister to Xue Feng. What if? The other person asked hesitantly. Although not all the words were made clear, everyone understood the meaning. Just look at the two women beside Xue Feng and their fawning attitude. Xue Feng is not polite to beautiful women. Sister, you always have to find a man. Lu Jun said calmly. Of course he understood. But the world has changed now. It's a good thing to follow a strong man. Xue Feng did not return to the shelter directly, but came to the base that Turkey had mentioned. This is a reinforced 3-story building. There are iron fences all around to keep out the zombies. But just as Turkey had said, when Xue Feng's armored vehicle crashed through the iron fence, the people inside were fast asleep, and the loud noise did not wake them up. Xue Feng was not polite either and set fire to the entire building. They're just a bunch of scum. Turkey Head must have used this method before, and I wonder how many survivors he has killed. Now it's just retribution. After doing all this, Xue Feng drove back to the base. It was already dark by then. It is even more dangerous on the night of the doomsday, when the city loses its power system and is completely dark. Only the moonlight illuminated the ground. It's difficult to guard against the sudden appearance of zombies. Not to mention what to do if mutants appear. When they returned to the villa, and Xiawei and others were very worried. After all, Xue Feng had never come back at night before. Without Xue Feng, they will not be able to survive in the doomsday. Brother Xue Feng. When Xiawei saw Xue Feng coming back, tears came out of her eyes. Why worry? I'm just going out for a while. You have weapons and can protect yourself. Xue Feng gently held Xiawei in his arms and helped her wipe away her tears. The other women immediately cast envious glances at him. I wish the person being held in his arms is me. Lu Qiqi was stunned when she saw this scene. She didn't expect that there would be so many women in the villa. And each of them is dressed beautifully, even boldly. The clothes on your body look very indecent. For example, the one wearing a teacher's uniform doesn't look like anything special. But as long as you move, you can see the spring scenery inside. Although in the doomsday, resources are hard to come by. But there is no need to wear such clothes. What also surprised Lu Qiqi was that there was electricity running in the villa. The people living here are very clean, and there should be hot water for bathing. Please arrange her to be sea level. She will learn how to cook and work in the kitchen. Xue Feng then said to Gu Xiaoqian. Yes. Gu Xiaoqian nodded and looked at the short girl. I don't know where Lu Qiqi came from, but having one more cook is always better. There are more than a dozen people in the base now. Need someone professionally responsible for food. When he woke up the next morning, Xue Feng was thinking about how to deal with the force that occupied the military restricted area. Over time, it becomes a huge threat to oneself. Hundreds of fully armed soldiers sound scary. Ordinary zombies can no longer pose a threat. Bite. Intelligence update. 1. At 10 o'clock tonight, the southwest military restricted area will be attacked by a third-order mutant. 2. The underground warehouse inside the military restricted area contains a large amount of weapons and ammunition. 3. There is a female mutant inside the military restricted area. The host can take advantage of this female mutant and seize the opportunity to subdue her if she is dissatisfied with the situation inside the base. Special reminder. The female psychic is the famous singer Xiawei Fei. The famous female master Xiawei Fei. Hearing this name, Xue Feng's eyes widened. As far as he can remember, this is Xue Feng's favorite female star. She is a super goddess at the national level. He became famous at a very young age and conquered many people with his good voice. Moreover, she has a charming appearance and is the dream object of many people. A sweet and sexy voice, a beautiful appearance. Either one of them can conquer all men. This super goddess is actually inside the military base at this moment. Thinking of this, Xue Feng suddenly reacted. I must take down Xiawei Fei. Become a member of your own villa. From now on, this big star will sing for himself day and night. Thinking of this, Xue Feng's mouth corners raised. He was even more grateful to the system, as he didn't know what to do. The intelligence system provided help to me. Tonight, the third-order mutants will appear in the military restricted area. It is very likely that they are going to attack the military base. Thinking of this, Xue Feng couldn't help but feel surprised. Ordinary zombies are driven by sound and attack humans to satisfy their biological instincts. It is absolutely impossible to attack one place with a purpose. So why would the third-level mutants deliberately attack the military restricted area? This was the only answer Xue Feng could think of. It's hunting. The third-order mutants are probably intended to attack people with special abilities. People with special powers must be very attractive to mutants. Xue Feng had killed the mutant who could turn into a gorilla at school before. I've checked his head and found no crystal core or anything like that. This proves that the crystal core must be found in the zombie's head. Even if humans awaken their special powers, crystal cores will not appear in their heads. But the body has definitely changed. Maybe it tastes even better to mutants. It seems that the mutants who are about to attack the military restricted area are no longer satisfied with hunting their own kind. I want to eat mutants even more. Thinking of this, Xue Feng had already made a plan in his mind. Breakfast time has begun. Xue Feng sat at the top of a long dining table, symbolizing his leadership status. The others in a level sat on the sides. It doesn't look like a meal, but more like a meeting. In addition, there are 5 E-level women. They sat at another small table, with much less food in front of them. But there was a look of happiness on their faces. Even if it's not as good as a level, at least I can eat well and sleep well. It is so much better than the previous days of fear. And they only need to work 8 hours a day and don't need to work overtime. Many office workers work even less hours than before the end of the world. This sausage tastes so bad. Xue Feng frowned and looked painful. 070, one you have never cooked before? It's a bit unpalatable, as if there's no salt in it. And it's burnt here, but not yet cooked there. The grilled sausages can be so bad. The other women also frowned. The previous meals were cooked by Xiawei for a while, and then by Gu Xiaoqian. Just changed to Lu Qiqi this morning. I didn't expect it to be so unpalatable. But since the sausages are cooked like this, they have no choice but to eat them. Grilled sausages are the most precious thing in the doomsday. Important source of meat. Call Lu Qiqi over to me. Xue Feng slammed the table, suppressing his anger. You Lu Qiqi must have done it like this on purpose. Are you dissatisfied with coming here? Then I have to teach this little girl a good lesson. Don't think that you won't do it just because you look cute. Soon Lu Qiqi, who was busy in the kitchen, was called over. Just seeing Lu Qiqi's look, and Xiawei and others covered their mouths and laughed. Why is there so much black and white on his face and a lot of oil stains on his body? What's the matter with this sausage? Do you have any problem with this place? Xue Feng asked coldly. What Xue Feng and Xiawei and others didn't expect was, when Lu Qiqi heard the scolding, her nose twitched and tears instantly came down. I can't cook. My brother used to cook before, but you asked me to do it. I spent more than 2 hours preparing breakfast for so many people. Woo woo woo. Seeing Lu Qiqi crying like a pear blossom in the rain, Xue Feng was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Lu Qiqi can't cook? Isn't her brother Lu Jun a cook? When I thought of how Lu Jun doted on Lu Qiqi, I didn't even want to slap her. Xue Feng understood instantly. Perhaps it is because of this that Lu Qiqi has never cooked. It was my own negligence. I forgot to ask Lu Qiqi if she could cook and assigned her to this position. If you don't know how to do it, just learn it slowly. Don't worry. You'll be fine once you get used to it. Xue Feng comforted softly. Anyway, there isn't much to eat in the apocalypse, so there's no need to be so picky. When Lu Qiqi heard this, she wiped away her tears. She was really frightened just now. Lu Qiqi knows the importance of food, and wasting food is a big sin in Doomsday. Xue Feng didn't even hold him accountable. It surprised her greatly. The man in front of him didn't seem that scary. He's quite gentle when treating himself. After eating the uncooked sausage in one bite, Xue Feng came to the underground laboratory. Xiawei and Xiaoxing spent the whole day here. Xue Feng really wanted to know whether it was possible to replace the onboard energy source of the Doomsday armored vehicle with crystal cores. Theoretically, it's fine, but it takes time. Xiawei explained. Well, follow the steps. Xue Feng nodded without urging him. Then he took out the apple-sized crystal core of the third-level mutant that had been destroyed before. Let Xiawei continue to do research. Xue Feng pondered over this thing for 2 days but still couldn't find the secret. I can only leave it to Xiawei. So big. When Xiaoxing saw the crystal core, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. It's pretty much the same as yours. Xiawei looked over with a teasing look. Sister, you're so annoying. The younger sister blushed. Now the sisters all have the same man. Speak more freely and directly. Xue Feng also quickly found an excuse to leave. Otherwise, he would have continued. These two sisters should forget about working properly today. Xue Feng then arranged for Xiawei to take Haoyun and select 2 more people to set up slogans on the surrounding roads. Indicate that this is your territory. Xiawei said that she is a person with special abilities, and her special abilities can enhance the combat effectiveness of ordinary people. It would be most appropriate to let her go. Xue Feng had also thought of the slogan. The front has been occupied. Strangers are not welcome, and intruders are in danger of their lives. Simple and clear. It's the end of the world now. Of course, those who are powerful can make rules and divide their own territories. Everything is taken for granted. Taking Haoyun with me is just a matter of trying my luck. See if there is a crystal core inside the head of the zombie you killed. Xue Feng realized that the crystal core would be very valuable in the future. It's never too little at any time. It was not until the afternoon that Xue Feng told Xiawei and others that he had something to do in the evening. Maybe he won't be back until midnight or tomorrow. Now their base has not been discovered by other survivors, so no one would suddenly attack them. This time Xue Feng had no plan to bring anyone with him. He set out alone. With the drawings given by Turkey Head, Xue Feng quickly drove the armored vehicle to the vicinity of the woods. If you're not familiar with this place, you really don't know that there is a military restricted area here. In particular, military-restricted areas will not be marked on any map. After putting the armored vehicle into the space backpack, Xue Feng walked through the forest. After arriving in the suburbs, we encountered very few zombies. Nowadays, most zombies are still gathered in cities. However, it is easy to be discovered during the day, so Xue Feng plans to find a place to hide. Prepare to go in at night. When he found the military-restricted area, he couldn't help but be surprised. This place covers at least 10 acres of land and has many buildings. There are iron fences outside, which are 6 meters high. What shocked Xue Feng the most was that high-voltage barbed wire was installed on top of these iron fences. Some wandering zombies accidentally touched the iron fence and were instantly electrocuted and flew away. It's worthy of being a military-restricted area. The things inside are really good. Xue Feng couldn't help smacking his lips. How to install such a set of barbed wire around your villa area? You won't have to worry about ordinary zombies anymore. Xue Feng was very curious, as the power supply had clearly been cut off. Why is there barbed wire in a military base? He searched carefully inside and soon found a large number of solar panels. It is estimated that the military is using the latest product, so it can supply electricity to the entire base. It will only be used in emergency situations. After all, in the event of a war, the military must ensure that there is still electricity supply even if a power plant is destroyed. These solar panels are also good things. Xue Feng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Although there is no shortage of electricity in his base, who doesn't want more of this stuff? For a modern person, life without electricity is difficult. Apart from these, there are humans patrolling around. Xue Feng didn't know who they were, but he was not in a hurry because the answer would be revealed soon. The sky gradually darkened and night fell. Xue Feng leaped forward and easily jumped over the 6-meter-high iron fence. 072 Beautiful scenery. A big star taking a bath. Xue Feng dodged the patrolling guards and sneaked into a building by walking on the grass. He has been paying attention to this building for a long time, and there are many people coming and going in it. It should be important. As soon as I entered, I heard noises coming from many rooms. There were only women wailing and men roaring with excitement. It seems that this is the nightlife of the people inside the base nowadays. They have nothing else to do. Before the apocalypse, you can still gamble, watch TV, etc. But now in gambling, no one has chips in their hands, so there is no excitement. Watch TV? Civilization has perished, so what is left to watch on TV? There is no internet or anything like that. There is nothing more exciting than playing with a woman. Xue Feng tiptoed through several rooms and heard similar sounds coming from each room. He couldn't help but shake his head. Although this military base is very large, there are many people inside. But the organization is loose and more like a mob. When I reached the 3rd floor, I finally heard some useful sounds. The door of a room was not closed and people inside were talking. So Xue Feng quickly hid at the stairs. Unless you search this place carefully, you won't be discovered. This place is too remote. Women have to be sent here from other places. It's really unlucky. A male with a rough voice said, "There's nothing we can do. There are too many weapons and equipment here, and they can't be transported away in a short period of time. We can only use this place as a second base. Can't you be patient with women? You have several around you." The other voice was a woman's, but it was very cold. The voice was very clear, making Xue Feng feel a little familiar. Could it be Xiawei? However, he was not sure and did not dare to confirm the information now. The person in the room at this time was Xiawei. She looked at the bearded man in front of her with contempt. "Big star, if you can give me some pleasure, I won't ask for other women." The bearded man looked at Xiawei up and down with greedy eyes without any scruples. "Xiaobin, you are looking for death," Xiawei said coldly. When Xiaobin heard what Xiawei said, an angry look appeared on his face. But it was gone in a flash. "You're such a big star. You're the person in charge of the second base. I was just joking with you. There are thousands of people in this world who want to have sex with you, and I'm just one of them," Xiaobin said cheerfully. Xiawei became even angrier, and she stared at Xiaobin. Being a big star, of course she has many admirers. There are many perverts among them. Before the apocalypse broke out, she didn't know how many perverts sent her things every day. From various revealing clothes to mysterious liquids and more. Some people even Photoshop her photos and videos and spread them everywhere. Xiawei has long been accustomed to it. Know that this is the price of being a big star. The purpose behind this is to be imagined and insulted. As the doomsday broke out, Xiawei witnessed many shameless scenes. The women who survived would be immediately forced by the men. After the fun is over, it will be treated as food. How Ife is lucky. She is a capable person. You can survive without relying on anyone. But she also witnessed many scenes that made her feel disgusted. There was nothing How Ife could do about it. In the end of the world, she can only protect herself. Where on earth can women not be treated as consumables and slaves? How Ife sighed slightly in her heart. I'm afraid not. Watch this place carefully. If anything goes wrong, the boss won't let you go. How Ife was too lazy to continue chatting with Xiao Bin. Every 3 sentences this guy said were vulgar. The only thing on his mind is women. As long as they are beautiful women, no one will be spared. How Ife saw with her own eyes Xiao Bin snatching a young woman away from her husband. When he got tired of playing with her, he strangled her to death on the bed. The reason why Xiao Bin did not receive any punishment was because he was one of the team captains. That's the power of the captain. Control the life and death of others in the doomsday. Okay, big star, go and have a rest. Xiao Bin chuckled. How Ife left without looking back and went to the top floor. How Ife is the only one in the base who can live on the top floor, and no one is allowed to enter. Fuck you. I'm gonna get you sooner or later. Don't think that you have the boss's protection. You are just a woman, and I can only ride on you. In the office, Xiao Bin was cursing. Suddenly, he felt a figure move at the door. Something passed by? It shouldn't be that. I must be dazzled. After all, Xiao Bin is a capable person with physical fitness better than ordinary people. There was no way anyone could have walked by and hidden it from him, unless it is someone with supernatural powers. But there are only 8 psychics in the entire base. No one has similar abilities. Of course, what Xiao Bin didn't know was that Xue Feng was present in the base at this time. How Ife was Xue Feng's intelligence target, so of course he followed her. In order to prevent Xiao Bin from finding out, Xue Feng used Shirling. Therefore, in Xiao Bin's perspective, Xue Feng of course just flashed by. After seeing How Ife enter a room, Xue Feng was not in a hurry to go in. Instead, he looked at the time. It is now exactly 9 o'clock in the evening. According to the system prompts, the base will be attacked at 10 o'clock. He didn't expect to find out How Ife's location so easily. Based on the conversation between How Ife and Xiao Bin just now, Xue Feng analyzed it. It was judged that How Ife was harassed by many people in the base. It's just because she has superpowers that she is not bullied. But many people are targeting How Ife. If you continue like this, sooner or later you will become someone else's plaything. Perhaps this is why How Ife is dissatisfied with the base. Everyone in this base treats women as nothing more than playthings. Even if How Ife has superpowers, she probably has to endure a lot of stares. You can take advantage of the opportunity. Thinking of this, Xue Feng decided to break into How Ife's room and have a heart-to-heart talk with her. He came to the door and turned it gently. It's locked as expected, but it's not a problem for Xue Feng. He has many ways to break the door lock. In order to conceal his presence and avoid making any sound, a thunderball appeared in Xue Feng's hand, slowly pressed against the door handle. Soon the door handle melted and deformed, giving off a burnt metal smell. Xue Feng opened the door and walked in. This is a room with 3 bedrooms and a living room. Before the doomsday, it was probably a dormitory only people of status could live in. There was a sound of dripping water. How Ife is taking a bath. 073, How Ife's perfect body. It's great here. There's hot water for taking a shower. But in the end, only How Ife can enjoy it. Or maybe everyone is qualified. Xue Feng is not sure. But this gave Xue Feng an opportunity. He entered the room quietly and closed the door. I can't miss the opportunity to see a big star taking a bath. According to the intelligence, How Ife is a person with superpowers. So next, How Ife's singing voice could be heard in the shower room. There is a hint of ambiguity, which makes people feel itchy when they hear it. Isn't this tempting me? Xue Feng suddenly understood what Xiao Bin and others were thinking. Who wouldn't have some thoughts when being with such a big star every day? Besides, these big stars all look high and mighty. Is it really that clean at ordinary times? Aren't they just toys of those big guys? I don't know how they play with them. Xue Feng still remembered that he had read the news about the Koreans. The famous female stars that are arranged to accompany guests 365 days a year. Even the anniversary of my parents' death is not spared. Eventually, the female star suffered a mental breakdown and committed suicide. No one is responsible for this matter. Or those female stars in Europe and the United States have been toyed with in various ways before they even wanted to make their debut. They are all necessary paths. I am a man too. How can I miss such a beautiful view? So what if Hao Yifei is a person with special abilities? I am also a person with special abilities. Thinking of this, Xue Feng immediately became excited. The air around me seemed to slow down. Xue Feng walked to the bathroom door and gently pushed it open. Hao Yifei was washing her hair at this time. Her head was covered with foam and her eyes were closed. Her movements looked like they were slowed down 10 times. He didn't notice Xue Feng at all. Xue Feng's eyes quickly scanned all the big stars in front of him. He is indeed a superstar who has been carefully selected. Both her face and figure are the best of the best. Completely defenseless and without any disguise. Bye. Congratulations to the host for successfully verifying the information and obtaining superpowers. Copy. Change. The host can copy and use any abilities that are lower in level than the host. This ability is great. Some of the unique abilities of others can be turned into your own. Xue Feng was very excited when he heard the voice in his head. It is a double enjoyment for the eyes and the spirit. He wished he could thoroughly enjoy everything in front of him right now. But he just stood in the corner and didn't make any sound. Then the Time Zero ability was cancelled. After all, the consumption of superpowers is still very high, and he needs to maintain his physical strength to deal with the next battle. Even if Xue Feng removed his special ability, Hao Yifei did not notice that there was an extra person in the bathroom. Because the bathroom was quite large, Xue Feng stood behind the curtains. Oh, when will this kind of life end? Hao Yifei suddenly sighed, his tone very depressed. Then he started wiping his body. Although Hao Yifei can take a shower, it is the end of the world after all. Water resources are still very precious and must be conserved. Simply clean it every few days. It was not until Hao Yifei wrapped herself in a bath towel and was about to push the door open to leave that she discovered it in the mirror. There was an extra figure in the bathroom. Ah! Hao Yifei suddenly let out a scream. She was so frightened that she didn't know when the person appeared. How on earth did it appear in my bathroom? I was taking a shower just now. Zhao Bin, you bastard! Hao Yifei roared. Because there was evaporation in the house, the light was dim. Plus, Hao Yifei turned around quickly. So he mistook Xue Feng in the room for Zhao Bin. Because Hao Yifei knew that in the entire base, only Zhao Bin had the courage to do this. Originally, Xue Feng was planning to have a good talk with Hao Yifei. But now Hao Yifei now regards herself as Zhao Bin. So Xue Feng came up with a better idea. Then he imitated Zhao Bin's tone and said in a deep voice, "Hey, you have a nice figure. I'll go tell my brothers." Xue Feng made an obscene sound, then turned and ran. Hao Yifei wanted to catch up, but found that she was wearing a bath towel. But she was no longer going to endure it. Today I dared to peek at myself taking a bath. Then I can crawl into my own bed tomorrow. The bottom line is broken step by step, especially if Zhao Bin told others that he had peeped at her taking a bath. Then her authority in the base will inevitably plummet. Kill him. Hao Yifei immediately changed her clothes and rushed downstairs with murderous intent. Zhao Bin was in his room, hugging two women, one on each side. The two women smiled ingratiatingly, but there was uncontrollable fear in their eyes. Because in front of them, there was a large plate of barbecue. The meat being roasted was a companion they knew, and they were still talking yesterday. There is no shortage of food in the base now, and it is not to the point where cannibalism is necessary. There is only one reason why Zhao Bin did this. That's just that I want to eat fresh barbecue. Then just grab any woman. Who will come first? Zhao Bin had a shameless smile on his face. In his hand, he was holding a red wine glass filled with red wine. Before the doomsday broke out, Zhao Bin was a gangster who specialized in collecting debts. Don't think that this kind of character is a big brother. Just a little pony. I get paid every month. The reason why Zhao Bin does this job is because he can get something for nothing. When the apocalypse broke out, Zhao Bin's boss bit off the neck of a zombie. But Zhao Bin was surprised to find that he had become a superpower. His body can transform into a steel blade, and he is not afraid of zombies at all. This allowed Zhao Bin to live a carefree life for a while. Whenever you encounter survivors, kill all the men and throw away the women after you have had enough fun. However, Zhao Bin soon ran into trouble, as it was too difficult to search for supplies alone. There is no absolutely safe refuge, until he found a leaflet and joined this survivor group. Become one of the team leaders with powerful supernatural powers. He enjoyed the life of an emperor with others providing him with supplies and women. Now Zhao Bin's next target is Hao Yifei. A big star will sooner or later become your own plaything. Just use these two women to vent your anger now. The woman immediately showed a look of pain and dared not make a sound. Xiaobin was very satisfied with this. Boom! At this moment, the door was kicked open. 074 internal and external troubles. Are you sick? I just ate a woman. Women these days are. When Xiaobin saw the door kicked open by Hao Yifei, he suddenly became angry. Cursing all the time, I thought it was Hao Yifei, and he was going to talk about how he liked to eat meat. What's wrong with that? But Xiaobin heard that in ancient times, emperors liked to eat their concubines. He also roasted the concubine's thigh and gave it as a reward to his ministers. The emperor did this, so what's wrong with him doing this? But Xiaobin didn't know the real reason why Hao Yifei was angry. It has nothing to do with me. Hao Yifei had an expressionless face and raised her hand toward Xiaobin. Originally, with Xiaobin's special abilities, there should be nothing to be afraid of. Even if it is a gun, Xiaobin can block it. But when Xiaobin saw Hao Yifei raise her hand, his face changed. You stinky woman, are you serious? Xiaobin rolled several meters away, cursing. There was a wound on his body and blood was flowing from his arm. The two women on the sofa didn't know what was happening. Suddenly, the sofa split in the middle and two people fell to the ground. The springs and steel frame in the middle of the sofa were also cut like tofu. The floor below also exploded. This is Hao Yifei's special ability. Wind Blade. Very powerful. Scum. Hao Yifei no longer wanted to waste time talking to Xiaobin. There is no need for such scum to remain in the world. He raised his hand again toward Xiaobin. If you look closely, you can see a wave in the air. The two women were so frightened by Hao Yifei that they hid in a corner with their heads in their hands. Look, I'm going to kill you. Xiaobin was also angry. He, a grown man, was actually bullied by a woman. What a joke. As Xiaobin roared, his two arms emitted a dark light, turned into two iron arms. But even so, Xiaobin did not dare to confront Hao Yifei head-on. Da-da-da. At this moment, gunshots were suddenly heard outside. Zombies. They are zombies. There are at least hundreds of them. They are rushing in. Hurry up and get your guns. So many mutants. So many mutants. The patrol officers fired their guns and cried out in fear. The gunshots and shouting immediately woke up many guards who were playing or sleeping. Someone ran out with a gun. Some people didn't even have time to pull up their pants. I can't understand why a large group of zombies would attack here. This place is not close to the city center. It's on the edge. They had never seen a large number of zombies appear before, which made them let their guard down. When these people rushed out, they saw a scene that terrified them. A large number of zombies rushed into the iron fence, not afraid at all even if they were electrocuted. They followed one after another as if someone was directing them. There have been holes opened in several places. Gunshots rang out one after another. You stinky bitch, now that the zombies are rushing towards us, you still want to fight me? We're both going to be finished soon. I'll settle with you later. Xiaobin said this. He actually broke the window with one punch and jumped down from the third floor. This is more than 10 meters high. Boom! When Xiaobin landed, his feet also turned into steel. Hit the ground firmly. Then he rushed towards the zombies. Hao Yifei chased to the window and looked down. After hesitating for a moment, he still did not take any action. Xiaobin is one of the important fighting forces of the base. Once Xiaobin dies, everyone in the base will be doomed. But what's the point of keeping this kind of base? Hao Yifei knew very well what kind of people these people were. Keeping them around would only bring trouble. You hide, she said to the two shivering women. No matter what, Hao Yifei decided to deal with the zombies first. Then he turned and went downstairs. But Hao Yifei didn't notice that there was a strange man behind her. It's Xue Feng. Before the zombies came to attack, Xue Feng was careful not to reveal his identity. A sudden appearance of an unfamiliar face would certainly arouse suspicion. But now that zombies are rushing in, who cares whether it is an unfamiliar face or not? As long as it doesn't bite. Xue Feng mixed in with the crowd and fought the zombies together. He used a rifle. It was taken from the body of an unlucky guy who was bitten to death by zombies. I have to say that the firepower of this base is strong enough. Almost everyone was equipped with a gun, but they couldn't resist the tide of zombies that had already rushed into the military base. In the cover of night, it is difficult to prepare to eliminate all the zombies. The military base did not turn on the lights because that would consume too much electricity. There is no need. This means that when attacked, they can only passively take the beating. However, Xue Feng never left Hao Yifei far away. He wants to ensure Hao Yifei's safety. This big star is very strong and can become his own fighting force. It's exciting to think that there is a big star in your villa. And now Xue Feng saw the scene of the zombie attack. It made him feel so familiar. This is how the third-level mutant controlled the zombies at the rubber factory before. It seems that this is the basic ability of third-order mutants. Absolute leadership over lower-level zombies. This time, in addition to ordinary zombies, there are also some mutants that appear in the zombie ranks. More difficult to guard against. Xue Feng saw a mutant crawling on the ground on all fours. He has already bitten off the necks of more than a dozen guards. As hard to guard against as a hunting dog. In the end, he was discovered by Xue Feng and solved by using his supernatural powers. Soon, however, third-order mutants appeared. It was a weird zombie that looked like a spider. The upper body still looks like a human, but the lower body has 6 legs. There are some strange patterns all over the body. The abdomen is bulging high, and I don't know what's inside. Just one look at it makes people feel physically uncomfortable. There were 2 people with special powers who were obviously unaware of the horror of this mutant. I thought they were just normal mutants. They rushed up together. The special ability of one of them is to transform into a humanoid zebra, and the other person can actually summon clones to fight. I just need to stand where I am and control it. It seems that these 2 people often cooperate with each other. The clone goes forward to attract the zombie's attention and actively attracts the zombies to attack itself. The humanoid zebra uses its super fast speed to look for opportunities to attack. In the past, when the 2 of them worked together, no mutant could resist. But this time, they met a tough opponent. Faced with these attacks, the third-level mutant suddenly opened its mouth. 2 silk threads actually spurted out of his mouth. The humanoid zebra and another person with special abilities were instantly wrapped in white silk threads. This thread is not only sticky, but also contains toxins. The 2 men struggled for a while, but were unable to move. Then the third-level mutant showed a greedy look and quickly retracted the silk thread. Then he couldn't wait and bit the 2 men's heads to pieces. 075, the terrifying third-order mutant. Damn it, this is a third-order mutant. Xiaobin in the distance showed a look of horror. It seems that Xiaobin knows what a third-order mutant is. Third-order mutant. When the guards heard the news, their eyes were filled with fear. They had seen second-order mutants before. Therefore, we can imagine how terrifying the power of a third-order mutant is. The third-order mutant bit the 2 men's heads to pieces and sucked the contents of their tongue clean. Then he threw the 2 heads to the ground, continued to hunt down other survivors. The first target is those with special abilities. The third-order mutants seem to be particularly interested in the brains of people with special abilities. If it was an ordinary human being, they would just kill it and throw it aside. There were not many people with special abilities in the base to begin with, and half of them were killed in a flash. Xiaobin became the next target, watching the silk threads spraying towards me. Let's fight. Lao bin Huahat. The iron arms slashed forward. Tear. The silk thread was cut, but Zhao Bin's face did not look good either, because he suddenly felt his arms go numb, and there were purple marks on them. Poison. This thing is poisonous. But the third-level mutant had already set its sights on him, and silk threads were spraying at him one after another. Xiaobin could only retreat desperately to avoid the attack of the third-level mutant. I am no match for this monster. Damn it, we can't hold on any longer. Everyone retreat first. Seeing the attack getting stronger and stronger, Xiaobin actually turned around and ran. Retreat? Where to retreat to? Where's there a place to retreat? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Unexpectedly, Xiaobin, the team leader, actually took the lead in running away. What are you waiting for? Run for your life. For a moment, the guards were still resisting. They turned around and ran. It's just that there are too many zombies around everywhere. Soon the guards without special powers were swallowed up by these zombies. Only a few survivors were able to escape. Zhao Bin cursed in his heart. What is this? First he was attacked by Xue Feng for no apparent reason, and then he encountered a third-order mutant. The power of that thing is too terrifying. I am no match at all. If you don't run now, what are you waiting for? Although losing this base will definitely result in punishment from the boss. But Xiaobin had made up his mind never to go back. Why not just leave this place and join another base? Since I am a person with superpowers, no matter where I go, people will kneel down and lick my ass. Thinking of this, a smug smile appeared on Zhao Bin's lips. As long as you can survive, others are your stepping stones. Suddenly, Zhao Bin smiled. Blood flowed down the cracks. A long sword came down from behind Xiao Bin and hit his head. Bang! Xiao Bin's head was split in half, and his body fell straight down. Xiao Bin didn't understand until he died. How did I die? Xue Feng wiped the blood off the nano sword with a sneer on his face. Want to run away from right under my nose? Dream. The reason for your death is that you didn't realize that there was someone in the base who was more terrifying than a third-order mutant. After dealing with Xiao Bin, Xue Feng turned around. At this time, the third-level mutant had already set his sights on Hao Yifei and also launched a fierce attack. There were no survivors around Hao Yifei. They're all zombies. Hao Yifei's expression was filled with despair, and she also wanted to evacuate just now. But I found it was too late. I don't have any chance at all. Am I going to die here? Had your head bitten off by that monster? Hao Yifei was unwilling to accept this. She had never been in such a desperate situation since she was a child. There must be a chance. But with her strength, she has a chance of winning against the second-order mutant. Face the third-order mutants. Hao Yifei knew that she was doomed to die. I am the only living person left in the base. Some zombies have rushed into the building and are wantonly slaughtering the female survivors inside. There were constant screams. Just when Hao Yifei was in despair. Suddenly, the third-level mutant stopped attacking and looked in another direction. His eyes became hot and full of greed. It seemed like I saw something more delicious. Hao Yifei also looked over subconsciously. It was a man holding a long sword. Who is this? Why haven't you run away like everyone else and are still staying here? Hao Yifei was very surprised. Even more strange is why the third-order mutants were attracted to it. Isn't that monster more interested in people with special abilities? Roar! The third-order mutant roared, and silk thread spewed out of its mouth again. A trifle. Xue Feng snorted coldly and put the nano sword back into the space backpack. The next second, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm came out from Xue Feng's hand. The lightning instantly burned the silk thread into ashes and hit the third-level mutant's mouth heavily. Whoa! The mutant screamed, and half of his face was burned. But miraculously, the mutants did not fall. Instead, he was completely enraged. The six legs stomped hard on the ground, and the body jumped up suddenly. It is about 7 or 8 meters high. Very tenacious. Xue Feng was slightly stunned, but he was not too surprised. Mutants cannot be explained by common sense. They even possess some basic intelligence and know how to command other low-level zombies to attack this place. However, the strength of the third-order mutant could not shake Xue Feng after all. This is not the first time Xue Feng has encountered a third-order mutant. Face the monsters that fall from the sky. Shunxiao, Thunderball? Xue Feng clasped his hands together, and a football-sized thunderball gathered in his hands. Just by looking at it, you can tell that a huge force has been gathered. After the system reward slightly increased the level of Shunxiao, its power became even stronger. The next second, he was ejected violently. Boom! The third-order mutant exploded and disintegrated in the air. Several legs were scattered on the ground, and the head flew far away. When the head fell to the ground, Xue Feng had already come over and split the head open with a long sword. The crystal core is also the size of an apple. He took it into his arms without any hesitation. At this time, Xue Feng's attributes were much stronger than before. Current host properties panel. Strength, 41. Agility, 42. Spirit, 30. Durability, 45. Luck, 38 plus 100. Abilities. Shunxiao level 2, stage 2. Sheepy, level 1, stage 2. Shirling level 2. In addition to the rewards obtained from normal battles, there is also the third-level mutant that I just witnessed. Received a system reward of +1 to all attributes. However, Xue Feng didn't have time to look at the attributes. His eyes turned to Hao Yifei. Hao Yifei looked at Xue Feng with vigilance. No matter how confused she was, she understood it now. Xue Feng is such a powerful person. He must be lurking in the base with ulterior motives. You are poisoned. This can detoxify you. Xue Feng threw over a small pill. At the beginning, the system gave me 50 universal antidotes. It's of no use yet. Hao Yifei was just touched by the monster's silk thread and felt her body numb. Subconsciously caught the small pill. But how could she dare to eat something thrown to her by a stranger? 076 Desperate Situation. The female star's request. If I want to do something bad to you, can you stop me? Xue Feng said lightly. Hao Yifei was slightly stunned, then stuffed the small pill into her mouth. I don't care about this thing or whether there is any problem. Because just as Xue Feng said, she had no choice. But if Xue Feng wanted to do something bad, she would never give in. There are still too many zombies here. Where's the warehouse? Take me there, Xue Feng said as he chopped down a zombie. After the third-level mutant was killed, the other zombies were like headless flies. There is no clear target of attack. However, there were still many zombies rushing toward Xue Feng and Hao Yifei. You're going to the warehouse. Who the hell are you? Hao Yifei's eyes were still full of vigilance. I can find the way without you leading the way, but can you still stop these zombies without my protection? Xue Feng had already seen through it. Hao Yifei was already out of breath after the fight just now. Even if you encounter a first-order mutant, you may be killed. Good. When Hao Yifei heard this, she bit her lips lightly. She had made up her mind the moment she attacked Xiaobin to leave this base and become a free man. Now I don't know what the man in front of me wants to do, but she can only cooperate with the other party. Under the leadership of Hao Yifei, Xue Feng quickly arrived at the underground warehouse. The guards here have long disappeared. I don't know whether he ran away or was killed by zombies. Xue Feng and Hao Yifei cut off the iron gate locked with an iron chain and entered. Then blocked the iron gate, and you don't have to worry about zombies entering for the time being. After doing all this, Hao Yifei collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Although Hao Yifei tried to avoid the man, he kept staring at her. He was already wearing camouflage uniforms and loose t-shirts. But it is still difficult to conceal her proud talent. Xue Feng was extremely excited after seeing the underground warehouse and the large amount of arms. This trip was not in vain. Fight! The host's intelligence verification was successful. Congratulations on receiving the Superpower Enhancement Reward. Ability Copy Level +2. Ability Copy Level +2. Xue Feng was looking forward to it. This ability is really convenient. He was a little impatient. If the level continues to increase, the abilities that one can copy will increase. No matter what was in the armory, Xue Feng was not polite. All are put into the space backpack. Hao Yifei, who was half sitting on the ground, was stunned. She couldn't figure out where so many arms were. How come it disappeared in the blink of an eye? It is because there are so many arms that it is inconvenient to transfer them all at once. That's why the boss built a new base here. Sends several hundred people to guard it. It takes a few days to ship out a little bit. I could not believe that it would be gone in the blink of an eye. How many secrets does this man have? Easily destroys third-order mutants, and his superpower seems to be lightning. How can supplies disappear? Hao Yifei was puzzled, but when she saw the soles of her shoes stained with the blood of zombies, she even showed a look of disgust. Then he gently took off the flat-heeled shoe on his left foot and hooked his left foot backwards, forming an elegant arc. Although Hao Yifei was wearing translucent black stockings, the delicate skin beneath her feet was still clearly visible. The beautiful legs are long and white, and the blood vessels can be vaguely seen beating on them. The stockings, already soaked with sweat, tightly wrapped around the soles of Hao Yifei's feet. Hao Yifei took out a tissue from her pocket and wiped each toe clean, then wiped the soles of the shoes clean. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. She's a little bit of a germaphobe and can't stand this. But now is the end of the world, and Hao Yifei can't ask for more. If someone had told Hao Yifei before the apocalypse, her shoes would have been covered in minced meat and blood. And she hasn't screamed and gone crazy yet. Hao Yifei wouldn't believe it. The end of the world has changed so many people. When Hao Yifei raised her head, I found that I didn't know when it started. Xue Feng's eyes were fixed on himself. You're peeking. Hao Yifei suddenly got angry and put on her shoes. Xue Feng really wanted to say that he had already seen Hao Yifei. It's just that it's not appropriate to say this now. You weren't hiding from anyone, so how could I be considered peeping? Xue Feng gave a scoundrel smile. No matter how you put it, the scene just now makes people feel their blood boiling. He is indeed a big star. Every move is full of charm. Hao Yifei was speechless for a moment, as if it was really like this. And now is not before the doomsday. See what happened to your feet? It is very rare to find a man who can remain restrained and not rush towards her. Who are you, and where are you from? Hao Yifei couldn't help asking in the end. I'm just an ordinary survivor. Xue Feng spread his hands. An ordinary survivor? If Xue Feng is considered ordinary, then what is she? If I'm not mistaken, you should be serving a big power. Now that this place has become like this, how are you going to report to your superiors? Xue Feng smiled slightly and continued. Yes, how can I report to the task? Hao Yifei didn't know that Xiaobin had been killed by Xue Feng. She felt that with Xiaobin's strength, he still had a chance of survival. Once Xiao Bin returns to the boss's side, report everything with exaggeration, especially since she injured Xiao Bin. Her supernatural wound was very special. Ordinary weapons cannot produce such a result. The boss would definitely think that it was his sneak attack that injured Xiao Bin, which led to the destruction of the base. You are so powerful. There must be a powerful base behind you. Can I join? How Yifei bit her lips lightly. The last time she begged someone so humbly was before the doomsday. At that time, How Yifei was still a newcomer. In order to get a chance to release an album, How Yifei begged the company boss. As a result, the boss blatantly asked her to sleep with him. Finally, How Yifei angrily changed her agency, and after many setbacks, she finally soared to success. Become a national goddess. From then on, How Yifei made up her mind. From now on, I will never ask anyone for help. Even if she joined the previous force, it was because the other party saw her abilities and offered her an olive branch. How Yifei never asked anyone for help from beginning to end. But now How Yifei realized that if she didn't ask anyone for help, I'm afraid I can't survive. Dignity is important, but How Yifei doesn't want to die either. You're allowed to join? Xue Feng looked at How Yifei with a smile. He was still figuring out how to start. Unexpectedly, the female star in front of me took the initiative to bring it up. It looks just as the intelligence suggested. How Yifei is in a somewhat mental state now. Then of course I would take advantage of the situation and make more demands. 077, a big star, with no other choice. Well, what are the requirements for your base over there? How Yifei nodded. She was ready to join. After seeing Xue Feng's strength, she was sure that where Xue Feng was very safe. With the abilities Xue Feng demonstrated, he must have stockpiled a lot of supplies. But now How Yifei is only worried about this. Are there any special requirements? If it was really too much, she could only refuse. There are only 2 requirements in my base. The first is not to keep idle people. Xue Feng stretched out a finger. This is the most basic rule. No matter who you are, you must demonstrate your value. Only then can you stay in your own base. It's a given. Of course, How Yifei could accept this. Times have changed. Although she was a big star before, she could live a luxurious life by singing and dancing. The money earned in 1 year is what the average worker can only earn in hundreds or even thousands of years. But now, she also has to rely on her hands to get food. At first, How Yifei couldn't accept this huge psychological gap. Later, I gradually got used to it. And after all, she is a person with special powers, so she still has a say to a certain extent. As for the second point, in my base, everything must be done by me. I am the supreme leader. Xue Feng extended a second finger. Listen to you? In what specific aspects? How Yifei blushed slightly. She knew without thinking what needed to be done. Of course you have to follow my orders. Of course I won't force you to do anything between a man and a woman. Xue Feng smiled when he saw How Yifei's shy look. After all, he is a talent suggested by the system, so he shouldn't go too far. Just like Xiawei back then. Okay then, I'd like to join you. How Yifei had almost no hesitation, as she had no choice. Okay, we can get out of here now. Xue Feng nodded. He gained a lot from this trip. Inside the space backpack, there are large boxes covering dozens of square meters. But Xue Feng didn't have time to check what these things were. Push open the door of the warehouse and clear out the zombies at the door. Xue Feng directly took out the doomsday armored vehicle. Looking at the high-tech armored vehicle, How Yifei felt so shocked that she was numb. I don't know what to say better. It was not until she sat in the passenger seat that she realized this was not a dream. How Yifei originally wanted to ask what Xue Feng's special ability was. But when the words came to her lips, she hesitated. This kind of question is taboo and cannot be asked casually. How many people are there in your base? Are there many men? So How Yifei changed the question. There are about a dozen people, and I'm the only man. Xue Feng answered while driving the vehicle to avoid obstacles on the road. Driving at night is indeed much more dangerous. He almost fell into a big pit just now. But for Xue Feng, falling in is not a problem. All you have to do is put the armored vehicle into the space backpack and then take it out again. It's just you. You're starting a harem. How Yifei's eyes widened and her expression changed when she looked at Xue Feng. This can't be some kind of perversion. Just include some women around. It was a complete accident. Xue Feng gave a helpless smile. These were the prompts given to him by the system. Some female talents were given to Xue Feng. It wasn't that he deliberately searched only for female survivors. But now it is not convenient for other men to live in his own base. Xue Feng plans to divide the group into several areas as more members join in the future. After a bumpy ride back to the base, it was already past 2 in the morning, and Xiawei and others did not sleep. If Xue Feng didn't come back, they would have sleepless nights. And Xiawei and others have long regarded Xue Feng as the only god in their hearts. When I saw Xue Feng coming back with another woman, the girls were calm, as they were used to it. The only thing to consider is what level this woman is. Will it threaten my position? But when she saw Hao Yifei's appearance clearly, and Xiawei burst into an exclamation. It's Hao Yifei. You are Hao Yifei. Am I seeing things? I am your fan. And Xiawei jumped up on the spot excitedly. Yu Haoyun and Lu Qiqi, who were standing beside them, also started screaming. The 3 women hugged each other and met their idol. Hao Yifei is known as the national goddess and is very popular among young people. Every time a new song is released, it immediately tops the best-selling list. Who is she? Xiawei frowned slightly, not quite understanding. After all, she has never cared about things in the entertainment industry. I hardly listen to music or watch variety shows or movies. Sister, her name is Hao Yifei. She's a big star? Xiaoxing was also very excited. More than half of her classmates were fans of Hao Yifei. Some people even paid tens of thousands of yuan to buy tickets for Hao Yifei's concert from scalpers. Hao Yifei was very surprised. She didn't expect that she had so many fans here. What was even more unexpected was that these people looked full of energy and vitality. He didn't look like he was being tortured at all. It wasn't like the base she was in before. Women without superpowers are just tools and look haggard all day long. Of course, not everyone in the crowd was excited. Zhao Weisu and Shin Rian curled their lips. Big star? So what? All are equal before the end. Okay. Since you all know her, then there's no need to introduce her. What are you waiting for so late at night? Xue Feng also signaled everyone to rest quickly. There are important things tomorrow. Hearing that there was something important, the women present did not dare to neglect it. Everyone went back to the room to rest. Only Gu Xiaoqian brought Hao Yifei to introduce the basic situation and arrange the room. Although I don't know what level Xue Feng is going to give Hao Yifei, but since he is a big star, it probably won't be bad. Sure enough, the next morning Xue Feng announced that Hao Yifei's level was A. Grown-ups? Zhao Weisu couldn't help but mutter something in a low voice. What she wanted to say was, Hao Yifei didn't seem to have made any contribution. But when the words came to his lips, Zhao Weisu swallowed them back. After all, this was Xue Feng's decision, and it was supreme in the base. No doubt about it. Hao Yifei has made contributions. She helped me obtain a lot of supplies. Secondly, she is also a capable person and is qualified to become A-level. Of course, Hao Yifei knew what Zhao Weisu was thinking. I'm afraid it's not just Zhao Weisu. Everyone else has doubts and dissatisfaction in their hearts. In order to dispel everyone's doubts and consolidate his own prestige, Xue Feng still needs to explain. 078 opened the blind box and make a lot of money this time. When it came to Xue Feng's words, everyone's eyes on Hao Yifei also changed. I didn't expect that this big star is actually a capable person. Could it be that there really are women in this world who are blessed by God? He was a big star before the apocalypse, and he even has superpowers after the apocalypse. Since he is a person with special abilities, he helped Xue Feng obtain a lot of supplies. Naturally, no one said anything. Instead, everyone welcomes Hao Yifei's joining, which is also a new fighting force. Hao Yifei looked at Xue Feng gratefully. She didn't expect Xue Feng to speak for her like this. Obviously, Xue Feng didn't help with the supplies, but he could still find them by spending some time. She herself was rescued by Xue Feng, without Xue Feng's words. I'm afraid that my head will be bitten off by that third-level mutant. Hao Yifei also already knew the importance of level in the base. It means future treatment and voice. I will definitely do my best to contribute to the base. Hao Yifei stood up and said very seriously. Looking at Xue Feng, his heart was filled with turmoil. Perhaps in the end of the world, this man is worthy of entrusting one's life to. Okay, after dinner, gather in the community square. We have things to do today. Xue Feng waved his hand and motioned Hao Yifei to sit down. There is something to do. Everyone was curious about what Xue Feng was going to do. When I arrived at the square, I discovered that more than 50 wooden boxes had appeared here at some point. Don't know what they are, but they were used to it, and they all knew it was Xue Feng's superpower. Pry open all these boxes and count the supplies. Xue Feng said to Gu Xiaoqian. Then he looked at Shinruyan and asked Shinruyan to make a plan based on these materials. How to enhance base security. No problem. Shinruyan has already made a plan to strengthen the villa and is in progress. Now that we have received so much supplies, it is necessary to modify it. If there are any munitions or something like that later, you will be in charge of their management. Xue Feng gave Xiawei another task. Brother Xue Feng, it's no problem. Leave it to me. And Xiawei jumped playfully and shook off her proud figure. A few weeks ago, and Xiawei was just an ordinary girl. Now she is in charge of arms. And Xiawei herself did not expect that she could adapt to the change of identity so quickly. What made Xiawei even more excited was that there was obviously a person in charge who was more suitable than her. For example, Zhao Weisu. Zhao Weisu's personality is more suitable for her to be an arms manager. After all, she is a combatant. It also managed a small base before. Have management experience. The only reason Xue Feng gave this task to himself was, want to increase my importance in the base. I am the person that Brother Xue Feng trusts the most. Thinking of this, and Xiawei swore in her heart, I must perform well and not let Xue Feng down. You can't let other women outdo you. Next is unboxing. Although these materials are numbered, their specific contents are not written on them. It all depends on luck. This gave Xue Feng a sense of excitement, as if he was opening a blind box. Snap! When the first box was pried open, Xue Feng was a little dumbfounded. This turned out to be a box of disaster relief tents. This arsenal has everything. Xue Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Disaster relief tents may be useful in normal times, but in the apocalypse, this thing is useless. Who dares to live in a tent in the wilderness? I didn't even know the zombies were crawling in. The safest place is at least a house with walls. Only then can you sleep peacefully. We've opened more than 20 boxes, and weapons still account for at least 1/3 of them. There are also many other things you can use. Seeing that Xue Feng was a little disappointed, Hao Yifei quickly spoke up. Then I'll lend you my good words. Xue Feng smiled. Another wooden box was opened, and sure enough, this time it was a box of rifles. There were 20 brand new rifles. Seeing the guns, the crowd cheered. Although all the people present were women, they shouldn't like guns. But at the end of time, guns are the most secure thing. Seeing this scene, Xue Feng couldn't help but get excited. He knew too well the importance of guns in the apocalypse. Previously, with the pistol given by the system, Xue Feng was able to gain an absolute advantage when facing other survivors with bad intentions. Now we can use these weapons to establish a larger territory. Soon the boxes were opened one by one. Apart from weapons, this is what Xue Feng wants most. Barbed wire and solar generators, although not in large quantities. But it has been ensured that the entire Riverside Villa area can be protected. Completely turn this place into a fortress. If there wasn't barbed wire inside the supplies, Xue Feng would have wanted to go back to the armory. Take down all the barbed wire over there. Although the project is huge, the benefits are visible to the naked eye. In terms of weapons, there are a total of 120 rifles and 8,000 rounds of bullets. There are 5 boxes of all-plastic handleless grenades, commonly known as hand grenades. In addition, there are some shoes, clothes, and other equipment. Although the quality is very good, the improvement in combat effectiveness is very limited. Everyone worked together to move all these supplies into the unused villa. The joy on everyone's faces was visible to the naked eye after receiving so many supplies at once. He was even more impressed by Xue Feng. Where on earth did they get so many good things? He also looked at Hao Yifei differently. After all, Xue Feng said that Hao Yifei contributed to this. After a busy day, it was not until the evening that all the supplies were put away. Although tired, there was joy on everyone's face. Xue Feng originally had another idea, which was to return to the armory. There were hundreds of bodies there, many of them carrying guns. Now those guns are ownerless. But now that he had enough guns in his hands, he gave up the idea. Going back would be risky. On the surface, the base was destroyed by zombies. Once everything is lost, it is possible for later generations to realize that it was probably man-made. In the evening, dinner was steamed buns and luncheon meat. It's a feast in the end times. But the steamed buns were hard and salty. Even Xue Feng had to chew it hard several times before he could barely swallow it. If food is not precious, it cannot be wasted. Xue Feng even wanted to feed the steamed bun to Black Panther. Lu Chi-Chi, don't you know how to steam buns? Then why are you steaming this? Xue Feng held the hard steamed bun and looked at Lu Chi-Chi speechlessly. I saw my brother steam it this way. I'll make noodles next time. Lu Chi started wiping her tears again, and her crying was heartbreaking. 079 Resource Integration. Xue Feng was a little speechless. He didn't bully Lu Chi. Why does this little girl always cry? You're not missing your brother, are you? Xue Feng said casually. Lu Chi nodded and looked at Xue Feng pitifully. Lu Chi has been very worried since leaving Lu Jun. He was afraid that his brother had been eaten by zombies or be killed by other survivors. Tomorrow you drive the doomsday armored vehicle and take Lu Chi to the food court. Submit some intelligence and see what Lu Jun and his team have discovered. Xue Feng turned and looked at Xiawei. Now the arsenal has been taken over by himself. Xue Feng was afraid of a chain reaction. There were also many survivors who escaped from the armory, so it is necessary to collect some intelligence. Xiawei is a person with special abilities and drives a doomsday armored vehicle. There will be no danger. Yes, sir. Xiawei was very excited that she could actually drive a doomsday armored vehicle. This means Xue Feng trusts me. This made her whole body tremble, and her eyes were full of admiration as she looked at Xue Feng. The other women also looked jealous. Doomsday armored vehicle. Before this, it was Xue Feng's exclusive car. Hateful. Why could Zhao Weisha be able to open it instead of himself? No. You also have to find opportunities to perform yourself. Sir, there are so many generators now. I suggest that we add a monitoring system in the villa area. Shenruyan said immediately. Are there any conditions for adding a monitoring system? Xue Feng's face was filled with joy. If monitoring can be installed, there will be no need to stand guard. No problem. There was a very strict monitoring system in the villa area, but it failed because it was disconnected. I have checked it and the line is not damaged. It can be started immediately. Shenruyan also took out a map of the villa area. It should have been removed from the property office. It is more than 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. The Riverside Villa area covers an overall area of 60,000 square meters, which is medium-sized in the community. What are these areas you painted? Xue Feng noticed that there were many newly marked patterns on it. These are my new designs for today. Shenruyan puffed up his chest proudly and shook his body. The two soft masses swayed together. Under Shenruyan's design, the land in the villa area was replanned. There are special weapons depots, material warehouses, laboratories, etc. Even the generator is arranged in a separate place. Because the noise of this thing is quite loud, it should be kept away from where you live. The second is the arrangement of personnel. A-level personnel are qualified and live in this villa with Xue Feng. Exceptions will be made to their own accommodation. The other thing is the installation of barbed wire and connecting the circuit. It's all clearly written in the plan. As expected of the president of a large company, this business plan is well written. Xue Feng admired sincerely. He didn't know much about the situation inside the base. On the contrary, Shenruyan quickly grasped it and made another plan. Hearing Xue Feng's compliment, Shenruyan's face turned slightly red. I'm good at this aspect. I've done a lot of layout work before. Shenruyan is in the shopping mall himself. The layout of the shopping mall is very particular and the requirements are higher. In comparison, it is much simpler to plan a piece of land in the villa area. After dinner, Xue Feng and Shenruyan went to the property office. Now that the power grid within the community has been started, the monitoring system can be turned on directly. I don't seem to be of any use. Back in her room, Hao Yifei was a little disappointed. Only then did she realize that the atmosphere in the base was very good. Everyone has their own strengths. I originally thought that I was an ability user, so I was certainly superior to others in the base and showed great influence. Only then did I realize that there was too little I could do. Combat power? My pitiful fighting ability is of no use at all. Xue Feng can deal with himself with one hand. And now there are a lot of guns in the base. And Xiawei, who was holding a gun, and her own supernatural powers were not very powerful. This made Hao Yifei, who had always enjoyed the halo, feel the gap for the first time. Hao Yifei had heard that people with special abilities also have ways to upgrade. But it's hard to say whether this is true or not. Whether her abilities can be upgraded is also a question. Do you really deserve the treatment of an A-level employee? Boom, boom, boom. Just at this moment, someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Hao Yifei asked who would knock on her door so late at night. Sister Fei, it's me, Yu Haoyun. Yu Haoyun's clear voice came from outside. It turned out to be that little girl. Hao Yifei felt a little disappointed in her heart, but she didn't know why. She herself couldn't explain it. After opening the door, Yu Haoyun walked in. Sister, are you worried about your position in the base? Yu Haoyan had already noticed that Hao Yifei had been very nervous. Hao Yifei also admitted it openly. Actually, I have an idea. Yu Haoyan raised the corners of her mouth and revealed a smile. He quietly leaned close to Hao Yifei's ear and whispered a few words. What? All of you? Hao Yifei's eyes widened instantly. I didn't expect that the women in the base already had that kind of relationship with Xue Feng. Well, most of us are like this. If we want to gain a foothold here, we must become Brother Xue Feng's woman. Yu Haoyan nodded cautiously. Okay, let me think about it. After Yu Haoyan left, Hao Yifei was still shocked. But on second thought, this seems to be a matter of course. After all, it is the end of the world. In the doomsday, every man is surrounded by women. Some are even like mad dogs, pouncing on women as soon as they see them. There is no sense of morality at all. Hao Yifei had long realized that sooner or later, she would become a vassal of some powerful man. Maybe Xue Feng is a man worthy of trust. On the other side, Yu Haoyan returned to her room with a smile on her face. Big Star, if you don't take the initiative, do you want Brother Xue Feng to force you? Let me give you some pointers. Go back and tell Brother Xue Feng and let him know my role in this. Yu Haoyan felt very happy. I'm not like other people. I have talents and abilities. But she is definitely not just a waste. I really care about Brother Xue Feng. At this time, Xue Feng and Xinrian had already arrived at the property office. The property management office is a two-story building in the southwest corner of the community. When the apocalypse broke out, some survivors gathered here. They are all employees within the property. But soon there was a lack of food, so a team went out to look for it. Among them are some young beauties who are sales champions, all with fair skin, good looks, and long legs. 080 the passion of the property office. When Xue Feng cleared up here, only a few female zombies were left wandering around. I think these women were all scratched by zombies. If you can hold on for one more week, then Xue Feng will come. Their chances of survival are greatly increased. The control room is right here. Xinrian turned on the lights in the room. Although they're the only living people left in the villa area now. However, the power system was not damaged. Just connect the power to the generator. Looking at the several displays in front of him, Xinrian began to operate them. Soon the screen started up and the pictures all lit up. You can see the scene at every intersection. There are still some blind spots for surveillance. Xue Feng frowned after looking over. Just intersections are not enough. All walls must be monitored. Xue Feng even felt that there should be some cameras facing the sky. Xinrian then said that some cameras would be installed, and sent people to patrol with panthers and other hunting dogs. Make sure nothing goes wrong. Seeing Xinrian's serious look, Xue Feng's eyes couldn't help but start to wander on her body. Tonight, Xinrian was wearing a gray professional suit with flesh-colored stockings wrapped around her smooth calves and a pair of silver high heels. The whole person is dressed up noble and elegant, but still reveals a hint of charm. Just come back with Xue Feng in such an upright manner. Just kidding, why cover it? This is proof that you are loved. It just so happened that Hao Yifei's room faced the road of the community. Although the environment of the villa is very good, there is hot water and food. But she couldn't sleep that night, thinking about her position in the base. Is Xue Feng really a good choice? Is it worth entrusting yourself with it for the rest of your life? Then Hao Yifei saw Xue Feng and Xinrian coming back. Xinrian was span style equals color, green disheveled/span, and looked like he was being bullied. Really? Hao Yifei clenched her fists. Xue Feng is not a good person either. She knew that Xue Feng must be up to no good when he took Xinrian out at night. In her heart, Hao Yifei felt sorry for Xinrian. Although they had not known each other for a long time, Hao Yifei could tell that Xinrian was a talented person and a very proud woman. As a result, he was bullied by Xue Feng. The end of the world. It is so difficult for women to survive. But there was nothing I could do. Kill Xue Feng? How is it possible? He is no match at all. What's more, if Xue Feng is killed, this safe base will no longer exist. In the end, he could only watch all this happen. Nothing can be done. Just as Hao Yifei sighed, she was suddenly startled. Something seems wrong. Why did Xinrian have a smile on her face, jumping up and down behind Xue Feng? I can't tell at all. It means I was forced. Instead, she looks more like a woman in love. Hao Yifei knew that this kind of expression could never be faked. That's definitely the look of someone in love. After the apocalypse broke out, Hao Yifei had never been in any woman's face. I've seen this expression. All Hao Yifei saw was the fear of facing men and the anxiety about the future. Could it be just like what Yuhaoyan said? They were all truly with Xue Feng and regarded him as their support. Then yourself. How Ife fell into hesitation. The next morning, Xiawei and Lu Qiqi set off. Xue Feng also asked them to bring 5 more rifles and 500 rounds of ammunition, plus 20 grenades. Anyway, I have a lot of weapons now, so I don't mind giving some more to Lu Jun and the others. Lu Qiqi looked at Xue Feng with even more gratitude. With these weapons, my brother and the others will be safer. And Xue Feng continued to stay in the base. The intelligence system was not updated today, and Xue Feng had no plans to go out and search. Just a few days rest. In the afternoon, Zhao Weisu and Lu Qiqi came back. Brought the latest information about Lu Jun. Lu Jun and others recently expanded their base and cleared out the zombies in a nearby block. If they try to prevent the food court from being taken over by zombies, they will lose their place to stay. What surprised Xue Feng was that Lu Jun and his team actually killed a second-order mutant. Only one person died. It was Lu Jun who was able to contain the enemy from the front, while another survivor blew up the second-order mutant's head with a rifle. Hearing this, Xue Feng nodded. As expected, the second-order mutants could not withstand the power of bullets. It's just that third-order mutants are different. Not only can he control zombies, but they also mutate into increasingly strange forms. 2 third-order mutants encountered by Xue Feng. One looked like a 3-meter-tall human, and the other looked like a spider. The gap between the two is huge. If we encounter a third-order mutant, the food street will be doomed. It is also reasonable to find a second place to stay. Moreover, Zhao Weisu and others also brought gifts from Lu Jun. This gift surprised Xue Feng. 081 Another pet shop. Hundreds of zombie crystal cores, including the second-level mutant. It is no secret that zombies have crystal cores in their heads. After all, it's easy to spot if you kill a zombie. These things are useless to Lu Jun, but they must be important to know. So this time all of them were given to Xue Feng. When Xue Feng saw these crystal cores, he nodded secretly. It seems that Lu Jun and others have been collecting crystal cores for some time. I didn't bring it up last time, and I still kept it to myself. This time, all of them were finally contributed. Thinking of this, Xue Feng also felt emotional. Everyone has to keep something in reserve in the end times. Lu Jun was also reserved the last time they met. But the arms brought to Lu Jun this time completely made Lu Jun let down his guard and hand over the most valuable things. Lu Qiqi even assured Xue Feng that she would cook seriously from now on. Xue Feng didn't have high expectations for Lu Qiqi. As long as you can swallow it, it's fine. In the next few days, Xue Feng did not go out to look for supplies. Instead, planting is done inside the villa. A planting area was also isolated to grow some fresh vegetables and the like. There is also a breeding area. I plan to raise some small animals to increase the supply of fresh meat. Many people think that the best carnivorous animals to raise are rabbits, but in fact they are chickens. Given the same amount of food, raising chickens is the best choice. Because chickens are less likely to get sick, the taste and nutritional value of chicken meat are much better than rabbit meat. The fat content of rabbit meat is too low to meet the body's most basic requirements. Plus, chickens can lay eggs. Chickens can also be raised in the wild, making management easier. But if you want to raise chickens, you need to find chicks and incubation equipment. These are only found in farms. We can only put it aside for now and talk about it later. Just got up this morning. Bite. Today's intelligence system update. 1. In Wangshan Pet Shop, there is a female survivor and several pet dogs. You can recruit them as your subordinates and take care of Black Panther and other hunting dogs. 2. Tianqing community is occupied by a force composed of 3 people with special powers. The force is called the Red Flower Society. Everyone has a red flower tattoo on their body. They seize the surrounding resources and hunt down survivors. 3. At 3 p.m., 2 third-order mutants will wander around Tianqing community. Upon hearing these 3 pieces of information, Xue Feng's eyes widened. Wangshan Pet Shop? It seems to sound familiar. Aren't Black Panther and other hunting dogs snatched from Wangshan Pet Shop? Bah! It should be exchanged for food. Xue Feng remembered that there should be a pair of siblings in Wangshan Pet Shop. Now the intelligence system reminds me that there is only 1 female survivor left. Could it be that the girl's brother died? Xue Feng was not surprised. This was a very normal thing. Dying in the apocalypse is as normal as breathing. The girl treated me very badly before. I always thought that I was going to eat those pet dogs. On the contrary, the girl's brother was calmer. Unexpectedly, the first one to die was my brother. What really made Xue Feng alert were the remaining two pieces of information. Red Flower Society? I have never heard of such an organization, according to the intelligence. It seems that he has bad intentions. What made Xue Feng feel alert was that there were actually two third-order mutants near Tianqing community. Could it be that the third-order mutants will act together? Or is there some special reason? No matter what, we have to investigate thoroughly. Thinking of this, Xue Feng immediately took out the city map. Tianqing community is not far from where he is, just a few kilometers away. What surprised Xue Feng was that Wangshan Pet Shop was actually right opposite the Tianqing community. We've been together for quite some time. So is the death of the brother in the pet shop related to the Red Flower Society? Xue Feng couldn't be sure at the first moment. But the fact that these three places are close to each other also saves Xue Feng a lot of trouble. Just one trip to get everything done. Inside Wangshan Pet Shop, the door is still closed. And there are some more sofas and other things behind the door, used to prevent zombies from entering. Brother! In the basement of the pet shop, Li Wangniao was crying and wiping her tears. Her brother Li Wanglu has not returned for 3 days. All the food in the pet store had been eaten, and they even didn't spare the dog food in stock. They eat whatever the dogs eat, although the dog food can still be eaten for a while. But if this continues, it will run out sooner or later. And the amount of clean, drinkable water is becoming less and less. So Li Wanglu decided to go out alone to look for food. This is the only solution. They can't hide here forever. The first 2 trips went smoothly, and Li Wanglu brought back a box of mineral water. Greatly alleviated the tension of drinking water. But the third time, Li Wanglu looked solemn and brought back nothing. Li Wangmiao asked several times before finding out that it was Li Wanglu who discovered some survivors appearing around. All the usable materials were moved away. Li Wanglu saw with his own eyes that those people randomly killed several survivors who were also hiding. And those people all had a red flower tattooed on their bodies. Sometimes those people would drive past the pet store. Li Wanglu would always be very nervous. But soon the mineral water was almost finished, and Li Wanglu had to go out again. This time he didn't come back for 3 days. Li Wangmiao already knew in his heart that his brother was most likely dead. It's just a matter of dying at the hands of other survivors or at the mouth of zombies. Li Wangmiao didn't know. She just felt like she was about to collapse. At this moment, I felt an itchy sensation in my palm. Li Wangmiao looked up and found that it was a teddy bear licking him. In addition to Teddy, there were several other puppies nearby. Don't worry, I won't give up on you. We will die together then. Li Wangmiao picked up Teddy, stroked his back gently, and murmured to himself. She also knew that it would be unwise to leave the dogs behind in the apocalypse. Even people lack food, let alone dogs. But apart from these dogs, Li Wangmiao has no other companions. Besides, these dogs are very obedient. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, it no longer barks randomly and has never attracted zombies. At this moment, a figure appeared in Li Wangmiao's mind. The man who previously traded instant noodles for a dog. I wonder how those dogs are doing with that man. I hope it won't be used to make dog meat hot pot. Damn guy. If you eat them, I will bite you even if I turn into a zombie. At this moment, Li Wangmiao suddenly heard the sound of a car outside the door. 082, you're a good person. Li Wangmiao's heart instantly became nervous. Could it be that group of people coming? She actually began to tremble uncontrollably. Woof woof. However, Li Wangmiao was stunned. Unexpectedly, the sound coming from outside the door was actually a dog barking. Just when Li Wangmiao was distracted, the puppy in her arms suddenly broke free. All ran towards the door. One by one, they also started shouting. Although the sound is not loud, it sounds very happy. What's going on? Just when Li Wangmiao was hesitating whether he should go out to check. Boom! The other party has already broken in. Are you here, little girl? The person who came was of course Xue Feng. In addition to Xue Feng, there is also Black Panther, who is now communicating with other pet dogs. Haven't seen each other for more than 10 days. The Black Panther has grown several sizes larger and looks completely different from before. But the smell of the body did not change. So the other pet dogs recognized the Black Panther by its smell, and they rolled on the ground one by one, exposing their bellies. In the animal world, revealing one's weaknesses is a sign of submission. In the blink of an eye, Black Panther has become the boss of these pet dogs. Is that you? Li Wangmiao walked out of the room cautiously. Only then did he realize that the person who came was Xue Feng. The last time Li Wangmiao saw Xue Feng's appearance, he looked through the crack in the door. Where's your brother? Although Xue Feng knew that Li Wangmiao's brother was gone, but he still pretended to ask. At the same time, a voice came from inside my mind. Successfully verify the accuracy of intelligence and receive the following rewards. Host durability attribute +5. Current host properties panel. Strength, 41. Agility, 42. Spirit, 30. Durability, 50. Luck, 38 +100. Abilities. Shunxiao, level 2, stage 2. Stone skin, level 1, stage 2. Time 0, level 1, stage 2. Durability increased again? Xue Feng was actually very curious if the durability continued to increase. Is he immune to some toxins or zombie viruses? At least Xue Feng hasn't been sick since the doomsday broke out. My brother is dead. Li Wangmiao's tears immediately started flowing again, and she kept wiping her cheeks. Xue Feng didn't interrupt and just watched Li Wangmiao cry for a while. After all, 3 days had passed. Li Wangmiao had long accepted this fact, so she adjusted quickly. Where did this come from? Li Wangmiao actually discovered the Black Panther from the very beginning. It's the one I exchanged from you. How's it doing now? It's plump and white, right? Xue Feng smiled gently. What? Did you take it from a pet store? How could it become like this now? Stronger than the average adult dog. It's not just Black Panther. The other dogs are also alive and well. I didn't make them in a dog meat hot pot. Xue Feng continued. Of course, the reason why Xue Feng didn't do that was because there was enough food. I misunderstood you. I didn't expect. Li Wangmiao lowered his head instantly and looked at his feet in embarrassment. Ever since he exchanged the puppy for instant noodles and mineral water, Li Wangmiao has complained to Li Wanglu several times. It was determined that Xue Feng must have eaten all the puppies. Unexpectedly, Xue Feng's dog now lives a much better life than she did. Eats so strong. Of course, Li Wangmiao would never have thought that Black Panther's dog food was rather special, consisting of the crystal cores inside zombies' heads. Xue Feng saw these pet dogs. Each of them was starving to the point of skin and bones. So he took out some sausages and shared them among the puppies. Looking at the puppy eating the sausage, Li Wangmiao actually swallowed his saliva. She didn't eat much during this period. In addition to the fact that Li Wanglu died, it was also because there was too little food. She herself couldn't bear to eat more, and only had enough for basic survival every day. There is also very little allocated for the dogs. For you. Just at this moment, Xue Feng handed over a piece of chocolate. It turned out to be Li Wangmiao's favorite chocolate. She had forgotten what chocolate tasted like. Here you go. You're welcome. Seeing that Li Wangmiao did not extend his hand, Xue Feng simply grabbed her hand and put it into her palm. Seeing the chocolate in his hand, Li Wangmiao couldn't help it anymore. Started to eat voraciously. Then Xue Feng handed over another bottle of drink. Li Wangmiao opened it and drank it without thinking. After replenishing sugar, I instantly felt a lot stronger. It was only at this time that Li Wangmiao remembered that he should not drink water from strangers casually. This is basic common sense for every girl. Just think about it, what if Xue Feng is a bad guy? There was no way she could resist. I am willing to follow you. You raised the Black Panther so well. You are a good person. But I have a request. Li Wangmiao nodded slightly. In her opinion, it is a great honor to be able to raise a pet dog so well. He will definitely not be a bad person, especially in this doomsday environment. Every bite of food is extremely precious. You can also separate it out to raise pets. That's definitely a dog lover. Xue Feng was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He raised the Black Panther purely because of the system's suggestion. In the future, Black Panther will become a powerful helper for me. If the system prompts him that the alpaca can be his helper, then Xue Feng doesn't mind raising an alpaca. But now that Li Wangmiao thinks so, it saves a lot of trouble. Xue Feng was too lazy to explain. Do you want me to take your dogs with me? Xue Feng could see through Li Wangmiao's thoughts. We have run out of ammunition and food. I also have these pet dogs. Perhaps Li Wangmiao really treats these pet dogs as important lives. Yeah. Li Wangmiao nodded quickly. Okay, no problem. Xue Feng agreed. Anyway, in Xue Feng's plan, he wanted to set up a patrol team composed of dogs. Li Wangmiao is the best dog trainer. In a doomsday environment, dogs are much more alert than humans. At this moment, Black Panther suddenly looked at the door nervously. A whimpering sound came out. Someone is coming. Xue Feng frowned. When the Black Panther makes this sound, it means there are people around. Xue Feng didn't expect to meet other survivors so soon. I have a basement here. Come over and hide in here together. Li Wangmiao thought it was someone from the Red Flower Society and turned pale with fright. He quickly called Xue Feng to go in through a small door. This is the basement of the pet shop, which is quite hidden. It would be difficult to find if it was not searched carefully. You take the dogs in first, I'll hide upstairs. Xue Feng wanted to see who was coming. No, let's go together. We live and die together. I can't let you be in danger alone. However, Li Wangyao misunderstood Xue Feng's meaning. 083 Gunfight, Red Flower Society. Because Li Wanglu once told her to hide in the basement if she encountered any danger. Hiding on the second floor. At the critical moment, Li Wanglu can divert other people and buy time for Li Wangyao to survive. Li Wangyao subconsciously thought that Xue Feng also wanted to do the same thing. It's too late, you guys hide first. Xue Feng pushed Li Wangyao into the basement and closed the door. He hid on the second floor. After waiting for more than a minute, the sound of footsteps was heard. It wasn't just one person who came, but a group of people. A pet store? I wonder if there's any food in there. What can be found in a pet store? It's all dog food, right? Dog food is fine too. It's nutritious and won't kill you, and it has a long shelf life. Several people were chattering. Then a few more people came in, a total of 5 people in camouflage uniforms. What's surprising is that they all have guns in their hands. They rummaged around in the pet store lobby for a while. Damn it, all the dog food is gone. They must have been snatched up a long time ago. You can't even find dog food these days. Let's go, let's change places. Be careful not to be discovered by the Red Flower Society. We have to be careful. After saying this, these people turned and left. Xue Feng couldn't help but frown. What's the meaning? This is the territory of the Red Flower Society. Could it be that... Aren't these people from the Red Flower Society? The other survivors? Interesting. Xue Feng didn't expect to meet other survivors here. Just as Xue Feng was thinking about whether he should contact this group of people. See what their attitude is. If possible, see if you can bring them together. At this moment, there was a burst of gunfire outside the house. There was a burst of gunfire. In an instant, all the people in the pet shop fell down and lay on the ground motionless. A row of bullet holes was left on the wall. Some of the shells were even beaten into sieves. It was obvious that this sudden attack was directed at these people. The gunfire stopped briefly. A few more people gathered downstairs quickly, all looking for walls as cover. These bastards from the Red Flower Society are determined to fight us to the death today. A man roared. He had a square face and a thick beard. This is too much, let's fight them. The other thin man became anxious. Without waiting for the square-faced man to answer, he directly pulled the safety of the rifle. He just stuck his head out and tried to fight back. Monkey, wait, it's dangerous. The square-faced man shouted hurriedly. But it's too late. The monkey's head just popped out. Bang! Suddenly a bullet pierced through his crown and shot out from behind. The monkey lay on the ground silently, with a look of unwillingness in his eyes. Fuck! Monkey! The other 4 people roared, their eyes filled with anger. It can be seen that they have a deep affection for this creature, called Monkey. This kind of behavior is not fake. Calm down, calm down. Think about our wives and children. Don't be impulsive. The square-faced man's eyes were bloodshot, but he still clenched his teeth. But brother, we are blocked here now. Even if the Red Flower Society doesn't dare to rush over, the zombies will be attracted by the gunshots. Someone shouted in despair. The pet shop is not very big, and if you're stuck here, you are basically doomed. There's no way out. Look for an exit. The square-faced man looked back, trying to find a place to go in. Soon his eyes looked towards a passage. That's the basement. Xue Feng knew that he must not let these people enter the basement. Li Wangyao is still there. Although Xue Feng was not sure whether these people had good intentions. But it sounds like the other party is married, so I have some concerns. Give up. There is no back door here, but I can help you. Xue Feng said. Who is it? Square-faced man and others were stunned. They didn't expect there was someone inside the pet shop. He immediately raised the gun subconsciously and pointed it to the second floor. Don't point the gun at me, otherwise you will die without knowing how. Xue Feng snorted coldly. Hearing this, Squareface and others quickly pointed their guns at the ground, because they all knew that what Xue Feng said was right. The other party has been staying in the store. If someone wanted to sneak attack them, they would have been dead long ago. This proves that Xue Feng is definitely not a member of the Red Flower Society. Brother, what are you going to do? Asked the square-faced man in a deep voice. Before Xue Feng could answer, across the street, a sound was heard. Tang Chi Chiang, surrender with your people and join our Red Flower Society. Dream on? Even if I fight to the last man, I won't let you off easily, the square-faced man shouted immediately. It can be seen that Tang Qiqiang and others have a grudge against the people from the Red Flower Society. I just played with a few of you women. You look stingy. We have a lot of women here too. By the way, there seems to be a cousin of yours in there. She screams quite loudly. Isn't that nonsense? You broke his thigh. The people on the other side began to laugh at Tang Qiqiang and scrupulously. Seems to think this is something interesting. You bunch of beasts, I will never forgive you. Tang Qiqiang's eyes were bloodshot. This hatred is definitely not pretended. They have a blood feud with Honghua. Da. There was another round of intense gunfire and bullets were fired again. Tang Qiqiang and others could only hide behind the wall in embarrassment. The other side definitely has more people than them and stronger firepower. And they were trapped inside the pet store. The people above also told them that this pet shop had no back door. What should I do then? Brother, can you deal with them? Tang Qiqiang could only place all his hopes on the mysterious man on the second floor. The words fell. I saw a bolt of lightning coming from the second floor and hitting the opposite block. It's a mutant. Run! After a few screams, there was no more movement from the other side. What? A person with superpowers. Tang Qiqiang and others were very shocked. They didn't expect that the person hiding on the second floor was a person with special abilities. If we had attacked them just now, they would all be doomed. It's over? Just like that. Someone couldn't help but say when they heard no movement from the other side. That's right, I killed a total of 8 people. Xue Feng nodded and walked down from the second floor. Just now, he had been observing the opposite side through the window on the second floor. After confirming that there were only 8 people, Xin Xiao was activated. Chain lightning instantly killed all 8 people. It's too powerful. Someone looked horrified and subconsciously took a step back. He already treated Xue Feng as a monster. Xue Feng certainly knew it in the eyes of ordinary people. People with special abilities are horrible monsters. Let's leave here first. No one can guarantee that they don't have helpers. Xue Feng said immediately. 084, just be my bait. Chapter 84, just be my bait. Bite. Successfully verify the accuracy of intelligence and receive the following rewards. Reward the host with +1 Xinxiao level. Current Xinxiao level, level 2 +3. Hearing that Xinxiao had been upgraded, Xue Feng nodded. As soon as he saw those people from the Red Flower Society, the reward for intelligence verification emerged in his mind. However, when meeting Tang Qiqiang and others, there was no intelligence reward. This proves that Tang Qiqiang and his group have nothing to do with the Red Flower Society. They may even be enemies, otherwise they wouldn't fight. At this time, Xue Feng and others had already left the pet shop. We came to another community, just opposite the Tianqian community. According to Tang Qiqiang, this is their base. All the zombies around have been cleared out, and the community is basically safe. It is not ruled out that there are zombies hidden in the rooms of some residential buildings. But it poses no threat. The Red Flower Society did not dare to come in rashly. They had exchanged brief greetings on the way. Li Wangyao even knew that the people who killed her brother were from the Red Flower Society. Tang Qiqiang and others saw a body shot to death on the street that day. The appearance is exactly the same as Li Wangyao's description. After hearing Tang Qiqiang's words, the last bit of hope in Li Wangyao's heart was completely extinguished. My brother still died. The only thing she wants now is to survive. This is what her brother has always told her, to live well. Tang Qiqiang couldn't figure out what the relationship between Xue Feng and Li Wangyao was. I just stopped asking. Xue Feng did not see anyone else in the room arranged by Tang Qiqiang. Judging from what Tang Qiqiang said before, they brought their wives and children with them. These vulnerable groups are not seen today. This proves that Tang Qiqiang is still wary of them. But this is normal. No one would expose their weaknesses to others at the first moment. But Tang Qiqiang still prepared some food and water and placed them in front of them. This is the best way to treat guests in the apocalypse. What's the conflict between you and the Red Flower Society? Although Xue Feng was not hungry, he still opened a bag of rice crusts. It's a gesture of goodwill. On the other side, Li Wangyao was already growling with hunger and began to eat without any hesitation. He even gave some to a few puppies around him, giving each dog a share. This scene made everyone around Tang Qiqiang angry. How important is food? Those were earned at the cost of one's life, and now they are being fed to dogs. But even though they were angry, no one said anything. If Xue Feng hadn't been here today, they would have died long ago. This was also originally food for guests. How they eat is none of their business. Li Wangyao also noticed this, and she felt embarrassed. So I just fed the puppies a little bit, and then played with them in another room and comforted them. Instead, it was Xue Feng's Black Panther that was squatting beside Xue Feng. Looking at such a ferocious hunting dog, everyone else was very afraid. Only Tang Qiqiang dared to sit opposite Xue Feng. What's the conflict between you and Red Flower Society? Xue Feng was very curious. It seems that the two sides have had more than one conflict. The two groups live in separate communities, so it is normal for conflicts to break out. It just seems that the two sides have a deep blood feud. When talking about the Red Flower Society, Tang Qiqiang gritted his teeth. He explained the conflict between them and the Red Flower Society word for word. There were originally more than 200 survivors in this community. The reason why there are so many survivors is that Tang Qiqiang led his people to eliminate a lot of zombies in the early stage. Tang Qiqiang also introduced his identity. These people are all mercenaries. Of course, these mercenaries are not the mercenaries who go to foreign battlefields. Instead, it is specifically responsible for some protection and delivery work and is affiliated to a security company. The clients we usually serve are celebrities or big entrepreneurs, so they would jokingly call themselves mercenaries. Actually, a senior security officer. When we were preparing for the doomsday solution, our idea was that the more people the better, so we gathered a lot of survivors, and the Red Flower Society also joined in. Tang Qiqiang slowly recounted the conflict between them and the Red Flower Society. But what Tang Qiqiang didn't expect was, the people from the Red Flower Society took advantage of the time when Tang Qiqiang was out looking for supplies. It actually harmed 2 female survivors in the residential building. Among them is Tang Qiqiang's sister. If a man dares to resist, he will be killed. Some male survivors joined the Red Flower Society and did shameful things with them. After Tang Qiqiang came back and discovered their actions, a fight broke out between the two sides. In the end, Tang Qiqiang drove away the members of the Red Flower Society and barely held his position, because security companies like theirs can legally own some guns. But now the Red Flower Society has also found guns, and they often ambush us outside. After going through this series of changes, of the more than 200 survivors, only about 50 are left. Where did they find the guns? Xue Feng's first reaction was that the guns in the armory had been leaked. However, Tang Qiqiang explained that it should have been found from a nearby police station or something like that. Xue Feng then realized it. It turns out that there are more places with guns in the city than just armories. But the number is relatively small, not as many as in the arsenal. This also made Xue Feng alert. The survivors you meet later may all have guns. Xue Feng's stone skin can now resist bullets, just like a bulletproof vest. Just avoid getting directly hit in the eyes and other areas. In other words, you are still threatened by the Red Flower Society? Xue Feng asked. That's right. Tang Qiqiang not dead. It just so happens that Li Wangyao's brother was also killed by the Red Flower Society. Let's kill the Red Flower Society together. Xue Feng invite Tang Qiqiang. Tang Qiqiang nodded without much thought. Because the Red Flower Society has threatened their survival. Unless the Red Flower Society is eliminated, they will never have peace. Now that he has such a powerful helper like Xue Feng, Tang Qiqiang must of course hold on to him tightly. You are willing to fight those guys for me. At this time, the door of another room opened, and Li Wangyao looked at Xue Feng in surprise. Of course, you are mine now, and your business is my business. Xue Feng nodded. Li Wangyao is a talent that the system has pointed out. Moreover, the system has already introduced itself to me, and the Red Flower Society will be a trouble. Of course, he had to solve it. It's a good opportunity to make use of people like Tang Qiqiang. Act as bait for yourself and attract people from the Red Flower Society. Thank you. This is obviously only the second time we meet. Li Wangyao's tears began to flow again. Seeing this scene, Tang Qiqiang and others were very surprised. I didn't expect Xue Feng to be such a generous person. For the sake of someone he met twice, Xue Feng would take the risk and fight with the Red Flower Society. 085 Awkward Auxiliary Ability. Just for the second time, he dared to deal with the Red Flower Society. Tang Qiqiang and others couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't expect that there would be someone like Xue Feng in this doomsday. Brother Xue, to be honest, I'm also a person with special abilities. Tang Qiqiang Gao Get Li. Oh, you're also a person with special abilities? Xue Feng was a little surprised. But then I reacted. If Tang Qiqiang was not a person with special abilities, he would not have been able to deal with the Red Flower Society for such a long time. But Xue Feng was also a little curious. Just now, Tang Qiqiang and others were forced into a desperate situation in the pet shop. Why doesn't Tang Qiqiang use his abilities? Yes, but my ability is not combat-related, so I can't help you in battle. Tang Qiqiang so my bitoli. Such a square-faced, middle-aged man actually doesn't have combat abilities. Then what are your abilities? Xue Feng suddenly became interested. All the ability users he met were combat type without exception. Only Xiawei's ability is a bit strange and can be considered as an auxiliary ability. However, it still enhances combat effectiveness. It's just a different way of doing things. Let me show you. Tang Qiqiang nodded to the person next to him. The man understood what he meant and immediately brought over a pot of aloe vera. After the doomsday, only potted plants like this, which do not require year-round watering, are still alive. Then I saw Tang Qiqiang covering the pot of aloe vera with his hands. The leaves of aloe vera are growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it was more than 1 meter long. This is amazing. Xue Feng couldn't help, but his eyes lit up. The most lacking thing in the end times is food. With Tang Qiqiang's special ability, he can quickly catalyze plants. In this way, both vegetables and grains can mature earlier. It also made Xue Feng look at Tang Qiqiang with a new respect. Even if it is not a combat-related ability, it can still hold out against the Red Flower Society. It's a useless ability. It would be better to give me a simple and direct one. Tang Qiqiang smiled bitterly, with beads of sweat on his forehead. For Tang Qiqiang, he wanted one that he could fight directly, because the biggest threat they face now is zombies and survivors with bad intentions. Instead of this kind of rapid growth of plants, not only is it very exhausting, but I don't see any use for it. After all, what Tang Qiqiang and his team are facing now is not the problem of lack of fresh vegetables. Rather, lives are threatened. Don't worry, I'll be the one to deal with the Red Flower Society this time. You don't need to rush to the front. Besides, I would like to cooperate with you after the Red Flower Society is eliminated. Xue Feng had a plan in mind. Don't think that there are limits to what Tang Qiqiang can do now. However, once this ability is developed, it will be of great use. No, how can we let you do it alone? We will definitely fight alongside you. Tang Qiqiang's expression became serious. You just need to make some arrangements for Li Wangyao first. Xue Feng waved his hand. He had only one request, which was to ask Tang Qiqiang to take good care of Li Wangyao. Hearing this, Tang Qiqiang did not hesitate. He immediately signaled with his eyes to the person next to him, and that person nodded, turned, and left. It can also be seen from here that Tang Qiqiang and others have a good understanding of each other. There is no need to say anything, just a look and a gesture. You will understand what the other person means. Soon the man came back with a woman. She looks like a gentle and virtuous type. She has long hair and no makeup, but you can tell she's beautiful just by looking at her facial features. She is probably in her 30s, but still has charm. This is my wife, Tang Qiqiang introduced. He then asked his wife to take Li Wangyao to a safe house. There are so many residential buildings in the community, but only one of them is where they usually live, and it is heavily guarded. There were still a dozen men guarding there. Unlike before, the survivors were scattered across many buildings. This gave the Red Flower Society an opportunity to take advantage. This arrangement can prevent the Red Flower Society from launching an active attack while Tang Qiqiang and his men are out looking for food. Avoid the tragedy of last time from happening again. You go first, Black Panther, you go too. Xue Feng asked Black Panther to go with Li Wangyao. If anything unexpected happens, Black Panther can also help. Be careful. Before leaving, Li Wangyao glanced at Xue Feng reluctantly. She already regarded Xue Feng as an important person. I don't want Xue Feng to get hurt. Don't worry. Xue Feng smiled at Li Wangyao. After Tang Qiqiang's wife took Li Wangyao away, Tang Qiqiang took out a hand-drawn map of Tianqiang community. According to Tang Qiqiang, some of the survivors on his side previously lived in Tianqiang community. I'm very familiar with the layout inside. There are 3 entrances to the Tianqiang community. 2 of them are completely blocked to prevent zombies from entering. The other one is the door they enter and exit from. If we want to attack the Red Flower Society, I suggest we launch a surprise attack at night and go through the other 2 gates. We can divide our forces and attack together so that the Red Flower Society will not know which side is the main battlefield. Tang Qiqiang gestured at the map. It can be seen that Tang Qiqiang is very experienced in combat. I guess the defense situation of Tianjin community has already been analyzed. This plan has already been made, always looking for the right opportunity to take action. Otherwise, if this continues, they will be defeated one by the Red Flower Society sooner or later. It's a good plan, but I have a better idea. Xue Feng smiled. What method? Tang Qiqiang also showed an expectant expression. Could it be related to Xue Feng's supernatural powers? Tang Qiqiang had not seen clearly what Xue Feng's special abilities looked like before. He only heard screams, and all the members of the Red Flower Society were dead. Just rush in and kill anyone from the Red Flower Society you see. Xue Feng said calmly. Hearing this, Tang Qiqiang and others were dumbfounded. Is this Xue Feng's plan? It's too simple and crude. Well, there are a lot of people in the Red Flower Society, and there are also people with special abilities among them. We should be more cautious, right? Tang Qiqiang Gaoget Li. Tang Qiqiang was not questioning Xue Feng's ability. I just think this is so stupid. If you are scared, don't follow me. I have to go back for dinner after dealing with this matter. Xue Feng said as he stood up. What? Because we have to go back home for dinner in the evening, we have to attack in the middle of the day. Is this also a reason? Then, before Tang Qiqiang could react, Xue Feng had already opened the door and walked out. Brother, what should I do? The people in the room hurriedly asked Tang Qiqiang. Isn't this just going out to die? He saved our lives. No matter what he wants to do, we will follow him. Tang Qiqiang gritted his teeth and followed first. The other people looked at each other and followed. When they came downstairs, they were all stunned.